Chapter 1. The Black Satin Blindfold. In the sweltering heat of August. Drip, drip, drip. The cacophonous cries of cicadas mingled with the intermittent honks of horns, reverberating through the bustling streets. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly upon the grayish-brown asphalt, creating a mirage that seemed to warp the very essence of the thoroughfare. Beneath the scant patches of shade provided by a few trees, a group of young people huddled together, cigarettes dangling from their lips as they awaited the traffic lights. Suddenly, one of the youths, engulfed in a cloud of smoke, seemed to notice something and let out a soft exclamation, his gaze fixated on a corner of the street. "Arno, what are you looking at?" inquired one of his companions. The young man named Arno stared blankly at the street corner, taking a moment before responding. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His companion paused, momentarily taken aback, before slowly articulating. "Generally, blind individuals are accompanied by someone or guided by a service dog. In more modern cities, traffic lights often provide audio signals. If all else fails, they might rely on sound and a cane to navigate step by step." Arno shook his head. "But what if there's no one to assist, no guide dog, no audio cues, and even the cane is being used to carry peanut oil? Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and in the next instant, he froze in place. Across the road stood a boy clad in a black t-shirt, his eyes obscured by thick layers of black satin that completely blocked out any light. In his left hand, he clutched a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables, while his right hand gripped a cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a makeshift yoke. At the end of the cane, a large bucket of glimmering yellow peanut oil caught the sunlight. With the black satin blindfold, the cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other. This absurd sight immediately drew the attention of a throng of onlookers. "Hey, look at that person. How peculiar. With so much fabric covering his eyes. Can he even see the road? Did you not notice the cane in his hand? Clearly he is blind. What era is this? Blind people usually wear sunglasses. Who would wrap their eyes in satin on such a hot day? Aren't they afraid of suffocating?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walk without a cane, instead using it to carry things? Today's youth really know how to have fun." The summer cicadas could not drown out the murmured speculations of the surrounding pedestrians, who curiously scrutinized the boy, quietly debating whether his blindness was genuine or feigned, while glancing expectantly at the flashing red light. At that moment, a clear voice rang out beside the boy. "Brother, let me help you cross the road." It was a young girl, around 12 or 13, dressed in a school uniform, a few beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks as her large, dark eyes anxiously regarded the boy, innocent and straightforward. The boy paused briefly, turning his head to face the girl, a smile gracing his lips. "All right." He shifted the bag of vegetables to his right hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his shirt, and gently grasped the girl's hand. Clack! The green light illuminated. The boy took a step forward, walking alongside the girl toward the opposite side of the street. The girl was visibly tense, glancing anxiously to the left and right, her steps cautious and timid. As for the boy, he walked steadily. To the onlookers, this scene did not resemble a kind-hearted girl assisting a blind person. Rather, it appeared as though an older brother was guiding a younger sibling across the road. The street was not wide within mere seconds. The two had reached the other side. The boy expressed his gratitude to the girl and, without a backward glance, proceeded toward a secluded alley. "He's not blind," Arno declared with conviction upon witnessing the scene. "He must be able to see." One of the young men behind Arno propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, "I get it. He's cosplaying as a blind monk." Smack! A swift slap landed on the back of his head, and Arno scowled. "You fool. Do you think anyone has the leisure to cosplay as a blind monk in the middle of the street? Are they looking to get themselves killed?" After a brief pause, Arno muttered under his breath, "Besides, the blind monk's blindfold is red. This doesn't resemble it at all." "Arno, you can't say that to me." "Shut up." "Okay." Just as the two were bickering, a young man who had been silent all along fixed his gaze on the departing figure of the boy, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's wrong?" Arno noticed his expression. "I recognize him." "You recognize him?" "Indeed," the young man nodded. "When my cousin was still in elementary school, I heard that a student from his school had an accident, resulting in vision problems. He had to use a black satin blindfold, and there were also reports of mental issues." "Mental issues?" Arno was taken aback and contemplated the earlier situation. "I didn't notice anything unusual." That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has since recovered. However, it was quite a commotion back then. Shortly after, that student withdrew from school and allegedly transferred to a special institution for the blind. At that moment, another person interjected eagerly. By the way, what happened to cause such an accident? Could it be something supernatural? I don't know, he paused, but I heard it was something even more bizarre. Such a tragic fate. Arno sighed. What was his name? I think it was Lin. Lin Shi? In the glow of the evening sunset, Lin Shi pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the savory aroma of cooking wafted from within, filling his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed hard, and stepped inside with his items. Creak! The old door emitted a piercing squeal, drowning out the sounds of sizzling from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Lin Shi laden with bags, and she hurried toward him. Xiao, why did you bring back so much at once again? The woman quickly wiped her hands on her apron and rushed to take the bags from him, chattering incessantly. This huge bucket of peanut oil? Are you misusing the government subsidy again? Annie, the government provides subsidies for the disabled for living expenses. Using it to buy oil is merely making the most of it, Lin Shi replied with a smile. Nonsense. That money is meant for your college education. You can't waste it. Let me tell you, Annie's wages are enough to support the three of us, so don't spend money recklessly. She gently wiped the oil bucket with her hand, her expression tinged with pain as she murmured, such a large bucket of oil, and it's a branded one. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Before Lin Shi could respond, his aunt suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, how did you manage to carry all this back? Oh, I ran into a few kind-hearted people on the way, and they helped me carry it back, Lin Shi said calmly. Oh, that's wonderful. It seems there are still many good people in society. Did you properly thank them? I already did. Lin Shi deftly shifted the topic. Annie, where's Jean? He's on the balcony, doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup. He's resting in the room. You go see the doctor, and he'll call you when dinner's ready. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then replied with a simple "oh" before turning toward the bedroom. Hello, I am the doctor from Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. My surname is Li. As Lin Shi entered the room, a young man seated on a small stool stood up, speaking warmly. He wore large black-rimmed glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wasn't it Dr. Han who used to come? Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year. Dr. Li smiled, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Shi nodded slightly, responding with an "oh." Indeed, Dr. Han was considerably older and highly skilled. It was no surprise he had been promoted. It was only natural for a younger doctor to come in periodically for his checkups. Seeing Lin Shi take a seat, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical files from his bag. I apologize as I am new here. I am not yet familiar with your case. Allow me to gather some basic information first, Dr. Li said apologetically. Lin Shi nodded. Your name is Lin Shi? Yes. You are 17 years old. Correct. Your birthday? October 5th. The medical record states that you lost your sight 10 years ago and were sent to our hospital due to certain issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment. Have you ever changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Shi was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. It seems I overthought it. He pointed at the age listed in the medical records and then at the notation of 10 years ago. You see, you went blind 10 years ago, which means you were 7 at the time, and your name just happens to be Lin Shi. So I thought perhaps you changed your name after losing your sight. Lin Shi remained silent for a long while before shaking his head and saying, No, I have never changed my name. My parents bestowed upon me the name Lin Xia even before I was born. That is indeed quite. Cough, cough. Dr. Li's words trailed off as he realized they were somewhat impolite, and he promptly closed his mouth. Quite a coincidence, Lin Xia replied casually. It is indeed quite a coincidence. Dr. Li felt somewhat awkward, but he quickly shifted the topic. Well, the medical records do not seem to elaborate on the incident that led to your blindness and mental instability. If it's not too much trouble, could you share it with me? Before Lin Xie could respond, Dr. Li hastily added, I do not mean to offend. Understanding the patient better allows for more effective treatment. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I will not press you. Lin Xie sat quietly, his eyes seemingly fixed on Dr. Li beneath the black satin. After a long pause, he slowly began to speak. There is nothing that cannot be said. It's just that you may not believe me, And you might even send me back to the psychiatric hospital. No, 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 let us not categorize our relationship as that of a doctor and patient. This is merely a normal conversation between friends, and it will not come to that, Dr. Lee replied half-jokingly. Even if you told me that you were dragged into a cauldron by the supreme old lord, I would believe you. Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. As a child, I was fascinated by astronomy. And then? That night, I lay on the eaves of my old home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Lee chuckled. Lin Xia shook his head, and his next words caused Dr. Lee's smile to freeze on his face. No, I saw an angel, Lin Xia said earnestly, gesturing with his hands. A seraph enveloped in golden radiance, with 6 white wings. Chapter 2. The Angel on the Moon. The room fell into a brief silence. After a few seconds, Dr. Lee snapped back to reality. A seraph? Yes. What was it doing? Doing nothing at all. It was like a golden statue, sitting in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at the earth, almost as if it were watching over. Dr. Lee rubbed the corners of his eyes, speaking with some resignation. Cha, do you know how far the moon is from the earth? Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Lin Xia replied calmly. Approximately 400,000 kilometers, Dr. Lee echoed. Even with the most advanced astronomical telescopes, one can barely observe the surface of the moon. Yet you, at the tender age of 7, simply lying on the eaves of your old home, claimed to have seen an angel on the moon with your naked eye. It was not I who saw it, Lin Xia said softly. It was it who saw me. I merely looked up, and my eyes seemed to be pulled through space to meet its gaze. So, are you saying it compelled you? Perhaps. Otherwise, how would I have seen the surface of the moon? I do not possess the gift of clairvoyance. But if there truly exists an angel on the moon, why has it not been discovered by humanity all these years? I do not know. Lin Xia shook his head. Perhaps that seraph does not wish to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly understand the moon? Lin Xia spoke earnestly, so sincerely that Dr. Lee felt compelled to call for a car to take him back to the psychiatric hospital. After all, Dr. Lee was a specialist in mental health, having encountered a myriad of psychiatric conditions. He had concluded a pattern in his medical career. The more serious the delusions, the more coherent and reasonable they appeared to sound. And what about your eyes? What happened? Lin Xia extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin over his eyes, his tone revealing no emotional fluctuation. That day I locked eyes with it for a moment, and then I went blind. Dr. Lee opened his mouth, glanced down at the case file in his hands, and fell silent. In the section regarding the cause of blindness, only 4 words were written. Cause unknown. So, what truly transpired back then? Could it be that, as Lin Xia claimed, he saw a seraph on the moon? Otherwise, how could one explain the sudden onset of blindness? This thought flickered through Dr. Lee's mind for just an instant before he swiftly extinguished it. That was close. He almost let a delusional patient steer him off course. He could almost envision the expressions of the doctors when the young Lin Xia, a decade ago, recounted those words before them. No wonder the child was forcibly retained in the hospital regardless of how one looked at it. His claims were the sort typically made by individuals suffering from severe mental illness. Such individuals were not uncommon in the facility. Some claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, spending their days lounging on the horizontal bars, while others believed themselves to be coat racks, standing immobile throughout the night, and some thought everyone resembled their spouse, often sneaking touches to cop a feel. The last patient was a 40-year-old greasy man. You speak of events from the past. What do you think of it now? Dr. Lee adjusted his demeanor and continued the review process. It is merely a delusion, Lin Xia replied calmly. That day, I accidentally tumbled off the eaves and struck my head on the ground. As for my eyes, perhaps a nerve was damaged, leading to my blindness. He had recited this explanation countless times, with practiced calmness. Dr. Lee raised an eyebrow, jotting down some notes in the medical record, then engaged in casual conversation with Lin Xia for about 20 minutes. After glancing at the time, he stood up with a smile. All right, we shall conclude the review here. Your condition seems to have improved significantly. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well, Dr. Lee said, shaking Lin Kai's hand in encouragement. Lin Xia smiled and nodded slightly. Dr. Lee, stay for a meal, his aunt exclaimed, warmly inviting him as he prepared to leave. No, I have another patient to attend to. I won't impose any longer. Dr. Lee politely bid farewell to his aunt and pushed the door open to leave. The moment the door closed, Lin Kai's smile vanished, as if it had never existed. Delusion? He murmured to himself. Brother, it's time to eat. His cousin Yang Jin called out, emerging from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Yang Jin, Annie's son, was 4 years younger than Lin Xia and had just entered junior high. Ever since Lin Kai's parents went missing and he took refuge at his aunt's house, the two had grown up together, their bond stronger than that of brothers. Coming, Lin Xia replied. Just as Lin Xia settled down at the cramped dining table, a sudden warmth radiated from his feet, causing him to pause momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. Cousin Yang Jin glanced under the table and playfully scolded, "You little black rascal, usually so lazy and unresponsive, yet you arrive faster than anyone when it's mealtime." A small black mutt poked its head out from beneath the table, its tongue lolling outside its teeth, panting in warmth, inching closer to Lin Xia and licking his feet, an expression of utter adoration on its face. 3 people, 1 dog. This was a family. Simple, challenging, yet inexplicably reassuring. For 10 years, Lin Xia patted its head and picked a small piece of meat from the scant offerings on the plate, placing it in Yang Jin's bowl. "Give it a bone to gnaw on." Yang Jin did not refuse given their brotherly bond. Saying more would only seem distant. However, he was concerned about something else. "Brother, is your eyesight really almost back to normal?" Lin Xia smiled faintly. "Yes, I can see now, though I still struggle with bright light. This black satin needs to stay on for a few more days." "What few days?" "Annie told you that eyes are incredibly important. Even if you can see now, don't rush to take off the black satin. What if sunlight damages it again? That would be such a pity. We should be cautious and keep it on a bit longer," Annie hurriedly advised. "Understood, Auntie. By the way, brother, I saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you later." Yang Jin suddenly seemed to remember something, his excitement palpable. Lin Xie shook his head with a smile. "Ah, Jin, while sunglasses can block out light, they are nowhere near as effective as the black satin. I still cannot wear them." "All right then," Yang Jin replied, somewhat disappointed. "But once my eyes are completely healed, I'll wear them every day when we go out shopping, and I'll get you a pair too, so we can go together." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's eyes brightened again, responding with a hearty agreement. "By the way, Xiaoqi, Annie has already arranged for your transfer to a regular high school. Once this semester starts, you can transition from the special school to a regular one," Annie mentioned, seemingly recalling something. "However, have you truly thought this through? Regular high schools are quite different from special schools. Given your circumstances, what if—" "There are no what-ifs, Annie," Lin Xie interrupted her. "My eyesight has improved, and if I wish to get into a good university, I must start on the same starting line as everyone else. This child, even if you don't get into a good university, it's all right, Annie will always take care of you. Brother, I can take care of you too." Lin Kai's body trembled slightly under the black satin. His eyes remained an enigma. He pressed his lips together, but managed to form a smile. He shook his head resolutely. He said nothing, but both Yang Jin and Auntie could sense his determination. Even the little black mud at his feet nudged Lin Kai's ankle affectionately. "Wang."
Chapter 3. Knocking on the door. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xie closed the door behind him, but he refrained from turning on the light. It was already deep into the night, and the twinkling stars outside scattered their light across the floor. In the dimness of the room, Lin Xie sat before his desk, slowly removing the black satin blindfold from his eyes. The mirror atop the desk reflected the visage of a handsome young man. Lin Xie possessed striking features. Were he to remove the blindfold and tidy himself up a bit, coupled with his inexplicable air of aloofness and profound aura, he would undoubtedly be considered the epitome of a school heartthrob. Unfortunately, his perpetual use of the blindfold and his identity as a disabled person completely overshadowed his brilliant style. In the mirror, Lin Xie's eyes were closed, his brow furrowed slightly, the eyelids trembling as if exerting all their effort to open. Even his hands clenched into fists, straining with determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembled for what felt like an eternity, until he could bear it no longer and suddenly relaxed, gasping for air. A few drops of sweat trickled down his cheek, and a flicker of anger emerged between his brows. So close, just a fraction away. Why was it that every time he fell just short? When would he be able to open his eyes once more and behold the world around him? He claimed he could see, but he had lied. His eyes could not open, not even a sliver. Yet he did not entirely lie, for even with his eyes shut, he could perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity. This sensation was peculiar, akin to having eyes all over his body, allowing him to sense everything without any blind spots, and seeing with greater clarity and distance than before. In the beginning, he was unable to do so. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was no different from any other truly blind person, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane to navigate the world, yet, inexplicably, 5 years ago, his eyes seemed to undergo a transformation, enabling him to begin to perceive his surroundings. Initially, he could only sense a few centimeters in front of him, but as time passed, his range of perception expanded. And 5 years later, it now reached 10 meters. For a normal person, seeing only 10 meters would be akin to being functionally blind, but for a youth who had once lost his sight, those 10 meters signified everything. Most crucially, the 10 meters he perceived were devoid of obstacles. In other words, within the radius of 10 meters around Lin Xia, he possessed an absolute field of vision. To put it plainly, he had a kind of X-ray vision. To elevate it, he could perceive every particle of dust suspended in the air, every component within a machine, and every subtle movement of a magician beneath the table. The origin of this ability seemed to lie within the eyes that had been tightly shut beneath the black satin for a decade. Despite possessing this almost supernatural power, Lin Xia remained unsatisfied. While having absolute vision within 10 meters was indeed a boon, he yearned to use his own eyes to truly see the world. This was the unwavering determination of a youth, although he had failed to open his eyes today. He could distinctly sense that he was not far from achieving that goal. After freshening up, Lin Xia, as was his custom, climbed into bed early, a habit cultivated from years of living blind. However, as he lay there, his mind involuntarily conjured a familiar image. Beneath the dark expanse of the cosmos, on the desolate surface of the moon, the grayish terrain reflected the faint starlight, and at the center of the largest lunar crater stood a figure akin to a sculpture. The figure stood there silently, as though it had existed since time immemorial, radiating a sacred golden light, a presence formidable enough to compel all beings to prostrate themselves at behind it. 6 exaggeratedly large wings unfurled, casting a massive shadow on the silvery gray ground, obscuring the sunlight that fell from behind. Yet, what was indelibly etched in Lin Xia's mind, impossible to erase, were those eyes, imbued with divine authority, burned like a furnace, blindingly bright as if they were the sun at close range. He had glimpsed those eyes, and in an instant, his world was plunged into darkness. 10 years ago, he spoke the truth yet was diagnosed as mentally ill. But deep down, he knew the difference between reality and delusion. Ever since he had encountered the seraph on the moon, he understood that this world was far more complex than it appeared. Gradually, Lin Xia drifted into a deep slumber. Little did he know that at the very moment he entered the realm of dreams, 2 streams of brilliant golden light shot forth from the cracks of his tightly shut eyes. Fleeting and ephemeral, tap tap tap, in the misty world Lin Xia walked alone. The surrounding fog swirled as if infinite, and although he traversed the void, each step he took produced a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath his feet. Lin Xia glanced down at his body and sighed. This dream again, knocking at the door every night is quite exhausting, you know. He shook his head in resignation and took a step forward. In the next moment, the fog swirled back, revealing a strangely styled modern building before him. It was peculiar because, while it was undeniably modern in design, certain details imbued it with an air of mystery. For instance, the massive iron door adorned with carvings of celestial deities, the electric lights burning like fireballs, and the floating decorative tiles beneath his feet. It was as if the architecture fused modern styles with elements of ancient temples, creating an indescribable beauty. Lin Xia recognized this building, finding it strikingly familiar. It bore a remarkable resemblance to the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence was the transformation of the sign that once read Sunshine Mental Hospital, now altered to read God's Mental Hospital. A bewildering place indeed. Lin Xia shook his head and approached the grand iron door. 5 years ago, not only had his body begun to change, but so too had his dreams. For 5 years, he had relived the same dream each night, and the focal point of these dreams was this enigmatic God's Mental Hospital. However, the entrance to this hospital had always remained tightly shut. Impervious to any efforts to open it, Lin Xia had circled the hospital countless times. The grand iron door was the sole entrance, although the surrounding walls were not particularly high. The most absurd aspect was that every time Lin Xia attempted to jump, the wall's height would inexplicably increase. As for brute force, even if Lin Xia were to shatter himself against it, the iron door would not budge an inch. It seemed there was only one way to enter. Knock. Grasping the circular handle on the iron door, Lin Xia took a deep breath and struck the surface with a heavy thud. Clang. The sound echoed through the mental hospital like the tolling of an ancient bell. The iron door trembled but did not open. Clang. Another strike, yet the door remained steadfastly closed. Lin Xia appeared unsurprised and unperturbed, exercising remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Over the past 5 years, he had come to understand the rules of this dream. Apart from knocking, no other means could unlock the grand iron door, and within this dream, he seemed incapable of doing anything else. Fortunately, in dreams, he did not experience fatigue, otherwise, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, Lin Xia continued to knock diligently, much like a diligent laborer, throughout the night. Chapter 4, Day of Survival. A week later, at Sangnan Second High School. Hey, look, is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth covering his eyes? He's wearing our school's uniform, so he must be one of us. He's holding a cane too. He must be blind, how strange, I've never seen him before. He must be a new student in the first year. I must admit, with those few layers of black cloth around his eyes, he does look quite dashing. But how does a blind person attend class? I don't think our school has any special classes, who knows? As expected, the moment Lin Xia stepped through the school's gates, he attracted a wave of attention. However, having experienced such scenes countless times before, Lin Xia walked past the crowd on the Maple Leaf Avenue towards the teaching building, unfazed. He had prepared himself for the possibility of encountering troublemakers. As in many Glitch D stories, such situations often involved a few brainless bullies who would mock him, setting the stage for future confrontations. To his surprise, no troublemakers emerged. Instead, several students approached him, inquiring if he needed assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Xia feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. It was unlikely there would be many who sought to cause trouble. Besides, even if there were small cliques, they now valued camaraderie. While they might settle scores among themselves, bullying a disabled person would lead to them being scorned and shunned the next day. As Lin Xia ascended the stairs, he soon found his classroom, class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school for first-year students, his transfer made him a newcomer. From most films and novels, it was evident that newcomers often faced isolation and neglect. As cliques had already formed during the previous year, Lin Xia was acutely aware that he was not the type to take initiative, even had he spent the first year mingling with them. Given his aloof demeanor, he would likely still find himself alone. However, there is nothing inherently wrong with being alone. At least Lin Xia himself relishes this sensation of solitude uninterrupted by others, allowing for a tranquil mind and a focused pursuit of his studies. If he were to deliberately engage in fostering relationships with others, he would likely falter. Standing at the threshold of the classroom, Lin Xia took a deep breath to steady his nerves before stepping inside. The moment he entered the classroom, the previously boisterous chatter came to an abrupt halt, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, just as Lin Xia was preparing to utter something. The class erupted into a flurry of noise. You must be Lin Xia, your seat has been prepared for you. Right there, Lin Xia, can't you see? Let me show you the way. Hey, take it easy. There are quite a few things on the aisle. Either quickly put your backpack away. Before Lin Xia could fully grasp the situation, several classmates approached him, cautiously guiding him towards his designated seat. While a tall boy directly took Lin Xia's backpack and slung it over his shoulder amidst the throng of students, Lin Xia safely arrived at his seat. Lin Xia, this is rather different from what I envisioned. Lin Xia, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. If you need anything, feel free to approach me, a girl with a ponytail said, patting her chest. I'm Li Fei, if you're going for a meal, just call me, and I'll take you. The boy who helped with the backpack chuckled, and I'm Wang Xiao. A multitude of students clustered around him, enthusiastically introducing themselves. For a moment, Lin Xia found himself rather bewildered. To be honest, this was quite a departure from his expectations. You all know me. Lin Xia's expression was somewhat peculiar. Our homeroom teacher mentioned you, Jiang Qian replied, but what left the most profound impression on us was your aunt. That day, she stood here with a basket of eggs, handing them out one by one while imploring us to take care of you. A thunderclap seemed to echo in Lin Xia's mind. Leaving him momentarily stunned. As the classmates continued to chatter, he could no longer absorb their words. He merely stared blankly at the classroom, unable to shake the image of a hunchbacked middle-aged woman carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs. Earnestly beseeching the classmates, everyone, please help my nephew. His eyesight isn't great and he is rather aloof. Kindly look out for him. Young lady, you're quite lovely. My nephew is quite handsome as well. I'm sure you'll take a liking to him. This child, Xia, may appear cold on the outside but is warm within. Once you get to know him, you'll surely get along splendidly. At some point, the black satin ribbon around his wrist had grown slightly damp. And, he murmured, just then, as the students chattered away, a female teacher walked in clutching some books. Upon noticing Lin Xia seated in the front row, she offered him a few words of comfort before briefly introducing herself to the class and commencing the lesson. Everyone turn to page 91. Today we will discuss the history and challenges of modern daxia. It seemed that due to Lin Xia's presence, the teacher opted to skip the preliminary reading of the textbook and directly delved into its contents. A century ago, the Earth was home to over 200 nations scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans, each with its own unique customs and cultures, even in that era of limited technological advancement. We could still embark on ships to experience the cultural exchanges between nations. However, on the 9th of March, a mysterious fog appeared out of nowhere in Antarctica and spread at an astonishing speed. Engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours, the towering skyscrapers constructed by humanity, the ancient primordial forests, the unfathomable oceans, all were shrouded by this fog, and countless nations fell into its depths, vanishing without a trace. Yet, just as this unfathomable fog was about to encroach upon daxia's territory, it halted. No one knows the reason, but it inexplicably came to a stop over the course of a century. Myriad theories and conjectures have emerged. Some posit that this fog is, in fact, a living entity that, having consumed 98 of the Earth, simply became satiated and thus paused near Dacia. Others suggest that Dacia's geographical position is influenced by a unique magnetic field that impedes the fog's spread. And yet others claim that it is the result of Dacia's 5,000 years of accumulated heritage providing protection to this land. The composition of this fog exceeds human comprehension. Whether it be light, sound, electromagnetic waves, or other means of detection, none can penetrate this fog, leaving humanity in the dark regarding the fate of those nations that were swallowed a century ago. Experts speculate that the probability of survival for those within the fog is exceedingly low, as inhaling it or even mere contact with the skin can be fatal. Over the past century, our nation has dispatched countless well-equipped exploration teams into the fog, yet not a single individual has returned. 50 years ago, our first satellite was successfully launched, and the images transmitted back from space revealed that the entire Earth had transformed into a grayish-white expanse, with only Dacia remaining a sanctuary. Present-day Dacia resembles an isolated island on this planet, and we, perhaps, are the last survivors of this world. Therefore, the day the fog emerged, which falls on March 9th each year, is commemorated as Survival Day. Chapter 5, The Unfettered Airspace. The moon hung low in the sky, and the stars were sparse. The bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and clusters of students trickled out of the classroom, chatting merrily as they stepped into the night, after a day of toil. This may very well be their most relaxed moment, free from homework, devoid of teachers, surrounded by a few close friends, and the prospect of returning home to a warm bath before comfortably settling into bed. What bliss! Amidst this scattered throng, a sizable group of over 10 students emerged, marching in unison and steadily making their way outside the school. At their center, a youth wrapped in black satin resembled a filling encased in a dumpling. Thoroughly cocooned, this massive entourage immediately captured the attention of all nearby students. Honestly, I can walk back on my own, Lin Xia mumbled, a hint of exasperation flickering at the corners of his mouth. I can see. It's just that my eyes don't handle light well. No need to say another word, Lin Xia, Zheng Xin interjected, her tone resolute. We promised your Rand we would look after you. And we shall keep that promise. Exactly, Xia, our homes are in the same direction. It's convenient for all of us. I'm also going in the same direction, Lin Xia. In truth, he would have preferred to be the one isolated. Having lingered in darkness for so long, he found himself unaccustomed to the attention of so many. It made him feel quite awkward. Of course, his aunt and Yang Jin were exceptions, as they were family. Nevertheless, they were merely acting out of kindness, so he could hardly voice any objections and resigned himself to following the crowd forward. I need to turn right at the next intersection, but I can still walk with you for a bit longer. I'll be turning here. See you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As they ventured farther from the school, the classmates encircling Lin Xie gradually began to bid their farewells. Within a few minutes, only 5 individuals remained by his side. The once lively atmosphere grew quieter, and the space suddenly felt more expansive, allowing Lin Xie to exhale deeply in relief. Do you think that fog will really awaken again and engulf Dacia, Li Fei? With his backpack slung over his shoulder, inquired curiously Haven T. You heard what those experts said. The likelihood of the fog reviving is minimal. Perhaps for the next century, there will be no changes. As for what happens a century from now, well, we won't be around to worry about it, so why fret? Zhang Qian rolled her eyes. Oh, you know as well as I do that those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally manage to get into university, and before we even have a chance to enjoy life, the fog swallows Dacia whole? Wouldn't that be a colossal loss? So that's why you're coasting through life and not focusing on your studies. Zhang Qian confronted Li Yifei, her expression serious. I must remind you, Teacher Wang has already stated that if you come in last again on this exam, you'll be moving your desk to the front of the classroom. I know, Li Yifei chuckled sheepishly. However, I genuinely don't believe that fog can revive. Suddenly, Wang Xiao, who had been leading the way, chimed in. At the end of the day, the fog is merely a natural phenomenon. Once it reaches a certain critical threshold, it will gradually dissipate, much like the Ice Age. When glaciers covered the land, they eventually receded as temperatures rose, ushering in a new era. I believe what you're referring to is known as the theory of natural disasters. Right, it currently enjoys considerable acceptance, Zhang Chen nodded, but what if that fog is not a natural phenomenon? At that moment Lin Xie, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Wang Xiao was taken aback, then chuckled. Xie, you don't actually believe in those so-called theologians' claims that the fog is related to supernatural forces? Do you? It's the 21st century, we must believe in science. There is no room for the supernatural in this world. A classmate named Lu Yuan interjected. Exactly. Lin Xie remained silent about the existence of phenomena beyond the realm of science. He understood these matters all too well but deemed them unnecessary to share with outsiders. Li Fei muttered softly, I believe that if such things truly exist, the world would certainly be more fascinating. Why waste words on such trivialities? These matters are not within our concern. Instead of entangling ourselves in whether the fog will revive, it would be far more practical to indulge in some extra sleep during the upcoming 3-day holiday. Jiang Qian remarked with a laugh. Indeed, the holiday is what truly matters. At that moment, in the old district of Sangnan City, a man ambled along the desolate and dimly lit street, carrying a signboard with an unhurried demeanor. The aging streetlights cast a faint glow, elongating his silhouette with each step. He glanced at his phone, reached a narrow alleyway, and came to a halt. This is the place, he murmured, setting down the signboard and adjusting its position. Under the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the signboard appeared to waver, and upon the dark background, bold crimson characters stood out vividly. No entry ahead. Leaning against the lamppost, the man lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before opening his earpiece. Captain, the third signboard is in position. Received. Commence. Understood. The man, still with the cigarette in his mouth, stepped before the signboard, placed his thumb against his incisors, and bit down hard. A droplet of blood welled from the wound as he crouched. Using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long horizontal line across the four bold characters that read no entry ahead, his gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable aura erupted from him at its center. He tilted his head back to gaze at the darkened sky, whispering in a voice audible only to himself, "Forbidden ruins, void of no restraint." In the next instant, the vivid crimson stain on the signboard rapidly faded, as if absorbed, and then the characters "no entry ahead" flared with a bright red glow before gradually returning to their original state. The man slumped onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh, his tone tinged with complaint. "Damn it, I've been drained again." At this moment, if one were to look down from the heavens upon Sangnan City, they would observe 3 points of light flickering near the old district, which rapidly delineated a dark red equilateral triangle with these 3 lights as its vertices. As the triangle took form, the covered half of the old district appeared to be erased from the map, gradually vanishing. However, from the ground, the old district remained unchanged. Simultaneously, at the center of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks streaked across the sky like lightning. The leading man lifted his gaze to the dark red heavens, grasping the hilt of his blade behind him, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Ghost-Faced Man's cleansing operation begins. Chapter 6. The Ghost-Faced Man outside the old district. The man who had just initiated the forbidden ruin sat beside the signboard, glancing back at the eerily still half of the old district. Shaking his head in resignation, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and began playing a casual game. "Brother, what are you doing sitting here playing on your phone in the dead of night? Aren't you afraid of getting cold?" Before long, a passerby approached from across the street, chuckling at the sight. The man looked up at him briefly before returning to his game, feeling aimless and restless. The passerby laughed, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the man. The man waved his hand dismissively, stating seriously, "It's work hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, you're squatting on the street playing on your phone. And that counts as work?" The passerby laughed. "Well, yes." The passerby shrugged and walked toward the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" the man suddenly asked. "Home." "You can't go back, at least not now." The passerby raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? This road is currently closed. You can only return once it reopens." The man pointed at the signboard behind him. The passerby followed his gesture and noticed the inexplicable sign standing in the middle of the road. About to speak when the characters "no entry ahead" flickered with a faint glow. The passerby's gaze instantly became vacant. Moments later, he stiffly turned around and began walking back the way he came. His eyes filled with confusion. The man seemed unfazed by this development. Just as he was about to continue playing his game, another voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongcheng." The instant the voice resonated, the man jolted upright, any trace of leisure and drowsiness evaporating, replaced by an air of utmost seriousness. "Yes, Captain, what has happened?" "There's been a problem. One of the Ghost-Faced Men has been promoted to Ghost-Faced King and while we were encircling the other Ghost-Faced Men, it severely injured Hong Ying and escaped through the sewer, out of the forbidden ruins." Ghost-Faced King. Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted. "Which direction did it flee?" "I'll intercept." "No, Kongcheng, you're not adept at combat. You can't defeat the Ghost-Faced King." "I will pursue it." Zhao Kongcheng hesitated. "Then what about me?" After the Ghost-Faced King escaped, 2 more Ghost-Faced Men seized the opportunity to flee into the sewer, while the others are preoccupied with eliminating the remaining Ghost-Faced Men. "Which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." A glint of determination ignited in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes as he sprinted to the other end of the street, jumping into a black van, slamming down the accelerator, and roaring off amidst a cacophony of noise. Neatly stacked in the passenger seat lay a black and red cloak, alongside a sheathed straight blade. "All right, I must take this turn. I'm off." Wang Xiao halted, turning back to address the 4 behind him. Just then, Li Yifei seemed to recall something, speaking up. "Wang Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, isn't your home next to the old district?" "Yes, why? It's nothing. Just be careful on your way back." Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't leave me hanging. It's quite unsettling." Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. "I heard that the old district has been quite dangerous lately. There is a serial killer." "A serial killer? Is that true?" Jiang Qian seemed skeptical. "Of course it's true." Li Yifei glanced around, lowering his voice. "You may not know this, but in the past few days, over a dozen people have died in the old district." "Over a dozen people? Impossible, if there were such a commotion." It would have been reported in the news. Wang Xiao shook his head. Hey, it's not impossible, I'm telling you, this is suspicious. Someone from above has suppressed the news. If my dad didn't work at the police station, I wouldn't have known. Suspicious? What is suspicious, they say? Li Yifei paused, lowering his voice even further. They say the faces of those who died were entirely skinned off, leaving only a mass of bloody flesh and protruding eyeballs. The method was extraordinarily brutal. A chill breeze swept through as the group felt a shiver run down their spines upon hearing this. Li Yifei, are you insane? Talking about this at night? Zhang Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively scanned the eerily quiet street. Her irritation palpable. The area was already close to the old district, a remote part of Songnan City, and with classes ending late at nearly 10 o'clock, not a single passerby was in sight. Amplifying the unsettling atmosphere created by Li Yifei's words, not only her, but even the two men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a twinge of fear as Wang Xiao cast a glance at the narrow path he was about to take. Suddenly feeling a bit uneasy, if Li Yifei's words merely instilled a sense of fear, then Lin Qia's subsequent commentary sent shivers down their spines. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qia spoke softly. Are you certain that these deeds were committed by humans? Qia, you. Zhang Qian trembled slightly. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan's expressions twitched as they regarded Lin Qia with a newfound strangeness. Look at you, Lin Qia, with such expressive brows and eyes. I never expected you to be the one hiding the deepest secrets, Li Yifei exclaimed, astonished at Lin Qia. Do you think so too? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Zhang Qian could no longer bear it, pinching Li Yifei's arm forcefully, causing him to yelp in pain. Don't tell ghost stories at this hour. I still need to go home. Li Yifei clutched his arm, grimacing in pain as he mumbled to himself from a distance, this isn't a ghost story. Wang Xiao shrugged. I'm not going to waste time with you on this nonsense. I don't believe in such supernatural things. I am leaving. Wang Xiao's figure gradually disappeared into the narrow alleyway. Zhang Qian shot Li Yifei another glare, taking a few steps forward before suddenly stopping. She sniffed the air, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she turned to say, do you smell something foul? Foul smell? What kind of foul smell? You know, the kind that reeks of something rotting. I don't smell anything. Lu Yuan, do you? I don't either. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan and Li Yifei could finish their sentences, their expressions suddenly changed, and they clamped their noses shut, frantically scanning their surroundings in terror, just as Lin Qia was about to say something. An overwhelmingly nauseating stench surged into his nostrils, akin to tossing a piece of meat that had rotted for over 10 days into a cesspool, mixed with a dozen rotten eggs. Merely inhaling it caused his stomach to churn violently. This was the most repugnant smell Lin Qia had ever encountered in his life. As for Zhang Qian, whose sense of smell was the sharpest, she immediately crouched down and began to vomit. Damn it, what is that foul smell? Li Yifei exclaimed, covering his nose. I don't know, Lin Qia replied, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he pointed towards the alleyway from which Wang Xiao had just departed. Judging by the direction of the odor, it appeared to be emanating from there. In the next instant, a chilling scream pierced the stillness of the night, reverberating through the air. Chapter 7, I want to live. Wang Xiao? Li Yifei and the others shouted in unison upon recognizing the familiar voice. They exchanged glances, then took off towards the alley where Wang Xiao had vanished. Lin Qia remained rooted in place, his expression grave as he gazed into the dimly lit path. Although he was uncertain of the events unfolding, an ominous premonition nagged at him, the old district's periphery, a deranged killer, an eerie stench, and screams. Something was amiss. After hesitating for a moment and struggling with his thoughts, he let out a resigned sigh and grasped his cane, rushing into the alleyway. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qia would have avoided such a situation, opting instead to flee in the opposite direction, as far away as possible. The very fact that someone had screamed indicated that something terrible was occurring, and if it was terrible, it surely meant trouble, robbery, murder, or witnessing a crime scene. Any of these scenarios were ones he wished to avoid. He possessed neither an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth nor an overflowing compassion to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not adept at fighting. What if he were to lose his life in the process? However, this situation felt different. Had they not been escorting Lin Qia home, Wang Xiao might have taken another route or returned a few minutes earlier, thus avoiding this predicament entirely. He truly detested meddling in others' affairs, yet he loathed being in debt to anyone even more. In any case, he felt compelled to ascertain what had transpired, as a matter of conscience. If danger arose, he would simply flee. Though Lin Qia was blindfolded, his pace remained swift. The closer he drew to the source of the scream, the more tightly his brow furrowed. The stench grew increasingly pungent. Ah! A second scream echoed from around the corner, this time a woman's voice. Zhang Qian. Lin Qia abruptly halted at the alley's bend, his mental perception revealing the figures of Zhang Qian and her companions nearby. Not far ahead, Zhang Qian lay crumpled on the ground, her mouth agape in terror as she stared ahead, trembling uncontrollably. In front of her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like statues, their eyes locked onto something ahead. Also trembling, beyond them, Lin Xia could sense nothing, his eyes remained shut, preventing him from visually perceiving the world, while his mental awareness extended only 10 meters, resulting in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within 10 meters, he could discern everything. Beyond that, he was akin to a true blind man. What had Zhang Qian and the others witnessed to be so terrified? Although he could not see, his hearing was exceptionally acute, allowing him to clearly hear a rustling sound not far off, as though something were voraciously gnawing on something else, like a wild beast relishing a bone. What is happening? Lin Xia whispered. Zhang Qian seemed startled by his sudden appearance. Frantically clutching his clothing, her teeth chattering. A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. Run! He and Li Yifei shouted in unison. As the word escaped their lips, Lu Yuan, like a frenzied wild dog, turned and sprinted away. After colliding with Lin Xia's shoulder and stumbling, he quickly regained his footing and continued to flee, shouting, "Monster, help, someone please, monster!" Lin Xia was caught off guard by the sudden impact. Nearly losing his balance, just as he steadied himself, a heavy thud echoed from a distance, reminiscent of a bear pounding the ground as it charged toward him. Zhang Qian's pupils dilated in terror, and with a sudden burst of strength, she sprang to her feet and fled. As for Li Yifei, he had already bolted the moment he shouted run, moving even faster than Lu Yuan had just moments before. Had Lu Yuan not collided with Lin Xia, he would have already distanced himself significantly. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten Lin Xia's disability. The classmates who had just vowed to escort him home had completely abandoned him. Faced with such a horrifying and bloody scene, fear gripped their hearts. As Lin Xia managed a few steps forward, something intruded upon his mental perception. It resembled a person yet was distinctly not human. It bore limbs and a head like a human but moved on all fours like a hyena, its massive frame akin to that of a bear. Most alarmingly, it sported a ghastly face, pale and contorted. Its elongated, crimson tongue writhed like a serpent, extending nearly half a meter from its mouth. Lin Xia's expression darkened. The creature was moving far too swiftly, having closed the distance from 10 meters to within his mental perception range in mere moments. And it was approaching him at an alarming speed. He could feel a gust of wind rushing toward him from behind. Zhang Qian felt it too. Her face drained of color as terror consumed her. She stiffly turned her head, hoping to gauge how far the monster was from her. Surely, it must be quite far, right? Don't look back, Lin Xia's voice called out urgently, but it was too late. Zhang Qian's pupils dilated in horror as the monster's horrifying visage loomed mere inches from her own, the stench of blood wafting off it. A scream erupted once more in the alley. She shut her eyes tight, desperately attempting to remove her backpack to hurl it at the creature. Panic overtook her. A backpack was no weapon, and she was no trained warrior. In life and death moments, the first to lose their composure was often the first to meet their end. The creature seized the straps of her backpack, its brute strength overwhelming her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. A heavy shadow suddenly descended upon her, crashing down. In the next instant, blood stained the night crimson. Chapter 8. Its eyes. Zhang Qian was dead. Lin Xia bore witness to the entirety of her demise. The monster had descended from above, its claws slicing through her neck with the ease of cutting tofu, and then it gleefully began to feast. Until her final moments, Zhang Qian's eyes were filled with terror and despair. Lin Xia's mind registered every gruesome detail, his stomach churning with nausea. Despite having endured numerous trials and tribulations, he had never before encountered such a bloody scene. And this was not the time to succumb to nausea. Without hesitation, Lin Xia turned and sprinted in the opposite direction down the alley, away from the monster that was devouring Zhang Qian's lifeless body. The original escape route had been blocked by the creature, forcing him to run towards the direction where Wang Xiao had fallen victim. The monster seemed more engrossed in the corpse than in pursuing him, granting Lin Xia a momentary reprieve. He had no idea what this creature truly was, but it was undoubtedly beyond the realm of humanity or any known beast. If one were to suggest it was a mutated primate from radiation exposure, he might entertain the notion. Its size, strength, and speed were far beyond what a normal human could withstand, yet that was merely a possibility. In this shrouded world, having witnessed the existence of celestial beings, he did not believe that science was the only truth in existence. He had faith in the existence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Xia could not shake the feeling that the creature's appearance seemed vaguely familiar. As if he had heard of it before. Lost in his thoughts, another presence encroached upon his mental perception range, prompting Lin Xia to come to an abrupt halt. His breath quickened as he faced the creature once more, now appearing within 10 meters. He was certain this was not the same one he had just encountered. Though it bore a similar grotesque form, it was not the same creature. The most telling evidence lay in the fact that this monster cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing to gnaw at it. By this point, Wang Xiao's face had entirely vanished, reduced to a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Had it not been for the distinctiveness of his clothing, Lin Xia might not have recognized him at all. This was a second monster, one that had killed Wang Xiao. When he had been with Zhang Qian and the others, he had not seen the scene beyond 10 meters and had subconsciously assumed there was only one creature. But now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. The behavior of the monster that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a preference for feasting on corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Xia would not have been able to escape. However, immediately after Wang Xiao's death, one monster had indeed chased after Lin Xia and his companions. This could only mean another monster was already indulging in Wang Xiao's remains. In this narrow alleyway, two monsters had completely severed Lin Xia's escape routes. His complexion turned a ghostly pale as a sense of despair, long absent from his heart, began to surface. In 17 years. True despair had only visited him twice, once 10 years ago when he beheld the eyes on the moon. Once again, it is now, before him, the grotesque creature having devoured its meal, carelessly discarded Wang Xiao's lifeless body as one might dispose of refuse. It then turned its gaze towards Lin Xia, its crimson tongue flicking across the blood at the corner of its mouth. At that moment, Lin Xia felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Damn it! Why must I be so unfortunate again? As a child, even climbing a rooftop would lead to encounters with seraphs, only to fall and be mistaken for having lost my mind, spending a year in a mental institution. Now, having finally persevered and prepared to study diligently for the upcoming college entrance examination, ready to embrace a new life, I stumble upon you, this hideous monstrosity, while others may go an entire lifetime without encountering such a creature. I find myself facing two in quick succession. It's absurd. Under the pressure of death, the pent-up frustration and indignation that had simmered within Lin Xia for years erupted like a volcano. This inferno of rage consumed him. Compressing the fear within him to a mere whisper, as an unidentifiable ferocity surged forth, gripping his cane tightly, he faced the poised creature, his chest heaving violently. In that instant, the being before him felt less like a monster that had just feasted on flesh, but rather a manifestation of all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even his aunt and Yang Jin remained unaware of the tumultuous fury hidden within this repressed youth. He would not submit. Perhaps even he himself was oblivious to the fact that beneath this tumultuous emotion, his eyes, which had been tightly shut for 10 years, trembled violently, as if on the brink of opening. The creature stared at the delicate Lin Xia, akin to a rogue spotting a beautiful woman, let out a shriek, and leaped into the air. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you, Lin Xia roared. Brandishing his cane, charging directly towards the leaping monstrosity, the distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claw was about to slash through Lin Xia's throat, he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. However, although he could perfectly anticipate the creature's movements, his physical prowess fell short, and the claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed, carried away by the swirling winds. Lost to the unknown, with his eyes closed, Lin Xia seized the opportunity, unleashing a fierce shout as he thrust the cane into the creature's abdomen. A sharp crack resonated, and Lin Xia felt a sudden lightness in his hand, followed by an immense force from behind. As the creature's tail swept him aside, he tumbled across the ground, enduring the pain as he scrambled to his feet, realizing that his cane had splintered into two pieces. Designed for guiding the visually impaired, the cane was not particularly durable, and it had proven inadequate against the formidable beast. Damn, he cursed, discarding the broken piece of cane onto the ground after finally seizing an opportunity. It had been rendered useless. The fracture of the cane ignited a fuse, detonating Lin Xia's entire emotional state. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, leaving behind streaks of blood. I refuse to accept this, he bellowed. In that moment of emotional upheaval, a strange sensation surged within him. It was as if a gentle spring breeze had transformed into a nourishing rain. A refreshing wave flowed from his heart, reaching the stagnant corners of his mind, and with a gentle nudge, the thin veil of restraint shattered. Lin Xia felt as though a sun had erupted within him, an unprecedented warmth flooding his entire being. His eyelids felt as if they were being scorched, radiating intense heat. Thus, without a second thought, he opened the eyes that had been closed for 10 years. The last image these eyes beheld was another pair of eyes, the eyes of the seraph. In an instant, a brilliant beam of fervent light erupted from the alley at the edge of the old city, soaring skyward. At that moment, the night was as bright as day. Chapter 9, The Broken Cane. How bright! What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible, there can't be such brightness from a fire. Moreover, our Songnan city lacks such towering structures. Hurry, take a picture, post it on social media. This dazzling pillar of light captured the attention of nearly half of Songnan city. Pedestrians halted in their tracks, excitedly speculating about the cause of its emergence. Some claimed it was an explosion, others suggested it was an optical experiment, while some spoke of divine miracles, yet only a select few understood what the appearance of this light truly signified. 2 minutes prior, in the old city. On the desolate streets, the air shimmered slightly, as if someone had lifted a corner of the canvas cloaking the old city, and moments later, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerged from within. One of them surveyed the surroundings, stepped forward, and picked up a sign prohibiting entry. Folding it away, the instant the sign was stowed, the silent old city shattered like fragile glass, revealing the grim reality within. Sinister blood stained the aged streets crimson, and scattered remnants of grotesque limbs littered the ground. Had Lin Xia witnessed this scene, he would have recognized that the dismembered pieces strewn about belonged to the very ghastly creature he had faced. There were at least 34 of them, no restrictions zone, retrieval complete. The figure holding the sign spoke indifferently, signaling that the logistics team could be summoned to clean up the battlefield. Where is Lao Zhao? Chasing after those two escaped ghost-faced beings, it was our oversight. The injured woman pressed her right shoulder, her expression somewhat dejected. Don't say that, Honging. No one could have foreseen that among these ghost-faced beings lurked a ghost-faced king. A man beside her consoled. The captain can handle the ghost-faced king alone, can't he? Of course, there will be no issue. Let us not forget that the captain is a formidable warrior of the third realm. The Tuan stage, he will be fine. The man paused, hoping that the two escaped ghost-faced beings would not cause any casualties among ordinary people. Just as his words fell, a brilliant beam of light surged from another direction. Illuminating half the sky, the five turned simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock. That a forbidden domain has emerged. This energy fluctuation is astonishingly powerful. This must be at least a 5th realm Wuliang level strength, or perhaps even a 6th realm climb. But how could such a minor city as Tsangnan attract such a formidable presence? No, this does not resemble a human forbidden domain. The man's brows furrowed. Honging paused, then, as if struck by a thought, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting this resembles a divine forbidden domain, also known as a divine domain?" Upon hearing the word divine, the others exchanged solemn glances. Which deity, fiery, sacred, powerful, and imbued with a creative essence? If I am not mistaken, this should be. The man fixed his gaze on the fading light beam, speaking each word slowly. Divine entity code 003, the king of angels, Michael. Lin Xia felt an overwhelming sensation at the very center of this golden pillar. His body had completely lost control, suspended in midair. An endless torrent of energy surged from his eyes. He felt as though he had returned to a decade prior, across the vast cosmos, once again gazing into those eyes. The aura of supreme divinity was still vivid in his memory. The only difference was that 10 years ago, this aura emanated from the moon, while now it arose from his own eyes. The essence of the seraph and divine might surged wildly from his gaze. His eyes resembling two blazing suns, as if threatening to reduce everything to oblivion. A decade ago, the seraph Michael had met his gaze from the moon. A decade later, Lin Xia opened his eyes. The residual power of the seraph erupting in full force. Fortunately, the residual power of the seraph within Lin Xia was not overwhelming. The light beam lasted for 7 or 8 seconds before gradually dissipating. And Lin Xia's body fell from the air, staggering as he regained his balance. Within his eyes, the resplendent golden glow began to dim, ultimately leaving only a faint golden halo. If the previous radiance was akin to the sun, then now it resembled but a flickering candlelight. Though the earlier explosion of golden light was immensely powerful, it did not belong to him. The golden haze now residing in Lin Xia's gaze was truly under his control, a mere whisper of the seraph's power. Lin Xia took a deep breath, slowly raising his head. The pitch-black night sky, the dilapidated streets, the menacing creature, the blood-soaked ground. When this decidedly unlovely tableau unfolded before Lin Xia's eyes, he smiled. He smiled with genuine joy. After 10 years, he had finally once again beheld this world with his own eyes. In that moment, to Lin Xia, the blood-soaked creature appeared almost endearing. From the moment the seraph's divine might erupted from Lin Xia, the two monsters were pinned to the ground, nearly flattened into oblivion. It was only after the golden beam faded that they regained their senses, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings before fixing their gaze once more on Lin Xia. Their eyes once again gleaming with a thirst for blood. With a screech, one of the creatures lunged at Lin Xia. In stark contrast to before, Lin Xia now exuded a calm demeanor as the creature made its move. He instinctively calculated its trajectory, leaping to the side with determination. Lin Xia's speed was indeed slow compared to the creature, yet his reflexes were astonishingly quick. The few seconds of anticipation afforded him the precious time needed to evade. It is not that he possesses the gift of foresight, rather, after opening his eyes, his perceptual abilities underwent a profound transformation. His mental perception range expanded from 10 meters to an astonishing 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xia had spent 5 years merely to reach the 10-meter mark, and now he had doubled that distance in an instant. Additionally, his dynamic vision had significantly improved. Within this 20-meter radius, Lin Xia boasted nearly 3 times the dynamic vision of an ordinary person, with reflexes that could be deemed extraordinary. During close-quarters combat, he could almost anticipate the monster's movements. As for the other abilities granted by his eyes, he had yet to fully comprehend them. However, given the current circumstances, he had no time to explore these newfound powers. The monster, akin to an arrow released from a bow, surged past the spot where Lin Xia had just stood, demolishing a substantial section of the wall. It pushed off from the debris with its limbs and launched itself toward Lin Xia once more. At that moment, Lin Xia had already rolled away to evade the monster's landing point. Reaching out to grasp the half of the blind cane that had fallen to the ground, he swiftly got to his feet. Crouching low, his gaze fixed intently on the rapidly approaching creature, both hands gripping the cane tightly, the monster left behind a trail of afterimages, the swirling winds lifting the dark hair on Lin Xia's forehead. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it propelled itself into the air. This time, Lin Xia did not evade. He tightened his grip on the half-cane, his eyes locked onto the monster's own. With a chilling screech, the creature's claws extended, aiming directly for Lin Xia's neck. Just as it was about to make contact, Lin Xia's pupils suddenly constricted, a faint golden halo in his eyes blazed forth. Reminiscent of kindling ignited by a fire, glowing like two roaring furnaces, a surge of divine might surged through Lin Xia's eyes, forcefully penetrating the monster's body. At that moment, the Lin Xia within the monster's vision transformed into a supreme deity adorned with 6 wings. Radiating an aura of terror, consequently, under this divine pressure, the monster's body fell into a temporary rigidity. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xia raised the half-cane high, and accurately thrust it into the monster's right eye. Chapter 10, The Blade Beneath the moonlight. The sharp splinter pierced through the monster's brain, extinguishing all semblance of life within it, yet, even so, the inertia of its leap persisted, its massive form plummeted like a cannonball, crashing down upon Lin Xia, who still clutched the splinter. Ultimately, Lin Xia's ability to slay this creature stemmed purely from his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of the seraphim. His physical strength had not been augmented. This monster weighed at least 200 kilograms, and he could scarcely hope to disentangle himself from its weight in the short term. Moreover, after exerting the divine might of the seraphim, he felt utterly drained. Devoid of any strength, and even a bit dizzy. Just then, a second monster, which had been lurking nearby, sprang into action. This hidden hunter finally revealed its fearsome fangs. Its limbs moved with incredible speed, darting beneath the flickering dim streetlights, casting shadows that writhed like ghostly apparitions, while a sinuous, crimson tongue twisted unnaturally. Lin Xia could see its movements clearly, yet he was powerless to evade. He could only watch as the dense fangs loomed larger before him. As the monster closed the distance to just 2 meters, Lin Xia's pupils suddenly constricted. Within his perceptual range, a figure approached with even greater speed than the monster. It appeared to be a person? A genuine human being. With a swish, Lin Xia perceived a blur before him as a figure descended from the night sky, landing gracefully on the ground. The gust of wind generated by their descent billowed the dark red cloak, revealing the side profile of a middle-aged man. He was neither handsome nor unattractive, resembling an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, someone easily overlooked, yet the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as piercing as a gleaming blade. He crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the monster, which was now less than a meter away, his right hand firmly gripping the hilt of a sword at his back. With a crisp sound, the blade was drawn from its sheath, the pale blue edge reflecting the muted moonlight as it sliced through the heavy air, silently striking forward. It was a blade of unadorned simplicity, the blade carved through the air in an arc, colliding with the monster's claws and producing a shower of sparks. Zhao Kongcheng let out a low growl, his muscles tensing as he stepped forward with determination. The creature, which was as large as a bear, was forced back several paces. Lin Xia watched in disbelief. He had engaged this beast before and was acutely aware of its terrifying strength, yet this man was able to repel it. Who exactly was he? After forcing the monster back, Zhao Kongcheng moved with a unique grace, gliding as if he were an inextricable shadow, repeatedly slashing with his blade, etching gruesome gashes into the monster's flesh. The creature howled in agony, its vengeful eyes fixed upon Zhao Kongcheng, its long spear-like forelimbs raised, intent on eliminating this detestable human. However, with 2 swift slashes, its forelimbs were severed. Before the monster could even scream, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he swung his blade towards the creature's neck with lightning speed. The pale blue edge effortlessly sliced through the monster's flesh, and the next moment, its head was sent soaring, rolling lifelessly to the ground. With a click, the blade returned to its sheath, the dark red cloak now splattered with the monster's blood. However, due to the cloak's similar hue, it was nearly impossible to discern without close inspection. Zhao Kongcheng cast not a glance at the corpse of the monster, nonchalantly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Of the 2 fleeing ghost-faced men are dealt with, summon the logistics team to clean up the battlefield. After speaking, he pocketed the radio and approached Lin Xia, who had just extricated himself. Lin Xia regarded him quietly, and he in turn gazed back at Lin Xia. Under the night sky, beside the pool of blood, the 2 men silently regarded one another. After a long while, Zhao Kongcheng finally broke the silence, asking, "Did I look cool just now?" Lin Xia responded with a pause, "Yes. That's right." Zhao Kongcheng grinned. "Do you want to be as cool as me?" "Not particularly." Zhao Kongcheng's lips twitched slightly. "Why not?" "Because it's dangerous." Lin Xia's expression was serious. For a moment, Zhao Kongcheng was at a loss for words. "But you just witnessed it. You possess supernatural powers that ordinary people dream of. Don't you want to be a superhero like in the movies?" "Not really, because it's dangerous." "Exactly." Zhao Kongcheng rubbed his eyes, sensing that this boy was not easy to deal with, yet he found himself entangled in this mess, armed with such formidable strength. "How about this? This isn't the place for a conversation. Let us move somewhere else to talk properly." After a moment of thought, Zhao Kongcheng added, "By the way, my name is Zhao Kongcheng. I'm not a bad person." Lin Xia blinked and nodded obediently. I trust you will wait here, I'll go grab my backpack, my study materials are still inside. Go ahead. Zhao Kongcheng waved his hand in exasperation and sat down on the curb nearby. Feeling somewhat dejected. If an ordinary person had gone through such an ordeal, they would have been utterly terrified, yet this kid was contemplating retrieving his study materials. The most crucial point was, he had outright rejected him. Damn it, I unleashed all my skills. Those slashes earlier were nothing short of spectacular. I've never fought so fiercely even when practicing with the captain. Speaking of which, I wonder how the captain is faring. The ghost-faced king is no easy foe. Seated at the roadside, Zhao Kongcheng sat there, cigarette in mouth, lost in thought. Was there something off? Suddenly Zhao Kongcheng snapped back to reality, taking half a second to process before he sprang up and quickly scanned his surroundings. Where had that kid gone? Zhao Kongcheng stood frozen in place for several seconds, mouth agape, unable to believe what had just transpired. Damn it, that kid actually ran away? Hey, why are you back so late today? Yang Jin inquired, looking at the weary Lin Xia with curiosity. Where is your cane? Lin Xia changed into slippers, forcing a smile. I ran into some trouble on the way and accidentally lost it. To avoid revealing the scar near his temple, Lin Xia rewrapped the remaining piece of black satin around it. However, the cane was indeed broken, and rather than bringing it home to worry his family, he chose to discard it. It is fine, I can just replace it. Is everything sorted out? Yes, it's all resolved. Little Black, panting heavily, trotted over from the balcony, nudging Lin Xia's calf with its head before flopping onto the ground. Exposing its belly, Lin Xia, unable to resist, squatted down to rub its belly while asking, is Auntie back yet? Mom is on the night shift. She won't be back until morning. Alright, have you finished your homework? Just a little bit left. The amount of homework assigned in middle school is truly excessive. Lin Xia stood up, complaining, and said to Yang Jin, it's fine, if you're tired, don't write it. If the teacher reprimands you, just tell me, and I'll go reason with them. Yang Jin's lips curved into a smile as he uttered a soft quickly nearing the completion of his writing. Lin Xia nodded, expressing his fatigue. I'm feeling a bit tired now. I shall retire to bed. Make sure to rest early once you finish. Alright. Lin Xia, dragging his weary body, stepped into his room and was about to close the door when Yang Jin's voice echoed once more. Brother, is there really nothing amiss? Nothing at all. Asleep early? Alright, by the way, the milk is in the refrigerator. If you wake up early tomorrow, just heat it up yourself. Got it, brother. Good night. As the door gently closed, Yang Jin stood outside, cradling the small black creature, silently gazing at Lin Xia's room. He gently stroked the creature's head, murmuring, you sensed it too, didn't you? Woof. He lifted his gaze to the dim moonlight outside, murmuring, there is a scent of blood about him. The author has something to say. The new book is truly online this time. Sanjiu keeps his word. 8 updates tonight. For now, 4 chapters are being released. This book is participating in a competition, so data is crucial. I hope everyone will refrain from hoarding the book and leave more comments. Sanjiu will read the comments daily and reply randomly. I hope everyone can give this book a 5-star rating. When rating, please write a few words, otherwise it won't count. Additionally, readers wishing to climb the rankings or send gifts can do so without worry. If this book becomes popular in the future, everyone will be recognized on the list. Laughs. Let's go for it. Chapter 11. Opening the door. Lin Xia was genuinely exhausted, both mentally and physically. He had never anticipated that on his very first day of transferring schools, he would encounter such bizarre events, monsters, betrayal from classmates, thrilling battles, inexplicable awakenings, and the sudden appearance of a superhuman uncle who sneaked away. Lin Xia was not naive. He understood that his experiences tonight were undoubtedly linked to the hidden aspects of this world, the flesh-eating monsters, the golden glow emanating from him, and the man who single-handedly defeated the monsters. That man was no ordinary individual, and judging by his communication via the walkie-talkie, he surely belonged to a vast organization, possibly one concealed from the world, specifically tasked with addressing such eerie occurrences. He might have seen the light surrounding Lin Xia and perhaps even witnessed the scene of him slaying the monster, which is why he sought to recruit him. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious about the hidden aspects. He yearned to understand what he had encountered tonight and to discern what had transpired within him, yet, he was reluctant to be ensnared in this vortex due to his curiosity. Some secrets, once uncovered, could not be escaped. He had no desire to become a hero safeguarding humanity. All he wished to protect was his own home. Before long, he succumbed to the realm of dreams. The familiar mist descended once more. In the dream, Lin Xia surveyed his surroundings and sighed in resignation. Still won't let me be awake. He battled monsters. Asleep, they still came knocking. What accursed fate. Navigating with practiced ease, he took a few steps and soon the outline of a mental hospital emerged before him. On an ancient plaque to his right, a line of bold characters was inscribed, Asylum of the Gods. Lin Xia halted before the entrance, reaching for the circular knocker, and at the moment his fingertips brushed it, the ground trembled slightly. The surrounding mist began to swirl ominously. Grasping the knocker, Lin Xia was taken aback. What in the world? I haven't even knocked yet. Why is it shaking? It wasn't like this before. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Could it be Because he had opened his eyes today, lowering his gaze, he examined his dream form, his eyes gradually brightening. In past dreams, his body had been semi-transparent, akin to a drifting wisp of fog. Yet today, it felt markedly more substantial. Although it remained formless, it was no longer transparent. He abruptly raised his head, fixating on the door that had barred him for 5 years, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Today, perhaps it would work. He inhaled deeply, gripping the knocker tightly, and forcefully collided with the door. Clang! The ancient bell tolling from within the asylum resonated, sounding several times louder than before, fortunately in his current dream state. Lin Xia lacked a physical body, otherwise his eardrums would surely ache from the noise. The moment the bell tolled, the entire asylum trembled violently. This was promising. Lin Xia's eyes gleamed. Clang! 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 Without pausing, he struck 3 more times. The asylum shaking as if it were experiencing an earthquake. Finally, after the last knock, a loud crash echoed from within, and then everything fell silent. Just as Lin Xia contemplated delivering another knock, the door before him emitted a dull creak and began to move slowly. The door opened, buzz, thud. Once the door fully swung open, an ancient, dimly lit corridor revealed itself before Lin Xia. The corridor's floor, composed of an unknown material, emitted a faint glow, while glowing orbs hung from the walls. Shrouded in mystery, Lin Xia proceeded along the corridor, soon arriving at a fork, where a modern sign hung overhead. To the left lay the patient rooms, and to the right, the activity area. Lin Xia gazed at the sign. Murmuring to himself, this layout is strikingly similar to the mental hospital I inhabited years ago. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured into the activity area. Though the activity area contained few rooms, it was adequately equipped, a multimedia room for watching films, a lounge for games and relaxation, and a study for reading and learning. There was even a circular outdoor lawn within the building, furnished with various sports equipment. Indeed, it was identical. This dream was truly peculiar. Lin Xia frowned, shaking his head in confusion. After exploring the activity area, he turned back towards the patient room section. Upon reaching the entrance to the patient rooms, Lin Xia abruptly halted. This place was different. He stared at the dim, monotonous corridor before him, muttering to himself. He distinctly recalled that during his time at the Sunshine Mental Hospital, the patient rooms spanned several floors, and while the facilities were not overly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. However, the patient area before Lin Xia now consisted of a single floor with only 6 rooms. The doors to these 6 rooms were adorned with strange symbols and patterns, densely packed as if they were some form of seal, causing Lin Xia to feel dizzy just from a glance. Forcing his gaze away from the doors, he steadied his nerves and looked elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the patient area, an ancient plaque hung, each room marked with a unique pattern. For instance, the plaque on the first patient room, where Lin Xia currently stood, depicted a large black circle. The plaque on the second room illustrated something resembling a staff or a pen. Lin Xia walked along the corridor until he reached the 6th patient room, still puzzled by these plaques. He gazed at the eerie door before him, lost in thought. In this dream's mental hospital, the only aspect differing from his memory of the Sunshine Mental Hospital was the patient area. Thus, did actual patients reside within these rooms? Or, as the asylum's name suggested, were there indeed gods dwelling inside? After a moment's deliberation, Lin Xia slowly extended his hand toward the doorknob of the 6th patient room. It was not recklessness on his part. On one hand, this was his dream, and even if something went awry, it would not greatly affect him. On the other hand, he had knocked on this door day after day for 5 years, and he did not wish to leave in confusion. Deep down, he felt there might be some connection between this asylum and him. Why else would the layout be identical to the Sunshine Mental Hospital he had once resided in? As his hand drew closer, his fingertips lightly brushed the doorknob, and a cool sensation coursed through him. There was no repelling force or sharp pain as he naturally grasped the knob. Lin Xia pulled with all his might. The door remained utterly still. He planted his feet firmly, exerting all his strength, and pulled again. Still, it did not budge. Lin Xia abandoned the 6th room and moved to the 5th room's entrance, yanking at the door with all his might. It remained locked. He tried the 4th, 3rd, 2nd. Lin Xia methodically tested each door, but none would yield, until at last, he stood before the first patient room. With a mindset prepared for failure, he pulled vigorously on the door of the first room. Creak! A soft sound emanated from the doorknob, the intricate patterns and symbols engraved on the door suddenly fracturing, gradually dissipating into thin air. Lin Xia was startled, stepping back several paces, his gaze fixed ahead. The door had opened. The author has something to say. Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night. Of the 6 patient rooms, only the first door could be opened. Was it predetermined that only this door could be unlocked? Or was it merely a reflection of his current abilities, limiting him to just this entrance? After 5 years of knocking on that door, he had opened his eyes and enhanced his mental perception, allowing him to unlock the door and enter the asylum. Would the subsequent 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th rooms also require him to strengthen his abilities before he could access them? Lin Xia was uncertain, and he had no time to dwell on these matters now, for before him, the room door, once shrouded in seals, was beginning to creak open. The hospital room was modest in size, shrouded in dim light. At its center sat a solitary chair, occupied by a woman clad in a starry black gown, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Apart from this singular figure and the chair, the room was devoid of any other furnishings. Lin Xia approached the door cautiously, contemplating for a moment before a formally polite smile graced his face as he waved to the woman inside. "Hello, I am Lin Xia," regardless of her identity. A courteous approach seemed prudent, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, maintaining a semblance of politeness should suffice, even if she were a deity. However, despite his smiling facade, the woman in black remained as still as a statue. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xia stepped directly into the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, a series of characters suddenly materialized upon the wall behind the woman. Room number 1. Patient. Nix. Task. Assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching designated treatment milestones, 150, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0. Nix. Upon deciphering the text on the wall, Lin Xia gasped in astonishment, although he was not well versed in mythology. He had heard of Nyx, the goddess of night, one of the primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She stood among the pantheon of the most exalted beings. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was indeed the illustrious goddess of night? Her ethereal elegance, flawless features, and cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall down her back. The starry black gown enveloped her in a depth akin to the night sky, accentuating her porcelain skin, which appeared as delicate as snow. Though her eyes were vacant, the aura she exuded was beyond human comprehension. Even the most revered empresses in history could not be compared to her. Nyx, she was a goddess, a sovereign, the queen of the night. Lin Xia stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nyx closely. He had witnessed divinity before, yet in comparison to the radiant angel on the moon, he sensed something was amiss with Nyx. Was it divinity, power, authority, or perhaps all were lacking? Lin Xia could not ascertain, but he speculated that Nyx's current state was intricately linked to her ailment. Yet, how could a goddess, one standing at the zenith of mythology, fall ill? Was her affliction a natural occurrence, or a consequence of human intervention? If it were natural, Lin Xia found it hard to believe, but if it were human-induced, he pondered what kind of being could bring such sickness upon the goddess of night. Especially a mental illness. According to the wall's inscription, Lin Xia was now tasked with attempting to aid Nyx in her recovery. Yet what ailment did she truly suffer from, as a former mental health patient himself? Lin Xia had some understanding of mental disorders, which could generally be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusions, and so forth. To assist Nyx, he first needed to ascertain the nature of her illness. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xia crouched before Nyx, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly by her ear. Suddenly, Nyx's body shuddered, startling Lin Xia, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. In response, Nyx's head stiffly turned towards him, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. Lin Xia swallowed hard, paralyzed with trepidation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as his scalp prickled under Nyx's unwavering stare, her expression began to shift. From vacant to puzzled, from puzzled to astonished, and from astonished to tearful. Nyx's body trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Her lips parted with great difficulty as she choked out, "I finally found you, my child." In that instant, Lin Xia felt a jolt of electricity surge from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of utter shock. Me, child, what? Lin Xia truly could not recall what his parents looked like, having been entrusted to his aunt shortly after birth, with no knowledge of their whereabouts thereafter. Yet, his mother should perhaps be human, not the goddess of night. No, wait, why was this foreign goddess speaking fluent Chinese? Oh right. This is my dream. It would not be strange for me to comprehend the language of the divine. Perhaps this is a transmission of brainwaves. As Lin Xia's thoughts spiraled, Nyx stood up, arms outstretched, staggering towards him. She ran faster and faster, her expression growing more fervent. At that moment, Lin Xia's mind was a chaotic jumble, and he instinctively opened his arms to embrace the goddess of night. However, Nyx merely brushed past him, seizing the small vase on the windowsill behind him. Nyx clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her face. "My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you, Lin Xia." Next, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair she had occupied for an indeterminate time. After a brief pause, she rushed forward to embrace the chair and the vase, weeping once more. "Hypnos, my child, so you are here too." Lin Xia stood there like a statue, wide-eyed as he watched Nyx alternately recognize the vase, the chair at the wall, and even the air as her children. Weeping uncontrollably, Lin Xia thought to himself, "I believe I have a clearer understanding of her affliction now. It is quite severe." As dawn broke, Lin Xia awoke from his slumber, gazing at the bare ceiling, letting out a helpless sigh. After spending the night with Nyx, he felt utterly drained just as he prepared to rise. He suddenly gasped softly. In his mind, the fog-shrouded asylum for the divine was floating amidst the ether, and he sensed a newfound, profound connection to it. Now, he no longer needed to sleep to immerse himself in the asylum. He could project his consciousness there at any moment. Was this the reward for opening the door? Lin Xia attempted to connect his consciousness to the asylum, soon able to perceive everything occurring within its confines. Of course, the 5 sealed wards remained beyond his reach. At that moment, Nyx was in the courtyard, cradling the vase and chair, speaking to the air beside her, seemingly engaged in a conversation of her own. Lin Xia sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eyes in frustration, treating her, but I am not a doctor, how can I assist her in recovery? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Lin Xia's eyes. As if he had just conceived a brilliant idea, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile graced his lips. Author's note, Chapter 13, he ran away in a high-rise building in Songnan City. The door creaked open slowly as Zhao Kongqing stumbled in, exhaling a sigh every now and then. Bold Zhao, what happened to you? The 5 individuals seated inside inquired, surprised by Zhao Kongqing's demeanor. Did you get injured last night? Given your expression, it seems more likely you experienced a breakup. Goodness, Bold Zhao, your wife isn't leaving you, is she? Stop talking nonsense. The 5 exchanged speculations, and after a moment of silence, the usually reticent Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply. Am I really that lacking in charm? The 5 simultaneously rolled their eyes, feigning ignorance to his statement, returning to their respective tasks, sharpening knives, cleaning guns, playing on their phones, or dozing off. No, I'm seriously asking you guys. Zhao Kongqing urged, seeing that no one was responding. Hong Ying, who had been polishing his gun, sighed. Is it that you're feeling down? Something like that. Zhao Kongqing paused. I encountered the owner of that golden forbidden wasteland last night. Upon hearing this, everyone abruptly lifted their heads, halting their activities, their eyes glimmering with excitement. That guy suspected to be the agent of the Seraph? Yes, isn't he incredibly powerful? Who is he? You're overthinking it. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. He is just an ordinary high school student. That Klein-level energy fluctuation is merely residual power left by the Seraph in him. He is still a newbie who has just stepped into the lamp realm. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the others. They had hoped a Klein-level powerhouse had emerged in Songnan City. However, they reasoned, if that highly dangerous deity truly chose an agent and he had grown to Klein-level, the higher-ups would undoubtedly be aware. The man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless, the Seraph had chosen an agent and bestowed a divine wasteland, a significant event that must be reported to the higher-ups promptly. By the way, old Zhao, since you encountered him, where is he? You didn't bring such an important person back. He ran away, Zhao Kongqing replied forlornly. He told me he was going to grab his backpack. And while I was momentarily distracted, he bolted. Everyone fell silent just as they prepared to tease him. The door swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, his face still stained with blood. His steps heavy as though burdened with lead. Upon seeing this man, all present, including Zhao Kongqing, stood up immediately. Captain, are you all right? The captain waved his hand, shedding the bloodstained cloak, and took a seat on a small stool beside the door. An ineffable weariness etched upon his brow. I'm fine, but the Spectre King has escaped. The expressions of those present immediately turned grave. The captain continued, last night, I pursued the Spectre King to the outskirts of the northern city, where we engaged in a fierce battle. The IT sustained severe injuries and ultimately resorted to self-harm to force its escape. So you mean to say the Spectre King may have already fled Songnan City? No, not necessarily. A man seated on the sofa suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to him, the captain's brow slightly lifting. Speak up, Shangnan. Wu Shangnan slowly rose, retrieving a map of Songnan City and its surroundings from beneath the sofa. Unfurling it on the ground, Songnan City is somewhat isolated, with considerable distances separating it from nearby cities. The captain fought the Spectre King in the northern outskirts last night, and the closest city beyond Songnan is still several dozen kilometers away. Wu Shangnan drew a circle on the map. What does that imply? Hong Ying's eyes were filled with confusion. At that moment, the captain's eyes gradually brightened. The Spectre King was gravely injured, without recovering its strength. It could not possibly traverse such a vast distance. Wu Shangnan continued the captain's line of thought. If the Spectre King wishes to regain its strength, it must resort to consuming humans. Which means, it will undoubtedly return to Songnan City. Precisely. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow slightly, but Songnan City is so large, we have no idea where it might reappear. The sewers. Wu Shangnan adjusted his glasses and traced a curving line on the map with a red pen. The Spectre King has a penchant for navigating through the sewers, and it previously escaped through them. There is only one sewer connecting to the northern outskirts, which means the Spectre King is likely to emerge from a location along this sewer line. Immediately dispatch personnel to search along this sewer. This time, we cannot allow it to escape. A glint of cold determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he issued the order. Understood, by the way. There's one more matter. Wu Shangnan turned to Zhao Kongqing. We must ensure the return of the agent of the Seraphim. His potential is too great to fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In some respects, this matter takes precedence over eliminating the Spectre King. Zhao Kongqing immediately puffed out his chest. Leave this to me. I will personally bring this lad back. But didn't he run away? Can you really find him? Hong Ying murmured quietly. He was wearing the uniform of number 2 high school. I'll be waiting for him at the school gate today. I'm confident I can catch him. A self-assured smile played on Zhao Kongqing's lips. Brother, why aren't you going to school today? Yang Jin inquired curiously, noticing Lin Xia was not in his school uniform and lacked a backpack. I have some matters to attend to. So I won't be going, Lin Xia said as he put on his shoes and opened the door to Is Aunt still sleeping. She just returned an hour ago. I see, make sure to head to school early. Don T, follow my example. Alright, Lin Xia closed the door, quietly removing the black satin from his eyes and placing it in his pocket. His eyes were restored, but he had yet to inform Aunt and Yang Jin. The first reason being that Aunt had worked the night shift and they had not met.as for the second. Lin Xia had just acquired these eyes and could not yet fully control their power. The golden light sometimes unexpectedly surfaced, albeit subtly. If Aunt saw it, she would undoubtedly insist on investigating the eyes further, wasting money unnecessarily. He wished to announce this matter only when he could completely control his eyes. However, since he was already outside, there was no need for Lin Xia to continue wearing the black satin, as it would draw too much attention. He pulled out the sunglasses Yang Jin had bought for him earlier, donned them, and strode confidently toward the bus station. After over an hour of bumpy travel, Lin Xia finally arrived at his destination, Sunshine Asylum. The last time he had visited this place was a decade ago. In the span of those 10 years, Lin Xia had changed significantly, and so had the asylum. All the old walls had been renovated, the entrance had doubled in width, and 2 modern high-rises replaced the original 3-story building. Even the sign Sunshine Asylum had been transformed into gilded letters. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xia could no longer associate the modern hospital before him with the small building from his memories. The only unchanged aspect was perhaps the old man guarding the entrance, who had become quite stooped and had many gray hairs. The old man seemed to spot Lin Xia, squinting his eyes and raising his right hand to point at him. Just when Lin Xia thought the old man remembered him and was preparing to greet him, the old man shouted, "That foolish lad over there, you're blocking the cars behind you. The author has something to say." Chapter 14. I have a friend. Knock knock knock. Come in. Lin Xia pushed the door open and entered the consultation room. Sitting on the other side of the desk was a middle-aged male doctor, clad in a white coat, sporting a rather sparse receding hairline. Clearly a symbol of wisdom, Lin Xia sat in the chair as the doctor languidly spoke. "So, what seems to be the problem?" "I have no issues." "If you have no issues, then what brings you here?" "I have no problems, but I have a friend who is suffering from severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor looked at Lin Xia with a peculiar expression, chuckling as he ran his fingers through the few strands of hair atop his head. "This friend of yours, it wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Lin Xia replied earnestly. "No, it is genuinely a friend." "Alright then, tell me about what your friend's symptoms are." Lin Xia pondered for a moment. "This might be a bit difficult to articulate." The doctor chuckled. "Then just imagine yourself as that friend and demonstrate your actual behavior to me." Lin Xia cast a strange glance at the doctor, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Thus, Lin Xia slowly stood up from his seat, walked directly in front of the doctor under his gaze, extended his arms, and buried the doctor's head in his embrace. With one hand gently stroking the few remaining strands of hair on the doctor's head, he looked on with affection and softly said, "My dear son, Daddy has finally found you." The doctor. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Xia employed all the rhetorical techniques he had learned throughout his life, passionately explaining to the doctor that he wasn't the one with the problem, thus avoiding the fate of being forcibly hospitalized. "So, your friend sees everything as if they were looking at their own child?" "Yes. And has been crying for a long time?" "Yes." "Continuously enjoys sitting in the yard and telling stories to vases and chairs?" "Exactly. And how's their sleep?" "She doesn't sleep." The doctor furrowed his brow. "Your friend is quite ill. I strongly recommend bringing her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her situation is rather unique. She doesn't have the conditions for hospitalization." Lin Xia replied helplessly. He could never be honest. If he revealed that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within his mind, he would surely receive a hospitalization notice himself. The doctor pondered for a moment, then began typing on the keyboard with both hands. "If she can't be hospitalized, then we can only rely on medication for now. I'll prescribe a few medications for you to take back to her. If her condition does not improve, you must bring her to the hospital." Lin Xia's expression became somewhat troubled. Would the medications from the real world even work in his mind? He was uncertain. But he felt that even if they could be taken in, mere mortal medicines might not be effective against a deity. "Doctor, is there any other way to treat her aside from medication?" The doctor contemplated for a moment before slowly speaking. "Your friend's symptoms fall under severe delusional disorder, a condition I have encountered numerous times. There was once a man who loved his wife dearly. After she died in a car accident, he often spoke to the air, imagining his wife was still by his side. Such illnesses are typically a result of profound psychological trauma, where the subconscious rejects reality, creating a false awareness that she is still here. If we can address the root cause of the illness and provide psychological treatment, there is potential for improvement, but without medication to assist, it is exceedingly difficult. Medication and psychological treatment are interdependent. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Xia nodded thoughtfully. Addressing the root cause, he mused, but he knew nothing of Nyx's past and had no way to start. It seemed he would need to do more preparatory work. Lin Xia accepted the prescription the doctor provided but chose not to pay for the medications, since the medicines from the real world would not be effective on the deity in his mind. There was no need to spend the money, moreover, these medications were too expensive. After exiting the asylum, Lin Xia boarded the bus for his return journey. The trip to the asylum had indeed been worthwhile, as it provided Lin Xia with a breakthrough.to guide Nix from a psychological perspective. He must first gain a thorough understanding of her. Thus, he disembarked at a particular stop and walked into the Tsangnan City Library. At number 2 high school, at the school gate. Hey, do you see that old man over there? Who is he? I don't know. He is probably just some parent. I saw him when I entered the school gate around 7 this morning. I too witnessed him this morning, donning a pair of sunglasses, clad in a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee in hand. At that moment, I found him rather handsome, yet now he resembles a beggar, with his eyes all red. You don't suppose he has been waiting here since morning, do you? Surely not. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Who knows? Oh, by the way, have you heard? Last night, 2 students were murdered on their way home from school. Is that true? Of course, it is. I heard that. On the curb across from the school gate, a forlorn man was sitting there all alone, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts, his silhouette under the streetlight exuding an indescribable sadness. Zhao Kongqing flicked the ash off his cigarette, perplexed as to what had gone wrong. He had been squatting there from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, completely dazed by the sun. Yet he hadn't caught a glimpse of that kid. Clearly, he had seen him in the school uniform of the second high school just last night. Could it be that the kid anticipated his arrival and chose to skip out? Damn it, his backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Kongqing propped himself up from the curb, nonchalantly dusting off his trousers, beginning to stretch his limbs. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a casually dressed youth across the street, leisurely strolling while carrying a few books. That fellow bears a striking resemblance to that kid. Wait, what? Zhao Kongqing blinked hard in disbelief. Holy crap. Without a second thought, he surged forward like a gust of wind towards the youth, his eyes blazing with fury. However, when he was about 20 meters away, the youth seemed to sense something, jolting and bolting away. Thus, they both raced down the street, one in front and the other in pursuit. Lin Xia at that moment wished to slap himself twice. Why of all paths did he have to choose this one? Now, after ditching someone yesterday, that person was now hot on his heels. Although Lin Xia was not slow, he was still no match for Zhao Kongqing, who caught up within mere seconds. Zhao Kongqing viciously grasped Lin Xia's shoulder, chuckling maliciously. Well, we meet again. Lin Xia stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. Who are you? The author has something to say. Chapter 15003. Zhao Kongqing felt he was about to explode with rage. Me. Why are you asking who I am? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night and left out in the cold for half the night. Zhao Kongqing firmly gripped Lin Xia's arm, akin to a naive uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to another, declaring, I tell you, stop pretending. There is no way you're getting away today. Lin Xia glanced at his restrained arm, surrendering to the futility of struggling, adopting a demeanor of compliance. Fine, you say. Where shall we converse? Come with me. As Zhao Kongqing thus led Lin Xia by the arm, striding towards an undisclosed location. As Lin Xia gradually approached a couple's hotel, his expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. However, Zhao Kongqing offered him no such opportunity, swiftly tightening his grip and dragging him towards the hotel. What do you intend to do? I must inform you, I have hemorrhoids, so don't get any ideas. What are you boys in high school thinking? It's merely a place to chat. Must we go to a couple's hotel for that? Did you not see the gazes of everyone along the way? I was nearly mortified. What do you know? This is a safe house. I brought you here with no ulterior motives. Besides, do I look like that kind of person? Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes, dragging the struggling Lin Xia to the front desk, where he cast a rather greasy flirtatious glance at the astonished female clerk. 1 Dynamic passion-themed double room, please. Lin Xia. The female clerk stood there dumbfounded, her brain momentarily short-circuiting before becoming inexplicably excited. Very well, sir, I will need your identification, and this young gentleman, please show your ID as well. Reluctantly surrendering his identification, Lin Xia regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a peculiar expression, utterly unaware of the romantic fantasy she was concocting. Yet one could hardly blame her. It was the dead of night, and a middle-aged man was forcibly escorting a young boy to a couple's hotel for a double room, claiming it was merely to chat. Who would believe that? Here is your room card. Your accommodation is in 3966. Wishing you both a pleasant stay. The clerk beamed at Lin Xia, whose expression was one of utter dismay. What are you standing there for? Come on, let us go upstairs. Zhao Kongqing pulled Lin Xia towards the elevator. Once they swiped their card and entered the room, Lin Xia beheld an array of peculiar amenities, and the once naive youth realized that the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy was indeed something else. Quite thrilling. Zhao Kongqing locked the door behind him and then released Lin Xia, walking directly to the electric bed and sitting down, finally relaxing his stiff body after a long day. Don't be so tense. It is really just a chat. Noticing Lin Xia's wariness, Zhao Kongqing laughed and chided him. Lin Xia sighed and settled onto the sofa by the door. What do you wish to discuss? Naturally, I want to talk about you. Lin Xia, male, 17 years old, single, height 175 cm. Wait, you know I'm not referring to that. Zhao Kongqing rubbed his forehead, gesturing towards Lin Xia's eyes with the other hand. What I mean is, about your eyes. Lin Xia fell into silence. Have you encountered Michael? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia's body trembled slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded gently. Indeed, the man before him possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the forces behind him were undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, this statement revealed to Lin Xia a crucial piece of information. The radiant angel he had encountered 10 years ago was, in fact, the renowned angelic king, Michael. Seeing Lin Xia nod, Zhao Kongqing finally felt a sense of relief. His gaze towards Lin Xia growing increasingly fervent. Why is he seeking you? What did he say to you? To what extent can you now utilize the forbidden ruins? Zhao Kongqing's questions came like a barrage of artillery. And Lin Xia furrowed his brow, shaking his head. You have too many questions. Zhao Kongqing realized he had somewhat lost his composure, chuckling awkwardly. Indeed, you must have a multitude of uncertainties, so allow me to clarify them for you. Feel free to ask anything. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, gazing into Zhao Kongqing's eyes, and posed his first question. Do mythical deities truly exist in this world? They do. Zhao Kongqing nodded without hesitation. Though not all gods exist. What do you mean? Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if considering where to begin. What do you believe mythology represents? Lin Xia thought for a moment, suggesting it is the spiritual solace of ancient peoples. A fear and fantasy of the unknown forces of nature. You are correct, Zhao Kongqing affirmed. Until a century ago, that was the prevailing belief. A century ago, indeed, prior to the emergence of that fog, there had never been any trace of deities in this world. Zhao Kongqing's eyes narrowed slightly, yet since that fog enveloped the earth, everything seemed to have changed. In September 1922, just a year after the fog appeared, a certain reconnaissance team dispatched by the Great Xia observed a colossal dragon flying slowly in the sky over the Maria Trench. This marked humanity's first observation of a mythical creature. After research and verification, it was determined that the dragon was Leviathan, the chaos dragon from the Bible, rumored to be a creature crafted by God. The discovery of this dragon completely overturned the perceptions of the Great Xia's leadership, for they realized that from the onset of this fog, the world had transformed entirely. At that time, the fog had just begun to appear, and the entire Great Xia was engulfed in panic. In a bid to maintain national stability, the leadership concealed the results of this reconnaissance. Leviathan, as the first mythical creature observed by humanity, was classified as Code 001. And subsequent discoveries of additional mythical beings were assigned further codes. The radiant angel Michael that you encountered was, in fact, the third mythical creature observed by humanity in 1928, designated as Code 003. 1928, Lin Xia was taken aback. We had yet to master lunar travel at that time. How did they locate the angel on the moon? It was not us who found him. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and obliterating a massive volcano in North America. Only then did we realize that a deity resided on the moon. North America, what was there? Subsequently, our reconnaissance team took a year to reach that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity sealed within the forbidden ruins. Zhao Kongqing paused before continuing. The fallen angel. Lucifer. The author has something to say. Chapter 16 is ongoing. Lucifer. Lin Xia remained stunned, grappling with the deluge of information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing, lingering in a state of disbelief. Thus, you are suggesting that ever since the emergence of that fog, the deities from mythology have inexplicably begun to appear one after another. Indeed, the higher-ups have been probing into the reasons behind this phenomenon and have speculated two possibilities. Zhao Kongqing extended two fingers. The first possibility is that these gods do not exist in reality. Rather, the advent of the fog has triggered some mysterious change that has materialized them from the realm of myth. The second possibility posits that mythology is not merely a fabrication of the ancients, but that these beings genuinely exist, having lain dormant in some corner of the earth for reasons unknown, and the sudden appearance of the fog has awakened them. Lin Xia nodded. So what you just mentioned about not all gods existing, what does that mean? The number of deities currently present on earth is rather limited. Not all mythological beings have descended here. What we are witnessing is merely a minuscule fraction of an extensive mythological system. We do not comprehend why it is only they who have appeared. It bears no relation to strength or weakness, nor to the dissemination of their stories, nor to notions of good and evil, nor to national boundaries. Their emergence seems utterly random, devoid of any discernible pattern. Not only the Bible, but also Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos, among the gods known to humanity, all mythological systems are encompassed. Since that includes all mythological systems, what about the gods of our Great Xia? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. For instance, the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the Four Heavenly Kings, the Jade Emperor, where are they? If they exist, they would surely be capable of overpowering the Western deities, right? After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. The thoughts you have are ones we have entertained as well for the past century. We have tirelessly searched within the borders of Great Xia, attempting to uncover their whereabouts, yet for a full 100 years, we have found nothing, not even a mere earth god. Some speculate that this is because the fog has yet to engulf Great Xia. Thus the deities of Great Xia do not manifest, others claim. Lin Xia could not help but ask, others claim what? Others claim, they have always been here. Why do you think, amidst the entire earth consumed by fog, only Great Xia remains unscathed? The fog has encroached upon Great Xia's periphery, yet it is halted at the borders, unable to advance an inch. Lin Xia's jaw dropped in realization. Are you suggesting this is merely a conjecture? Or perhaps, a fanciful illusion? Zhao Kongcheng shook his head. Regardless of the circumstances, we have never detected any trace of the deities of Great Xia. Very well, simply hearing this volume of information has already left Lin Xia feeling as though his worldview has collapsed. Were it not for his first-hand encounter with the seraphim, he might have been tempted to call a mental institution to have Zhao Kongcheng committed. This affliction is even more severe than his own. Then what was that golden beam of light emanating from me last night? Lin Xia posed the next question. It was the forbidden abyss, Zhao Kongcheng replied. The changes that occurred after the fog enveloped the earth were not limited to the appearance of deities. This fog seems to exert a mysterious influence on our human bodies as well. Although this fog has not infiltrated the territory of Great Xia, it appears to harbor some energy akin to radiation, catalyzing certain individuals' bodies. Children born after the fog's arrival have a probability of developing a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers can be awakened, thus forming a unique force capable of affecting the surrounding reality. Akin to a domain, the characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each distinct. This extraordinary domain that can influence its surroundings is referred to as the forbidden abyss. Lin Xia pondered thoughtfully. In simple terms, the forbidden abyss is the extraordinary domain of fortunate individuals. If viewed in this light, my ability to perceive everything within a 20-meter radius through a form of mental awareness, coupled with acute dynamic vision and the capacity to wield the seraph's divine might, is also a manifestation of the forbidden abyss. Can this forbidden abyss grow? Yes, the abilities, range, and uniqueness of the forbidden abyss increase as the owner's mental strength grows. Mental strength is a crucial metric influencing the intensity of the forbidden abyss. Through mental strength, we categorize the forbidden abyss into 6 realms. If mental strength resembles a cup of water, minimal and stagnant, it is termed the first realm, cup. If it resembles a pond, ample yet still, it is known as the second realm, pond. If it flows like a river, abundant and dynamic, it is designated the third realm, river. If it resembles an ocean, vast and boundless, it is the fourth realm, sea. If mental strength approaches infinity, vast and mighty, it is the fifth realm, infinite. And if mental strength is inexhaustible, unending, transcending spatial dimensions, akin to a Klein bottle, it is the sixth realm, Klein. What about me? What realm am I currently in? Lin Xia inquired. You are currently at the cup realm, merely a novice who has just begun to wield the forbidden abyss. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to relish the opportunity to deflate Lin Xia's ego. Merely a, slightly more formidable ordinary person. Lin Xia was instantly speechless. It seems that the reason he was able to open the door to the mental institution within his mind last night was indeed because he had broken through to the cup realm. Being able to open Nix's room was also due to this reason. Does that mean that every time I break through to a new realm, I can release another patient? What about you? You are so powerful. What realm do you belong to? Lin Xia gazed at Zhao Kongcheng and asked. Zhao Kongcheng's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly turned to look out the window. I do not possess a forbidden abyss. Thus I have no mental strength. You have no forbidden abyss? Lin Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you manage to kill that monster then? Lin Xia was genuinely astonished. That creature was one that even he, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, could only barely contend with, yet Zhao Kongcheng had seemingly dominated it. How could such a formidable person lack a forbidden abyss? That creature is called a ghost-faced man. Zhao Kongcheng corrected. I killed it solely through years of training and extensive combat experience. Before joining the Night Watchman, I was a special forces soldier, skilled in close combat. Zhao Kongcheng continued. There are 3 pathways to acquiring a forbidden abyss. The first is, as I mentioned earlier, only a select few fortunate individuals are born with the innate ability to wield the forbidden abyss. The second is through the aid of objects that possess a forbidden abyss. It is not solely humans who can be influenced by the fog to acquire a forbidden abyss. Certain objects may also possess it due to fortuitous circumstances. These forbidden abysses are generally exceptionally unique and rare. If humans can master them, they too can wield the power of the forbidden abyss. I belong to this second category. However, the item I possess is not offensive in nature but is a standardized auxiliary forbidden item unique to the Night Watchman, known as the signboard. Its sole function is to open the No Boundaries domain. Author's note, Chapter 17. My home, the No Boundaries domain, forbidden abyss that can isolate the internal domain from the external, preventing our battles from impacting ordinary people. Each city's Night Watchmen are equipped with 3 signboards capable of invoking the No Boundaries domain, managed by a single individual. Since we typically do not engage directly in combat, we are referred to as watchers. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, which means you are merely a lookout. If you cannot articulate, you should speak less. Zhao Kongcheng rolled his eyes. You mentioned there are 3 methods to acquire a forbidden abyss. What about the last one? The final method is through divine bestowal, which pertains to your situation. Zhao Kongqing's expression turned grave. Some deities may grant a portion of their power to chosen humans, allowing them to become their agents on earth. This divine gift is referred to as divine abyss. However, correspondingly, upon receiving this power, the agent will also receive directives from the deity. Some may involve the destruction of human society, others the protection of it, or the quest for something on behalf of the deity. In general, there is typically only one agent per deity, representing the will of that deity, currently, among the dozen or so deities that have emerged. Most of their agents are attempting to dismantle the new order of humanity, seeking to plunge the world back into chaos. They have formed an organization known as the Ancient God Society. There are also agents of benevolent deities, but they are exceedingly rare. As for the number of agents representing neutral deities, we cannot ascertain. Zhao Kongqing stood up, walked in front of Lin Xia, gazed into his eyes, and spoke deliberately. Lin Xia, what directive did Michael give you? Which side do you belong to? Lin Xia's eyes were filled with confusion. I do not know. He did not say. This was the unvarnished truth. At that moment, Michael had merely cast a distant glance at him from the moon, and then he had fainted. The other party had not uttered a single word. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing at all. Did you not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Xia for a long while, as if attempting to detect any signs of deceit. And after a while, he finally withdrew his gaze and slowly took a seat. According to our speculation, Michael should belong to the neutral or benevolent camp, otherwise, we would have long since eliminated you. However, if he granted you the divine abyss, why did he not communicate anything? What exactly does he intend to do? Lin Xia furrowed his brow slightly. I could not discern his intentions, however, even if he were to issue me orders. I would refuse to comply. I have no desire to become entangled in such chaotic affairs. At most, I would return this pair of eyes to him. With that, he rose to his feet, stating, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Before Zhao Kongqing could utter a word, he turned to open the door. No, wait a moment, Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, abruptly standing in the doorway, locking his gaze onto Lin Xia's eyes. Are you leaving after merely asking your questions? What about me? You may indulge in your own passions here, Lin Xia replied earnestly. No, what I mean is, aren't you going to inquire about me? Who I am? Zhao Kongqing felt utterly drained from conversing with this young man. What relevance does your identity hold for me? Lin Xia continued to push the door open. Zhao Kongqing pressed down on the doorknob forcefully. Why should I care about how much I know? What kind of organization is behind me? What are we doing? Aren't you curious about any of this? Not particularly. Why not? According to the logic prevalent in films and novels, once I become aware of your existence, I am left with only two options. Lin Xia extended two fingers. Either join you or face an irrevocable silence, such as being killed, imprisoned, or brainwashed. You really should watch less television, Zhao Kongqing replied, exasperated. Besides, you hardly understand us. How can you know that joining us isn't a favorable choice? Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. So do you mean to say that even if I learn about your affairs and choose not to join, I wouldn't be in any danger? Of course not. We are akin to soldiers. At most, you would be asked to sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you mentioned is sheer nonsense. Then I would be interested in hearing more. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia returned to his seat at Zhao Kongqing's side. Chatting with this young man felt more exhausting than an entire day spent on surveillance. In 1922, after our expedition team discovered the first mythical creature, the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, the higher echelons of the Daxia government urgently established a military organization, always prepared to confront the incursions of mythical beings, referred to as the 139 Special Biological Response Team. At that time, our technology was relatively primitive, and we were entirely ignorant of the world before us. Thus, the so-called Special Biological Response Team was merely a FAAD, of little actual utility. As time progressed, we observed an increasing number of mythical creatures attempting to establish contact with some of them, while also uncovering the secrets of the forbidden ruins, leading us to train exceptional combat talents. As we unearthed more owners of these forbidden ruins, we realized that due to the randomness of their appearances, we could not integrate everyone into the military framework. Consequently, the 139 Special Biological Response Team gradually transformed into a hybrid of military and civilian forms, which we now refer to as the Night Watchers. Lin Xia pondered. So, your existence is to protect Daxia from the encroachments of those malevolent deities. To be precise, it is all mythical beings. Is there a distinction? Certainly, I have previously mentioned that the emergence of mythical beings is random and not correlated with strength. Thus, the mythical beings that descend are not solely the powerful deities familiar to the public. There are also weaker beings that exist only in rural legends or minor tales. The ghost-faced entity you encountered last night is one such rural horror legend. These beings, which do not possess world-destroying powers yet can affect human society, are collectively referred to as the mysterious. I see, Lin Xia nodded, realizing why he found last night's encounter somewhat familiar. It was indeed birthed from rural stories. Thus we too are soldiers, defenders of our homeland. Our existence is to prevent the people of Daxia from suffering. Is that not noble? Is that not admirable? Zhao Kongqing earnestly attempted to persuade him. It is indeed noble and admirable. I have great respect for you all. Truly, Lin Xia's expression turned serious. He was not jesting. And in his gaze, one could clearly see a profound respect. A smile gradually appeared on Zhao Kongqing's face. Then you. I will not join. Zhao Kongqing's smile instantly stiffened. Why not? I cannot leave. Lin Xia's eyes were filled with earnestness. I have many responsibilities to fulfill. What could possibly be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Xia gazed out the window, his expression remarkably tranquil. My aunt is not particularly old. Yet she has tirelessly worked in a factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burdened day and night for 10 years. Her health is now deteriorating. She is quite stubborn, even as she rubs her neck on the living room chair. Tears streaming down her face, she insists on claiming she is practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit directly across from her, and she believes I cannot see her. She lives too cautiously and is far too weary. My cousin is intelligent and dutiful, but alas, he is still too young to shoulder the weight of this family. I have much to accomplish. I must earn money to support the family. I wish to buy a big house for my aunt and cousin, so my aunt no longer has to suffer in that dark factory. I want to ensure my cousin can attend university, allowing him and my aunt to enjoy a better life together. For 10 years, they have never given up on me, the deadweight. Now that I am finally well, how could I abandon them? You are noble and great. Were conditions different, perhaps I would consider joining you. But for now, I simply wish to remain by their side, to protect this family. The author has something to say. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongqing was left speechless. He truly did not expect that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound thoughts and possess such maturity. At that moment, he realized how ludicrous his earlier attempts to appeal to the young man's typical teenage fantasies and fervor had been. Lin Xia was no ordinary high school student. Lin Xia stood up and walked straight to the door, hesitating momentarily before halting his steps. Thank you for sharing all this with me. I will sign the non-disclosure agreement. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped out. This time, Zhao Kongqing merely sat silently at the edge of the bed, his body slightly rising as if he wished to stop him, but after a brief pause, he sat back down weakly. He understood what this young man represented. He also knew that he bore the mission of bringing this young man back. Yet, he found himself incapable of doing so. Xiaoqi, you finally returned. Why aren't you in your school uniform today? And I woke up in a rush this morning and forgot to put it on. You child, won't the teachers reprimand you for not wearing your uniform? They said a couple of words, but it's nothing serious. Oh, Xiaoqi, you've just transferred to a new school. You mustn't leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be a bit more careful, understood? And how have you been getting along with your classmates at school? They haven't ostracized you, have they? No, we get along quite well. They even walk me home, and I return the favor. That's good, that's good. I'm going to my room now, Aunt. Alright, sleep early. With a soft thud, Lin Xia closed the door, reclined on his bed, and gazed at the night sky outside, letting out a long sigh. This world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. However, that was of little concern to him. After resting for a while, Lin Xia sat up, and as he began to undress, a hard object fell from his pocket. Clang! Lin Xia looked down and picked up the object. A look of confusion crossing his brow. It was a metallic ornament resembling a badge, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin, made of an unknown material that emanated a faint chill upon touch. Of the front of the badge depicted 2 crossed straight blades, their blades glowing faintly blue, set against a backdrop of a star-speckled night sky, exquisitely crafted. Beneath the design were inscribed the 3 characters, Zhao Kongqing. What is this? Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled that during the brief moment Zhao Kongqing dragged him toward the hotel, he seemed to have brushed against his pocket. Had he inadvertently dropped it? As Lin Xia fiddled with the badge and flipped it over, he noticed several lines of small text etched on the back. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless men, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. What a bold spirit. Did Zhao Kongqing compose this himself, or is it a saying from their night watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, observing his dazed expression. He hardly seemed the type capable of crafting such words. After toying with the badge for a while, Lin Xia placed it on the desk, changed his clothes, and climbed into bed. This night, he had something of great importance to attend to. He closed his eyes and submerged his consciousness into the mental hospital of the gods within his mind. At that moment, in the small courtyard of the mental hospital, Nyx sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of jars and bottles, seemingly murmuring to herself, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the peculiar items she held, the noble aura she exuded would undoubtedly create a stunning tableau. Soon after, Lin Xia, clad in a white lab coat, approached slowly. To better embody the role of a psychiatric doctor, Lin Xia had borrowed a coat from the director's office and even placed a pair of plain glasses on the collar. At first glance, he certainly appeared to fit the part. Lin Xia approached the rocking chair, silently gazing into Nyx's murky and vacant eyes, letting out a soft sigh from the mythological texts he had perused. It was evident that Nyx was indeed one of the most ancient and powerful deities in Greek mythology, holding a status and power that were unparalleled. However, in comparison to other deities, she possessed one striking characteristic: a fondness for giving birth. According to Lin Xia's calculations, Nyx had at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death Thanatos, the god of sleep Hypnos, along with gods of space, fate, and misfortune, among countless others with just a few exceptions. The vast majority of Nyx's children were malevolent beings, wreaking havoc upon the world from the moment of their birth, many of whom met tragic ends from the fragmented tales of mythology. Lin Xia could glean no further details about the goddess of night, yet he speculated that Nyx's current affliction might be related to her progeny. The doctor at the Sunshine Mental Hospital had mentioned a male patient who, consumed by longing for his wife, had begun to imagine her presence beside him. Could it be that Nyx's malady stemmed from a similar yearning, mistaking those jars and vases for her children? But what had transpired with her offspring to incite such a vehement reaction from Nyx? Moreover, as an ancient deity endowed with divinity, could she truly experience such intense emotions, or perhaps prior to her affliction? She had been stripped of her divine form and essence. Such matters eluded Lin Xia's understanding. Hypnos, do not fret, your brother shall return shortly. He merely indulged in some playful escapades. Thanatos, the child has always been a troublemaker. When he returns, I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand. Nyx caressed the vase in her hands, staring vacantly into the distance, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, only to be quickly clouded once more. She paused, her hoarse voice trembling slightly. But 3,000 years have passed, why has he not returned? As Lin Xia witnessed this scene, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within him. Who could have imagined that the once exalted goddess of night now appeared so helpless and humble? She was the goddess of night, yet also a mother awaiting the return of her child. To cure her affliction, one must address the root cause. The doctor's words echoed once more in Lin Xia's mind as he lowered his gaze. Contemplating deeply, the root of Nyx's ailment lay within her lost children. To heal her, he must focus on her offspring. Yet how could he possibly locate such illustrious figures from Greek mythology and bring them before Nyx? He could not even ascertain whether they had been drawn into this world by the mists. Where could he find so many deities? Even if he managed to find them, would those malevolent beings truly acquiesce to accompany him? Lin Xia pondered with a furrowed brow, and at that moment, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Perhaps this could work. Rising to his feet, he scrutinized Nyx's vacant gaze for an extended period before finally making up his mind and stepping forward. As Nyx's unseeing eyes followed him, Lin Xia approached her step by step, gently crouching down. He extended his arms to embrace Nyx, whispering softly in her ear, "Mother, I have returned." In that instant, a spark of unprecedented vitality ignited within Nyx's eyes. She trembled as she reached out her hands, tightly enveloping Lin Xia in her embrace. After a long while, she finally managed to articulate a complete sentence. "Welcome back, Thanatos, my child." Chapter 19. The Starry Night Dancer. At the very moment Nyx uttered those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Xia's eyes. Nyx's treatment progress. 3 reward conditions met, commencing random selection of Nyx's divine abilities immediately. A virtual lottery wheel emerged, spinning rapidly. Lin Xia could see that the wheel was divided into over 20 segments, each of similar size, indicating that the probability of acquiring each divine ability was equal. Nightfall, dull eye, falling stars, star-rending, night flicker, night's chosen, extraordinary fertility. The array of abilities whirling on the spinning wheel dazzled Lin Xia, yet he sensed that something peculiar had infiltrated the mix. Extraordinary fertility? What on earth is that? Is this truly a divine ability? If I were to draw that ability, would I not need to seek a partner, but could instead bear a multitude of divine offspring myself? That does not sound too shabby. Simultaneously, Lin Xia noticed that in one corner of the wheel, there lay a narrow black segment, distinct from the others, occupying roughly one of the total area. This divine ability was labeled unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly mean? However, this was of little consequence. Lin Xia firmly believed that with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would likely yield no result with that unknown. Taking a deep breath, he fixated intently on the spinning wheel, and with a thought, it began to decelerate. The pointer glided over each ability before ultimately coming to rest on one segment. Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia sighed in resignation upon reading the words. By its name, this ability seemed to pale in comparison to star-rending or falling stars, yet thankfully it was not extraordinary fertility. Such luck, indeed, was characteristic of me. As the pointer settled, the wheel gradually dissipated, leaving only the words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hue deepening. Lin Xia extended his hand to grasp them. In an instant, those 4 words transformed into a beam of black light. Surging into Lin Xia's body, he felt a mysterious energy rapidly reshaping him, as if both his soul and body were being cleansed, an extraordinarily pleasant sensation. This feeling was truly remarkable. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds. And upon its complete dissipation, Lin Xia distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. Before his eyes, several lines of smaller text slowly materialized. Starry Night Dancer, in the dark of night, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. In the dark of night, your presence becomes difficult to detect. In the dark of night, your intimidation factor against other beings is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon reading this, Lin Xia could not help but inhale sharply. This ability, which appeared to lack grandeur, seemed extraordinarily formidable, not to mention that mere quintupled speed, strength, and endurance already qualified as monstrous, even with his utterly unremarkable physical fitness. Participating in an Ironman competition at night would undoubtedly secure him a Guinness World Record. A fivefold enhancement could propel his body toward the limits of human capability. This was only considering his ordinary physical attributes. If subjected to systematic training, Lin Xia could scarcely fathom the heights he might attain, not to mention the subsequent stealth and the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures, which transcended the realm of humanity entirely. Lin Xia stifled his excitement, taking a deep breath. He had no intention of joining the Night Watchers or engaging in combat with mythological beings. However, as a mere high school student, it was impossible for him to deny a fascination with supernatural powers. Furthermore, only by growing stronger could he better protect his family. Finally calming himself, Lin Xia directed his gaze towards NYX.at. That moment, Nyx was gazing tenderly at him, her hand gently stroking his hair. Murmuring to herself, "Thanatos, where have you been these 3,000 years? Do you not know how much I have yearned for you?" Lin Xia sat there silently, his gaze towards Nyx filled with complexity. As he had surmised, for the current Nyx, she could not distinguish between her children and the vases. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Xia was not her child? Consumed by longing, she had imagined everything around her as her offspring. Yet those jars and vases were not real beings and would not respond to Nyx. Thus, when Lin Xia, a living, breathing entity who could call her mother, appeared, it was as if she had come alive again. Finally finding her emotional anchor, this was the first step to opening her heart, and the reason her treatment progress had surged to 3. Thanatos, do you know how much your brother has missed you? Come embrace him. Nyx smiled softly, raising the vase in her hand before Lin Xia. With no other choice, Lin Xia accepted the vase, feigning affection as he caressed it. That moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Nyx's embrace. Revealing his other siblings, a sudden jolt coursed through him. In Nyx's arms lay several jars, each adorned with labels of varying colors. Among them, he clearly discerned the label reading, Flupenthixol, for divine use. Lin Xia stared at it, his jaw dropping wider. Flupenthixol, why does that name sound so familiar? Is that not the medication listed on the inventory provided by that mental health doctor earlier? And it even had the words for divine use. In that instant, Lin Xia's mind raced with a realization, and he became suddenly invigorated. He handed the vase back to Nyx, hurriedly exclaiming, "I shall return shortly." With that, he ascended the stairs of the mental hospital like a gust of wind, heading towards a room at the end of the corridor, the medication storage room. The door to the room stood ajar, suggesting that Nikes had previously entered, for otherwise, he would not have taken so many younger siblings with him. Lin Xia strode inside, conducting a thorough search, ultimately halting before a massive metal cabinet, his eyes shimmering with increasing brilliance. Before him lay an entire wall of medications. The variety was extensive, predominantly aimed at treating mental health disorders, including the haloperidol and chlorpromazine he had just observed, along with a plethora of tranquilizers. Each of these medications bore the inscription divine use. A smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips. He should have anticipated this. This was a mental hospital dedicated to healing the gods. Naturally, a hospital would have a storeroom for medications. And within it, the remedies were tailored specifically for divine physiology. He could not bring earthly medications into the hospital, but he could find corresponding substances here that would affect the gods. With this revelation, matters seemed to have simplified considerably. Lin Xia selected several bottles of the medications listed by the doctor, hastening downstairs to Nikes' side. This one is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time. And this one is thrice daily, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them. Nikes gazed intently at Lin Xia, as if his face were adorned with flowers, seemingly oblivious to Lin Xia's words. Sigh, never mind. I shall come and feed you daily. Observing Nikes' reaction, Lin Xia sighed in resignation. It was indeed a tall order to expect a severely mentally ill person to remember to take their medication. Upon hearing Lin Xia's statement, a radiant smile blossomed on Nikes' face, exuding pure joy. Chapter 20. I am cured. After administering the medication to Nikes, Lin Xia withdrew from his thoughts, gradually sinking into a dream. This time, he was spared the exhausting dream of knocking on doors. Ever since the divine mental hospital had merged with his consciousness, he seemed to have liberated himself from the constraints of that dream. Achieving true slumber. He dreamt sweetly, envisioning himself having been accepted into university, achieving career success, and moving into a grand home with his aunt and young Jean. He dreamt of the three of them finally embarking on a journey to witness the mountains and rivers he had only seen on television. Due to his previous disabilities and the financial strain on his family, he had not ventured beyond Songnan City in the past 17 years, let alone traveled. Deep down, he longed for the outside world. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Xia reluctantly roused himself from bed, dressing in preparation for school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave. Aunt, why are you off to work so early? A new batch of parts has arrived at the factory, and we need to process them quickly. I'm leaving now. You continue having breakfast with your brother. And remember not to be late. His aunt chattered away. All right. Just as his aunt was about to close the door, Lin Xia spoke up again. Aunt, what is it? His aunt paused, looking at him with curiosity. It's nothing. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Wait until you return. I have good news to share. His aunt regarded him quizzically for a few moments before teasingly chiding. You little rascal, playing games with me. Very well, I'm in a hurry now. Tell me tonight. With that, she swiftly closed the door and hurried downstairs. Lin Xia stood silently at the door, head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, as if having made a significant decision, and opened the door while still wearing his slippers. He stood at the corridor's edge and shouted downstairs, Aunt, I can see. In the next moment, he heard the sound of footsteps below come to an abrupt halt, followed by his aunt's trembling voice rising from 5 floors down. W. What did you say? I can see, I'm cured, Aunt, after a brief pause. A flurry of footsteps raced up the stairs, and soon his breathless aunt stood before Lin Xia. Her lips quivered slightly, yet her smile could not be contained. You can see, well really, indeed. Is it blurry? Are there double images? Does it hurt? Does light still sting? No, none of that. Aunt. Lin Xia's smile broadened as he reached up to remove the black satin covering his eyes, revealing a pair of exceptionally beautiful irises that gradually opened. I am truly cured, Aunt. His aunt gazed at his eyes in astonishment, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She smiled, her wrinkles blooming like flowers. At over 40, she beamed like a child of for 10 years. Lin Xia had never witnessed such a smile on her face. His aunt enveloped him in her embrace, and he could distinctly feel her slight tremors. Good, our little Xia has finally made it. Releasing Lin Xia, his aunt wiped her tears and continued with a smile. Xia, I must head to work now. When I return tonight, I'll buy extra groceries. We must celebrate properly. Thank you, Aunt. Well then, I'll be off. Make sure to go to school. His aunt hurriedly descended the stairs, tears still cascading down her cheeks. Yet her steps were imbued with newfound lightness. Lin Xia watched his aunt depart, his eyes reddening as he turned and walked back inside. In truth, he had intended to wait for his aunt's return to formally announce this matter. But he recalled that in films, those who set such flags often faced dire consequences. He did not want anything to happen to his aunt, even if it was merely some inexplicable mystical logic. He was unwilling to take that risk, thus he decisively uprooted that flag, tearing it apart and casting it into the Pacific Ocean. Just as Lin Xia turned around, he spotted Yang Jin standing behind him. Cradling the little black dog, his eyes glistening with emotion, the two brothers exchanged glances for 2 seconds before simultaneously breaking into smiles. Of brother, congratulations, yes, now the sunglasses you gifted me can finally be put to use. Lin Xia affectionately ruffled Yang Jin's hair, chuckling softly, let us eat, brother. When Aunt returns tonight, we shall feast. Alright. The little black dog poked its head out from Yang Jin's arms, licking Lin Xia's hand, barking eagerly. As Lin Xia entered the classroom, a profound silence enveloped the entire class. After a moment of bewilderment, some classmates tentatively spoke up. You are Lin Xia? With the black satin removed, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony once more, and the discussions grew even more fervent. His eyes have healed, it must be true, he can see, his eyes are so beautiful, right? How did I not notice before? He is actually quite handsome. The girls gazed at Lin Xia with newfound admiration, gathering together to murmur among themselves, their glances frequently darting towards him. The boys closer to Lin Xia crowded around him, bombarding him with questions about his eyes. Upon confirming that Lin Xia had indeed regained his sight, they were left in utter astonishment. I could always see, it was just that my eyes couldn't withstand the light. After a visit to the hospital yesterday, I am well now, Lin Xia explained. The classmates recalled that Lin Xia had indeed been absent the previous day, their understanding dawning upon them. Yet amidst the lively classroom, 2 individuals stood out as incongruous. Lu Yuan sat in the corner, head bowed, casting furtive glances at Lin Xia, his expression fraught with embarrassment. He vividly remembered that day when he had been preoccupied with escaping. Having collided forcefully with Lin Xia, after escaping, he believed that Lin Xia, the blind boy, could not possibly evade the clutches of that monster, although he felt a pang of guilt for a moment. It had quickly faded from his mind. What he never anticipated was that Zhang Qian had perished, and the one he had least expected, Lin Xia, had survived. Moreover, his sight had returned. In that moment, Lu Yuan found himself at a loss, grappling with feelings of awkwardness, guilt, frustration, and perhaps regret. Although Lin Xia had his back to Lu Yuan, he could perceive the latter's shifting expressions through his mental awareness, his eyes narrowing slightly. Just then, another person approached Lin Xia's desk. Li Yifei stood there, fidgeting awkwardly beside Lin Xia, his expression somewhat sheepish. He glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Xia's ear and whispering, Xia, could we step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. Lin Xia hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Chapter 21. I am sorry. In the corridor outside, Li Yifei stood with his head bowed, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Xia, truly sorry. At that moment, I was just too frightened. I didn't think it through and just ran away. I left you and Jiang Xin behind, and it led to her. I don't expect you to forgive me, but we are classmates after all. And I still hope to apologize. Li Yifei dared not meet Lin Xia's gaze, but his words were filled with sincerity. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xia slowly replied, in the face of danger, escaping is a natural instinct. There is nothing wrong with that. Lin Xia patted his shoulder and added, if I were in your position, I would have fled even faster. Li Yifei. Li Yifei scratched his head as if recalling something. By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement? Lin Xia paused for a moment, then nodded to it. Seems that Zhao Kongqing did not deceive him. They truly would not take any action against the witnesses. It was only natural that Li Yifei, having escaped from the clutches of the monster that night, signed a confidentiality agreement upon their discovery. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan must have signed the same agreement. Although he himself had not yet signed, it was merely a matter of time. It would be difficult to explain to Li Yifei that he had not yet done so. In truth, even if they did not allow him to sign, he would not disclose anything. Li Yifei let out a sigh, recalling the scene he never wished to remember for the rest of his life. Moreover, after signing the agreement, if he were to breach it, he would face severe consequences. He had no desire to bury his own life. Li Yifei rested his hands on the railing of the corridor, gazing down at the bustling campus below, a glimmer of yearning appearing in his eyes. In truth, he harbored a desire to join them. Lin Xia, taken aback, asked, "You wish to join them?" "Indeed, I expressed my willingness to abandon my studies and join them when I signed the agreement, but unfortunately, they did not want me." "Why do you wish to join? Although your grades are not exceptional, aren't you about to be admitted to the sports academy on special terms? Being a sports student is rather mundane." "No, it is more accurate to say, being an ordinary person is utterly unremarkable." Li Yifei's eyes gradually brightened. To join a mysterious and powerful organization to silently combat the enemies lurking within human society. To achieve countless feats. When the day finally arrives for the truth to surface, the world will remember my name. His fists clenched in excitement as he exclaimed, "This is the dream of countless men. This is what constitutes a meaningful life. You have an overly romanticized view of it," Lin Xia retorted mercilessly, shattering his illusions. "You might very well perish during your first mission, torn to shreds by monsters. Your name lost to obscurity, buried in the depths of the mountains, with your parents perhaps never knowing of your demise, leaving this world in utter solitude." Li Yifei replied, "Xia, your imagination is rather gruesome. Isn't it? This is not mere imagination." Lin Xia shook his head. "What you just described is precisely that." Li Yifei sighed in resignation. Regardless, they did not want him, and he had no need to dwell on such matters. From now on, he simply needed to carry this secret to his grave. Lin Xia glanced at the time. It was time to return, as class was about to commence. As they walked back to the classroom, Lin Xia noticed that Li Yifei appeared considerably more relaxed than before. It seemed that the guilt he felt towards Lin Xia and Jiang Qian had indeed placed a heavy burden upon him. Both he and Lu Yuan had chosen to flee, yet their choices diverged completely. Lin Xia had no interest in seeking out trouble with Lu Yuan. However, if the opportunity arose, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Xia shouldered his backpack and headed home. The recent deaths of Wang Xiao and Jiang Qian had caused considerable turmoil for the school, and under pressure, the institution had no choice but to cancel evening study sessions, allowing students to return home early. However, Lin Xia was somewhat surprised to find that the night watchers seemed to possess considerable authority. Generally, following the deaths of two students, individuals like Lin Xia and Li Yifei, who had previously been in the company of the deceased, would inevitably be questioned by the police. Yet, 2 days had passed since the incident, and no one had approached them. It appeared that the night watchers had completely taken over the case, wielding enough power to ensure the local police remained silent on the matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. By 6 o'clock, the daylight had faded into gloom. Lin Xia frowned. Having not brought an umbrella, he could only quicken his pace towards home. The rain intensified, and by the time Lin Xia rushed back, he was thoroughly drenched. However, as soon as he opened the door, a rich aroma of food wafted towards him, dispelling all his negative emotions. "Ah, Shaoqi, how could you come home in such a state?" His aunt, busy in the kitchen, hurried over upon seeing him. "But it's raining quite heavily outside. You should have found a place to take shelter or called me for a ride. What if you catch a cold?" She feigned anger. Lin Xia chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in silence. "Hurry and dry off. Oh, by the way, your teacher came looking for you. I asked him to wait in your room." His aunt seemed to remember something. "Teacher?" Lin Xia was taken aback. "Yes, your physical education teacher said he needed to talk to you. Go on and meet him. Don't keep him waiting." Lin Xia grabbed a towel, bewildered as he dried his hair. "What on earth? The PE teacher is looking for me. I've only just transferred here and haven't even attended a physical education class. What could he possibly want?" A thought flashed through Lin Xia's mind as he dropped the towel and hurriedly opened the door to his room. There, he found a familiar middle-aged man reclining in a chair, holding a teacup and smiling at him. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. "It's you. How did you find my home?" Zhao Kongqing smiled slightly, lifting the emblem from the table and shaking it. "Ever since you turned me down that night, I've been cautious. I slipped this into your pocket last night. It has a tracking function, locking the door behind him. Lin Xia sat down on the edge of his bed. I told you, I will not join you. I know, so I'm not here for that. Then are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement? Not that either. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. I reported to others that you had gone missing. Since I've decided to let you go, I can't allow you to sign the agreement. Otherwise, they would discover you were not missing and send others to persuade you. They would not be as easy to handle as I am. Lin Xia paused in confusion. So, you came to. Zhao Kongqing pulled a roll of parchment from his pocket and placed it on Lin Xia's desk, slowly unfolding it. The benefits of being a night watcher are far better than you might imagine. After many years of service, I have accumulated quite a bit of savings, he said, as he opened the parchment. In an instant, Lin Xia's gaze sharpened. Inside was a thick stack of cash. Lin Xia's brow furrowed. What do you mean by this? Zhao Kongqing smiled faintly, leisurely pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Care for one? I do. Zhao Kongqing sighed, putting the cigarette away and leaning back in his chair, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. When I was young, I was much like you. Honestly, this opening is a bit seelish. No matter, please continue. When I was 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs to barely raise me. Zhao Kongqing said, his voice calm as he rubbed the cigarette case. The pace of life back then was slow. My mother's only hope for me was to finish middle school, return to become a village official, marry a young bride, have a few children, and live happily together as a family. You know, young people often go through a rebellious phase. When I graduated from middle school, my grades were quite good. It wouldn't have been difficult to become a village official, yet I disregarded her opposition and resolutely joined the army. In truth, she didn't outright oppose me, she just seemed somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the door, watching me. As I walked down the path behind the house, she was still watching. When I reached the village entrance, she was still there, gazing in my direction, lost in thought. To be honest, at that moment, I truly considered staying behind and not leaving, but ultimately, I steeled my resolve and joined the army. Zhao Kongqing sighed deeply, continuing, later, I rose through the ranks, entered the special forces. And due to my skills in close combat, I was transferred to the Night Watchers. I returned home during my leave to visit my mother, only to discover. Zhao Kongqing abruptly paused. Lin Xia cautiously interjected. Your mother passed away? No, she remarried. Lin Xia was taken aback. My mother worked herself too hard when she was young, damaging her health. Initially, she hoped I would return to the village to become an official and take care of her. However, at that time, I did not comprehend this and chose to enlist. Eventually, she could no longer endure alone and decided to remarry, at least ensuring she had someone to care for her in her old age. Unfortunately, by then, I had already become a night watcher, unable to stay by her side to care for her. To be honest, when I heard the news of her marriage, I felt a genuine sense of relief. Lin Xia pondered for a moment. So what is the purpose of you sharing this with me? Zhao Kongqing slowly rose, gazing into Lin Xia's eyes. We have both cherished things, yet as we grow, we may subconsciously neglect their existence, becoming captivated by other pursuits instead. I was once like that, but you are different. Lin Xia, you are smarter than I was back then, more mature, you have your own thoughts and wish to remain by your family's side to accompany them. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, then walk it well. Let us, those of us already bound to protect the world, take on that responsibility. He turned around, picked up the craft paper from the table, and handed it to Lin Xia. I just met your aunt. In this era, truly kind-hearted individuals are scarce. I am aware of your family's current circumstances, so take this money. Lin Xia did not hesitate for a moment. I refused. I am a night watchman. I do not lack for money. Then I shall not accept it either. This is for your aunt. You must take it. My aunt would not accept it. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he and Lin Xia locked eyes for a long while, neither willing to yield. After a pause, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. Lin Xia, I am aging, and I cannot bear to witness the regrets that have once transpired in my life occur again, even if it is to another. Then you may close your eyes and not look. Lin Xia's tone was resolute. Although my family is poor, we have our principles. I will not accept the money of a soldier. Moreover, my eyesight has improved. I have the ability, and I will not allow regrets to happen. Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, only managing a bitter smile. Wouldn't it be better to take this money for your wife and children? Lin Xia spoke again. As I mentioned, the welfare system for night watchmen is excellent. Even if I die on the battlefield, my wife and children will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. And they will have the opportunity to attend prestigious universities and enjoy a bright future. Seeing that he could not persuade Lin Xia, Zhao Kongqing could only put the craft bag back into his pocket. Do you have no dreams for yourself? My dreams? Zhao Kongqing sat back down, his eyebrows raised. Indeed, I have dreams I have harbored since childhood. What are they? To become a general in the army, to wear a military uniform adorned with numerous medals of honor, and return to my village in glory, so that those who once looked down on my mother will know that my mother's son is a general. A radiant light flickered in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. Lin Xia was taken aback, and for some reason, as he gazed at Zhao Kongqing, he thought of Li Yifei. They seem to belong to the same mold. So have you achieved it yet? Not yet. I am still far from it. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled bitterly. Moreover, as a night watchman, one cannot swagger around wearing medals of honor. This dream ultimately remains just a dream. Lin Xia fell silent. Well, since that is the case, I should take my leave. Zhao Kongcheng stood up, walked in front of Lin Xia, and extended his right hand. I wish you a bright future, Lin Xia. Lin Xia stared blankly at Zhao Kongcheng's face, which seemed less greasy now. He extended his hand and grasped Zhao Kongcheng's firmly. May you one day be adorned with honors, General Zhao. Zhao Kongcheng smiled, turned, and walked out the door. Wait, your emblem, Lin Xia called out to him, picking up the emblem from the table and waving it. Zhao Kongcheng slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I almost forgot. This is my life. He took the emblem, glanced at it, and seemed to recall something. Not be why the way. Did you see the few words on the back? I did. What do you think? Are they impressive? Very impressive. Did you write them? No, this is the oath we took when we entered the ranks of night watchmen. Zhao Kongcheng tossed the emblem in the air like flipping a coin. Caught it steadily, and placed it in his pocket. But, I really like it. Wait, what is it now? It's raining heavily outside. Take the umbrella, thanks, but I won't be returning this umbrella. Feel free to keep it. Consider it a reward for protecting the earth. Interesting. Alright, I truly must be going now. Farewell. Zhao Kongcheng, holding the black umbrella, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Xia stood by the window, silently watching him depart. Die in the rain. He rubbed the emblem in his pocket, softly reciting, if the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless others, wielding my sword against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain fell heavier as Zhao Kongcheng, unfazed, entered the black van, pulling out his cigarette case, ready to savor a moment of quietude. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life. A man's voice echoed through it. His hand, poised to smoke, trembled violently, and his pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 23, The Masked King. Shao Qi. As your teacher left, after seeing Zhao Kongcheng off, Auntie hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Oh dear, why didn't you invite him to stay for a meal, this child? Lin Xia shook his head. He has things to attend to. He won't stay for dinner. What did your teacher say? Nothing much. He mentioned something about a sports test and specifically came to inquire about my eyesight. The teacher Zhao is truly a good man, even coming to the student's home to check on things. By the way, before you returned, he was in the kitchen helping me wash vegetables. He looks burly, but it turns out he is quite meticulous. Auntie wiped her hands on her apron, turned off the rumbling exhaust fan, and said to Lin Xia, dinner is almost ready. Call your brother to join us. Alright. Moments later, the three of them sat neatly around the table, which was laden with 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses, making one's mouth water: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, dry-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jin gazed at the bountiful spread and swallowed hard. Mom, how long has it been since our meals have been this lavish? Shao Qi's eyesight has improved. This is a celebration more significant than New Year's, so we must make it grand. Auntie replied matter-of-factly. Lin Xia lowered his head and glanced at the tail-wagging little black dog, chuckling. It seems tonight, little black dog will also enjoy a feast. Spoiling it, Auntie smiled as she lifted her teacup to celebrate Shao Qi's recovery. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Beneath the dim clouds, the faint light of dusk had long since vanished, and the world seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness. The rain swayed in the wind. Light sparkled in the distant city. In this old low-rise residential area, a figure clad in a dark red cloak was dashing through the rain, a large carrying case in hand. Raindrops flowed down Zhao Kongcheng's cheeks. Despite it being summer rain, it bore an inexplicable chill. Are you sure the Masked King is truly coming this way? Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brow. In his earpiece, Wu Shangnan's voice resounded uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team found traces of the Masked King's blood in the nearby sewer system. Based on its movements, the only possible destinations are this old residential area or the city center. 2 suspected destinations, correct. What should we do then? Should we split into 2 teams to monitor? Theoretically, yes, but the crowd in the city center is massive. We cannot easily disperse the people. If the Masked King appears in the city center, it will not only result in numerous casualties but will also easily incite panic. Therefore, we have dispatched most of our forces to the city center for security. What about the old residential area? If the Masked King appears there, the residents will also be in danger. The old residential area has fewer residents, and they are more dispersed, making it easier to evacuate compared to the city center. Moreover, even if the Masked King comes here, it won't cause too much damage, right? Zhao Kongcheng's voice carried a hint of anger. These are also living people residing here. Old Zhao, stay calm. Wu Shangnan's tone was exceedingly stern. I have never said to abandon the old residential area. Red Ing is already en route there with her team. Your task is to evacuate the residents of the old residential area as quickly as possible. And even if the Masked King truly reaches your location, do not engage it directly. The Masked King is not something you can handle. If necessary, deploy Void Domain to contain it. Zhao Kongcheng's clenched fists gradually relaxed as he sighed. Understood. Although Zhao Kongcheng felt some resentment, he knew this was the most prudent course of action. After all, if the Masked King were to enter the city center, with such dense crowds, it could easily hide in a dark corner and take a few lives to recover its strength. Once exposed to the public eye, it would undoubtedly incite panic, therefore, no matter how many people were dispatched to the city center, it would never seem excessive, it would only feel insufficient. In contrast, the old residential area had fewer inhabitants. And they were spaced apart, so even if the masked king came here, it would require time to regain its strength, and the likelihood of exposure was minimal. In this situation, it was already commendable for Wu Shangnan to send people to the old residential area. Now he had to hurry and evacuate the residents of the old residential area. It was a race against time. Zhao Kongqing's figure darted through the rain, moving with astonishing speed as the falling raindrops struck the carrying case. Bursting into sparkling droplets, not far ahead, through the hazy mist, the familiar low house became increasingly clear. Just a few minutes ago, he had just come from there. Zhao Kongqing's heart was filled with complexity. Calculating the time, that family should be starting dinner now, right? He recalled the sweet and sour ribs, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the dry-fried green beans. Right, he had washed those green beans, damn it, having just shown off in front of that kid. Claiming to take on the responsibility of protecting the world, now he had to go knock on the door and urge them to evacuate. Wouldn't that make me look quite foolish? However, this was no time to be concerned about appearances. Zhao Kongqing splashed through the rain, but just then, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench suddenly invaded his nostrils, his pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. The clamor of rainwater filled Zhao Kongqing's mind, and he cautiously and slowly turned his neck, his eyes wide open, fearful of overlooking any detail. Then, his gaze fell upon a nearby manhole cover. The stench grew increasingly pungent. Zhao Kongqing gripped the handle of his suitcase tightly, inhaling deeply. He bent slightly and placed the suitcase on the ground. He was acutely aware of what this foul odor signified. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing. Ghost-faced king discovered in the old residential area. He activated his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the suitcase. Bang! The suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine signs inside. Zhao Kongqing hoisted the signs, placing one down in his immediate vicinity before dashing towards another point. Almost as soon as Zhao Kongqing finished speaking, Wu Shangnan's voice echoed in his earpiece. Received. I have already issued orders. The night watchmen are moving towards the old residential area, and Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly. No more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, old Zhao set up the no, temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongqing placed the second sign down while sprinting towards another vertex of the triangle, speaking with resignation. Shangnan, no, is intended to conceal battles, not to imprison. It cannot hold the ghost-faced king for 10 minutes. Gurgled, gurgled, gurgle. Rainwater flowed down the inclined ground into the manhole, but suddenly the entire cover trembled violently. The rainwater that had pooled within surged forth like a boiling spring. No matter what, do not engage the ghost-faced king directly. Wu Shangnan's voice grew noticeably anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area is vast. Even if the ghost-faced king emerges, it may not cause immediate damage. In these 10 minutes, even if it claims a few lives, it won't regain much strength. Civilian casualties caused by the mysterious are occurring every moment. We night watchmen are not gods and cannot prevent all injuries and deaths, but if we lose a core team member due to a severely injured ghost-faced king, that would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Old Zhao, can you hear me? Bang! The manhole cover was launched into the air like a cannonball, revealing a dark, gaping sewer opening, from which a grotesque arm shot out, followed by a monster that was several times larger than the original ghost-faced figure. Zhao Kongqing calmly observed the scene, slowly placing the last sign down, biting his fingertip and smearing a line of fresh blood across the surface of the sign. Shangnan, do you remember the oath you once made? Zhao Kongqing gazed at the ghost-faced king before him, slightly crouching, his peripheral vision catching sight of a diminutive residential building not far away. If darkness descends, I shall stand before countless millions. This time, there are no millions behind me, but, behind me, is the entire world of that child. His hands suddenly came together in prayer. An invisible canvas enveloped the small triangle. Forbidden Ruins, no. Chapter 24, Heavy Rain. Shaoqi, don't just eat vegetables, have some ribs too. Auntie picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Lin Xia's bowl. Lin Xia smiled. Thank you, Auntie, today is a splendid day. Eat more, don't worry about saving money for me. Understood, Auntie. Ajin, you should eat more as well, you're in a growth phase. Ajin, Lin Xia called out twice to the dazed Yang Jin. Oh, I'm coming. Yang Jin snapped back to reality, scratching his head. What is wrong with this kid? So distracted. He is getting picky now. Not even eating meat? Auntie shot Yang Jin a disapproving glance and added a few more pieces of meat to his bowl. Jin might be under too much pressure from his homework, Lin Xia chuckled, picking up the bone he had just gnawed on, glancing around with a hint of confusion on his face. Auntie also came to her senses, exclaiming in surprised strange, where's Xiao Hailai? He is usually so eager to eat, yet now there is not even a shadow of him when there are bones, seemingly hearing his name. Xiao Hailai poked his head out from the balcony, barking once. Woof, Lin Xia waved the bone in the air, gesturing for Xiao Hailai to come eat, but Xiao Hailai looked at the bone, then out the window, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is wrong with this little thing today? Auntie wondered. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, holding the bone as he stood up and walked to the balcony, gently stroking Xiao Hailai's head. Softly asking, "What's the matter? Is there something outside?" Lin Xia tossed the bone on the ground, and while Xiao Hailai was busy gnawing on it, he stood up to look out the window. In the vast darkness of night, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothing else. Even the distant residential buildings were devoid of any lights. The world felt eerily silent, as if only endless rain remained. "Strange, there is nothing out there," Lin Xia murmured, just as he was about to turn away when suddenly a few sounds came from outside, resembling someone tapping on the window. Lin Xia turned back and discovered a small bat outside the window. The bat seemed drenched from the rain, incessantly banging against the window, seemingly seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Xia's eyes brightened, speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures bestowed upon him by the starry night dancer. Encountering a bat was a rare opportunity to try it out, thus Lin Xia quietly stood by the window, observing the bat. "Shao-Chi, what are you doing over there? Come back and eat, the food will get cold." Auntie called out, noticing Lin Xia lost in thought, yet Lin Xia remained as still as a statue, not moving for a long time. Just as Auntie was about to say something else, Lin Xia suddenly turned around. His eyes trembling, he dashed to the door, slipping on his shoes. "Shao-Chi, what are you up to? I just remembered something important. I'm stepping out for a bit." "Silly child, what are you saying? It's dark outside and pouring rain." "Why would you go out?" "I have to, it's very important." "What about dinner?" "I'll eat when I get back." In Auntie's bewildered gaze, Lin Xia had already put on his shoes and hurriedly opened the door. Ready to leave. Just then, Yang Jin's voice rang out, "Bro, it's raining heavily outside. You might want to reconsider. No, I must go. No matter how important it is, life goes on without you. The earth will keep turning. But some things I must do." Lin Xia took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Don't worry too much. It's just a small matter. I'll be back once it's resolved. After all, it's rare to have such delicious food. I can't bear to waste it. I'm off." Lin Xia quickly shut the door and dashed downstairs. Once Lin Xia had gone far, Auntie suddenly realized, hastening to the door, shouting down, "Silly child, it's pouring outside. Take an umbrella." In the corridor, Lin Xia's footsteps grew fainter, and no one responded. Auntie sighed helplessly, returning to her seat, suddenly feeling that the meal before her had lost its flavor. Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat in silence, his eyes gazing out at the heavy rain, lost in thought. In the rain, crack, 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 Zhao Kongqing repeatedly clicked the lighter. Just as the spark ignited, it was extinguished by the pouring rain. He held the cigarette, letting out a weary sigh. "Today's luck is truly dismal." Not far from him, the ghost-faced king stood like a demon in the rain, exuding an immense sense of oppression. The ghost-faced king was vastly different from ordinary ghost-faced beings. Its body was at least twice the size, appearing from afar like a small mountain. Moreover, while ordinary ghost-faced beings moved on all fours like animals, the ghost-faced king stood upright, its head held high, resembling a human if one disregarded its pallid face and long crimson tongue. Yet, this terrifying ghost-faced king was covered in wounds, each cut seemingly carved into its flesh, leaving it bloodied and battered. Zhao Kongqing glanced at the ghost-faced king's injuries, clicking his tongue. "The captain is quite formidable. To have inflicted such severe damage on it, it seems he went easy on me during our training." Even heavily injured, the river realm-s monsters are abnormally resilient. "I wonder how many moves I can withstand under its onslaught," Zhao Kongqing muttered, reaching to his shoulder, gripping the hilt of his straight knife, slowly drawing it out. The pale blue blade sliced through the rain, emitting a faint hum die. In the midst of heavy rain, a cigarette, a cloak, and a straight knife, the ghost-faced king gazed at Zhao Kongqing, its crimson tongue flickering, eyes glimmering with bloodthirsty desire. In an instant, both moved simultaneously. Zhao Kongqing wielded the straight knife, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow, his eyes fierce, exuding murderous intent. His speed was rapid, but the ghost-faced king was even swifter. Its massive form crashed through the rain curtain, its ghastly face contorting violently, resembling a hunter who had spotted its prey, unable to contain its ecstatic thrill. Clang, clang, clang. The moment their figures collided, the sharp clash of metal echoed through the rain as claws met blade, sparking blinding flashes. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, struck decisively at the ghost-faced king's vital points with 3 successive slashes, yet the ghost-faced king countered with even greater speed. Zhao Kongqing managed only 3 strikes before being sent flying by the ghost-faced king's terrifying strength, landing awkwardly in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable. One is a mythical creature that has arrived in the realm of Chuan, possessing the terrifying physical prowess of forbidden ruins. The other is a mere mortal, armed only with skill and experience. Zhao Kongqing crawled up from the muck, spitting out the soaked cigarette from his mouth, and cursed, "Damn it, is being a mythical creature really that impressive? Is sheer strength that remarkable?" The ghost-faced king harbored no thoughts of a fair duel, roaring at Zhao Kongqing, its voice resonating like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. As it approached, a massive, grotesque phantom face began to manifest on the ground. Centered around the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing's complexion instantly changed. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghostface Realm, Chapter 25, Ghostface Realm. The moment the phantom face emerged, Zhao Kongqing felt as if the world had turned upside down. An unprecedented wave of dizziness overwhelming him. Frowning deeply, he tensed his body, barely managing to steady himself. In his vision, everything appeared like a swirling kaleidoscope, chaotic and disjointed, with no discernible pattern. This is bad, it can still manipulate the forbidden ruins. I am doomed, Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself, memories of what Wu Shangnan had said before the battle resurfacing in his mind. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176, Ghostface Realm. Within the confines of this realm, it can deceive the perceptions of all creatures whose realms are less than or equal to its own, reversing the concepts of space to eye in the Ghostface realm. Up and down, left and right, forward and backward can shift at the will of the Ghostface King. Although one can resist to some extent through awareness and experience, there is no doubt that all of one's attack methods would be affected within this forbidden realm, drastically reducing combat effectiveness. Thus, aside from the captain, who is also from the Chuan realm, no other members can confront the Ghostface King head-on, or they would surely meet with demise. Indeed, it is an exceedingly vile forbidden realm. As someone who has experienced it firsthand, Zhao Kongqing truly understood the perverse nature of this realm. So if the captain managed to severely wound the Ghostface King within this forbidden realm, he is also quite the pervert. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Kongqing slowly closed his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. The roars echoed from all directions, making it impossible to ascertain the location of the Ghostface King. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing could feel the Ghostface King rapidly closing in. From where will it come? In reality, amidst the eerie and grotesque visage, Zhao Kongqing stood like a statue, eyes shut, hands gripping his knife pointed ahead, brow furrowed. He remained utterly unaware that the Ghostface King had silently moved behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his sight, hearing, smell, and touch were all rapidly shifting, as if he were shoved into an extraordinarily powerful washing machine, erroneous information flooding his mind, rendering him incapable of discerning reality. The Ghostface King's eyes fixated on the oblivious Zhao Kongqing, its pallid visage revealing a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned slightly, then like a colossal cannonball, burst through the rain curtain, its form moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage. Sharp claws slicing through the air towards Zhao Kongqing's neck, it seemed to preemptively envision the scene of warm blood gushing forth, delighting in the prospect of splattering its body. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing, an unexpected transformation occurred. Zhao Kongqing, as if possessing eyes on his back, suddenly dodged, narrowly evading the Ghostface King's strike. Immediately, he arced his straight knife through the rain, aimed directly at the Ghostface King's head. Clang! The sharp sound of collision rang out as the Ghostface King grasped Zhao Kongqing's blade tightly, then kicked out, sending Zhao Kongqing flying like a sandbag. Even so, it could not hide the astonishment in its eyes. It could not comprehend how Zhao Kongqing had sensed its attack. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out a pained cry, struggling to rise, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Surprised, unexpected, Zhao Kongqing propped himself up with his knife, grinning, his smile laced with mockery. This forbidden realm is indeed perverse. Had it been any other time, I would have surely fallen for your trick and met my end at your hands. But alas, Zhao Kongqing extended a finger, pointing at the sky. It is raining today. You can deceive the perceptions of creatures, yet you cannot obstruct the raindrops falling due to gravity. The rainwater upon my skin grants me tactile sensation. You may alter my sense of touch, making me feel as though the rain falls from all directions, and I too can deduce the true direction. As long as I know one standard direction, the rest becomes significantly simpler. Zhao Kongqing chuckled darkly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, arrogantly raising his straight knife, blade aimed at the Ghostface King. I'm not boasting. Had I possessed a forbidden realm, you would have died 100 times over. Roar, roar, roar. The Ghostface King, successfully provoked by Zhao Kongqing, charged madly towards him, while Zhao Kongqing continued to keep his eyes shut, predicting the direction of the Ghostface King's approach. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Kongqing and the Ghostface King clashed. Relying on his terrifying combat intuition and experience, managing to exchange several blows with the Ghostface King, but that was the limit. Under the full-force assault of the Ghostface King, the mortal Zhao Kongqing could not hold on much longer. As it seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to his chest, shattering 2 ribs, sending him hurtling backward. This time, it took Zhao Kongqing a full 5 seconds to struggle back to his feet. Had it not been for the straight knife blocking part of the damage, this blow would have surely claimed his life. Cough, cough, cough. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ghastly pale. The Ghostface King loomed in the rain, its gaze fierce, advancing step by step towards him. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing, Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing. Stunned, Zhao Kongqing vaguely felt, this voice seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that? He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose silence. His expression was complex. At this moment, outside the boundless domain, Lin Xia stood near the open space, rain drenching his hair. Seemingly oblivious, shouting at the top of his lungs, Zhao Kongqing, stop hiding, I know you're nearby. After Lin Xia shouted, he calmed himself and listened for a moment, but aside from the cacophony of rain, there was nothing else. Damn it, that bat clearly saw a cloaked man disappear with the monster. How could there be nothing? Could it truly have been a misperception? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixed. He noticed 3 peculiar signposts standing alone several meters away. Lin Xia approached, wiped the rainwater off the signposts with his hand, and softly read the words aloud. No passage ahead. When was this sign erected? Moreover, this setup is rather strange. Lin Xia pondered deeply, and suddenly, as if recalling something, his eyes brightened. He seemed to remember saying that his forbidden realm was an auxiliary forbidden realm for hiding battlefields. Something like boundless domain. Lin Xia scrutinized the 3 signposts before him, a smile creeping onto his lips, and once more shouted loudly, "Zhao Kongqing, I know you're in the boundless domain. Quickly open the door and let me in." 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Kongqing's voice drifted from behind the signposts. "Get lost. Why the hell are you out wandering at this hour without eating?" Chapter 26, Fading Life and Shimmering Moon. Zhao Kongqing was perplexed. In such heavy rain, what on earth is this guy doing out and about? Moreover, he had already activated the boundless domain. How did he know I was here, and why did he choose this moment to come? Just as I was being hammered into the ground, how embarrassing. Furthermore, I just entrusted the protection of the world to him, and now I might inadvertently pull Lin Xia into this mess if anything happens to him. I would never forgive myself. What do you care about me coming out? I know you're fighting that ghost face thing inside. Let me in, I can fight too. Lin Xia's voice echoed from outside. You can fight, Zhao Kongqing scoffed. This is not just any ghost, this is the Ghost Face King, the Tuan realm. It is 2 whole realms above you, you stinking high schooler. How do you plan to fight it? Moreover, aren't you always afraid of dying? Why are you so recklessly approaching now? Hurry up and go home for dinner. I'm telling you, as long as I, Zhao Kongqing, am here, this thing won't harm a hair on your family. Times have changed. While I may fear death, I cannot owe anyone a favor. Lin Xia shouted from the outside. We're all inside, enjoying a meal together, while you're out here clashing with the Ghost Face King? You think I'll let you be an unsung hero? If you want to eat, you must wait until after we finish off the Ghost Face King. You're coming back with me to eat? Lin Xia forcefully slammed against the air beside the signposts, but it felt like there was an invisible barrier, completely separating the inner domain from the outer world, no matter how hard Lin Xia tried. It remained motionless inside the domain. Zhao Kongqing was struck down by the Ghost Face King once more, lying on the ground for a long time before he could barely prop himself up with his knife. Don't bother trying. Cough, cough. While I may lack a realm, the opened, boundless domain easily blocks beings below the pool realm. To enter here, there are only 2 possibilities, either I let you in, or you'll have to wait for my demise. You cannot even breach my boundless void, so what distinguishes confronting the Ghost-Faced King from courting death? Zhao Kongqing's gaze was fixed intently on the Ghost-Faced King, his voice growing increasingly feeble after he uttered his final words. The commotion from beyond the realm ceased. No further assaults on the boundless void were made, nor did any other sounds arise. Zhao Kongqing waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A smile crept upon his lips. This is as it should be. Obediently returning home for a meal, leaving the rest to us night watchers, Zhao Kongqing struggled to straighten his body, gasping for breath, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With each inhalation, excruciating pain made his body tremble slightly. His physique had reached its limit. Before him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a small mountain amidst the rain, its body riddled with wounds, both old and new. Yet it remained vibrantly alive, showing no signs of collapsing, such as the grotesque resilience of a mythical being. One hand gripped a knife, while the other trembled as it reached into his pocket. Moments later, he extracted a medallion. Etched upon it were 2 crossed straight blades, beneath which lay a name, Zhao Kongqing. In days, Zhao Kongqing felt as if he had returned to the time when he first joined the Night Watchers. Still a mere rookie, the medallion was the very essence of a Night Watcher's life, not only in faith but also in battle. On the inner side of this medallion was a small needle. Pressing a switch would cause it to spring forth, and at the needle's tip was coated a substance known as Divine Spirit Catalyst. When this substance penetrated the body, it would ignite all of a person's latent potential within a short span of time, allowing one who already possessed a forbidden realm to harness its power for a significant enhancement. If one lacked a forbidden realm, the Divine Spirit Catalyst would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening a forbidden realm hidden within the essence of life itself. In essence, during the duration of the substance, it could grant those without a forbidden realm a semblance of one. This was a desperate gambit, a means for a counterattack in dire straits, and the sole opportunity for warriors devoid of a forbidden realm to experience their latent potential in their lifetime. It should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Zhao Kongqing clutched the medallion, his form trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at the approaching ghost-faced king, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You know, how long I have awaited this day. The rain poured down, the water mingled with blood, cascading down Zhao Kongqing's arm and dripping onto the surface of the medallion, paying no mind to whether the ghost-faced king could hear or understand. He murmured amidst the rain, men are always drawn to the allure of supernatural powers, dreaming of a day when they can traverse the heavens and the earth, to shatter mountains with a single fist and cover the clouds with a mere thought. After so many years as a night watcher, I have longed for the awakening of my forbidden realm, yet here I am, over 40 years old, and still have not witnessed my own. To be honest, it is quite difficult to survive among the night watchers without a forbidden realm. Each time I see the captain and the others fighting with their prowess is simply astonishing. Leaving a sour taste in my heart, eventually, I thought if one day I encounter an insurmountable foe, I must try the divine spirit catalyst before I perish, to witness my own forbidden realm, even if it means I die with a smile. Regardless, thank you for granting me this opportunity. As Zhao Kongqing opened his palm, letting the rain wash over the surface of the medallion, he gently rubbed his fingers along the side of the medallion. And a slender silver needle sprang forth. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the silver needle into his palm. Damn, that stings, Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing under his breath. The moment the needle pierced his skin, he felt the excruciating pain recede like a tide. An unprecedented surge of strength flooding his being. His cells felt as if they were on a euphoric high, displaying an unparalleled vitality. His heart thumped like a war drum on the battlefield. Swift and powerful, simultaneously, a mysterious force field radiated outward from Zhao Kongqing's center. His eyes lit up. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense the impending danger, letting out a low growl as it sprinted through the rain. Propelled by a terrifying kinetic energy, Zhao Kongqing straightened his back, gripping the knife tighter as the raindrops struck the blade, producing a rhythmic clatter. Standing in the rain with the knife in hand, an unprecedented brilliance erupted in his eyes. He then raised his hand, slicing towards the rapidly approaching ghost-faced king. A black crescent, towering 4 to 5 meters high, was unleashed from the blade, silently cleaving through the curtain of rain, instantly piercing the space before them. The speed of this crescent was so astounding that the ghost-faced king had no time to turn around. Thus, a mangled, ghastly arm was hurled high into the air. With one strike, Zhao Kongqing severed the ghost-faced king's arm. Clutching the knife, a smile uncontrollably spread across his face. He laughed heartily towards the heavens. Forbidden Realm Sequence 083, Eclipsing Moon of Oblivion. Haha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius. Chapter 27, A Glare. The rain poured incessantly. Zhao Kongqing, wielding the straight knife, was drenched in blood, his dark red cloak completely soaked, rendering him utterly disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled as brightly as the stars. So this is the Forbidden Realm, exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating, before him. The ghost-faced king stared in shock at its vacant right arm, its pale visage contorting in disbelief. It struggled to comprehend why the mouse it had just ruthlessly tormented could suddenly unleash such formidable power. However, its intellect was insufficient, and moreover, it had no time to ponder. Zhao Kongqing moved. Under the influence of the divine spirit catalyst, his body had forgotten all injuries. Returning to peak condition, he shot forth like a released arrow. Soaring towards the ghost-faced king, roar. The ghost-faced king's eyes blazed crimson. Having lost its right arm, it had plunged into a state of sheer fury. Its muscles bulged, its entire form swelling as its legs bent. The massive body leaping into the air, splashing torrents of water. Mid-air, the two figures collided at breakneck speed. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements were so swift they became a blur, sending forth arcs of black crescent blades that left deep, menacing gashes on the surrounding ground. Initially, Zhao Kongqing's strikes could hardly penetrate the ghost-faced king's defenses, and in terms of both strength and speed, he was at an absolute disadvantage. This was the very reason he had been so thoroughly beaten just moments ago. Yet now, with Eclipsing Moon of Oblivion, Zhao Kongqing's offensive power had reached a terrifying level, each strike leaving deep crimson marks upon the ghost-faced king's flesh, although he still could not match the ghost-faced king in strength and speed. By compensating for his lack of lethality, he could make up for other shortcomings with experience. Even with a physique significantly inferior to the ghost-faced king, he could still pin it down. The evidence proved that Zhao Kongqing did not lie. With the Forbidden Realm, he could slay the ghost-faced king 100 times over. Given ample time, defeating the ghost-faced king would merely be a matter of time, but the crux lay in the fact that he did not have such time. While the divine spirit catalyst could unleash a person's full potential, its effects were not prolonged. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongqing activated his Forbidden Realm, and his time was running thin. Engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing could distinctly feel his strength waning, the previously suppressed pain gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescents he unleashed were shrinking in size. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense his deteriorating condition, recklessly expending its essence to launch an even more ferocious assault. After several more exchanges, the ghost-faced king seized an opportunity, landing a heavy punch against Zhao Kongqing's chest. Boom! A dull thud reverberated through the air, and Zhao Kongqing was sent sprawling like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. Hiss! Why does it hurt so much? The sensation of pain surged like a tidal wave, crashing through every nerve in Zhao Kongqing's body. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with blood. As he coughed up blood, he slowly rose from the mud, his gaze remained fixed on the ghost-faced king. The flames of determination still burning brightly in his eyes. He could still breathe, his forbidden realm persisted, he could still fight. The ghost-faced king had not perished, he could not fall, using the straight knife to prop himself up. He swayed as he stood. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from behind Zhao Kongcheng. The sky above trembled slightly, splitting open a fissure. Zhao Kongcheng stared blankly at the heavens, seemingly realizing something, and suddenly turned around. Not far behind him, the invisible veil that had shrouded this space had torn open at one corner, and within that fractured gap, a youth with golden eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongcheng's jaw dropped, his expression akin to having seen a ghost. You, how did you get in here? Lin Xia brushed back his rain-soaked hair, his eyes ablaze like a furnace, both fervent and sacred. He let out a resigned sigh. I must admit this boundless void is indeed quite formidable, but fortunately I possess these eyes, enabling me to locate its weakest point, and thankfully, it is night. Zhao Kongcheng understood only the first part. Yet it still failed to elucidate the doubts in his heart. How could you, who just entered the lamp realm, possess such great power? No, wait, you have no weapon. How did you breach the boundless void? You may not believe it. Lin Xia replied calmly. I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongcheng. Lin Xia did not speak falsely. Under the cloak of night, he could perceive a significant enhancement in his vision, although it wasn't as exaggerated as 5 times. It was still doubled prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer. He could single-handedly defeat the ghost-faced man with the might of the seraphim, and now, bolstered by the darkness, he could breach the boundless void, but... However, this exertion took a heavy toll on his mental energy. Merely casting a glance nearly drained him completely. Lin Xia surveyed the battered ghost-faced king, then glanced at the myriad of knife marks strewn across the ground. And his expression towards Zhao Kongcheng became distinctly peculiar, questioning. You don't have a forbidden ruin? Is this what a person can carve out? Zhao Kongcheng, disinterested in explaining, retorted, there's no time for idle chatter. Step aside, I can assist you in battle. I understand. You retreat first. As Zhao Kongcheng turned to him, one strike from me, then you may aid me afterward. Oh, Lin Xia stepped aside. Zhao Kongcheng inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his blade. His gaze fixed intently on the ghost-faced king in the distance. Kid, this strike, you must observe closely. Why, this strike will be magnificent. Before Lin Xia could express his disdain, Zhao Kongcheng propelled himself off the ground, surging toward the ghost-faced king with astonishing speed. The ghost-faced king, sensing that this man was nearing his limits, opted against a direct confrontation, cautiously bracing himself to withstand the impending attack. The light in Zhao Kongcheng's eyes blazed like a lit torch, growing ever brighter. He shattered the curtain of rain as he charged toward the ghost-faced king. Devoid of any flamboyance, he raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedentedly massive crescent moon cleaved through the night sky, slicing through the rain with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, severing every droplet in its path. The velocity of the strike was so rapid that even the formidable ghost-faced king could not evade it with ease. Even if it wished to escape, its current state rendered it incapable. Thus, the black crescent arc traversed the sky, gently severing a grotesque head adorned with a pale, ghostly visage. Chapter 28, Gulu Gulu. The head of the ghost-faced king thudded to the ground. Zhao Kongcheng staggered, collapsing straight down. Lin Xia, quick-witted, caught Zhao Kongcheng's body, only then realizing the extent of his injuries, scratches, bruises, fractures. Within Lin Xia's mental perception, Zhao Kongcheng's body was riddled with wounds, blood trickling from them and staining the muddy rainwater beneath. At least 5 or 6 bones were broken. Lin Xia could hardly fathom how Zhao Kongcheng had managed to stand with such grievous injuries. Most alarmingly, Lin Xia could acutely sense Zhao Kongcheng's body deteriorating rapidly, his vitality flickering like embers in ash, growing weaker. Lin Xia, at a loss, sat beside Zhao Kongcheng. Your body, cough cough cough, it's merely the aftereffect of forcibly unleashing my potential. If this continues, you will die, I know. And you're fine with that, he. Zhao Kongcheng attempted to chuckle, but halfway through, he coughed up blood. At least before I die, I experienced the forbidden ruin, and what? And I did it, with a horizontal blade against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Zhao Kongcheng trembled as he reached down to the mud beneath him, pulling up a hand stained with blood. This amount of blood, even if it couldn't dye the heavens, would surely color the earth. Lin Xia was taken aback, yet he questioned, but there are no multitudes behind you. Aside from me, no one witnessed your efforts. Is it worth it? Zhao Kongcheng smiled faintly, offering no response. Do me a favor, speak. There's a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Help me light one. Lin Xia fumbled through Zhao Kongcheng's chest pocket, retrieving a cigarette soaked by the rain, and from his pants pocket he produced a lighter, placing the cigarette between Zhao Kongcheng's lips. Lin Xia shielded the lighter from the rain and pressed the ignition several times. Crackle, crackle, crack, a flicker of flame ignited, lighting the cigarette in Zhao Kongcheng's mouth. He inhaled deeply, exhaling with a sense of relief, as if the world had eased upon him. Zhao Kongcheng, cigarette in mouth, gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, trickling down his cheeks. Lin Xia. I just cut down the ghost-faced king. Did you see it? I witnessed it. The corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth involuntarily lifted, happiness evident on his face. Lin Xia nodded, poised to utter something, when suddenly, his body trembled slightly. He rigidly turned his head, only to see in the distance amidst the muck a towering, headless corpse slowly rising. Upon its body a pale, eerie ghostly face scuttled like a parasite, climbing from its legs to its back. Then from its back to its chest, finally it settled upon the ghost-faced king's torso. Meanwhile, the head that had just been severed bore no trace of that ghostly visage. Lin Xia's pupils dilated in shock. The ghost-faced king was not dead. The rain continued to fall. Zhao Kongcheng, still savoring the moment just past, failed to notice the change in Lin Xia's expression. Damn it, the fellow even the captain couldn't slay. I took down Lin Xia. Am I impressive or what? Lin Xia remained silent for a moment, looking down at Zhao Kongcheng in his arms, nodding solemnly. Yes, impressive. Having achieved such a grand feat, if I survive, I should be able to attain the rank of general. Right, absolutely. Lin Xia's eyes brimmed with conviction. You must survive. Zhao Kongcheng seemed to envision some scene, satisfaction radiating from his face, yet the light in his eyes was gradually dimming. Lin Xia's hands trembled slightly. He shook Zhao Kongcheng's body, whispering urgently, Zhao Kongcheng, you haven't become a general yet. You cannot die. Zhao Kongcheng appeared oblivious to Lin Xia's voice, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. He parted his lips, his voice barely a whisper. Was I cool just now? Cool? Lin Xia's lips quivered, nodding resolutely. Extremely cool, cooler than anyone I've ever seen. A faint arc formed at the corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth, his eyes slowly closing, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongcheng was dead. The rain poured relentlessly. Lin Xia sat there, dazed, the rain blurring his vision, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhao Kongcheng, until the heavy footsteps echoed once more. Lin Xia pursed his lips, taking a deep breath, and slowly rose from the ground. He turned, his eyes locking onto the headless corpse of the ghost-faced king in the distance, his gaze ablaze as if a blazing sun were igniting within. He stepped forward, drawing a straight blade that had been driven into the earth. It was Zhao Kongcheng's blade. Lin Xia gripped the weapon, advancing toward the ghost-faced king, rain soaking him thoroughly, yet failing to extinguish the fury burning within his heart. And those fiercely blazing golden eyes, the ghostly face upon the ghost-faced king's body contorted, as if silently screaming, its movements growing frantic, ultimately resembling a staggering giant beast, charging toward Lin Xia, the headless ghost-faced king. Its right arm, severed by Zhao Kongcheng, could only rely on its left claw to unleash a tempestuous assault. Lin Xia, wielding the blade, seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, predicting its attack trajectory, then darting aside with lightning speed to evade. He resembled a midnight butterfly fluttering amidst the fierce winds, yet remaining untouched. The terrifying dynamic vision coupled with the speed enhancement of the starry night dancer transformed Lin Xia into an ethereal specter. He evaded over a dozen attacks from the ghost-faced king, expressionless, raising his hand to strike fiercely. This time, his target was not any vital point of the body but rather the ghostly face that resided upon the ghost-faced king's chest. If he surmised correctly, this face was the ghost-faced king's true essence. Although Zhao Kongcheng had severed the king's head, he had not harmed this ghostly face, allowing the king to rise again. Lin Xia danced between the openings in the ghost-faced king's attacks, his straight blade swinging repeatedly, striking that ghostly face again and again. Though he possessed a fivefold strength enhancement, he still could not inflict substantial harm, leaving only shallow gashes. Yet this was inconsequential. That if one strike couldn't slay it, then 10, 100. This time, he intended to cleave the ghost-faced king into oblivion. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The ghost-faced king could not touch Lin Xia. Yet Lin Xia could strike the king, and gradually, the ghostly face upon the king's chest was marred with increasingly numerous and gruesome wounds, its expression contorting in agony. Soon enough, the king's onslaught began to wane. Lin Xia's eyes glimmered with lethal intent. Seizing the moment, he reversed his grip on the blade. With all his might, he plunged it into the ghostly face. A heart-wrenching, ear-splitting wail echoed through the heavens. Chapter 29. A decade. Lin Xia's blade pierced the ghostly face, yet that was not the cause of the ghost-faced king's anguished howl. What truly elicited such a heart-rending scream was Lin Xia's eyes. Under the searing golden light, the ghostly visage melted away like a candle consumed by flames, rapidly dissolving. Although this golden radiance lasted but a fleeting moment, it was enough to extinguish the last vestiges of life from the already dying ghost-faced king. In the end, under Lin Xia's watchful gaze, the ghostly visage completely solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, leaving no trace of the ghastly face. Simultaneously, Lin Xia felt a warm current coursing through his hand that gripped the knife. Slowly flowing into his being, he furrowed his brow slightly, stepped on the ghostly body beneath him, and extracted the straight blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to pick up the pale ghostly mass, only to feel an overwhelming darkness engulf him, nearly causing him to collapse. Despite the empowerment of the starry night dancer, the intense and perilous battle had significantly drained his physical strength, and most critically, the 2 uses of the Eye of the Seraphim had utterly depleted his already scant mental energy, making it arduous for him to walk, just as Zhao Kongcheng had stated. At his current level, facing the Ghost-Face King would lead only to a dead end had it not been for the Night Watchman gravely wounding the Ghost-Face King first, and had Zhao Kongcheng not sacrificed himself to incapacitate the creature. Even with the Eye of the Seraphim and the Starry Night Dancer, he would still have been no match for the Ghost-Face King. Such was the mythic being that had descended upon this world. Such was Chuanjing. Raindrops cascaded down his cheeks as he trudged through the puddles of blood, staggering towards Zhao Kongcheng's lifeless form. Upon reaching the body, he slowly sank to the ground. I had long warned you. Hero, that being one is no easy feat. Lin Xia gazed at the now cold Zhao Kongcheng, murmuring, how many knew of your life and death gamble here, do you understand, now, several miles away in the city center. The lights still blaze and the revelry continues. They sing in KTV, indulge in delicacies at hot pot restaurants, frolic in hotels, munch on popcorn in cinemas, and you can only die here in silence. They remain oblivious that amidst this torrential downpour, a man wielding a knife vanquished a mythic creature. They have no inkling that their carefree merriment comes at the cost of another's life. Is it truly worth it? Lin Xia studied Zhao Kongcheng's pale face, as if awaiting an answer that would never come. He continued, do you think I fear death? You are mistaken. I fear it not at all. Would a child who has witnessed angels, lost his sight, and been confined to a mental institution still harbor reverence for death? I have attempted to end my own life countless times in darkness, yet the light has ceaselessly pulled me back. The light that saves me is not from those in the city who chase desires and lament the injustices of the world. It is my family. Lin Xia raised his gaze to the pitch-black sky, speaking slowly, the multitude has never crossed my path, so why should I expend my life to protect this multitude? Therefore, I refuse to become a night watchman. He turned his head, his eyes resting on the humble abode amidst the downpour, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Yet, I owe no debt of gratitude to anyone. You saved my entire world. What can I do for you in return? Lin Xia paused, then resumed, I know the night watchmen enjoy good benefits. Even in death, your family will receive the finest care, and your affairs will be handled with utmost respect. You lack for nothing, and I too am devoid of wealth. So how, pray tell, am I to repay this monumental favor? He sat there lost in thought, before turning his gaze back to the distant humble abode. In the rain, his fists gradually clenched, then helplessly relaxed. It seemed he had made a resolution, using the knife to prop himself up. He struggled to stand and murmured, in this lifetime, I owe a debt to 3 individuals. My aunt, who has toiled for me for a decade. My cousin, whom I have burdened for 10 years. And you, who saved the lives of our family of 3. You rescued my entire world. In exchange, I shall safeguard yours for 10 years. After 10 years, regardless of circumstances, I shall sever ties with the night watchman and the multitude, and I will return to this home to resume my former life. Is this transaction fair enough? Lin Xia looked down at Zhao Kongcheng, who lay quietly, as if in slumber. Since you do not object, let it be so. He plunged the straight blade into the ground, kneeling in a singular direction. There in the rain was an ordinary low house. Aunt Shaoqi must depart. Please forgive my abrupt farewell, for I fear that if I return, I shall never wish to leave again. I have heard that the night watchmen receive good treatment. During the 10 years of my service, the provisions will suffice for you and your son to live well. After 10 years, Shaoqi will ensure you enjoy the finest days. Your nurturing grace shall be repaid by me a decade hence. Kneeling in the rain, drops of water cascaded from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground for an extended period before slowly lifting his head. He stood up gradually, casting one last glance at the humble abode, withdrawing the blade from the earth, and turning to leave. Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao? In the downpour, a woman clad in a dark red cloak, soaked to the bone, stood in the street, her back burdened by a long black box, gasping heavily. I in the open space 2 buildings ahead of you. Wu Shangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He paused, his voice subdued. Honging, prepare yourself. Prepare for what? We lost contact with him just minutes ago, and old Zhao's emblematic locator has not moved for several minutes. Hong Ying's pupils constricted suddenly, her body trembling slightly. Then like an arrow she shot forward. Don't say such nonsense. Perhaps he is simply exhausted. Hong Ying grit her teeth, her voice tinged with the threat of tears. Hong Ying, do not speak, she shouted. Hong Ying, old Zhao's emblematic locator has moved. Upon hearing this, a glimmer appeared in Hong Ying's eyes. I knew it, he is not so easily defeated. Where is he? He is moving slowly. He is getting closer to you. Hong Ying hesitated, instinctively halting her steps, her gaze drawn to a corner not far away. The distant rumble of thunder echoed among the clouds, and the rain fell like a cascading curtain, obscuring her view. Faintly, a figure emerged through the rain, steadily approaching. It was a youth, bearing a blade upon his back, cradling a man's corpse in his arms. He halted, exerting all his strength to roar, as if proclaiming to the world, Junior Lin Xia, bringing General Zhao Kongcheng home in triumph. Chapter 30. The rain has ceased inside the house. Aunt looked up at the wall clock, lost in thought. Before her, a table laden with dishes had grown cold, nearly unchanged since Lin Xia's departure. After an indeterminate time, Yang Jin extended his hand, using chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Aunt's bowl. Mom, it's time to eat. Alas. Aunt shook her head, sighing deeply, saying, what do you think of your brother? He ran out in the middle of dinner and has yet to return. Could something have happened? Rest assured, he will be fine. Perhaps his classmates noticed his sight had returned and insisted on taking him out to eat. Yang Jin gently reassured. Upon hearing Yang Jin's words, Aunt's expression visibly relaxed, yet concern soon surfaced again. But he didn't take an umbrella when he left. Mom, Yang Jin stood up, pointing out the window, speaking calmly. The rain has indeed ceased, the rain has indeed stopped. The hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting its glow upon the silent night, enveloped in tranquility. Not far away, a broken sign had been removed. And the ground, once strewn with blood and flesh, had been cleaned thoroughly, leaving only grotesque knife marks on the earth, silently narrating the events of the previous night. Perhaps tomorrow morning, someone will discover these mysterious scars. And they will speculate endlessly, yet they shall never know the truth. A few drops of rain cascaded from the eaves, splashing into the muddy puddle, creating ripples. Plop. A foot stepped into the puddle, sending a splash into the air. In the darkness, upon the scarred ground, a small black stray dog ambled leisurely. Around its neck hung a tiny cloth pouch. It traversed the fissures, arriving at a clean patch of ground, coming to a halt. Just minutes ago, a man's corpse lay here. Lowering its head, the dog's dark eyes glimmered with a faint light. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, speaking in a deep, resonant voice. The soul returns. Sangnan City, Peace Bridge. The Peace Bridge is a major bridge located in the outskirts of Sangnan City, beneath which flows the Jiangnan Grand Canal that traverses the city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles pass over this bridge daily, marking it as one of Sangnan City's landmarks. At the bridge's entrance, both sides are lined with a myriad of small shops, among which one seemingly nondescript storefront hangs an old, large red sign, the Peace Bureau. Like other establishments near Peace Bridge, it is not large, merely a little over 200 square meters, slightly larger than the average Lanzhou noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its unremarkable status arises not only from its common name but also from the striking visibility of the shops flanking it. To the left is a wedding planning company, festooned in vibrant red and purple, named Peace Weddings. On the right, there lies a funeral parlor adorned with white satin and floral wreaths, aptly named the Peace Funeral Service. To the left, a wedding celebration radiates joy and laughter, while to the right, the atmosphere of the funeral parlor is steeped in sorrow and mourning. In the midst of these two stark contrasts, the peace office stands as an almost transparent establishment, utterly incapable of capturing anyone's attention. If one were to pinpoint a distinctive feature, it might be its name. Unlike other offices that specialize in various domains, law firms adept at litigation, detective agencies skilled in solving mysteries, or accounting firms proficient in financial matters, this establishment bears no prefix. Merely the two characters of peace, leaving its purpose shrouded in ambiguity. At this moment, within the basement of the peace office, in a spacious and brightly lit hall, a youth sits with his head bowed on a sofa, fixated on the floor tiles beneath him, enveloped in silence. 6 other individuals occupy the hall. So, you must be the one old Zhao tasked with finding the Seraphim agent, Wu Shangnan inquires, glancing at Lin Xia from across the sofa. Indeed, Lin Xia replies. After a brief silence, Wu Shangnan slowly introduces himself. I am Wu Shangnan, the vice captain of the Night Watcher Team 136 stationed in Sangnan City. The man leaning against the pillar in black attire is our captain. Chenmai. Following Wu Shangnan's gaze, Lin Xia observes a man nearby, hands tucked into his pockets, silently scrutinizing him. Aware of Lin Xia's gaze, Chenmai gives a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wu Shangnan turns to the remaining 4 individuals, urging, stop standing there foolishly, introduce yourselves. At that moment, a woman sitting alone on a single sofa, hugging her knees and with damp hair, lifts her head slightly, revealing her reddened eyes. Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant. Hong Ying. Lin Xia recognizes her. She is here because Hong Ying brought her. After Hong Ying's introduction, the man standing beside her, towel in hand, smiles and states, Night Watcher Team 136, frontline combatant. When Shima, next, a girl who is curled up and similarly tear-streaked, raises her head slightly, softly declaring, Night Watcher Team 136, Combat Support Part-Time Military Dr. Si Xiaonan. Night Watcher Team 136, Long-Range Fire Support, Long Xian. The man seated with a sniper rifle remarks coldly once everyone has introduced themselves, Wu Shangnan resumes. You are Lin Xia, correct? Regarding Zhao Kongqing's death in battle, do you have anything to add? I have been very clear, Lin Xia calmly states. Zhao Kongqing opened the Wujie Keingyi, engaging the Ghostface King in a solitary battle, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Were you present during their confrontation? I was. How did you enter the Wujie Keingyi? I merely glared at it, and it opened. Wu Shangnan parts his lips, his brow slightly furrowing. Can you describe the scene of their battle in detail? For instance, how did Zhao Kongqing slay the Ghostface King? He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the Ghostface King's head. Lin Xia responds. A black crescent. Wu Shangnan ponders, frowning in contemplation. At that moment, the previously silent Chenmai suddenly interjects. It was Minqing Shanyue. Old Zhao utilized the Ghost God Guide, invoking his own forbidden domain. When Qima exclaims in surprise, the sequence 083, Minqing Shanyue, that is a high-risk forbidden domain. I never imagined, old Zhao truly had it right. I once thought he was merely narcissistic, Si Xiaonan weakly interjects. No, he is indeed narcissistic. Chen Mai's lips curl into a slight smile, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine that when he first beheld his forbidden domain, he could scarcely believe it himself. Had we been there, he would have undoubtedly insisted on regaling us with tales of how his forbidden domain was the most magnificent of all. Hong Ying seems to envision a humorous scene. her lips curling upwards, though the sparkle in her eyes soon dims. Wu Shangnan fixes his gaze on Lin Xie, continuing, there is one more question. From the examination of the Ghostface King's corpse, its fatal injury consists of a series of knife wounds and inexplicable burn marks. Yet, Minxing Shangyue does not seem to possess such characteristics. What is the explanation for this? Lin Xie's brow furrows as he meets Wu Shangnan's gaze, enunciating each word. I have made myself abundantly clear. Zhao Kongcheng faced the Ghostface King alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he single-handedly defeated the Ghostface King. Chapter 31, Shima. As Wu Shangnan absorbs Lin Xie's response, his brow furrows deeper, just as he prepares to ask further questions. Hong Ying abruptly sits up, her reddened eyes fixed on Wu Shangnan as she shouts, Wu Shangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Kongcheng is dead, our comrade is gone, do you not feel even a shred of sorrow? Wu Shangnan opens his mouth, pausing for a moment before calmly stating, old Zhao's death saddens me as well, but the truth is equally paramount. Hong Ying glares at him fiercely, her chest heaving with agitation. She lets out a couple of cold laughs, slamming the black box she holds onto the ground before turning to stride toward the exit of the basement. Beside her, Wen Qima attempts to offer some counsel but feels a tug on his sleeve. Turning to CC Xiaonan, shaking her head. So those present at the scene, Shangnan, enough. Wu Shangnan is on the verge of pressing Lin Xie for more when Chen Mai, who has been standing at the periphery, interjects, cutting him off. Lin Xie has articulated his account clearly. As for the details, there is no need for further inquiry. This matter ends here. Chen Mai, hands in his pockets, strides to Wu Shangnan's side, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Stunned, Wu Shangnan turns to see Chen Mai's unwavering gaze, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Chen Mai takes a seat on the sofa opposite Lin Xie, stating, with Zhao Kongcheng's matter concluded, it is time we discuss you. Lin Xie, discuss what? As I understand it, Zhao Kongcheng once extended an invitation for you to join the Night Watchers, which you declined. He even mentioned losing track of you, had you not emerged with Zhao Kongcheng's body. We might have never found you again. Given this, why do you wish to join the Night Watchers now? Chen Mai's eyes bore into Lin Xie's, their depths inscrutable. To repay a favor, Lin Xie replies calmly. Chen Mai blinks, taken aback. A favor? I had a pact with him. I would join the Night Watchers. Lin Xie pauses, but I have one condition. What condition? I will remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years. After that, I shall depart. At this proclamation, the expressions of all present shift to one of incredulity. The Night Watchers are not community volunteers. Once one joins, leaving is not an option, thus, your mention of 10 years. I cannot grant you that. No one within the entire organization possesses the authority to make such a promise. As Lin Xie prepares to respond, Chen Mai interjects once more, however, if after 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchers on your own accord, and the higher-ups cannot impose their will upon you, that would be a different matter altogether. In short, the prospect of leaving the Night Watchers through formal procedures is out of the question. Very well. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xie nods decisively. If after 10 years I cannot leave, then that is my problem. As Lin Xie's audacious response sinks in, both Si Xiaonan and Wen Qima stare in astonishment. Even the typically stoic Lang Xian glances at Lin Xie with renewed interest. If that is the case, I will immediately submit your application for membership to the higher-ups, however, until you complete your training. You will not be considered an official member at training. The Night Watchers are an organization with semi-military management. All newcomers must undergo a year-long intensive training program before officially joining, where they learn combat, firearms, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden domains, among other skills. When does it begin? Each September, which is just a month away. Until you complete your training, you will only be regarded as a temporary member of our team. At this point, Chen Mai recalls something and solemnly reminds, as a temporary member, we do not provide accommodation or meals. Lin Xie, no accommodation or meals? I thought the Night Watchers offered excellent benefits. How can they be so stingy? Where will I stay for this month? Panic sets in. Go back to my aunt's house. No. If I return, there's a 99% chance I won't be coming out again. Perhaps even fleeing with my entire family. However, he must at least inform his aunt, so he intends to write a letter home, explaining that he is enlisting, which might put her mind at ease. But now, with the Night Watchers denying him lodging, does that mean he must sleep on the streets? Don't worry, you can stay at my place. Hong Ying, who had been discreetly lurking behind the door, peeks her head out and softly offers, my house is quite spacious. Giving you a room is no trouble at all. Hong Ying, weren't you angry in leaving? When Shima exclaims in surprise, I just remembered I forgot something. Is it not acceptable for me to return? Hong Ying shoots her a glare, strides into the room, picks up the black box from the floor, and shoots another glare at Wu Shangnan. Wu Shangnan. Under Wu Shangnan's speechless gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Xie and spoke gently, Xie, my dear younger brother, do not worry, now that you are a member of our team, I will surely look after you. Temporarily, he is a temporary member. Chen Mai corrected her seriously. Moreover, you two are not even sure who is older, so you cannot casually call him your younger brother. Captain, you are too rigid. Hong Ying stuck out her tongue at Chen Mai. Tearing off a piece of paper from the table, jotting down an address, and slipping it into Lin Xia's hand. Xia, I still need to go practice shooting out if you can't find me after the paperwork is done. Just head back on your own. Hong Ying's face was very close to Lin Xia's, close enough for him to clearly catch a whiff of her faint fragrance, and he noticed her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Those clear eyes, sparkling with laughter, gazed at Lin Xia like a pool of autumn water amidst golden maple leaves, both clear and captivating, yet imbued with warmth. One cannot deny that Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful. With her fair skin, delicate nose, crimson lips, exquisite features, and Lin Xia swiftly averted his gaze, an inexplicable blush creeping onto his face. This was the first time in his life he had been so close to a girl. Especially one as naturally charming as Hong Ying. Thank you, Hong Ying Jia. Ah! Hong Ying suddenly stood up, bursting into an excited laugh, startling Wu Shangnan behind her. Why are you acting so neurotically? Wu Shangnan replied irritably. Mind your own business, Hong Ying pouted. What can I do if our new younger brother's name sounds so pleasant? Lin Xia's lips twitched slightly, instinctively turning his head aside. At that moment, when Qima approached with a smile. Hong Ying, stop bullying the newcomer. Xia, come on, I'll show you around and tell you about the night watchers. Lin Xia felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, following when Qima out the door and down the stairs towards the ground floor. Xia, I am the hallway. When Qima suddenly spoke, what is it, senior? When Qima, ahem. Please don't call me senior, it feels too formal. Besides, I'm only 2 or 3 years older than you. When Qima scratched his head awkwardly. Just call me by my name, or like the others, call me Qima, alright? Actually, I have a rather personal request. When Qima stopped, looking earnestly into Lin Xia's eyes. What is it? Tonight, may I stay at Hong Ying's house with you? I've wanted to do so for a long time. Lin Xia, Chapter 32, The Night Watchers. Lin Xia's expression gradually grew peculiar as he looked at When Qima chuckled, I was just joking with you. I noticed you seemed quite repressed in there, so I thought I'd help you relax. He gazed into Lin Xia's eyes, his expression softening. After all, anyone who witnessed such a harrowing battle would find it difficult to emerge unscathed. Especially since you were merely a high school student. Lin Xia was taken aback. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. When Qima was right, Lin Xia had not even realized how poor his mental state had become. Witnessing Zhao Kongqing's death, fighting desperately against the Ghost-Face King, leaving behind the small haven he had known for over a decade, and joining the unfamiliar and perilous Night Watchers, though he appeared relatively mature. At his core, he was still just a boy under such immense upheaval. The pressure weighing on him had left him gasping for breath. I noticed your condition was quite poor while sitting there. In fact, it wasn't just me. Hong Ying noticed it too, otherwise, she wouldn't have invited you to stay at her house, nor would she have managed to suppress her sorrow to banter with the captain and vice-captain. Since you just arrived and are still unfamiliar with her, once you get to know her better, you'll find she is exceptionally kind. Lin Xia was taken aback. He recalled the image of Hong Ying crying uncontrollably as he carried Zhao Kongqing out in the rain. And now, reflecting on Hong Ying's gentle smile just moments ago, it seemed to conceal a profound sadness. But if she was already so heartbroken, why would she still care about my feelings? In fact, it wasn't just me and Hong Ying. Aside from Shangnan, who was rather straightforward, and the icy cold Lang Xian, others also noticed, but the captain is a bit proud and could only subtly rely on Hong Ying to lighten the mood. While Xiaonan was too shy to speak up, when Qima turned and continued up the stairs, speaking leisurely. Perhaps before you arrived, you thought the Night Watchers were merely a group of cold, mechanical killing machines. But once you stay here for a while, you'll realize it is not the case. Lin Xia followed When Qima to the first floor, passing through the hall of the disguised office and pushing the door open. It was now deep into the night. The bustling and vibrant Hepping Bridge lay silent and deserted, the ground still wet from the recent rain, with only the Hepping office remaining open along the entire street. Before I arrived, I thought the Night Watchers would be a vast organization located in an uninhabited military restricted zone, with planes and tanks parked inside, frequently conducting military drills, Lin Xia remarked, observing the tranquil street scene. When Qima was taken aback, turning to look at Lin Xia, unable to suppress a laugh. Coincidentally, I thought the same before joining the Night Watchers. After all, that's how they portray it in those sci-fi movies. He looked up at the hazy moonlight in the sky. However, although there are no military restricted zones, planes, or tanks, the Night Watchers are indeed a substantial organization. Why are there only 6 of you here? The Night Watchers differ from military forces. When Qima shook his head, what you refer to as a military restricted zone, with centralized management, may be efficient and easy to manage, but it has a fatal flaw. Which is its low mobility. For instance, if a mythological creature appears in Songnan City today, local police will need to confirm it, send a message to the base located in Shangjing City, and after the base reviews it, they will dispatch personnel to Songnan City for investigation. This process can take at least 2 days. In those 2 days, many lives may be lost. Therefore, the best solution is to station a Night Watcher team in each city. When a suspicious mythological creature is detected, the station team can directly investigate and resolve the issue. We are the team station in Songnan City, Lin Xia pondered. No wonder your positions and roles are so clearly defined. Each with their strengths, exactly from main combat power to battle support, to long-range assistance, to overall command. Everyone has their strengths and can cooperate with one another. This is the standard model for every station team. What if a mythological creature appears in a city that the local night watchers cannot handle? Then we would apply for support from higher authorities. When Shimo raised 4 fingers, in Dacia, besides the station night watchers in each city. There are also 4 special teams. They do not stay in any city, but when a city faces a situation that its local night watchers cannot resolve, they will be dispatched there. They do not have team numbers, only their own code names, which are a unique honor belonging to the special teams. The special teams, Lin Xia asked curiously, have you ever seen one? I haven't seen one with my own eyes, but 2 years ago, 3 mythological creatures of the Sea Realm appeared simultaneously in the neighboring Huaihai city, nearly causing a great disaster. Later, the special team codenamed Mask suddenly appeared and eliminated them all in just one night. A glimmer of longing appeared in Wen Chimo's eyes. It is said that when the sun rose the next day, the blood of the mythological creature stained the bay, and the Mask team had quietly moved on to the next city. That sounds pretty cool. Right, do they have any requirements for recruitment? Of course, and they are quite stringent. When Shima side, firstly, members of the special teams must at least be at the peak of the Tuan realm. The peak of the Tuan realm. What is the highest realm among the 6 of you? It's the captain. He is also at the Tuan realm, but he is still far from the peak. When Shima continued, furthermore, merely having the realm is not enough to join the special teams. One must also possess uniqueness. What kind of uniqueness? It means being different from other night watchers, such as possessing an extremely high-risk forbidden ruin sequence among the top 80, or achieving mastery in a particular field. Like being a grandmaster in swordsmanship or knife techniques, or being the agent of a deity. An agent of a deity, is that considered uniqueness? What kind of nonsense is that? When Shima shot Lin Xia a glance filled with envy. You are the agent of the seraph, and you think agents of deities are as common as cabbages on the street, aren't they? Lin Xia asked in confusion. Of course not. When Shima had never encountered someone so shameless. Agents of deities who stand on the side of humanity are extremely rare. In the entire Night Watchers, there are only 8 or 9, mostly distributed among various special teams or as captains of Night Watcher squads in major cities. They are crucial figures. Damn, I really envy you, kid. When Shima, in a rare display of exasperation, let out a deep sigh. You possess immense potential, he remarked. Once you mature, the small town of Songnan will scarcely be able to accommodate you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the Night Watch station in Shangjing City, or perhaps you will join a special team that traverses the world. The possibility of leading such a team is certainly not out of reach. In any case, your future is boundless. Chapter 33, The Tombstone. Lin Xia's expression remained tranquil, when Shima gazed at him in surprise. Oh, is that all? Is there anything more to say? Do you not feel even a hint of excitement or fervor? A trace, perhaps, but merely a trace. Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. I am not particularly interested in promotions. When Shima cast him a peculiar glance, recalling that he was a heretic destined to betray the Night Watch in 10 years. Lin Xia, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiry. So, according to you, these 4 special teams represent the pinnacle of Dacia's combat capabilities? Certainly not. They may be the apex of team combat power among the Night Watch, but they are by no means the zenith of Dacia's strength. Are you implying that there are organizations akin to the Night Watch within Dacia? No, there is only one Night Watch in Dacia. But above the Night Watch, there exist 5 human paragons. Human paragons, as the term suggests, they represent the highest possible combat power achievable by humanity, their strength approaching that of the ancient deities of myth. Hence, they are often referred to as demigods. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in mortal form. While I recognize you are quoting from cinematic classics, that is indeed the reality. When Shima lifted his gaze to the night sky, his eyes filled with reverence. These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity, the only glimmers of hope visible amidst the vast fog. Who are they? I do not know, they are too distant from us, and few have glimpsed their faces or known their names. However, there are some intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 human paragons are known as 1 sword, 1 rider, 1 idol, 1 void, and 1 sage. Sword, rider, idol, void, sage. What sort of rumors are these? They offer no useful information whatsoever. It is said that our Night Watch's supreme commander is among these 5 human paragons, known as 1 idol, but it has been an eternity since anyone witnessed him in action. I have a question. Ask away. Have humans ever slain a god? Lin Xia gestured towards the sky, not referring to bizarre mythological creatures, but to the ancient deities of legend. When Shima fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know, but I suspect not. In the vast fog, humanity resembles blind lambs, oblivious to the events of this world and unaware of when the apocalypse might strike. In an age when the existence of deities has been confirmed. Should humanity truly slay a god, it would undoubtedly incite panic among all other deities, leading them to unite in exterminating humanity. Should that occur, the situation for mankind would become even more dire. Lin Xia nodded. I understand. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Lin Xia pondered for a moment. Do temporary team members receive benefits? Yes, then I have no further questions. So, out of all your inquiries, the last one was the most pressing, of course. Lin Xia nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Those special teams and human paragons are far removed from my reality. I prefer to remain grounded. Very well. When Shima turned away and asked, are you tired? Not at all. Then I shall take you somewhere. In the dead of night. Is this appropriate? It is appropriate. When Shima's lips twitched. Very well, Lin Xia reminded him. Do not forget, I am still a minor. When Shima, moments later, the car came to a gentle stop in a desolate wilderness devoid of life. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, scanning the surroundings with a wary gaze. What brings you here? When Shima silently rolled his eyes and pointed to a nearby graveyard. Over there. Lin Xia followed his, falling into silence. He could vaguely deduce the reason for when Shima's visit. The two proceeded along a narrow path until they reached the periphery of the graveyard. This burial site was not expansive. Compared to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city, it was significantly smaller. However, both the craftsmanship of the tombstones and the spacing between them far surpassed that of an ordinary cemetery. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and orderly. This is the resting place for the night watch of Tsangnan City. When Shima spoke calmly, since the Daxia Special Biological Response Team officially transformed into the Night Watch in 1936, adopting a management structure of one team per city, this site has been designated as the final resting place for those who fall in service to Tsangnan City. Of course, this is merely a default arrangement. Each member may indicate their preference for burial in the Night Watch graveyard, cremation, or returning to their hometown. Upon joining a team years ago, Zhao Kongcheng chose to be laid to rest here, stating that he bore too much blood on his hands and feared that returning to his ancestors' graves would frighten them. As he spoke, a smile crept onto Wen Shima's lips, as if he could envision Zhao Kongcheng's carefree demeanor while uttering those words. Lin Xia observed the multitude of gravestones in silence, his brow slightly furrowing. So many. In this graveyard, there were at least 60 or 70 distinct tombstones, the majority of which were newly erected, from 1936 until now. It has been 85 years. When Shimo mused, initially our casualties were indeed few, as each city only faced a handful of mythological creatures each year, and those that did appear were not particularly powerful. However, as time passed, the frequency of mythological creatures' emergence increased, along with their terrifying strength, leading to a rise in our casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see have been erected in the last 20 years. Prior to Captain Chen Mai's arrival in Tsangnan City, it was said that 2 team members would perish annually until his presence significantly reduced the mortality rate. Lin Xia's mind conjured the image of that taciturn figure in black, and he couldn't help but feel admiration. But Zhao Kongcheng just fell tonight. Has his gravestone already been prepared? Lin Xia suddenly recalled something and asked in confusion. No, then why are we here? When Shima raised a hand, pointing into the distance. Look over there. Lin Xia followed his gesture and beheld a faint glow emerging amidst the darkness of the graveyard. Under the dim light, Honging sat beside an empty patch of ground, her eyes red-rimmed, cradling a blank gravestone in her arms while delicately carving it with a chisel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the stone, only to be hastily wiped away. In that moment, she bore none of her previous vitality. Didn't she say she was going to practice shooting? Lin Xia stared at the scene in a daze. She lied. When Shima shook his head, the gravestones of the Night Watcher carved by the deceased's comrades. It is an unwritten rule. Originally, this stone should have been carved by me, though she did not voice it. I know full well that she is the one who most wishes to carve Zhao Kongcheng's gravestone. Their bond was strong, truly strong. Thus, even if her lie was utterly absurd, I chose to turn a blind eye and let her secretly carve the stone. Lin Xia and Wen Shima stood quietly, watching Honging as she focused on her task, lingering in silence, beneath the hazy moonlight. In the stillness of the graveyard, only the sound of her chisel could be heard, emitting a faint mournful cry. Shall we not go greet her? After a long pause, Lin Xia asked. When Qimo.to approach her now would only serve to embarrass her. Her pride is quite fragile, but standing here feels akin to being perverted voyeurs, spying on someone else's secret. Lin Xia admitted, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When Shima turned to him, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you think we are the only 2 perverts peeping from the sidelines? Chapter 34. What are you up to? In the graveyard, on the other side of the woods, Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan, crouched on the ground, jolted at the sound, only to exhale in relief upon recognizing the newcomer. Captain, it's the dead of night. Do not move about the graveyard without a sound. You nearly scared me to death. Wu Xiangnan clutched his racing heart, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Chen Mai quietly sat beside him, observing Honging as she carved the gravestone in solitude. He spoke softly. I assumed your thick skull was solely filled with tactics. I did not expect you to be here. Wu Xiangnan shot him an exasperated glare. At this hour, who would believe she would be practicing shooting? Am I really that dull? Indeed. Wu Xiangnan. What about Qimo? He should have arrived right. He's lying low across the ravine with Lin Xia. What about Lang Xian and Shao Nan? Lang Xian has long since disappeared. And Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come out. Oh, the two men fell into silence. After a long while, Chen Mai finally spoke again. I am genuinely pleased that you are here. Is that so? It is. Chen Mai nodded earnestly, indicating that you are no longer that Wu Shangnan who crawled out from a pile of corpses. And no matter how much you deny it, you have already begun to change. Why should I deny it? Wu Shangnan replied calmly. Since the annihilation of the Blue Rain team, nearly 6 years have passed. As a mere survivor, I must move forward. To encounter all of you is indeed a stroke of good fortune for me. Wu Shangnan, Chen Mai sighed deeply. I in their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan in the corner, they remarked that you would never find a wife in this lifetime. If they were to discover that you were once a member of the renowned Blue Rain special team, they would surely be astounded. I am merely a survivor, unworthy of bearing that name, Wu Shangnan stated with composure. For now, I only wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chen Mai patted Wu Shangnan's shoulder, remaining silent. What do you think? Wu Shangnan suddenly inquired. What? That newcomer, Lin Xia. A fine child. I am not referring to his potential, I am speaking of his character. That is precisely what I mean. Wu Shangnan paused before continuing. Gui Mianwang was slain by him. If I am not mistaken, Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe injuries but did not deliver the fatal blow. Does that matter? Does it not? Chen Mai gazed into Wu Shangnan's eyes and slowly spoke. The child chose to attribute the credit to Zhao Kongqing. Why must you be so obstinate? After spending so long with Lao Zhao, do you not know what his dream is? To slay a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm. This is a significant achievement. It would greatly benefit the child's future. Do you believe he cares about such things? Wu Shangnan fell silent. Chen Mai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to a distant valley and spoke calmly. I have said before, the child is quite remarkable. At this moment, several dozen miles away from the cemetery, Lang Xian crouched quietly atop a hill, lowering his binoculars with a slight smile. Each of them lacks even the slightest bit of skill. IV caught them again this time. Click, click. The binoculars in Lang Xian's hands emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photographs fell from below, capturing Hong Ying alone engraving a tombstone. Lin Xia chatting with Wen Qili, and two burly men engaging in a playful manner in the woods. He treasured these photos, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box was filled with images, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming moments unique to Team 136. 2 hours later, Lin Xia stood before a luxurious villa, utterly dumbfounded. He lowered his head to reconfirm the address on the note and glanced at the villa again, inhaling sharply. So she is wealthy? If Lin Xia was not mistaken, the grand structure before him belonged to Hong Ying. Vaguely, Lin Xia's mind echoed her words. My house is quite spacious indeed. Lin Xia hesitated at the entrance of the villa for quite a while before finally summoning the courage to knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qili had silently observed Hong Ying carving the tombstone at the cemetery until she finished before leaving. Moreover, to avoid arousing suspicion, he had deliberately arrived half an hour late, creating a time gap. After just 2 knocks, Lin Xia withdrew his hand. The sound of shuffling slippers faintly reached him from behind the door. And shortly after, the villa's door swung open. Behind it stood Hong Ying in a plush pajama, her eyes slightly reddened, but her face brightened with a smile upon seeing Lin Xia. Xia, come in quickly. Why are you back so late? Qili dragged me into a long conversation. Lin Xia feigned innocence as he replied. Entering the house, he noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house hasn't been cleaned today. It might be a bit messy, don't mind it, Hong Ying said, fiddling with her hair, wrapping strands around her fingers, slightly embarrassed. It is quite tidy already, Lin Xia remarked as he glanced around. Feeling somewhat helpless. As long as there is a place to stay, I am already quite content. I must say, Hong Ying's home exudes sophistication and elegance in both decor and arrangement, making Lin Xia, who had never stayed in a villa before, feel somewhat out of place. Moreover, he had never stayed overnight at a girl's home. Is Xia here? A soft voice called from upstairs, revealing the sleepy Si Xiaonan leaning over the railing. Asking in a low voice, yes, Hong Ying nodded. Lin Xia was taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. She smiled at him, explaining, since I don't usually stay in the dormitory, I worry about Xiaonan being there alone. So I let her live here with me. Oh, I see. Just then, Lin Xia seemed to recall something. What about your uncle and aunt? If I just move in like this, will I disturb them? No, Hong Ying shook her head. 5 years ago, they disappeared in the fog. Before Xiaonan came, I lived here alone. Were they part of the reconnaissance team? Yes. Lin Xia opened his mouth, realizing he had asked the wrong question, unsure how to offer comfort. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed to a room on the 2nd floor. You will stay in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towel and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so don't mix them up. Wearing her slippers, Hong Ying climbed the stairs, then suddenly turned to Lin Xia, saying, oh, if you want to enter Xiaonan's in my room, you must knock first, if I discover any ill intentions from you. Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her pajamas, revealing her fair arms, and waved them menacingly. Don't forget, I am the main combat force of the team. No one can surpass me except the captain. My long gun is very discerning. After saying this, she turned gracefully, her long black hair cascading naturally as she strode into her room. Lin Xia, Si Xiaonan, who had been leaning against the railing, yawned and waved goodbye to Lin Xia. Goodnight. Thud. The two doors closed, and the corridor once again fell into silence. Suddenly Lin Xia remembered something and hurriedly walked to Hong Ying's door, knocking a few times. Creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a rather displeased Hong Ying holding her long gun, raising her chin defiantly. What do you want? Chapter 35. We are regular troops under the warm light. The tip of the long gun gleamed with a cold glint. This is absurd. She actually keeps a long gun in her room? Lin Xia swallowed hard and quickly spoke. No, Hong Ying, I just wanted to ask, do you have any paper and pen? Hong Ying blinked in surprise. What do you need paper and pen for at this hour? To write a letter. I think I have some. Wait here. Hong Ying set her long gun aside, returning to her room to rummage through her belongings. Standing at the door, Lin Xia could clearly see the situation inside Hong Ying's room. Unexpectedly, her room was quite simple, even bordering on the austere. Within this space, there was only a hard bed, a desk lamp, a desk, and a plush toy resting beside the bed. There were no unnecessary decorations, no expensive mattresses, no sofas, no air conditioning. Lin Xia found it hard to believe that in such a luxurious villa, Hong Ying's room could be so Spartan. Rather than a master bedroom, it resembled a hermitess' humble abode. The only fitting item in the room, a cute plush toy, was the sole remnant of her youth. Paper, found it, Hong Ying exclaimed with bright eyes, bringing a pen and several sheets of paper to the door, handing them to Lin Xia. Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here? Hong Ying glanced back and nodded. As a watchman, I cannot indulge too much in material comforts. I must constantly hone my will. If this villa were not a relic of my parents requiring regular upkeep, I might have sold it long ago and returned to the dormitory. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment. I understand, thank you. Good night. You should get some rest early too. Hong Ying smiled and waved as she gently closed the door. Lin Xia walked downstairs, sitting on a chair in the living room. Turning on a lamp overhead. On the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The lonely sound of cicadas softly echoed from outside. The summer night's heat swept away by the rain, and the shadows of leaves cast by the moonlight danced on the table. Lin Xia picked up the pen, sitting at the table, motionless. Time passed without him noticing, and he gently began to write the first line. To Aunt Yang Jin, Mom. Yang Jin shook her aunt, who was sleeping at the dining table, softly calling. Her aunt opened her bleary eyes, slowly raising her head, rubbing her sore neck as she asked, "What is wrong? Is your brother back?" Yang Jin shook her head. No, but there is a letter under the door. A letter? Yes, it seems to be written by my brother. Xiao Qi, quickly open it and see, Aunt anxiously remarked, while watching Yang Jin open the letter. This child, he hasn't returned all night and hasn't even bothered to send a word. He is right at our doorstep but refuses to come in. What does it mean that he has left a letter? Yang Jin tore open the letter, and Aunt took it from him, both of them huddling together to read it meticulously. After a while, Aunt trembled as she set the letter down, sitting there in a daze. Mother, brother said he has enlisted in the army. Yang Jin picked up the letter and turned to Aunt. Enlisted? How could he suddenly enlist? Aunt mumbled. He never mentioned anything about it. No, brother did mention it. Yang Jin nodded earnestly. He mentioned it. In the past, he often confided in me that his greatest dream was to enlist, but he had to put it on hold due to his eyesight issues. Yang Jin paused, then pointed to a few words in the letter. Moreover, look here, brother wrote that after his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted, but he didn't tell you because he feared you would try to stop him. Last night, he snuck onto a train to Qiqihar. But wait, something doesn't add up. What is it that doesn't add up? Aunt's mind suddenly became clear. Yang Jin scratched his head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It might have been there last night, I just didn't see it, but this is all too sudden. Aunt struggled to accept this reality, and this child just recovered his eyesight. What if it flares up again while he's serving? No way, I can't rest easy. I must go to the government. I want my nephew back. Aunt hurriedly stood up, disregarding her slippers, and rushed out the door. Suddenly she halted. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if preparing to knock. If Lin Xia were present, he would immediately recognize them as Chen Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? Aunt furrowed her brow and inquired. Chen Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and Wen Qima's face broke into a gentle smile as he saluted Aunt with a less than perfect military gesture. Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Xia? Yes, I am. We are from the Tsangnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and subsidies regarding Lin Xia's enlistment. Military Affairs Office? Aunt asked suspiciously. What is that? It is specifically responsible for the induction of new recruits. Oh, then please come in and have a seat. Aunt stepped back a few paces, allowing the two men to enter, and turned to brew them tea. I was just about to look for you. This situation doesn't seem right. As soon as Chen Mai and Wen Qima sat down, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing her words. Wen Qima leaned discreetly toward Chen Mai's ear and whispered, Captain, can we really pull this off? What are you worried about? Our paperwork is all issued from the regular army. It's all legitimate, but you only submitted Lin Xia's application yesterday. There's no way the documents could arrive this quickly. Are you sure? These are real? Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly. Soon enough, they will become real, but I don't understand. we clearly could have waited for the official documents to arrive before coming here. Why the rush? It's not us who are in a hurry, it's Lin Xia that he fears his Aunt 1T believe the contents of the letter and will go to the government to verify it. But those low-level officials don't know we exist. Do you understand what I mean? I understand, Wen Shima nodded, straightening his posture to display a standard smile. Ms. Wang Fong, rest assured, we are the regular army. And Lin Xia's enlistment in Wolamuki has been approved. There are no issues whatsoever. Yang Jin, standing nearby, helplessly rubbed his forehead, and, who was preparing tea, trembled, spilling the cup on the table, her body stiffening as she turned around. Her eyes wide in disbelief. He didn't go to Chi-Chi-Har? Chapter 36, Fool Chen Mai shot a glare at Wen Shima. Wen Shima spoke earnestly, ma'am, here's the situation. Lin Xia initially expressed a preference for Chi-Chi-Har, but later complied with reassignment to Wolamuki. Aunt remained skeptical. Then where are his documents? Wen Shima retrieved a thick stack of paperwork from his briefcase, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Aunt. All of Lin Xia's paperwork is here. Please keep it safe. He pondered for a moment before continuing. There may be additional documents arriving later. We will visit again then. Aunt squinted, pulling the documents far away, scrutinizing every word as if afraid to overlook any crucial information. After a long while, she finally set the documents down, letting out a deep sigh. This child just recovered his eyesight. I worry what might happen during his time in the army. Please rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Xia's eyesight. There should be no further issues. He is in good health. When Shima's voice softened gradually, moreover, he is growing up. Eventually they need to step out from under their family's wing and experience the world. Don't you think? Aunt opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately could only sigh helplessly. Ma'am, here is the subsidy for Lin Xia's enlistment. Please accept it. Chen Mai produced a thick envelope, sliding it across the table to Aunt. She lifted a corner of the envelope, her body jolting as she looked at the two men in shock. This is too much, isn't it? The government currently provides excellent benefits for soldiers, and Lin Xia's unit is somewhat special, so the subsidies are relatively higher than usual. When Shima explained a special, is there any danger? Aunt's expression shifted. There won't be. The special refers to how far away it is. When Shima fabricated earnestly, considering that it would still take a long time to travel from here to Wolamuki. I see. Aunt clutched the envelope, fidgeting. This was the first time she had seen such a large sum of money. Comrades, could you send this money to him? I'm worried. He's going so far alone without any money. Besides having so much money at home, I just can't relax. The army 1T need this much money, and we have regulations stating this money is for the family. You must accept it. When Shimo's eyes narrowed slightly as his tone grew serious. As for safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one can touch you. Then how long will he be gone? 10 years, Chen Mai suddenly interjected, his gaze serious. He will definitely return in 10 years. 10 years, Aunt murmured the words, glancing back at young Jean, whispering to herself, in 10 years, Jean should be in college, right? When Shima and Chen Mai stayed a while longer to chat with Aunt, and when the time was right, they stood to take their leave. By the way, can you make phone calls from there? Aunt suddenly thought of something. Of course. When Shima nodded, I'll give you a phone number. As long as it's not during training hours, you can reach him. Alright, thank you. Aunt saw the two men off, then stood alone at the door for a moment before slowly returning inside, staring blankly at Lin Xia's room. Her eyes gradually turned red. Brother is enlisting. This is a good thing, Yang Jin said, approaching with little black. I know. Aunt wiped the corner of her eye. The child is growing up. It's natural for them to go out and see the world. It is indeed a good thing to train in the army. When he returns, he'll be a veteran, and surely there will be many suitors when I look for a wife for him. Yang Jin, mother just worries too much. Aunt looked out the window, lost in thought. It's time to go. Chen Mai descended the stairs, patting Lin Xia, who was stealthily watching from the window. What do you think? Lin Xia asked softly, his gaze fixed on Aunt in the balcony. She believed it. That's good. Did you give her the money? I did. Chen Mai paused. That was all your subsidies and a year's worth of overdrawn salary. How will you manage? I've saved a little money over the years. I can manage for a year if I'm frugal. Chen Mai remained silent for a moment before adding, if you have nothing to do, you can come to the office for meals. But I thought temporary team members don't get meals. Lin Xia asked in surprise. Temporary team members don't get meals, but Chen Mai patted his shoulder as they walked towards the van. Except for the meals I cook myself. Lin Xia was taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. Just then, the new phone in Lin Xia's pocket rang. Hello, is this Shaoqi? It's me, Aunt. You child, going to enlist without even telling me a word. If you want to go, I wouldn't have stopped you, you know. Do you not consider me your aunt anymore? I'm sorry, Aunt. I was wrong. Sigh, are you on the train now? Yes, how long until you arrive? I heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is a bit slow. After entering the military camp, be sure to eat well. Do not exhaust your body. I understand, and furthermore, I have received all your allowances, and I will set them aside for you to use when you return to marry a wife. Aunt, our military has excellent benefits, and we receive a substantial amount of money every year. So you can use that for now. You, my dear, do not know how to save at all, and make sure to keep that money for yourself and live a little better, understood? I heard you, Aunt. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Alright, goodbye, Aunt. By the way, once you arrive in Shichihar, remember to let me know you are safe. I will certainly do so. Goodbye, Aunt. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line before Aunt's slightly hoarse voice spoke again. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone echoed from the phone, and Aunt tightly gripped the device, sitting motionless like a statue. Soon, 2 streams of warm tears flowed from her eyes. She slowly leaned over the table, burying her face in her shoulder. Weeping silently, nearby, Yang Jin sighed softly, turned to gaze out the window, and murmured, "Brother, you fool, outside the old residential area. Chi, it's time to go." Chen Mai turned around and spoke calmly. Lin Chi tucked his phone away, casting one last glance at the distant low buildings, and nodded. The wind began to rise. Lin Chi's dark hair was gently lifted by the breeze as he tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their clothes billowed and rustled. Chapter 37, The Girl Who Defied the Gods in the Asylum of the Gods. In a spacious and tidy yard, Nike sat in a rocking chair, holding a vase. Lost in thought. A boy in a white coat walked through the corridor, carrying several bottles of medicine, and approached her. "You came to see me, Donatus, my child." And Nike's turned to Lin Chi, a smile blooming on her lips. Lin Chi sat beside her, acknowledging her with a "It's time for your medication." He carefully poured out the pills, dividing them into small heaps, placing them in Nike's hand. "Good, take your medicine first." Without hesitation, Nike swallowed the pills in her hand and gazed at Lin Chi, her eyes filled with affection. "Donatus, do you seem troubled?" Lin Chi was taken aback. He did not expect this mentally ill woman to see through his state so easily. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with." Lin Chi shook his head. How could an outsider help with matters of running away from home and heartache? Nike's appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a thought, she said, "In that case, Donatus, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lin Chi was taken aback. "Yes, I will give you my bracelet. From now on, wear it close to you, and you will." Nike's reached to touch her wrist, then looked down at her bare wrist. "Where was the bracelet? Where is my bracelet?" Lin Chi, "Indeed, Nike's is quite unwell." Nike's tilted her head, furrowing her brow as if deep in thought. Just as Lin Chi prepared to rise and leave, Nike suddenly spoke. "I remember now." "What did you remember?" "My bracelet was taken from me." "Taken from you?" Lin Chi was startled, pondering if he had ever encountered a story about a bracelet in any myth. Which god had won it? Not a god. Nike shook her head, pointing at Lin Chi. "She is just like you, just like me, also your child." Lin Chi attempted to think along Nike's lines. "No, she is like you, also wearing this white garment." Lin Chi's pupils constricted, his brow furrowing tightly. "Are you saying that before me, someone else wearing this garment entered your room and won your bracelet?" Nike's nodded. Lin Chi's expression grew increasingly serious. Unintentionally, he had gained such crucial information from Nike's. From her words, it seemed that before he had knocked on the door of this asylum and released Nike's, there had been another person here, who had also opened Nike's door. He was not the only master here? But this asylum was clearly within his mind. How could anyone else enter? Lin Chi suddenly recalled that the first dream he had about knocking on the asylum's door was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it had abruptly and mysteriously entered his dreams. Could it be that 5 years prior, before he dreamed of the asylum, someone else had existed here? With that thought, Lin Chi immediately sat back down and earnestly inquired, "How did she win your bracelet from you?" Nike's pondered for a moment before replying. "She said she wanted to compete with me. If I won, she would return my child to me. If I lost, I would have to give her my bracelet." "What did you compete in?" Nike slowly uttered 2 words. "Creation, creation. In the end, you lost." "How could that be?" Lin Chi was filled with astonishment. "You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who created the world. How could you possibly lose to anyone?" "I do not know, but I indeed lost." Nike shook her head. "Do you remember her appearance?" "I remember. She seemed to be only 12 or 13, with long black hair. Very beautiful, and there was a strange pattern here." Nike's pointed to the back of her hand. "A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation." Lin Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Even if your divine essence is weakened, that still seems improbable." Nike sat there, seemingly lost in recollection once more. Lin Chi steadied his emotions and continued to ask, "Regarding her, do you remember anything else? A name, perhaps?" "I do not know. I only know that her surname seems to be G." Nike spoke uncertainly. "G." Lin Chi murmured the character. "Finally, before I return to my room." She walked that way. Nike's thought for a moment and pointed toward a room on the 3rd floor. "I understand now. Rest well." Lin Chi glanced at the room, offered a word of caution, and turned to rush down the corridor. Moments later, Lin Chi arrived at the door of the room Nike's had indicated. On the doorplate were inscribed 3 prominent characters, "Director's Office." Lin Chi frowned slightly and pushed the door open. Behind it was a moderately sized office, appearing somewhat disorganized. He had previously entered this room, and the white coat was taken from the hanger inside, but it seemed he had not discovered anything during his earlier visit, since Nike's mentioned that the girl had entered this room. It was highly likely that she had left behind some important clues. This time, he intended to search thoroughly. Rather than rummaging through drawers, he chose to sit down, slowly closing his eyes, thanks to the divine ruins given to him by the seraphim. He could effortlessly perceive everything within this room, far more efficiently than searching through every nook and cranny. Seconds later, he abruptly opened his eyes. He stood and approached the desk, reaching into the last drawer's compartment. Pulling out a somewhat yellowed piece of stationery, indeed there it was. Lin Shi swiftly tore open the envelope, extracting the letter, and his expression suddenly turned peculiar. Hiss, this character appears somewhat ugly, scrawled and crooked. Akin to a primary school student learning to write. To a certain someone, I do not know who you are, but I know that you are the true master here. By the time you find this letter, several years should have passed. Do not laugh at my poor handwriting. I am still young, and it will improve as I grow. I apologize for forcibly holding on to the asylum that belongs to you for a time. But now that it has returned to its rightful owner, I hope you will not hold it against me. Tongue out doodle. Also, I borrowed some things from a few of your patients. When I find you again, I will return them, do not worry. Lastly, let me remind you that there is still a place beneath this office. When I grow up, I will come find you. Stranger, after all, you are my hope of returning home. Bye. Jin Yen Chapter 38. The monster Lin Shi set the letter down, his expression somewhat odd. He had initially thought this letter would harbor the secrets of the asylum. Or perhaps a message from a mysterious powerful being, or unveil the truth of this world. But, what is this infuriating sense of a sixth grade essay? Is it possible that the previous director of this asylum was truly a little girl? This makes no sense. What kind of little girl could defeat the goddess of night and creation? From this nonsensical letter, Lin Shi gleaned little information. Before him, this asylum had indeed been in the hands of another girl, who had also taken some items from the patients. With this thought, Lin Shi's brow furrowed again. I in the letter, she mentioned several patients. This implies that, aside from Nike's, she had also accessed other divine patients' rooms. Perhaps winning items from them through similar contests? What sort of anomaly is this? Moreover, she mentioned that there was something beneath this office. Lin Shi crouched down, using his spirit to carefully probe beneath the floor. And just as he approached the 20-meter boundary, it seemed he indeed encountered something unusual. Is there a mechanism hidden in this room? Lin Shi lifted his head and gazed at the wall at the back of the office. In his perception, behind this wall lay a concealed passage, and the method to unveil it. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lin Shi stood up and walked over to the bookshelf in the corner, where he gently pressed on a hidden compartment. Immediately, the wall behind the office began to slowly part, revealing a dark, gaping corridor. Without hesitation, Lin Shi descended along this passage. It was long and deep, and he walked for quite some time before reaching its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a dim, damp corridor, flanked by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells, unlike the 6 patient rooms in the building above. What Lin Shi beheld were true prison cells, with intricate patterns etched on the iron doors, their purpose unknown. He proceeded cautiously down the corridor, his mental fortitude constantly alert to his surroundings. Hidden within the depths of this already enigmatic asylum were 2 rows of bizarre cells, unmistakably harboring ill intent. Strangely, both sides of the cells were eerily vacant, devoid of any occupants. Could it be that this was merely an abandoned prison? Lin Shi murmured to himself, continuing forward. Soon, he arrived at the end. However, as his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils dilated suddenly. In the corner of that cell squatted a hulking figure. Seemingly having heard Lin Shi's footsteps, it turned its head stiffly, revealing a pale and grotesque visage, the ghost-faced king. Upon recognizing this familiar figure, a surge of murderous intent ignited in Lin Shi's eyes, prompting him to instinctively take a half-step back. The ghost-faced king, resembling a beast, roared and lunged violently at Lin Shi, only to be repelled by an invisible force upon contacting the cell's bars, crashing against the rear wall. Lin Shi's brow furrowed deeply. Hadn't he killed the ghost-faced king? Its visage had been hacked into 18 pieces, utterly lifeless. Its corpse should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly reappear here? Just as Lin Shi pondered this, a familiar panel materialized before his eyes. Criminal, ghost-faced king. Decision. As a mythical being you personally executed, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Erase its soul entirely, rendering it forever extinct in this world. Option 2. Allow it to reach a fear value of 60, enabling its employment as a caretaker in the asylum, providing care for patients while offering a degree of protection. Current fear value 1. After reading this, Lin Shi finally comprehended the situation. It appeared that this mental institution, in addition to housing 6 mysterious patients, also possessed the capability to transform beings it had slain into caretakers. In other words, every time he killed a mythical creature, he had the opportunity to convert it into a caretaker. Did this include the ancient deities? What if, hypothetically speaking, he were to slay a genuine deity in the future? Could he also compel it to work for him? With this thought, Lin Shi's heart raced with excitement. Roar. The ghost-faced king's bellow snapped Lin Shi back to reality. He lifted his gaze towards the grotesque figure in the cell, his expression growing increasingly cold. The ghost-faced king, Lin Xia, regarded it calmly and spoke, "You are formidable. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be an excellent choice." Upon hearing these words, the ghost-faced king gradually fell silent. Lin Xia slowly extended his hand, seemingly intending to touch the ghost-faced king's ghastly visage. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the creature's eyes, yet its instinct for survival forced it to suppress its urges. It understood that its fate lay in the hands of this insignificant being before it. Not wishing to be entirely obliterated from existence, it had no choice but to submit, bowing its head. It became as quiet as a dog. Lin Xia's palm made contact with its ghostly face, gently stroking it. "You have taken many lives, but that is inconsequential. I am not acquainted with them, which does not hinder my decision to employ you." Lin Xia's eyes narrowed, glinting with a chilling light. "Unfortunately, you have slain someone of great significance." Suddenly Lin Xia's grip tightened. Screech! The ghost-faced king's visage contorted violently, its piercing wail echoing throughout the cell. It flailed desperately, attempting to escape from Lin Xia's grasp, but alas, it was futile. This was Lin Xia's asylum. He was the director here. If he wished for it to perish, it had no choice but to die. The cold glimmer in Lin Xia's eyes flared as, amidst the anguished cries, the ghost-faced king expanded rapidly, akin to a balloon. Then, it erupted with a thunderous blast. Blood and flesh splattered across the entire cell, rapidly consumed by the walls and floor, and in mere moments Sichuan mythical creature had completely vanished. The cell resembled a living, carnivorous beast. Lin Xia's white coat was likewise stained with blood as he gazed at the now empty cell, his expression devoid of emotion. "You are powerful, but regrettably, my asylum does not welcome you." With that, he turned and strode away, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, step by step retreating outward. In the dim corridor, the bloodstains on his coat swiftly seeped and disappeared, like a ravenous monster. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The crisp, melodious electronic chime resonated as Lin Xia pushed open the door to the office. Stepping inside, upon entering, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. There, seated on the sofa in the office, was an elderly lady in her 50s, one hand resting on a cane while the other adjusted her reading glasses, animatedly recounting something. Let me tell you, my old partner, he does this all the time. In the past, when he went out with me, he would hold my hand tightly, fearing I might come to harm. But since last week, he has been acting like this. He must be seeing another woman." Opposite her, Honging rested her chin on her hand, intently listening, occasionally gasping in surprise. "Oh, he really is that outrageous?" Yes, I believe you, Grandma. How utterly unreasonable of him. Rest assured our office will take care of this matter." Beside her, Wen Shima sat with an earnest demeanor, maintaining a gentle smile. "I believe you are correct, Grandma. I believe you are correct." Honging, "Yes, I believe you are all correct." Noticing Lin Xia standing dazed at the door, Wen Shima exchanged a glance with him, rising to follow Lin Xia to the back of the office. Honging remained seated, enthusiastically chatting with the elderly lady. "What on earth is going on here?" In the corridor leading to the basement, Lin Xia finally couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Is this normal work? I thought the storefront above was merely a facade, yet it seems there truly is business." "Xia, you still don't understand enough," Wen Shima said, patting his shoulder. "The city of Sangnan isn't excessively large or small. Mysterious events do occur, but only about 5 or 6 times a year. You see, when we aren't dealing with supernatural incidents, what do you think we do? We engage in training or idle chatter, which can become quite dull. So you all have expanded your services to investigate extramarital affairs." Lin Xia's expression was quite odd, particularly with a grandmother in her 50s. She is 60 this year. "You see, we occasionally take on trivial commissions. It allows us to find something to do while also earning a little extra income. What could be better? So, aside from investigating extramarital affairs, do we have any other services?" "Yes, our range of services is quite broad indeed." When Shimo's eyes sparkled. "We help rescue cats and dogs from trees, provide tutoring for children below middle school, offer legal assistance to those in need, and even covertly subdue bank robbers from time to time." "Wait a moment, that range of services seems to be a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Rescue, education, law, relationships. Are you even trying to take on police work?" "Standard procedure," Wen Shima replied casually. "I suddenly have a bit of curiosity. Who among you is knowledgeable in law?" Lang Xian, before joining the Night Watchman, he was a doctoral candidate in law at a political and legal university. Lin Xia, L. As the two approached the underground activity space, Wen Shima clapped Lin Xia on the shoulder. "By the way, the captain said to wait for you. Go to the training ground to find him." "Where is it?" "Just follow the corridor straight to the end." "All right." Lin Xia traversed the activity room, proceeding down the corridor. During his previous visit, he hadn't taken note, but now he realized just how expansive this underground space truly was. Long corridors and mysterious rooms abounded. Lin Xia roughly estimated that this space was at least as wide as 2 streets combined. Finally, Lin Xia reached the end of the corridor, facing a large iron door. He pushed it open, revealing a vast and brightly lit training ground, at least the size of 3 football fields. Did they excavate the entire riverbed? Lin Xia muttered to himself upon noticing Lin Xia's arrival. Chen Mai, seated in meditation at the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and waved. "Captain, how do you feel about this place?" Lin Xia remarked, observing the stark contrast before him. The unassuming entrance above belied the vast expanse below. Reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film, Chen Mai nodded slightly, explaining that this location had been constructed decades ago by a master of Earth-based forbidden ruins, which is why such an extensive project had not disturbed the surface. "I see," Lin Xia replied. By the way, the documents regarding your initiation into the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. If you wish to peruse them, feel free to retrieve them yourself. After a brief pause, Chen Mai continued. "However, your blade, cloak, and emblem will only be distributed once you commence training. For now, you may utilize this sword." He handed Lin Xia a straight sword from behind him. Lin Xia accepted it, examining the weapon, only to discover 3 small characters inscribed on the hilt. "Zhao Kongcheng, this is," Lin Xia exclaimed in astonishment. "Old Zhao's sword." Chen Mai replied calmly, "You are the chosen one he entrusted with it after his demise. Please safeguard it." Lin Xia fell silent for a moment, gripping the hilt firmly. "Understood then." With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "But wasn't I just a temporary member? Why do I need a sword, with over a month remaining until training commenced?" Chen Mai responded, "We cannot afford to waste this time. We must teach you essential skills." He slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Lin Xia, and added, "As a prospective member of our Team 136, poor performance during training would reflect poorly on us." Lin Xia felt an inexplicable sense of dread akin to being forcibly sent to a remedial class due to unsatisfactory grades. "Very well, what should I practice?" he asked, not hesitating, for he would have sought Chen Mai's guidance in combat regardless. "Life is one's own. To slack off now would be a slow death." In the morning, you will practice swordplay with me. In the afternoon, you will learn about forbidden ruins from Wen Qima, and in the evening, you will train with guns under Lang Xian. Chen Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from a nearby rack, holding them in hand. "Pick up your sword. We are about to begin." Lin Xia gazed at the straight sword beside him. Bewildered, "Captain, this is a real sword." "It matters not," Chen Mai replied, expressionless, approaching with both swords. "The outcome will be the same." A sense of foreboding tightened in Lin Xia's chest. He picked up the sword from the ground, unsheathing it, and took a deep breath. "Captain, I'm coming." Chen Mai nodded. "Come on, let us see what you've got." Lin Xia's focus sharpened as he gripped the hilt tightly and charged towards Chen Mai. 3 seconds later, his screams echoed throughout the basement. Chapter 40, The Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. When Qima sat listlessly in the Forbidden Ruins training ground, glancing at the time. "Where is that kid?" Just then, a figure slowly pushed the door open, moving towards him like a zombie. "What the hell?" When Qima exclaimed upon seeing him. "Xia, what happened to you?" Lin Xia, sporting a bruised face, waved his hand, about to speak when he stumbled, nearly falling. When Qima rushed forward to steady him. "Did you spar with the captain?" "Yes." It seems your talent is decent." Lin Xia glared at him. "You call this decent? The first time I sparred with the captain, I was down for an entire day and night." When Qima sighed, "Now only Hong Ying can barely hold her own in close combat against the captain." "I heard Zhao Kongcheng was a master of close combat? Was he unable to contend?" When Qima paused, then spoke slowly. "His clashes with the captain were not merely a struggle, they were evenly matched, provided neither used forbidden ruins. I see, enduring the pain in his body." Lin Xia managed to stand. If he lifted his shirt, one would find his torso covered in contusions. Chen Mai's strikes were too swift, too powerful, and lacked mercy. "Don't worry, we'll find Xiaonan for treatment shortly. And you'll be ready to take another beating tomorrow morning." When Qima reassured him, "Now let us begin class." When Qima cleared his throat, Lin Xia straightened his posture. "First, we will discuss what forbidden ruins are. Zhao Kongcheng already told me about that." "Very well, let's talk about divine ruins." "He mentioned that too." "Alright, then let us discuss forbidden ruins generated from objects." "He covered that as well." When Qima sighed, "How much has that guy shared with you in secret?" "What about the forbidden ruins hierarchy? Did he discuss that?" "No, he didn't." When Qima sighed in relief and began, "The so-called forbidden ruins hierarchy is a classification system that delineates the danger levels of forbidden ruins, arranged like a sequence, starting from 001. The lower the number, the more dangerous the ruin. Isn't that similar to the divine codes? Not quite. The divine codes refer to the sequence in which humans discovered the deities, unrelated to their combat prowess or danger levels, whereas the forbidden ruins hierarchy pertains solely to their danger. I understand. Forbidden ruins ranked above 600 are termed harmless forbidden ruins. These have minimal effects, such as watering plants or eliminating dental cavities, or even conjuring a spicy strip out of thin air. Those ranked between 400 and 599 are labeled low-risk forbidden ruins. While they can be harmful, they are not overly dangerous and can yield extraordinary results if used correctly. Ruins ranked between 200 and 399 are classified as dangerous forbidden ruins, capable of posing significant threats to human society and possessing combat capabilities against the mysterious. Ruins ranked between 90 and 199 are known as high-risk forbidden ruins, which can threaten human society on a large scale and possess exceptional combat strength. Most high-end combatants, like the captain, fall within this category. As for those ranked below 89, they are termed super high-risk forbidden ruins. These ruins either possess extremely formidable destructive capabilities or unfathomable special abilities, transcending human limitations and capable of annihilating entire cities. When Shima emphasized, this is not mere alarmism. A few years ago, a powerful mythical creature with a forbidden ruins rank of 063, known as Luotianmi Sha, appeared in the northwestern desert, nearly burying several cities in a sandstorm. It was only thanks to a specialized team that it was ultimately vanquished. Lin Xia was taken aback. I remember Zhao Kongqing mentioning that his forbidden ruins rank was 083. Min Shang Shanyu, which is classified as super high risk. Albeit among the last few. When Shima's expression grew somewhat melancholic, had he been born with that forbidden ruin, perhaps he would have joined a specialized team and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of forbidden ruins? What about divine ruins? Lin Xia asked curiously. Divine ruins are also a type of forbidden ruin, hence they are included in the hierarchy. When Shima paused, casting a somewhat envious glance at Lin Xia. Of the top 30 in the forbidden ruins hierarchy, 23 are divine ruins. The powers bestowed by deities are not something mere mortals can contend with, far surpassing our understanding in terms of danger and uniqueness. Are there really 7 human forbidden ruins among the top 30? Yes, when Shima replied, his eyes shining with excitement. In fact, one of the top 5 forbidden ruins belongs to humanity. Which one? I don't know. Don't look at me like that. I haven't been a member of the Night Watch for long. How would I know such confidential matters? When Shima spread his hands innocently, what about my forbidden ruin? Lin Xia inquired, pointing to himself. What is its rank? When Shima glanced at him, then spoke softly. The divine code is 003, belonging to the seraphim Michael, known as the mortal realm of the divine. Its forbidden ruins rank is also 003. The forbidden ruins rank 003, the mortal realm of the divine, Lin Xia muttered, but do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the rank of the seraphim's forbidden ruin, not yours, Lin Xia. When Shima added, it is only 003 in the hands of the seraphim. In the hands of a newcomer like you, who has just begun to explore the mysterious, its power may only classify it as a high-risk forbidden ruin. One day, when your level is sufficiently elevated to stand alongside the deities, it will rightfully be 003. Lin Xia nodded. I understand. By the way, I have another question. Go ahead. Is it possible for the same person to become the agent of multiple different deities? Not possible, when Shima replied without hesitation. Shaking his head. At least, there has never been such a precedent in human history. Lin Xia nodded. From now on there will be, besides the seraphims, the mortal realm of the divine. Lin Xia also possesses the starry night dancer, acquired from the goddess of night, making him, in a sense, an agent of 2 deities. Of course, such matters cannot be disclosed to others for the time being. Should the higher-ups of the Night Watch discover this, it would be quite detrimental for him. At least, he is currently too feeble. Perhaps when he grows sufficiently strong, he will no longer fear exposure. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden domain regarding the mortal realm. What capabilities do you possess? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered around me, I can perceive everything. Oh, when Shima raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? White. In the trial chamber, the two men exchanged a brief glance and smiled at one another. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine domain. The elite reconnaissance and combat support abilities may not yet display their full potential, but as your strength grows, they should evolve into something extraordinarily formidable. When Shimo recorded the information while speaking. Is there anything else? The dynamic vision is approximately several times better than before. Close combat lethality abilities. Very good. Anything more? Under considerable mental strain, I can wield a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. Typically divine agents possess such capabilities. Is there anything else? That is all. Is that all? When Shima lifted his head in astonishment. This is it. The power granted to me by the Seraph is limited to this, Lin Xia replied earnestly, and in a sense, he spoke the truth. When Shima furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. No, this cannot be right. This is the mortal realm. Even if it is merely at the lamp level, the exhibited prowess should far exceed this. What you mean is, my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xia was taken aback. When Shima nodded. To elaborate, the Athena agent from the Phoenix team was able to demolish a building with a single punch upon entering the lamp level, effortlessly tearing apart mythological beings at the pool level. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate. What is crucial is that what you currently exhibit is solely combat support abilities. But, this is the domain of Michael, how could it possibly possess such limited power? Lin Xia gazed at his own hands in confusion. Yet, I truly only perceive these abilities. When Shima pondered for a moment longer before continuing, there are two possibilities. The first is that when the Seraph chose you as its agent, it only granted you this small fraction of power. I believe this possibility to be the most likely. The second is that other capabilities of your divine domain have always existed, but you are currently unable to sense them, or you are subconsciously overlooking them. Subconsciously overlooking, for instance, your abilities might allow you to breathe through your skin. Due to your prolonged use of this ability, you have become entirely accustomed to it, and after a long time, although you have been maintaining this ability, you begin to subconsciously ignore it, as it has become second nature. You mean to say that I might have been using this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Think carefully. Have there been any aspects about yourself that differ from others throughout your life? Lin Xia contemplated for a moment. Blind, that doesn't count. When Shima sighed helplessly. Personally, I still lean towards the first possibility. The seraph likely did not bestow upon you the complete divine domain from the outset. After all, it is the seraph's domain. Even if the second hypothesis holds true and you have been utilizing it all this time, it should not remain so mundane. One should be able to unleash great power with a mere sneeze. Lin Xia, in any case, previously I suggested that your current, mortal realm, might be of high-risk level. It appears I overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed, it might be more accurately classified as an ordinary danger level. When Shima recorded a few more notes on the document, offering consolation, however, do not lose heart. As your strength increases, further capabilities will gradually manifest. After all, you are the agent of the seraph. It will not allow you to suffer such embarrassment. Lin Xia shrugged, hoping for the best. Though Lin Xia felt a bit disheartened, it was only to a minor extent. With the psychiatric hospital of the gods at his disposal, he did not rely heavily on the seraph. Considering he had 6 deities confined within his hospital for him to choose from. Now that we have preliminarily understood your abilities, it is time for training. When Shima summarized the documents and quickly devised a training plan for him. How do we train? Generally speaking, your abilities currently lean towards perception and anticipation. Such characteristics are relatively easier to train than those that involve explosive force, requiring merely a gradual integration of your body and abilities. When Shima pointed to the room behind him, which contained a mechanism housing 39,000 concealed miniature rubber guns, capable of firing between 1 and 39,000 rubber bullets per second, although the flight speed of the bullets is slightly slower than that of real bullets. It is sufficient for your current level. What you need to do is stand inside and use your perception and dynamic vision to dodge the rubber bullets as best as you can. Considering your current level, we shall commence with 50 bullets per second. Lin Xia surveyed the room and nodded. I understand. Stepping through the door, Lin Xia found himself in the center of the room. Gazing at the densely packed honeycomb-like gun holes that adorned the walls, a sense of foreboding rising within him once more. Wait, why are there gun holes beneath my feet as well? What if they hid where they shouldn't? As Lin Xia noticed the multitude of gun holes beneath him, he felt a chill run down his spine, his face shifting in color. In combat, danger can arise from any direction. There are no areas that should not be targeted. When Shima's voice echoed from all directions, if you are ready, I shall begin. Lin Xia slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Let us begin. Beep, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment the signal sounded, rubber bullets began raining in from all directions. Moving at such speed that they were imperceptible to the naked eye, Lin Xia reacted the instant the bullets were discharged, executing 2 consecutive backward jumps to evade most of the bullets. However, a new volley of bullets erupted, each shot at an exceedingly tricky angle. In Lin Xia's perception, while he could predict the trajectories of the bullets, the number of trajectories he could anticipate simultaneously was limited. For instance, if one were to catch a rolling ping-pong ball, it would be a simple task. Catching 3 at once is feasible as well, but if there were 20 ping-pong balls rolling in different directions simultaneously, the human brain would struggle to respond in time, failing to accurately judge each one's trajectory. Lin Xia faced a similar dilemma. Within merely 3 seconds of the training commencing, he had already been struck by a dozen bullets. Although the rubber bullets would not cause injury, their speed still induced pain. Thus, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, why am I getting hit again? Activity room. Chen Mai donned an apron and gloves. Carrying a bowl of fragrant bone soup to the table, placing it down gently, gurgle, Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you cooked yourself? Is the sun rising from the west today? Beside her, Wu Shangnan smiled slightly. Can't you tell? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xia. We are merely supplementary. Uncle Chen, you are biased. Si Xiaonan pouted in displeasure. Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly, his expression neutral as he spoke. I'm just tired of the bento and wanted a change of flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid.so that acid. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she reached for the chopsticks to dip into the bone soup. Then I shall not be polite. Smack. Chen Mai swatted Hong Ying's hand away with his chopsticks, stating flatly, Lin Xia is still in class. All of you wait. Hong Ying. 3 Captain, do you no longer love us? Chapter 42. How is my talent? So fragrant. Lin Xia, feeling a pervasive ache throughout his body, staggered out of the training room. Upon catching the aroma wafting from the activity room, his previously dull eyes reignited with life. When Shima smirked slightly. It seems your morning's beating was not in vain. Lin Xia walked directly into the activity room. As he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of resentful eyes turned to him in unison. Lin Xia sensed an unusual atmosphere. What is going on? Nothing, just sit down and eat. Chen Mai glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. Oh, once Lin Xia was seated, Hong Ying gazed at Chen Mai with eager eyes. A look of unspoken pleading on her face. Let us eat. Finally, Chen Mai uttered the phrase everyone had been waiting for. The group immediately dove in, resembling wolves that had been starved for days. Their eyes gleaming with hunger. Hong Ying, is the food of the night watch always this good? Lin Xia asked softly, looking at the bountiful spread before him. Hong Ying retorted curtly, I do not wish to speak with you right now. After a moment's thought she added, I will wait until after I finish eating to talk to you. Lin Xia, yes, Captain, having completed today's training, did you gain anything? Yes, I gained a lot. Chen Mai nodded. Pausing momentarily before continuing, does it hurt? A little bit. Xiaonan, please help him with the treatment in a moment. Si Xiaonan pouted, obediently nodding. Alright. Chen Mai pondered for a moment and added, no need to fully heal him. Just ensure he can still endure some hits tomorrow. Lin Xia, clack, two pairs of chopsticks clashed together in the bone soup, producing a faint sound. The chopsticks remained firmly locked, gripping a piece of meat. Neither party yielding. Hong Ying and Wu Shangnan exchanged fierce glares, their eyes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Wu Shangnan, I spotted this piece of meat first, Hong Ying asserted, eyes wide. Wu Shangnan calmly replied, I picked it up first. Let go. I won't let go. Let go. Not letting go. The tension between them intensified, the sparks of their clash growing ever stronger. At that moment, the usually unassuming Lang Xian, quietly eating, fixated on the piece of meat, reached to his waist, producing an MP5 submachine gun and placing it on the table. Release it, he stated calmly. Hong Ying, Wu Shangnan, Lang Xian naturally extended his chopsticks, snatching the largest piece of meat, hesitating briefly before placing it into Lin Xia's bowl. Newcomer, eat more. You'll need energy for gun practice later. As he tucked the gun away, Lang Xian remarked coldly. Oh, okay. Lin Xia, momentarily stunned, stared blankly at the engrossed Lang Xian. Goodness, what does it mean to be ruthless and say little? This truly exemplifies being ruthless and saying little. Lang Xian, please refrain from drawing your weapon at the dining table next time, Chen Mai advised, for if it accidentally discharges, it would be a shame to waste this meal. Lang Xian nodded. Oh, Hong Ying and Wu Shangnan exchanged glances, obediently lowering their heads to eat. When Lin Xia finished every morsel in his bowl, Lang Xian rose and approached him, saying, Are you full? Yes, let us go and practice shooting. Alright. Watching the two figures gradually disappear down the corridor, Wen Qima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is it? Your status as the team's pet has been usurped. Si Xiaonan, guns or firearms, the epitome of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Lang Xian stood before a wall neatly adorned with various firearms. His expression impassive. For high-level mythical beings, firearms hold minimal efficacy, yet for lower-tier mythical entities, guns often prove more effective than cold weapons. Especially for newcomers, mastering firearm usage becomes essential when combat proficiency is lacking. Lang Xian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xia. I will teach you just two things: shooting techniques and the principles of firearm composition. Unless you plan to specialize in firearms later, this will suffice for you. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. And now take this gun and shoot at the target. Let me assess your talent. Lang Xian gestured towards a target not far away. Lin Xia nodded, grasping the handgun and positioning himself at the shooting station. Taking a deep breath, he imitated the actions he had seen on television, raised the gun and aim, and fire. Bang! The sound of the gunshot caused both faces to darken. He missed the target. Lang Xian approached the target, confirming thrice that there were no bullet holes, his expression appearing somewhat grim. You missed the target from 30 meters? This. Lin Xia lowered the gun, clearing his throat. How is my talent? Lang Xian glanced at him, despairingly closing his eyes. You have absolutely no talent. Lin Xia. Upon returning to Hong Ying's villa, Lin Xia collapsed onto the sofa, rubbing his weary eyes. After a day of training, he felt both physically and mentally exhausted. First, he was ruthlessly beaten by the captain, then turned into a sieve by rubber bullets, although the evening's firearms class wasn't overly strenuous. It repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dirt. He truly had no aptitude for firearms. After a night of training, as he left the shooting range, Lin Xia noticed that Lang Xian appeared even more fatigued than he was. And most importantly, the spark in his eyes had vanished. In the end, Lang Xian offered him a few words of comfort, stating that it wasn't unusual for novices to struggle and encouraged him to persevere. Yet as the conversation progressed, it turned into Lin Xia comforting him instead. Don't worry, I believe my current lack of talent is temporary. With practice, I will improve. You must have faith in me. And in yourself as well. Your marksmanship is so exceptional, there is no reason you can't teach me. Right? Time is the key, patience is essential. Let us be optimistic. At least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. I am not entirely hopeless. Just as Lin Xia was lost in his thoughts, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Xia, are you feeling very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama, offered a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Xia forced a smile, accepting the tea. Thank you. It's not too bad. Although tiring, it feels quite fulfilling. After sipping the tea, Lin Xia glanced around. Where is Xiaonan? She seems a bit upset that you took her position as the team's pet. So she went back to her room. No wonder, when she was treating me earlier, she kept pinching my flesh. I thought it was part of the procedure. Lin Xia rubbed the bruises on his arms. Realization dawning upon him, Hong Ying burst into laughter. To be honest, the captain is strict with everyone. When I first arrived here, even as a girl, he showed no mercy, and I ended up crying. Hong Ying gazed out the window. As if recalling something, a smile gracing her lips. He is a bit ruthless. Not at all ruthless. Hong Ying shook her head. The decline in the casualty rate among the night watchmen of Songnan City is largely due to the captain. His formidable strength plays a part, but more importantly, he takes great responsibility for his teammates. The harder he hits you, the more you remember the pain, allowing for rapid growth. He would rather his teammates resent him than have them perish on the battlefield due to inadequate strength. Do you understand? Lin Xia remained silent for a long while, seemingly recalling Chen Mai's piercing gaze from the morning, and slowly nodded. I understand. Hong Ying's lips curled upwards ever so slightly as she affectionately ruffled Lin Xia's hair, softly saying, "All right, if you're tired, go rest early. Good night, good night." After bidding farewell to Hong Ying, Lin Xia returned to his room, dragging his weary body onto the bed, staring blankly at the empty ceiling. After a while, he slowly got up from the bed, drawing the straight knife from its sheath, one hand grasping the blade, the other holding the scabbard. He closed his eyes, recalling every move of Chen Mai's swordplay from that day. In the dim moonlight, he practiced swing after swing. Chapter 43, here again, the bell signaling the end of school rang softly as groups of high school students exited the school gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Ugh, another pile of homework today. I'll be up past 11 again. ISNT that foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehensions. How are we supposed to survive? Reading comprehension ISNT just a matter of writing anything. How can you just write anything? For 3 long answers, pick the short one. For 3 short answers, pick the long one. If they're all uneven, choose C. If it's ambiguous, choose D. Wait a minute, I need to jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who was lagging behind. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Li Yifei snapped back to attention. Oh, coming. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group. Yet his mind wandered, glancing around distractedly. What's wrong? Looking for something? Wang Liang inquired, puzzled. Li Yifei hesitated for a moment, sighed. After that incident, I've developed a bit of a phobia about going home after school. Even though there is no night class now and it's still bright, I just feel unnerved. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. You encountered a murderer, and now you're acting all dramatic. Since when did you become such a coward? It is not like that. Sigh, forget it. It is hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Just then, a thought struck him, and he abruptly halted. What now? I just remembered I forgot my homework. It's still in my desk at school. Li Yifei said, a bit of a headache. Seriously, with your brain, you're already slow. Now you're even worse. Luckily, the school hasn't closed yet. Hurry back to get it. I'll head out with the others. Wang Liang waved goodbye, shouldering his bag and turning to leave with the rest. Li Yifei sighed, turning back towards the school. By the time he reached the school gate, 20 minutes had passed since the end of school. Most students had already left, and the school was eerily quiet. Fortunately, the gate was still open. Li Yifei muttered to himself as he hurried into the school. Under the twilight, the campus felt more serene than usual. With fewer students around, occasionally, students responsible for cleaning emerged from classrooms, glancing at the time before hastily making their way to the front gate, brushing past Li Yifei, who was swimming against the current. They were all eager to return home for a warm family dinner. As Li Yifei ventured further, the crowd diminished, and the dusk deepened. On either side of the road, towering trees rustled in the wind, their leaves whispering softly as the waning rays of the sun, soon to sink behind the western hills, filtered through the gaps. The light grew dimmer and more scarce. Li Yifei hurriedly ran to the entrance of the second-year teaching building. Bounding up to the 4th floor in just a few strides, arriving at the door of his classroom, the empty corridor, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, was devoid of any presence save for Li Yifei himself. At that moment, the students responsible for cleaning had mostly departed, and even the classroom doors were locked. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei. He skillfully opened the window, set down his backpack, and using his hands to support himself on the windowsill, effortlessly flipped inside. Homework. Found it. Li Yifei rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook, his eyes lighting up. He stuffed the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to execute the same maneuver to exit. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Yifei caught sight of them, and his heart raced. He quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What terrible luck! Running into the dean of students, Li Yifei cursed under his breath. The 2 figures approaching from the corridor's end were none other than Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese, and the dean of their second-year grade. Sneaking back into the classroom after school could easily be misunderstood, and if the dean caught him, he would be left utterly speechless, unable to defend himself. Thus Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, planning to wait until they left before making his move. As they chatted, the 2 drew nearer to the classroom where Li Yifei was hiding, and gradually he could hear their conversation more clearly. So we really need to tighten up on the Chinese class. We should select someone with excellent writing skills to participate in this city's competition. I understand Dean, our class has quite a few talented writers, like. As they continued their discussion, the dean seemed to grow weary and paused, resting his hands on the railing of the corridor. Lu Xiaoyan stopped as well. Continuing to speak beside the dean, their position was unfortunately right at the entrance of the classroom where Li Yifei was concealed. Through the window's reflection, Li Yifei witnessed this scene, rolling his eyes in exasperation, and resigned himself to sitting down, waiting for them to leave. Yes, everything you said is quite valid. Have them come to my office tomorrow, and I will speak with them. The dean nodded in satisfaction. Turning to Lu Xiaoyan as he prepared to leave, Dean, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly spoke up, halting him. The dean turned back, looking at her with curiosity. Yes, there's something else, Lu Xiaoyan. In the twilight, a faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face, and she seemed inexplicably shy. Dean, actually, I have always wanted to tell you. Li Yifei, hidden nearby, widened his eyes in shock, nearly losing his composure. What on earth was happening? Lu Xiaoyan actually had feelings for the dean? But the dean was nearly 50, and he was balding. Did she have such peculiar tastes? The dean's brow furrowed deeper as he stood before Lu Xiaoyan. Actually, I have always wanted to eat you. The last 3 words tumbled out, and Lu Xiaoyan's mouth stretched into a grotesque grin as if it had been forcibly torn open. Her teeth were sharp, resembling barbs, and her eyes had vanished, leaving behind only the whites, creating an utterly chilling sight. Meanwhile, the dimples on her cheeks glimmered with a strange crimson hue in the twilight. The dean's eyes widened in shock, instinctively parting his lips to scream. In the next instant, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open at the mouth. A dense array of sharp teeth gleamed ominously. This mouth was so vast that it could easily accommodate an entire living person. Thus, the escaping maw swiftly engulfed the dean, the flesh writhing and twisting within, provoking nausea. Witnessing the entire horrific scene, Li Yifei clamped his hand over his mouth, his body trembling in terror as he stared at the window. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Xiaoyan finally opened her blood-soaked mouth again, vomiting forth a completely intact dean. Aside from a bit of slime on his body, not a single hair was missing. He lay there quietly, while Lu Xiaoyan's grotesque visage gradually returned to that of an ordinary high school girl within mere seconds. She gazed at the dean, motionless. Moments later, the dean suddenly opened his eyes, rising from the ground in an eerie manner. He and Lu Xiaoyan locked eyes, both breaking into smiles. In an extremely uncanny synchronization, they stepped away and gradually vanished into the depths of the corridor. Once Li Yifei confirmed that they had truly departed, he finally released his hand from his mouth, collapsing weakly to the ground. Gasping for breath, only 2 words echoed in his mind. Another one? Chapter 44, Mysterious Arrival. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Xia pushed open the door of the office, finding Honging sitting upright on the sofa. Lost in thought, he waved at her. Good morning, Sister Honging. Xia, you finally arrived, Honging exclaimed, springing to her feet. What happened? Something's gone awry, Honging spoke solemnly, grasping Lin Xia's wrist and hurrying downstairs. Lin Xia was witnessing Honging's serious demeanor for the first time, his brow slightly furrowing. Has the mysterious arrived? Yes, and it's quite troublesome. As they entered the activity room, Lin Xia discovered that the members of Team 136 had already gathered. Chen Mai, leaning against a pillar, approached the conference table and sat down, still expressionless. Everyone's here. Let us commence the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Chen Mai tapped the table with his knuckles and began to speak. Last night, we received news of another suspected mythical creature sighting. The location is Sangnan City Second High School. Second High School? Lin Xia was taken aback. Yes, the very school you attended. Chen Mai nodded. Moreover, it seems the one reporting is an old acquaintance of yours. Chen Mai called out to the back room. Hey, has that guy woken up? If he is awake, let him come out. All eyes turned toward the door, which slowly creaked open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes emerging. Upon seeing him, Lin Xia gasped, Li Yifei? Li Yifei blinked in surprise, recognizing Lin Xia at the conference table. He rubbed his eyes to confirm. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? Did you see that monster too? No, he is one of us. Wu Shangnan shook his head. A temporary member. Chen Mai corrected him. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Xia, taking a moment to process. What? They said you joined the army. Turns out you came here. Lin Xia shrugged. A few unexpected incidents occurred. We can discuss your matters later. Let's focus on the case for now, Chen Mai reminded him. Then, as if recalling something, he added, normally, if a case related to the mysterious arises, it would first be reported to the police, who would then pass it to us. However, this kid experienced the ghost face incident last time, came into contact with us, and signed a confidentiality agreement. So we called directly, bypassing the usual protocol. This is an exception. Our standard case handling process is not like this. Everyone nodded, but Lin Xia understood that Chen Mai was explaining this for his benefit. Let us hear it. Sure. Li Yifei swallowed hard, recalling last night. I returned to school to grab my homework and happened to see. Li Yifei recounted everything he had witnessed the previous day, and with each detail, the frowns of the team members deepened. Once he finished speaking, Wu Shangnan nodded. If what this kid says is true, there is a 95% chance this incident is related to the mysterious. He turned to Li Yifei. You should be aware of the consequences if you report false information, right? I know. Everything I said is absolutely true. It can't be more genuine, Li Yifei earnestly replied. Alright then. Chen Mai turned to Wu Shangnan. What is your perspective? Based on the information we have, this mythical creature possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities, able to transform into others while conversing normally without revealing any flaws beside them. When Shima-side, camouflage, another troublesome entity. Moreover, it seems to possess the ability to assimilate any creature it ingests, which is what we truly need to be cautious of. Wu Shangnan elaborated. Like the zombies in movies, infinite infection, Hong Ying inquired. Though the method of infection differs, the effects are indeed quite similar. Then don't we just need to rush into the school and eliminate that Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying brightened at the thought. It is not that simple, Lin Xia interjected suddenly. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its true form, as she might also be infected by someone else. What Xia said is correct. Wu Shangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious event lies in the fact that we do not know where the source of this bizarre infection comes from. It's akin to us trying to kill zombies. If we can't locate the zombie's origin, even if we slay all the other zombies, it would be futile. Moreover, we remain in the dark regarding the duration of this mythical creature's existence and the number of individuals it has infected. When Shima added, Lu Xiaoyan might be its first victim or perhaps just one among many, and we must prepare for both favorable and adverse outcomes. The worst-case scenario, Hong Ying inquired, puzzled, that would mean the entirety of Erzhong transforming into a monstrous institution. Wu Shangnan spoke slowly, his eyes filled with gravity, adding that the creature's influence may extend beyond the school, affecting other areas of Songnan City as well. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered, asking, "What do you mean by that? Have you ever considered?" Wu Shangnan rose slowly, locking his gaze with Li Yifei's, and calmly stated, "The school you attend, apart from yourself, could very well be populated by teachers and classmates who have been transformed into monsters. No, even you standing here may unknowingly have become a part of this mystery." Li Yifei's pupils dilated in shock, a chill rushing from his soles to his brain, leaving him in a daze. "Enough, Shangnan, don't frighten him." When Shima chuckled as she stood, stating that if that were indeed the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already sounded the alarm. Since it has remained silent, it indicates that the situation has not yet reached a perilous level. Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xia looked at Hong Ying, puzzled. It is a raven, a cursed object that brings its own forbidden domain. Hong Ying patiently explained that when a great disaster is imminent in Songnan City, it will screech in warning, serving as a sort of detector. Lin Xia nodded. In any case, since the mystery has surfaced, we must investigate thoroughly. If we allow this creature to continue its unchecked growth, we may be drawing ever closer to the future. Shangnan described. Chen Mai spoke slowly, asking, "Shangnan, do you have a plan?" Wu Shangnan seated himself, adjusting his glasses as he gravely stated, "I believe the immediate priority is to locate the mythical creature's true form and ascertain the extent of its infections. Therefore, I propose we split into two groups. One group will center around Erzhong, spreading outwards to search for traces of other infected individuals. The other will infiltrate Erzhong to uncover the creature's whereabouts as swiftly as possible." Chen Mai nodded, scanning the faces of those present. "Since we are to infiltrate Erzhong, we must not raise its suspicions. We must maintain the guise of high school students. Hong Ying, Shan'an, and Xie. The task of penetrating Erzhong to locate its true form will fall to you." Chapter 45, Infiltration Team Leader. Xie is still a temporary member. He shouldn't participate in the mission to eliminate the mystery before his official confirmation. Wu Shangnan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Mai shook his head, stating that based on the existing intelligence, this mythical creature excels in disguised stealth and infection, and its own realm is not particularly high. Xie has also undergone half a month's training, significantly improving his strength, making this a valuable opportunity for him. Moreover, he was previously a student at Erzhong, making him the most familiar with it, and he is also a classmate of Lu Xiaoyan, making his approach to her quite natural. With this, Chen Mai turned his gaze to Lin Xia and continued, "Of course, as a temporary member, I won't force you. If you are unwilling, you may remain here. I'll go." Lin Xia did not hesitate in the least. Chen Mai was correct. After this past month and a half of training, his combat capabilities had significantly improved, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. To survive in these perilous times, one must become acquainted with danger itself. Although Lin Xia preferred to maintain a low profile, he would not pass up any opportunity for self-improvement. In that case, let us commence our operation. Chen Mai stood and turned to Li Yifei, instructing him to accompany Li Yifei was taken aback, saying, "But I'm just an ordinary person. What if they will ensure your safety?" Chen Mai's tone held no hint of wavering, asserting that you have encountered this mythical creature. You have the most knowledge about it among us, and you must go. Faced with Chen Mai's near-commanding tone, Li Yifei grimaced but nodded reluctantly. If this mission proceeds smoothly, I will offer you an opportunity to join the night watch. As Chen Mai walked towards the door, he spoke softly. Li Yifei's eyes immediately lit up. Just as Lin Xia was about to leave, the ever-quiet Lang Xian suddenly called out to him, "Lin Xia." Lang Xian approached him, producing a pitch-black handgun from his waist and handing it to Lin Xia. Take it. The magazine is full, Lang Xian stated matter-of-factly, but my marksmanship, what if I accidentally harm someone? Lin Xia's expression soured. Lang Xian gave him a knowing glance before turning away, stating, "The significance of a gun extends beyond mere slaughter." Lin Xia stood frozen for a moment before ultimately placing the handgun into his pocket and striding towards the passageway. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, each carrying different boxes, stood before the entrance of Erzhong, wearing expressions of distress. "Xia, why do your school uniforms look so hideous?" Hong Ying glanced down at her red and white high school uniform. Expressing her disdain, "The girls' uniforms are quite acceptable." Lin Xia pointed to his blue and white attire, claiming that the boys' uniforms are truly unattractive, and added that the appeal of uniforms is subjective. "Yours is already quite nice." Under the sunlight, Hong Ying wore a white short-sleeve shirt, with her red and white uniform unzipped and fluttering in the breeze, her high ponytail swaying gently, and a long black box slung over her back. Exuding youth and vigor. In contrast, Si Xiaonan appeared quite different, dressed in a cartoon-themed long sleeve, her uniform wrapped around her waist like a skirt, her long black hair styled into 2 large buns. Resembling a bashful young girl, Hong Ying playfully winked at Lin Xia, saying, "Xia brother, I never knew you were so eloquent." "Lin Xia, the pressing issue is that the first class of the morning has already begun. And we need to find a way to blend in." Lin Xia checked the time and glanced at the intimidating security guard stationed at the entrance. "Moreover, carrying these items, we will undoubtedly be stopped and questioned." Si Xiaonan remarked, looking at the black box in her hands. "That's simple enough." Hong Ying's lips curled into a slight smile as she pointed toward the towering 2-meter wall nearby, suggesting we climb over. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and then looked at Si Xiaonan, who barely reached his shoulder and seemed delicate, saying, "I have no problem with it, but Xiaonan might find it a bit challenging." Si Xiaonan, she silently rolled her eyes at Lin Xia, her figure suddenly darting to the wall, where she effortlessly scaled it with a few delicate foot placements, resembling a graceful butterfly taking flight. She held the black box in one hand, spinning in midair before silently landing on the other side of the wall. "Lin Xia," Hong Ying stifled a laugh, saying, "Xia, although Xiaonan seems like a soft girl, she has been a member of the Night Watch for 2 years, don't underestimate her." After finishing, Hong Ying dashed toward the wall, nimbly leaping like a startled bird, easily vaulting over the barrier with elegance. Lin Xia approached the wall, recalling the stunning performances of the two, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was somewhat humiliating. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the black box over first, then leaped high, grabbing the edge of the wall with both hands and easily vaulting over. While it looked decent, comparisons are daunting. With Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's graceful feats ahead of him, Lin Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Not bad, you look somewhat dashing." Hong Ying returned the black box to Lin Xia. Encouraging him with a smile, Lin Xia shook his head, eager to change the subject, stating that we should stick to the plan. "I will return to class to get close to Lu Xiaoyan, while you two investigate the office building for the dean." "Understood. If anything arises, we will communicate via earpiece." Hong Ying pointed to the invisible earpiece in her ear before turning to leave with Si Xiaonan. After taking a few steps, she paused, turning back with a hint of embarrassment. Where is the office building, and where is the dean's office?" Lin Xia helplessly pointed toward the distant tall building, saying, "It's 403. Therefore, we say, odd changes or constant symbols observe quadrants. This mnemonic is something everyone must remember." "Next, let us move on to the next question." At the podium, a bespectacled middle-aged man was animatedly explaining while holding his lecture notes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone turned to look, and there stood Lin Xia, whom they hadn't seen in over 10 days, quietly at the entrance with the black box in hand. Slightly bowing, reporting in Lin Xia, the mathematics teacher was taken aback upon seeing him, asking, "Why are you so late? Where have you been these past few days?" "I had another issue with my eyes and was hospitalized for 2 weeks." "I see, come in and take a seat." The mathematics teacher adjusted his glasses, showing considerable tolerance towards Lin Xia, the previously disabled student, not wishing to make things difficult for him, amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. Lin Xia calmly returned to his designated seat and sat down. As his mental energy swept across the room, he frowned slightly. "Classmates, let us continue with the lecture." The mathematics teacher rapped on the blackboard, drawing the attention of the others as he resumed his discourse. Lin Xia subtly caressed his earpiece, and a voice belonging to Chen Mai emerged from it. "Lin Xia, how is the situation?" "I have already entered the classroom," he replied in a hushed tone. "Can your forbidden ruins discern them?" "Yes." "What is the quantity?" Lin Xia's brow furrowed slightly, his voice tinged with gravity. "Not good." Chapter 46, The Campus Threat, a new book debut. 5 updates today. Prior to their departure, Chen Mai and the others had specifically advised Lin Xia to be vigilant in employing his abilities, since the infected individuals, transformed by this mythical creature, could not be identified by outward appearance. Alternative methods of detection were imperative. As the sole individual among them possessing the psychic ability to perceive the forbidden ruins, Lin Xia was of utmost importance. As Lin Xia had anticipated, his seraphic eye could indeed identify the infected. At this moment, within the realm of his psychic perception, Lu Xiaoyan appeared as a grotesque entity clad in human skin. deftly manipulating that facade as she engaged in hushed whispers with her deskmate. In this classroom, aside from Lu Xiaoyan, there was another infected individual, a girl whose presence Lin Xia barely recalled, one of those inconspicuous students in class. Named Han Rurio.at. This moment, she was quietly scribbling something down before turning to pass a small note to the boy behind her. Lin Xia recognized the boy as well, Lu Yuan, who had once pushed him during an encounter with the Ghostface Man. A detail he certainly would not forget. Approximately how many? Chen Mai's voice resonated again through the earpiece. I in my classroom alone, there are 2, and upon my arrival, I conducted a sweep of all the classrooms on this floor. There are roughly 6 on this level. Do they have any hope? None, Lin Xia affirmed resolutely. Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by bizarre masses of flesh. Even if we were to eliminate those entities, survival is beyond their reach. They could perish the moment they were consumed. With 6 victims already on this floor alone, how many would there be throughout the entire school, when a school finds itself with such a multitude of deceased? It is on the brink of ruin. The societal ramifications of such an occurrence would be even more chilling. After a prolonged silence, Chen Mai finally spoke again. Understood, continue to observe, but do not raise any alarms. Received. Lin Xia took out his paper and pen, attentively listening to the teacher, appearing as an ordinary student. After about 10 minutes of instruction, Li Yifei rushed to the door, breathless, and knocked, reporting, Li Yifei, you are late. The teacher's demeanor was less than welcoming towards the seasoned troublemaker. Teacher, I was ill and have a sick leave note. Li Yifei waved the note from his book. The teacher shot him a glare. Quickly return to your seat. If you perform poorly again, I shall summon your parents. Li Yifei hurriedly took his place beside Lin Xia, his head down as he rummaged through his book, whispering, what is the situation? I've gathered some information, but it is not comprehensive. Lin Xia glanced out the window. I need an opportunity to perceive the entire school's faculty and students. Li Yifei paused. Are you suggesting, after this class, during the flag-raising ceremony, I will be able to ascertain the situation? Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. The administrative building. 403. Found it. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan approached the door of the director's office, halting simultaneously. They exchanged glances and quickly took their positions. Si Xiaonan stood at the door with a black box on her back, while Hong Ying sidled behind the door's blind spot, poised to spring into action. Clearing her throat, Si Xiaonan knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding knocks, both held their breath in anticipation, yet the interior remained silent. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and signaled to Si Xiaonan. Si Xiaonan knocked again. But still, there was no response. Hong Ying indicated for Xiaonan to step back. Advancing to the door herself, she produced a thin wire from her pocket and deftly manipulated it in the lock. Click, a soft sound echoed, and the door creaked open. Inside lay an empty office. Hong Ying cautiously entered, surveying the room before finally relaxing when she confirmed it was indeed unoccupied. Sister Hong Ying, the occupant must have left not long ago. The cup is still warm, Si Xiaonan remarked, touching the cup on the desk. They must have gone to a meeting. If it were a restroom break, they wouldn't have locked the door. Hong Ying nodded slightly. For now, let's self-search this place for clues. Si Xiaonan agreed. I'll keep watch. She closed the door and sidled over to the window, producing a small, ornate mirror to carefully observe the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying rapidly searched the office, the desk drawers, filing cabinets, and flower pots. She scoured every possible location, but aside from a pile of useless documents, found nothing of value. Suddenly she paused, sniffing the air intently. Xiaonan, do you smell something? Hong Ying's brow furrowed. I don't think so, Si Xiaonan replied, perplexed as she inhaled deeply. Hong Ying's frown deepened. She crouched down, following the faint foul odor until her gaze landed on a tile beneath a chair. The tile appeared pristine but bore signs of having been disturbed. She pulled out a small knife and pried at the edge, lifting the tile slightly, and a wave of rancid odor assaulted her senses. Holding her breath against the stench, Hong Ying delicately used the knife's tip to extract what lay beneath the tile, a large piece of yellowish-brown soft membrane. As she unfolded the membrane, her pupils constricted in shock. Skin, this is human skin. Hong Ying quickly glanced at Si Xiaonan. These infected beings can shed their skin? Si Xiaonan frowned. A snake. It's possible. We should report this information to Wu Shangnan. It might lead us to details about this mythical creature. Hong Ying swiftly shoved the skin back under the tile and replaced it, just as she concealed all traces of their presence. A sudden melody wafted in from outside the window, startling her. Recognizing the familiar tune, Hong Ying approached the window, overlooking the growing throng of students pouring out of the hall, murmuring to herself, the flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony uniform across all of Daxia? At this moment, Lin Xia and Li Yifei were making their way down the corridor, steadily following the bustling student crowd. Li Yifei cautiously glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Xia and whispering, Xia, your involvement with them suggests you possess that special ability as well. Indeed, damn, I'm truly envious. What is your ability? To perceive nearby entities with my psychic ability, something along those lines, Lin Xia replied vaguely. Then, can you distinguish between monsters and humans? Yes, then, tell me the truth, how many are there in our class? 2, Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruoro. Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei seemed to exhale in relief. Thank goodness it's not Wu Shujian and I've harbored a crush on her for so long, if she turned into a monster. I'd probably never date anyone in my life, Lin Xie. What about now? How many are around me? Li Yifei inquired anxiously. The fifth person in front of you, that girl, is also one of her. Li Yifei pondered for a moment. She is from the adjacent class. I think her name is Tianli. She has also been transformed into a monster. That isn't too surprising. Lin Xie was taken aback. Why? Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. Did you not notice? Oh right, you only just transferred a few days ago, so you might not know. Notice what? Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruoruo, and Tian Li. They all share the same dormitory. Chapter 47. The flag-bearer Lin Xie stood frozen in place upon hearing this revelation. Indeed, during his earlier perception along the floors, he had noted that most of those infected were girls. With Li Yifei's comment, he realized something was amiss. Could it be that the mythical creature originated from the girls' dormitory? Lin Xie murmured to himself. He activated his earpiece, lowering his voice. Sister Honging, where are you? Just exited the administrative building. What's up? Lin Xie shared his suspicions, and Honging immediately nodded. Alright, while everyone is at the flag raising. We will head to the girls' dormitory now. Understood. As the march played, Lin Xie's class filed out into the corridor, slowly advancing towards the flag raising platform. The ceremony was to be held in a small open area in front of the teaching building, where students from all three grades crowded together, leaving little room to spare. Students at the back, keep up, hurry, don't push me. Hey, can you go any faster? How fast can I go? The person in front of me is stuck. What can I do? Where is the person in front of me? Who is in front of you? Lin Xie, where did he go? I don't know, he was just here. Hey, Li Yifei is also missing. As several classmates expressed their bewilderment, Lin Xie and Li Yifei had already slipped away from the group, swiftly navigating against the chaotic flow of students among various classes. Lin Xie's range of spiritual perception extended only 20 meters. To fully encompass the over 2,000 students, constant movement was imperative. Lin Xie, have you completed your investigation? The music has ended, and the flag-raising ceremony is about to commence. Li Yifei struggled to part the crowd around him, addressing Lin Xie ahead. Not yet, there's still have to go. What shall we do? Everyone needs to form a line, and once the music stops, we will surely be discovered. At that moment, the ever-repeating march music grew increasingly faint, and the two students weaving through the throng became ever more conspicuous, with many pointing and whispering about them. Lin Xie furrowed his brow. Li Yifei was correct. If they continued to navigate through the crowd after everyone had lined up, it would undoubtedly attract attention. If they pressed on with their search, they risked being intercepted by the teachers. Yet, if they ceased their efforts now, the prospect of fully comprehending the student and faculty body across the three grades would necessitate waiting until school let out to block the exits. Time was of the essence, and the variables were too numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Xie's mind raced, and suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the flag-bearer team in the distance, and his eyes lit up. He altered his course, swiftly parting the crowd to approach the front of the flag-bearer line. Hello, fellow student, Lin Xie said politely as he reached the leader of the group. The flag-bearer paused, taken aback. Hello, you're off duty now. The classmate looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? The school leaders just urgently notified us that outstanding student representatives are needed for the flag raising, and after the ceremony, speeches are to be made, so we need to temporarily replace the flag-bearer, Lin Xie stated earnestly, directly reaching out to seize the flagpole from the classmate's hands. But this, I'm Li Yifei, the outstanding student representative from the second year. Please hand over your flag. If there are any doubts, you can address them with the leaders after the flag is raised. Lin Xie, expressionless, took the flagpole from the classmate and positioned himself in the place meant for him, his demeanor solemn. Lin Xie, what are you trying to do? Li Yifei could not help but ask. What you're doing could lead to disciplinary action. No, I'll be punished too. I'm the one who misappropriated your title to deceive the flag-bearer. So it has nothing to do with you, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly, adding, moreover, I am no longer a student and am not beholden to the rules of the school. I am a night watchman. The solemn and majestic music began to play, and all present students, teachers, leaders, fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the flag in the flag-bearer's hands, awaiting its ascent. In time with the music, Lin Xie raised the flag and marched forward with precise steps. Hey, do you see that flag-bearer? Doesn't he look a bit familiar? Yeah, he's quite handsome, resembles Lin Xie a little. Are you sure it's just a little? I feel like it's definitely him. It really seems to be. Most people did not recognize Lin Xie, but his classmates quickly identified him, whispering among themselves. The leaders on the stage paid no heed to the change in flag-bearers, smiling as they watched the handsome youth, for such trivial matters did not warrant their intervention. With so many students in the school, how could they know who was supposed to raise the flag that day? However, the teacher in charge of the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed color upon seeing Lin Xie. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. As all eyes were upon him, Lin Xie walked proudly to complete the flag-raising ritual. And just as he was about to step onto the flag platform, he abruptly turned at a right angle, striding resolutely towards another corner of the student formation, the leaders, ready to receive the flag. Were momentarily stunned, their smiles frozen on their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Xia, who seemed oblivious to their presence. It took several seconds for them to react, collectively turning to the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony. Their eyes filled with questions. The teacher in charge of the ceremony was drenched in cold sweat simultaneously. The students noticed this and gazed in astonishment as Lin Xia passed before them, the whispers growing louder. "What is going on? Why isn't he going on stage? I don't know. Is this his first flag raising? He looks unfamiliar. Interesting. This is quite a collapse. Look at the leader's expressions. This is hilarious. What on earth is Lin Xia doing?" At that moment, the teacher in charge of the flag raising ceremony called out loudly, "Silence, everyone, quiet down. The student with the flag, you've taken the wrong path." Lin Xia appeared unfazed, showing no intention of turning back. And even quickened his pace, his gaze sliced through the faces of all the students before him, their eyes displayed surprise, confusion, mockery, and schadenfreude, yet Lin Xia's gaze remained as deep and unfathomable as a dark abyss. In his eyes, they were a flock of sheep oblivious to the impending danger, soon to be led to the slaughter. Among the 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Xia and Li Yifei were awake, while all others are drunk. I alone remain sober. Perhaps it was just so. "Come back, you. Which class are you from?" The teacher on stage bellowed in anger, finally having completed his survey of all the students. Lin Xia feigned surprise, hastily turning back and moving alongside the flagpole, quickly securing the flag to it. The teacher in charge stared at Lin Xia, trembling with rage, seemingly wanting to question him, but this was not the right occasion. Lin Xia chose to ignore his presence entirely. At that moment, he had no intention of considering the teacher's feelings. As the music shifted and the national anthem was sung, the flag ascended slowly. Yet beneath the flagpole, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Xia's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders around him, then lowered his gaze to the sea of students below, his heart plummeting into an abyss. "Captain, you'd better be mentally prepared," he murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The girls' dormitory. "You, which class are you from? What happened to the original flag bearer?" The teacher in charge stormed up to Lin Xia. His demeanor fierce. Right after the flag-raising ceremony concluded, Lin Xia had no time to deal with him at that moment and sidestepped, moving away. The teacher's eyes widened. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such an outrageous student. "Stop right there, I'm talking to you. What kind of attitude is that? Do you believe I won't take you straight to the principal's office and have you reported for disciplinary action?" He grabbed Lin Xia's shoulder. Shouting in anger, ahead, Lin Xia halted, slowly turning his head, and in his eyes, 2 golden flames ignited in an instant. At that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as if he were staring into the vast universe, insignificantly small amidst the boundless darkness and uncertainty. The sense of oppression, it was an oppression that transcended the very hierarchy of life. In merely an instant, cold sweat drenched the teacher's back, leaving him feeling utterly drained. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes flickered and vanished, as if they had never existed. "What happened earlier was my fault. You can report me to the entire school for criticism, or even file a complaint at the office," Lin Xia said calmly, observing the teacher who was gasping for breath, "but you'll have to wait until I finish my work." With that, Lin Xia turned and, under the terrified gaze of the teacher, sprinted away. "Captain Xia, report your status. I've surveyed the entire student body of the school. The situation is dire. I fear that resolving this quietly will be as challenging as ascending to the heavens." Elaborate. Among the 3 grades, there are relatively few infected in the first and third years, no more than 10 combined. The situation is most severe in the second year, with 36 infected individuals. One class has nearly half its members infected. That is just the students. Among the teachers and leaders, there are nearly 20 infected as well. Thus I can deduce that at least 60 faculty and students in the entire school have been transformed into monsters. A silence fell on the other end of the earpiece. "Captain, over 60 infected. Even if each infected is merely a Jean level, there are still over 60 Jean monsters present in this high school. If we discover the true form of this mythical creature, those 60 infected will undoubtedly enter a frenzied state and launch indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Moreover, their numbers are too great. If even one escapes the school, it would spell disaster for the entire Tsangnan city." Lin Xia articulated his deductions with calm precision. "Xia, it's not if even one escapes the school." A sound of chopping echoed from the other end of the earpiece. As Chen Mai slowly spoke, "They have already begun to infiltrate." At that moment, several kilometers away from number 2 high school, in a rental apartment, Chen Mai wielded a knife, stepping over the scattered remnants of flesh and blood. With Wu Shangnan beside him, a grave expression on his face. "We conducted an investigation into Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruoruo, as well as the residence of the head of instruction, and discovered that their families had also been infected. We have just managed to eradicate the threat. The situation is more severe than we had anticipated, therefore, we must visit each infected household individually to swiftly halt the transmission of the infection." Which regrettably means we cannot provide assistance to you at this moment. However, such a troublesome mythical creature is unlikely to possess formidable combat abilities. I am confident that the three of you can eliminate it. Nonetheless, this will undoubtedly incite unrest within the school, potentially exposing our existence and that of the mythical being. There is no need for concern. We possess a forbidden item known as Dream Whisper, which can create illusions within a certain vicinity and erase portions of people's memories. Additionally, I will appoint Lang Xian as the temporary guardian, and he will establish a no-entry zone around the second high school, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. In the coming days, the second high school will become an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. Chen Mai approached the window, his gaze fixed on the direction of Lin Xia and the others, and spoke calmly. Our enemy this time is quite formidable. There is no need to hold back or conceal your strength. We must locate its true form and eliminate it in the shortest time possible, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the teachers and students, preventing any further casualties at this time. You can fight with all your might. On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before nodding in affirmation. I understand. He disconnected the earpiece, and Wu Shangnan, standing beside Chen Mai, furrowed her brow and remarked, "Isn't it too difficult for him to encounter such a significant event on his first mission? Shangnan, this child is different from you and me." Chen Mai gently shook his head. He possesses potential, character, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage. He will ascend to greatness on his own. In the girls' dormitory of the second high school, Honging cautiously peered out from the window, glancing inside before waving her hand behind her. "Hurry up, the dorm supervisor isn't here." Si Xiaonan swiftly dashed in from outside, leaping over the threshold and slipping into the duty room. Following suit, Honging managed to evade detection, and the two made their way up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time, moving with remarkable agility. In an instant, they reached the 5th floor. At that moment, the flag-raising ceremony had just concluded, and the students were heading straight back to their classrooms to prepare for lessons. The dormitory building was eerily empty, with all the doors locked, the corridor dim and narrow, illuminated only by a sliver of sunlight streaming in from the terrace at the front. Honging pressed herself against the wall, using the dim light to survey the floor. "Which room did Lin Xia say those girls' dormitories were in?" she whispered, turning to ask. "The second room from the north," Si Xiaonan replied. Honging directed her gaze toward the northern dormitory and silently made her way there, with Si Xiaonan tightly clutching her hem, a hint of fear in her eyes. "Honging, please slow down. I know, you, of all people, aren't afraid of slaying monsters, yet you fear the dark," Honging replied with a hint of exasperation. As they approached the dormitory door, Honging deftly picked the lock with a thin needle, and the door creaked open. As Honging had expected, the dormitory was devoid of any occupants. The two entered and began to search quickly. "Wow, this dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious," Honging remarked, stepping onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to spot something, her pupils constricting in alarm. On the drying rack, alongside a collection of delicate pink garments, hung 4 thin sheets of human skin, swaying gently in the breeze. "Honging." Si Xiaonan's face turned pale as she too observed the scene. Honging frowned, maneuvering through the layers of skin to peer over the balcony's edge. This dormitory building was the most isolated structure in the entire school. Across the balcony lay an expanse of undeveloped land, with no other buildings in sight. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to hang human skin out in the open. But what if someone else came to visit? With that thought, Hong Ying's gaze sharpened as she swiftly exited the dormitory and opened the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, there were also 4 sheets of human skin fluttering in the wind. Next door, and the next door again, Hong Ying continued to search several nearby dormitories, discovering that the majority had human skin hanging on their balconies, some with 1 sheet, others with 2, and some with 4. This signified that a considerable number of students on this floor had been transformed into monsters. "Honging, this is quite problematic," Si Xiaonan murmured from outside the door. Indeed, it was problematic. Honging sighed heavily, then shifted her focus. "However, this also implies that the creature's ability to infect others must have its limits. Why, if it truly possessed the capability for unlimited infection, I reckon it could have silently infected everyone on this floor within 2 nights. But that is not the case. We do not know how long it has been operating in the shadows, but we can ascertain that it has been at least 2 days. The fact that it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories suggests that there is a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. That is possible, but another potential explanation might be that its infection ability has a cooldown period. For instance, it could only infect 1 person per day." Si Xiaonan's eyes began to gleam with realization. Indeed, if it truly had the capacity for unlimited infection, the whole school would have been doomed long ago. "Thus, we can deduce a great deal," Hong Ying continued. "Based on the information provided by Xia, the proportion of boarders among the infected is significantly higher than that of day students, as day students do not reside in the school and tend to congregate in groups while on campus, making it difficult for the creature to infect them unnoticed. Furthermore, among the infected, the ratio of females surpasses that of males, not only because females are generally easier targets, more prone to isolation, but also because Hong Ying's gaze narrowed as she turned toward the dimly lit corridor. The essence of that mythical creature was right here. Si Xiaonan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so insightful? Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'm that foolish in your eyes? Well, yes, you usually seem quite dim-witted, only using your brain in critical moments. With a resigned gaze, Hong Ying looked up at the ceiling. After a brief pause, she removed the earpiece from her ear. Alright, I admit, what I just said was actually told to me by Xia, Xiaonan. He seems rather clever. Hong Ying sighed, though I don't want to acknowledge it. He does appear to be a bit smarter than I am. Lin Xia's voice echoed from the earpiece. Are you certain it's just a bit? Be quiet. Oh, by the way, I need to alert you. Just now I saw a large group of girls heading toward the dormitory building. Hong Ying's brow furrowed. Are they infected? Too far away, I can't sense them. Be cautious. Understood. Hong Ying donned the earpiece again, exchanging a knowing glance with Xiaonan. And the two swiftly made their way toward the corridor. At that moment, several girls were laughing and chatting as they ascended the stairs. Hong Ying's expression hardened as she halted, pulling Xiaonan to a stop. Her eyes filled with wariness. The girls, noticing two unfamiliar faces in the corridor, exchanged curious glances before whispering among themselves. Who are they? I don't know. They might be from another class. Isn't this the only floor with our classes? I've never seen them around. Maybe they're here looking for someone? Perhaps. Let me ask. A girl with long hair stepped forward, smiling politely. Hello, are you looking for someone? A smile appeared on Hong Ying's face. Yes, I'm searching for a student named Wang Nan from class 6. But I've forgotten which dormitory she's in. Wang Nan, the long-haired girl tilted her head. There's no one by that name in class 6. Are you sure you have the right person? Isn't this the senior dormitory? No, this is the junior dormitory. The seniors are on the first floor. Oh, I see. Hong Ying scratched her head apologetically, taking Xiaonan's hand. I'm so sorry for the disturbance. No problem, the long-haired girl replied with a polite smile. As Hong Ying and Xiaonan maneuvered past the long-haired girl, the group of girls politely made way for them. That girl is truly beautiful. As they brushed past, Hong Ying overheard the surrounding girls whispering. Their eyes filled with envy. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her skin is flawless. I wish I could be like her. The shorter girl behind her is also quite pretty. She looks so adorable to the point of wanting to devour her whole. In the instant that Hong Ying and Xiaonan passed by the group of girls, their eyes simultaneously ignited with a ravenous glimmer, their heads splitting open like blossoming flowers, revealing gory flesh and a multitude of jagged teeth. The corridor of the dormitory was already narrow, and with these girls occupying most of the space, there was scarcely any room left for Hong Ying and Xiaonan to evade, so little that they could hardly dodge. But in that moment, a faint smile curved Hong Ying's lips, and a crimson radiance erupted around her. Boom! The rose-colored flames radiated outward from her and Xiaonan, sweeping in all directions, generating a terrifying repulsion that hurled the monsters in the corridor into the air. Crack, 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 crack. The flames roiled, and the intense heat caused the emergency lights on either side of the corridor to explode, plunging the entire hallway into darkness. Only the flickering flames remained, burning alone. Then, a girl with a long box slung over her back slowly ascended the stairs. Her face illuminated by the firelight, she reached back and gently tapped the long box, and a soft hum emanated from within, causing a long spear to spring forth from the side of the box. Landing steadily in her hand, Hong Ying elegantly waved the spear, creating a graceful flourish as she sauntered through the rose-hued flames, defiantly gazing at the terrified monsters ahead. I knew you were no good. Hong Ying rested the spear on her shoulder and flicked her earpiece, declaring, Let's see who dares to call me foolish again. Chapter 50. Not fully rescued. Xiaonan, clutching his chest, approached Hong Ying from behind. Looking utterly shaken, they look so terrifying. Indeed, somewhat. Hong Ying nodded, but their strength seems lacking. As she spoke, she stomped her feet on the ground, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The spear's tip ignited with a rose-colored flame, trailing a fiery streak through the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The few monsters in the corridor, upon seeing Hong Ying charge, opened their grotesque mouths wide, revealing their terrifying, gaping maws, ready to swallow her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form unwavering as she charged directly toward that monstrous maw. Just as the creature's enormous mouth was about to engulf her, a flash of crimson light erupted from the spear's tip, igniting the dark corridor in a blaze of rose-hued fire. In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted. The spear effortlessly sliced through the monster's body, the undulating flames consuming the remnants of flesh and blood in a single breath. Hong Ying stood firm, casually resting the spear on her shoulder, the flames still dancing at its tip. She chuckled lightly, looking at the dazed monsters before her and provocatively waggling her fingers. You few together don't even measure up to me. Xiaonan clapped excitedly from the side. Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. The monsters let out a roar, their gaze fixed intently on Hong Ying, and in the next moment, an increasing number of figures appeared at the entrances of the corridor. Some wore school uniforms, others donned casual clothes, some carried buckets, while others held books. Their long, dark hair cascaded down, and pairs of eyes focused on Hong Ying at the center, staring silently at her. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping from a nearby restroom echoed. The faint rustling from the ceiling above mixed with the muffled chatter of students outside, rendering the corridor eerily silent. the number of girls surrounding the corridor grew, standing in perfect unison like a silent legion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaonan quietly crept behind Hong Ying, pulling a dagger from the black box in his hand. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the numbers, murmuring 18, this number could be troublesome. But just a little. Ruo, you mentioned wanting AD calcium in the last class. I picked up a bottle when I was at the convenience store. Here you go. I in the classroom. Lu Yuan handed a bottle of AD calcium milk to Han Ruo. His cheeks slightly flushed. Han Ruo turned back, flashing a sweet smile at Lu Yuan as she accepted the AD calcium. Thank you, Lu Yuan, you're so kind to me. Seeing Han Ruo smile, Lu Yuan felt as if he were floating, and he immediately patted his chest, assuring, don't worry Ruo, just tell me what you want to drink in the future, and I'll get it for you. Alright, Han Ruo nodded, hesitating for a moment before leaning toward Lu Yuan's ear and speaking in a soft, sweet voice. Lu Yuan, could you wait for me at the garage after school, huh? Lu Yuan seemed to recall something, his heart racing rapidly. I have something I want to tell you. Han Ruo blushed, casting a flirtatious glance at him, the unspoken words hanging in the air. Lu Yuan excitedly nodded. Okay, I'll definitely wait for you after school tonight. Just then, Han Ruo paused, seemingly sensing something, and suddenly stood up. What's wrong, Ruo? Where are you going? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. I remembered I left something behind. I need to go back to the dorm. Han Ruo's face lost its softness, coldly tossing out a remark as she stepped toward the door. At that moment, a boy approached her desk, blocking her path. Lin Xia. Lu Yuan frowned slightly upon seeing the newcomer. A flicker of irritation crossed Han Ruo's eyes, but it quickly transformed into an innocent smile. Lin Xia, do you need something? Ignoring Lu Yuan's gaze, Lin Xia pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Han Ruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly spat blood, resolutely standing up and glaring at Lin Xia. Lin Xia, don't do this. Han Ruo has someone she likes. You can't pursue her. Before Lu Yuan could finish, Lin Xia forcefully pushed him back into his seat, simultaneously covering his mouth. After a brief moment, Han Ruo seemed to come to a realization, a blush suddenly creeping onto her face. So, does that mean, be my girlfriend? Lin Xia replied naturally. Roar. Lin Xia's voice was not loud, but the impact of those words was clearly profound, causing the entire class to erupt in commotion. Wow, I didn't expect Lin Xia to like a girl like Han Ruo. You wouldn't think so at first glance, but upon closer inspection, Han Ruo really is quite pretty, yet it's obvious Lin Xia is even more handsome. Wow, so domineering. I love it. What a pity. Look at Lu Yuan's expression. It's too entertaining. I agree. Get together. Amidst the uproar, Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly inspecting her toes, her face flushed to her ears. After a moment, she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, then, okay. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stared at her in disbelief. His mind struck as if by a thunderbolt. His world had collapsed. Lin Xia nodded expressionlessly. In that case, see you at the garage tonight. Okay. Lin Xia released his grip on Lu Yuan's mouth, who sat there like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruo. Utterly motionless, Lin Xia glanced at him and silently walked away. Witnessing the entire scene, Li Yifei approached Lin Xia and whispered, Xia, why did you save him? He pushed you before. I truly didn't want to save him, but if I were still the old me, I definitely wouldn't have intervened. Lin Xia replied, patting his shoulder. But since I'm working now, I don't want to save him. But from the perspective of a night watchman, saving a life is essential. So I saved him, but not completely. Li Yifei was taken aback. What does that mean? Lin Xia turned to glance at the dazed Lu Yuan. Speaking meaningfully, do you think, given his character, he would give up pursuing Han Ruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened, realizing, you mean, he won't give up? Out of the night watchman's duty, I saved him once, Lin Xia stated calmly. But if he insists on seeking his own demise, that's no longer my concern. At that point, I might even applaud from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you. First show, second day. 4 updates today. Let's go, everyone. In the previous chapter, a name was mistakenly written. Wang Xiao should be Lu Yuan. Cough, it has been corrected. Li Yifei smacked his lips. If we're talking about ruthless, you're the most ruthless. Just as Lin Xia was about to say something, a voice came through his earpiece, causing his expression to shift slightly. What's wrong? Something's happened over at Hong Ying's side. Without a second thought, Lin Xia grabbed the black box and dashed out of the classroom. Hey, there's only a minute until class starts, Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, then realized that the days of sitting in class peacefully were over. He hurriedly followed Lin Xia out, and just as they reached the doorway, they collided with the English teacher. Li Yifei, class is about to start. Where are you running off to in such a hurry? The English teacher glared at him, sounding annoyed. Class. Li Yifei brushed past the teacher and sprinted away, shouting back, at this point, who cares about class anymore? The times have changed, teacher, English teacher? Li Yifei sprinted behind Lin Xia at full speed, arriving at the girls' dormitory to find a large crowd gathered below. Did you hear? There was an explosion inside just now. I heard it. It seemed like something was screaming. It's terrifying. How could that be? I just heard an explosion. It must be someone hiding illegal electrical appliances. Causing a fire. Has anyone called the police? A phone call can be heard. The fire truck should arrive momentarily. First, secure the scene. Why is there no signal? I don't have any either. How strange. Outside of the second high school. Lang Xian sat in a secluded corner, lowering the notice board. With a deft flick of his fingertip against the blade, a few drops of crimson blood oozed from the cut. Motionless, he extended his hand and traced a long line across the surface of the notice board. How did Lao Zhao do it before? Lang Xian murmured, recalling for a moment, then clasped his hands together and pressed down. Forbidden ruins, no restriction void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained utterly still. The corners of Lang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered if perhaps there wasn't enough blood. Thus, he drew the knife once more, slicing his left hand and marking a horizontal line on the notice board. Forbidden ruins, no restriction void. Still no response. Growing impatient, Lang Xian smacked the surface of the notice board, akin to striking an old television with poor reception. After a couple of taps, the notice board trembled slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from it, connecting to 2 other notice boards, blanketing the entire sky above the second high school. This time, it worked. Satisfied, Lang Xian stood up and gazed into the distance. Suddenly taken aback, why does the color of this, no restriction void, appear different? Holy moly, look, why has the sky turned green? It truly is remarkable. Hurry, take a picture. Which unfortunate soul has been unjustly crowned with such a significant title? What must one endure to witness such an anomaly? The abruptly altered sky immediately captured everyone's attention, even drawing the students and teachers from their classrooms to point and speculate at the heavens. Shi, what is going on? Li Yifei stared at the verdant sky, feeling a strange disquiet within. Lin Shi furrowed his brow, uncertain but speculating that it might relate to the no restriction void. However, that was not of utmost importance. His gaze landed on the densely packed crowd surrounding the girls' dormitory, his brows knitting slightly. They have cordoned off the girls' dormitory, and under the watchful eyes of many. It would be inappropriate for me to enter. Please create a diversion to draw their attention away. A diversion? Li Yifei was taken aback. What kind of diversion? Anything will do. You could feign a heart attack or perform a striptease. Just ensure it captures their attention. But I can't do that, Li Yifei protested. Lin Shi turned, looking earnestly into Li Yifei's eyes. Since you intend to join the Night Watchers after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything for it. Including your chastity. Wait a moment, why must joining the Night Watchers require sacrificing my chastity? Li Yifei felt a headache coming on. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of someone in the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, he steeled himself. Fine, go ahead. I'll help divert their attention. Lin Shi nodded, maneuvering around the crowd to the perimeter of the security line, giving Li Yifei a knowing glance. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted toward the throng ahead. Wu Shujia. This loud proclamation instantly hushed the raucous crowd, all heads turning in surprise to the boy who had suddenly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory or among the crowd. Wu Shujie also turned, gazing at Li Yifei's serious expression. Filled with confusion, Lin Shi's lips twitched slightly. Could he be preparing to? Wu Shujia, Li Yifei shouted again, I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, the crowd erupted into a chorus of cheers. High school students tend to exhibit a peculiar interest in anything unrelated to academics, such as a sudden fire or someone confessing in a public setting. Clearly, the latter held far greater allure for them than the former. The excitement of gossip surged among them. They directed their fervent gazes toward Wu Shujie, even stepping back a few paces to create space for her. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shi swiftly crossed the security line and dashed into the girls' dormitory. Wu Shujie lowered her head, unable to meet Li Yifei's gaze, and after a moment of silence, she spoke softly, I'm sorry, I have someone I like. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's mind went blank, and in a daze, he felt as if he suddenly understood Wang Xiao's feelings from earlier. Who do you like? A blush crept onto Wu Shujie's face as she confessed, I like Lin Shi. Upon hearing Lin Shi's name, Li Yifei's expression turned vividly colorful. He instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find that Lin Shi had already vanished. He remained silent for a long while, slowly raising his gaze to the verdant sky above. His eyes began to glisten with moisture. Lu Yuan, don't cry. Li Yifei understand you. Boom. The whirling gunfire sent dazzling sparks flying like a long crimson tassel adorning the gun's muzzle, as blooming rose-colored fireworks erupted within the shadowy corridor. Honging darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air, and in an instant, a monster's head soared into the air, engulfed in flames. The few remaining monsters seemed to sense fear and instinctively retreated a few steps. Before them, Honging, wielding her fiery spear with flowing hair, advanced slowly. Chapter 52, Serpent Demon. The rose-colored flames illuminated the corridor as brightly as day. Honging crouched slightly, her gaze fixed upon the 4 monsters before her. A wave of fiery heat radiating outward from her center. Suddenly, her figure transformed into a blaze, shooting forth. The remnants of rose-colored embers rapidly dissolved in the air, trailing a lingering crimson silhouette. Her speed was so astonishing that the naked eye could scarcely track her movements. In an instant she flashed before the monsters, the spear quivered lightly, and countless fiery spear shadows blossomed like flower buds, piercing the four monsters that had yet to react into a sieve. The rose-colored flames ignited, consuming the shrieking monsters entirely. Scattered embers fell from the sky, resembling withering cherry blossoms, blanketing the entire corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her back, snapped her fingers, and the flames in the corridor extinguished in an instant, plunging it back into darkness. "Xiaonan, are you alright?" "I'm fine. I even managed to kill one." Xiaonan gestured at the monster, now disfigured beyond recognition, and grinned. "You're amazing, Xiaonan." Hong Ying approached and gently ruffled her hair, smiling as she spoke. "You can't compare to Sister Hong Ying. Once your rose fire feather garb is unleashed, even dozens of monsters wouldn't stand a chance. You're just sweet-talking." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Hong Ying's brow furrowed as she gripped her spear behind her back, looking on alert. "What's going on? Why are there still students inside?" A panic-stricken dormitory supervisor ascended the stairs and gasped upon seeing the two standing in the charred corridor. Noticing the newcomer, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, withdrawing her hand from the spear. "We are students here to extinguish the fire. The flames have already been quelled," she replied, due to the darkness of the corridor. The supervisor seemed not to notice the spear in her possession and waved her hand urgently. "Which class are you students from? How can you be so reckless? Quickly, come with me, a fire truck is on the way." Hong Ying and Xiaonan exchanged glances, stowing their weapons in the shadowy box and hastily moving toward the corridor. As they approached the dormitory supervisor, she appeared ready to say something when, bang, the thunderous gunshot suddenly erupted, a bullet piercing through the railings gap, striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Xiaonan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively pulling away from the supervisor. The powerful recoil slammed the supervisor against the wall. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the boy slowly ascending the stairs. In the next moment, her head exploded, transforming into a grotesque bloodthirsty monster. Roaring in fury, it was aimed at her head. How did it hit her waist? At the corridor's corner, Lin Qi, holding the gun, muttered to himself, aiming at the gaping maw of the monster, expressionless as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive bullets pierced the monster's mouth. Its body convulsed violently before losing life and tumbling down the stairs. Qi, Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise, "I heard you were in a tough battle." "So I rushed over." Lin Qi holstered his handgun, stepping through the bloodied remains as he ascended the stairs, scanning the area. Where are the monsters?" "They're all taken care of." Hong Ying placed her hands on her hips, smiling with an expression that seemed to say, "Aren't I strong? Have you found the main body?" Hong Ying's face fell instantly, shaking her head in disappointment. "No." Lin Qi meticulously searched the floor, pondering. "Logically, this should be where the first infected appeared. Could its main body have left after infecting others? Is it that clever? This mythological creature must possess considerable intelligence." Lin Qi asserted. "It can perfectly replicate a person's personality and behavior, making it impossible to discern the genuine from the fake. This is not something a mere beast could achieve. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far displays remarkable logic. Logic? Is there really any?" Xiaonan questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, it has chosen to initiate its infection from the female dormitory. Not solely due to the perceived physical fragility of the girls, which renders them more susceptible to control, but also by cunningly exploiting their unique charm, allowing it to disarm the vigilance of others. It utilizes these young women to engage with male counterparts, garnering their favor, before luring them to clandestine locations to spread the contagion, all without a trace. With even the faculty falling victim, its actions may appear random. Yet they are imbued with a profound stealth, advancing methodically with each calculated step. Had it not been for Li Yifei inadvertently stumbling upon Lu Xiaoyan, who was infecting the director, we might remain oblivious to its existence for months to come. And by then, the number of the infected could escalate to a truly terrifying magnitude." After listening to Lin Qi's analysis, Hong Ying and Xiaonan felt an unsettling chill run down their spines. It was the first time they had encountered such an astute mythical entity. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, pondering. "If what you say is true, then it must have known we were coming, and thus would not linger here?" "That is likely the case," Lin Qi replied with a resigned nod. "Then, what is that over there?" Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Both Lin Qi and Hong Ying were momentarily taken aback. Swiftly turning to gaze, their pupils contracting in alarm, at the far end of the corridor's small balcony, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form coiled itself, its pitch-black scales glistening ominously under the weak sunlight. And a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently upon the trio. Hisses, the crimson forked tongue flicked out, and the corners of its mouth curled into a mocking arc. Lin Qi and Hong Ying stood frozen for a moment, exchanging a look before dashing towards the balcony without a second thought. "Pursue." The serpent-tailed creature raised its head high, unleashing a sudden, piercing shriek towards the heavens. Hisses. Almost instantaneously, it slithered swiftly down the edge of the balcony, moving with astonishing speed. Just as its cry echoed, a cacophony of screams erupted from the distant classroom. Lin Qi abruptly halted, lifting his gaze towards the horizon. An infected had gone berserk. Hong Ying leapt lightly Vaulting to the edge of the balcony, her long spear slung across her back, calling out to Lin Xia, "You protect the students, I'll chase after it." No sooner had she spoken than she leapt down. Vanishing from sight, Lin Xia skidded to a halt, pivoting to race down the corridor, with Hong Ying's prowess in cultivation leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge, but for him at his current level. Such a jump would spell disaster. With the black box strapped to his back, Lin Xia sprinted frantically, encountering countless students screaming and running about like headless chickens, while distant roars of monsters echoed ominously. "Do not run, stay behind me, we can't leave the school now," Lin Xia shouted. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, no one heeded his words. Everyone was frantically rushing towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. This was to prevent the monster's essence and the infected from escaping the unrestrained void. "Silence, quiet, listen to me," Lin Xia shouted several times, yet still met with indifference. At that moment, a phrase from Lung Xian resonated in his mind. Thus Lin Xia drew a handgun from his pocket and fired a shot into the air. As the gunshot reverberated throughout the campus, the frenzied students fell momentarily silent. Lin Xia, gun in hand, aimed at the petrified students. Expressionless, he lifted his chin. "I said, quiet down." Chapter 53, The Apocalypse of the Campus. The purpose of the gun was not merely to kill but also to instill fear. When the sudden emergence of monsters incited rampant terror. Only a different kind of fear could momentarily calm the chaos. "Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? Save us, there are monsters in the school, help!" After a brief moment of shock, the students erupted into clamorous chatter, converging towards Lin Xia, their voices echoing throughout the school gates. Lin Xia's brow furrowed as he pressed forward, his finger gently pressed on the handle of the black box, causing its side to swiftly open, and a sheathed straight blade shot forth. Lin Xia grasped the hilt in a flash, drawing the blade with a metallic ring, the blade shimmering with a pale blue glow. Sliced through the air, emitting a soft hum as it arced towards the leading boy. The boy's pupils dilated, his head swelling as if something were about to burst forth at any moment. However, Lin Xia's blade struck first, severing his head. A grotesque bloodied head filled with fangs flew high, splattering thick blood upon the surrounding students, who stood transfixed, as if turned to stone, from their irrational rush towards Lin Xia to the swift draw of his blade and the subsequent decapitation. It all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the students momentarily stunned by the visceral reality. Seconds later, piercing screams erupted in chaos. The monster had been lurking among them all along. "Oh, silence," Lin Xia bellowed. A flash of golden light flickering in his eyes, the tumultuous crowd fell abruptly silent. At the moment Lin Xia spoke, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, leaving them dazed. "Now there are no monsters concealed among you, you may exit the school directly, someone will open the door for you." Lin Xia sheathed the straight blade, calmly stating, "However, you will exit in an orderly fashion. Do not push. If I see anyone breaking the rules." Lin Xia slowly raised the gun, shaking it before the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students turned and dashed towards the school gates, though they appeared somewhat frantic. They maintained a semblance of order, with several girls, trembling and unable to move, being assisted by boys towards the exit. At that moment, a corner of the unrestrained void at the school gates was lifted, revealing a path leading to the outside world. Beyond the unrestrained void, there would be personnel to conduct memory erasure, a matter Lin Xia need not concern himself with. In this wave of students, approximately 400 had already emerged, with more still streaming from the classrooms. They were predominantly first and third year students. The number of infected among the first and third years was already low, and the proximity of the classrooms to the gates made escaping from the classrooms relatively easy. However, the issue lay with the infected, who remained undetected, hiding amidst the panicking students. They were akin to volatile bombs, their detonation unpredictable, but undoubtedly the moment they erupted would serve as the final straw, shattering the students' mental fortitude. It was akin to a group of students finally escaping the monsters, finding refuge in a seemingly safe space, only to let their guard down when suddenly a Pierce head exploded nearby. Although the monsters posed limited lethal capability, the absurd actions driven by human panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, with Lin Xia, a human detector present, he could easily identify the monsters hidden among the crowd, eliminating them directly, while those deemed harmless could exit through the unrestrained void. With such a large number of students, if they were to remain within the school, it would only heighten the unpredictability. While Lin Xia could not ensure the safe departure of every student, he aimed to facilitate the escape of as many as possible. Thankfully, the physique of today's high school students was commendable. Within mere minutes, approximately 13 to 1400 had reached the school gates, having been vetted by Lin Xia before leaving the premises. The first and third year buildings were now nearly vacant. It is time to close the passage. "I must enter to rescue others," Lin Xia informed Lang Xian over the earpiece. Lang Xian acknowledged, and the next moment, the passage of the unrestrained void slowly began to close, once again isolating the entire school from the outside world. Just as Lin Xia was preparing to set off, the sky flickered abruptly, akin to an old television with poor reception, dimming ominously. "What is happening? I'm still not quite familiar with the unrestrained void." It seems I've encountered something peculiar. Will it affect you? Let me investigate further. Lin Xie glanced up at the blood-red sky, letting out a sigh. I feel that a verdant green would be more appealing. After all, this scene resembles the end of the world. Beneath the blood-red heavens, the atmosphere of the campus was eerie and mysterious, with screams echoing from the distant second-year building, mingling with the roars of monsters. Reverberating through the air, a faint metallic scent of blood lingered, causing Lin Xie to furrow his brow. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and swiftly searched the first and third-year buildings with his blade drawn. Alan, I'm so scared. Alan peeked out from the restroom stall, glancing around before retreating slowly. Lower your voice. We don't want to attract those monsters, but why aren't we joining them and fleeing? Why hide here? Another girl questioned. In the cramped, dim restroom stall, three girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear, lips trembling. Alan lowered her voice, her eyes glimmering with a hint of excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster movies? When the apocalypse strikes, those who rush out mindlessly usually perish. Based on my years of watching films, the wisest course of action is to separate from the main group and wait in a safe place for rescue. But this isn't a movie, the girl beside her replied, her voice tinged with a sob. And are you sure the restroom is a safe place? I wish I could find somewhere else, but in this vast building. Aside from classrooms and restrooms, where else is there to hide? Alan let out a helpless sigh, assuring everyone, rest assured, as we hide here, we shall be safe. Just as his words faded, the door of the toilet stall was suddenly yanked open with a screech. The three girls concealed within the stall screamed in unison. When they realized that the figure emerging was not a monster, but rather a youth wielding a knife, they instinctively covered their mouths and fell silent. Safe, hardly. Lin Xie spoke coolly. In an instant, the blade in his hand was drawn, and before the terrified gazes of the three girls, he swiftly severed the head of one of them. A grotesque, bloodied head tumbled to the ground. Chapter 54, The Wise Ah. Silence, you killed Xiao. She's no longer herself. Can't you see that? Having witnessed their companion, who had just moments ago been hiding with them, transformed into a monster and brutally dispatched. The two remaining girls were utterly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling beneath them. Lin Xie, with a sense of resignation, assisted them out of the restroom. At the entrance, a small group of boys and girls had gathered. Their eyes filled with admiration as they beheld Lin Xie emerging with the two girls. Yes, there's really someone inside. Senior Xie, you're incredible. To know there were people inside from 10 meters away. Senior Xia, are you a practitioner? Can you take me with you? What are you dawdling for? Is this the time for chit-chat? Quickly come and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd snap back to reality. Hastening forward to support the two rescued girls, they were survivors whom Lin Xie had saved in the corners of the first year and third district. Many were like the two girls, paralyzed by fear, but fortunately most of the boys remained strong, unaffected by terror. Senior Xia, what shall we do next? We have completed the search and rescue in these two teaching buildings. You should take refuge in the auditorium we just passed. I have cleared it out, Lin Xie stated calmly, and you, the second-year building is the hardest hit. I must go save more people. Can I accompany you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can help, a robust-looking boy suggested. No need, I shall go alone. Lin Xie shook his head, gesturing towards the girl whose legs were still trembling. Your fire axe is better used to protect them. Very well. Without lingering, Lin Xie quickly descended the stairs, heading towards the depths of the second-year building. The monsters hidden in that area occupied about 60% of the entire school, and with nearly 10 minutes since the outbreak, one could only imagine the chaos that awaited him. Let us hope they possess some wisdom. Quickly, push the desks and chairs into the corridor to block it. Come on everyone, put in some effort. We cannot allow them to break through. And the girls, enough with the screaming, hurry and tend to the wounded. What? There are still a few survivors on the third floor. Damn it, X Squad, follow me. Mr. Wang, I leave this floor to you, on the chaotic fifth floor balcony. Li Yifei shouted, as most of the second-year students had congregated on this level, barricaded by tightly packed desks and chairs, effectively sealing off the corridors on both sides while several monsters below thrashed violently against the barriers. The mild-mannered Mr. Wang, adjusting his glasses, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will handle this floor. My years spent playing tower defense games will not go to waste. Li Yifei seized a fire axe, slinging it over his shoulder, and called out to the corridor, summoning several strong boys who were similarly armed with fire axes, steel pipes, or tennis rackets. There are still over 20 students trapped in Class 8 on the third floor. We must go rescue them. Li Yifei briefly explained the situation. A few of the boys quickly fashioned a rope from their clothing, tying it to the railing in the corridor, allowing it to dangle down. After testing its sturdiness, Li Yifei was the first to scale the railing, gripping the rope tightly and maneuvering downwards in a manner reminiscent of television shows. The other boys followed suit, albeit nervously, yet still in an orderly fashion. Mr. Wang, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be in danger? A girl watched anxiously. Mr. Wang cast a deep glance at them, sighing, how could there be no danger? But I trust in his abilities. Li Yifei is so cool. How did I never notice before? A girl whispered nearby. Throughout history, in every dark age, there have always been those once obscure individuals who step forth to become leaders for the masses. In this dire environment, Li Yifei and his peers, who typically seemed hopeless, now exhibited a potential that others could not match. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem. Perhaps one day, they will shine brilliantly. Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, then, as if realizing something, turned to remind the girl, by the way, no early romances. Li Yifei and the others successfully descended to the third-floor corridor, where most of the monsters had been lured to the corridors between the fourth and fifth floors. Only 2 monsters remained near the door of Class 8, as all doors and windows had been barricaded with desks and chairs, preventing the creatures from breaking in. It was not just Li Yifei who was clever. The noise made by Li Yifei and his companions as they landed in the corridor went unnoticed by the monsters until they stealthily approached from behind. The creatures suddenly turned, revealing their gaping, menacing mouths as they prepared to attack. Hold steady, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys snatched chairs from the classroom and, with a fierce cry, charged at the 2 monsters, though these creatures were adept at devouring humans. Their strength was not vastly superior to that of ordinary folks. Under the relentless assault of the boys wielding chairs, they were forced to hold their ground, though the sharp, interlocking teeth swiftly rendered the chairs into splinters. In that brief moment, the remaining boys surged forward, swinging fire axes and clubs desperately towards the monsters' mouths. After a flurry of strikes, the creatures convulsed violently before collapsing, their heads utterly shattered. Panting heavily, the boys could not suppress the triumphant smile spreading across their faces. Their eyes brimming with exhilaration, they had worked together to slay 2 fearsome monsters. Quickly, let us save the others. Li Yifei rushed to the classroom door, knocking urgently. Inside Class 8, the students had been peering through the gaps in the desks and chairs. And upon witnessing Li Yifei and his group had indeed killed the monsters, they quickly moved aside to open the door, allowing several boys to step out. I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate. Evacuate? Where can we go? The leader of the boys shook his head, gesturing towards the first floor. The first floor has completely fallen. There are at least 10 monsters down there. We cannot break through. Can you kill 10 as easily as you killed 2? We will retreat upwards. Li Yifei responded earnestly. We have cleared the monsters on the 5th floor, barricaded the corridors with desks and chairs. Most of the students are hiding there. The 5th floor, the boy chuckled. Let me ask you, what floor are we on now? 3rd floor. And where are the monsters concentrated? 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors, if we were to retreat to the 5th floor as you suggest. How would we circumvent the 4th floor, where the monsters are most densely gathered? Even if we somehow manage to break through the 4th floor, as you mentioned, the corridors on the 5th floor are completely sealed. Will you have time to open the door for us? Wait until we all pass through, and then seal it again? He pointed to the rope dangling in the 3rd floor corridor. Or do you think all 28 of us can climb that rope to the 5th floor? Li Yifei was left speechless. Chapter 55, and Kinjioi. I hadn't considered all of that. Li Yifei sighed. We are grateful that you came to rescue us. The boy bowed slightly, but sadly, your evacuation plan is unfeasible. Then do you have a better solution? Hold our ground. His voice remained calm. Although these monsters appeared terrifying, they were not insurmountable. As long as they continuously reinforced the defenses of doors and windows. Stalling the creatures was not an issue. I believe that soon specialized rescuers will come to save you. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment, re-evaluating the bespectacled boy who appeared so gentle. I still do not know your name. Enkinjiu, are you the Enkinjiu who ranks first in the entire city? Li Yifei's eyes widened. The grades do not concern me. Enkinjiu's gaze fell upon the grotesque remnants of flesh scattered in the corridor. A peculiar light flickering in his eyes. It seems this world is far more intriguing than I had imagined. For some unknown reason, Li Yifei felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of his expression. Since you do not wish to follow me, I shall return to the 5th floor. Li Yifei turned to leave, realizing that he was no longer needed here, while the 5th floor still housed many students. I believe you may not be able to leave now. Enkinjiu approached the window, extending her hand to point at the 3 monstrous figures that were charging down the corridor from the right. While 3 others crawled up from the left, they were surrounded. Most critically, one of the monsters had casually severed the thick rope that dangled outside the corridor, completely cutting off the escape route for Li Yifei and his companions. Li Yifei's pupils constricted in shock. Though they might slay 2 of the monsters using chairs and a fire axe, facing 6 simultaneously would undoubtedly seal their fate. Quick, reinforce the barricade with the desks and chairs. The boys in the classroom swiftly repositioned the furniture that had been pushed aside at the entrance. Soon, the monsters arrived at the classroom's threshold, relentlessly shaking the desks and chairs with their bodies and sharp teeth. Threatening to topple them, over 20 boys were exerting every ounce of strength to hold the furniture in place, their faces turning purple from the strain. Inside and outside the classroom, this was a struggle that wagered the lives of dozens. The girls in the room turned pale, screaming as they huddled in the corners, while the expressions of the remaining boys were equally grim. Only the frail Enkinjiu stood to the side, her brow furrowed as she contemplated the scene before her. To kill 2 monsters only to have 6 more appear implied that these creatures operated within an interconnected mental network. governed by a central brain that possessed intelligence rivaling that of humans. Yet the question remained, how did they know to sever the thick rope? If all the monsters shared visual perceptions, then Li Yifei and his companions should have been invisible to them as they descended to the corridor. How could they ascertain that the thick rope was the vital link between the two floors? And just as Zhang Qinjiu pondered these issues, the foremost Li Yifei gritted his teeth, his form gradually being pressed backward by the mounting pressure ahead. Damn it, we can't hold on much longer. Just as exhaustion was about to claim them, a figure darted swiftly past the window, a pale blue gleam slicing through the air like a crescent moon. And in the next moment, a grotesque monster's head was sent soaring. The remaining 5 monsters were still reeling from shock when the figure altered its stride, twisting its body in a bizarre manner. And struck with its blade, the blade cleaved through the nearest monster from shoulder to waist, severing it in two. Blood gushed forth, and the remaining 4 monsters finally reacted, howling as they lunged toward that figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted in the person's eyes, resembling a furnace ablaze, dazzling and blinding. A terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the 4 monsters' minds. Their movements faltered in unison, thus the pale blue arc of light slashed out once more, smoothly severing the necks of the 4 monsters in a seamless motion. The entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Although the youth had rapidly retreated, the splattered blood stained his school uniform crimson, his brow slightly furrowed as the furnace in his eyes dimmed, fading from view. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood nearby, dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A fellow student clad in the same uniform had felled 6 monsters in mere moments. Xia, you finally arrived. Li Yifei exclaimed upon seeing the figure, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I thought you had abandoned me. Spare me the sentimental drivel, Lin Xia replied with a silent eye roll. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? Someone in the crowd eagerly inquired. Sort of. Lin Xia nodded, turning to Li Yifei. Briefly tell me the situation. Alright. Li Yifei gathered his thoughts and began. After that strange cry, most of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. Our 4th floor was relatively unscathed, but on the 1st floor, one class had half its members transformed into monsters, slaughtering the other students and completely blocking the stairs, leaving us unable to escape. Some attempted to jump from the 2nd floor, but were torn apart the moment they landed. Consequently, almost all the students began fleeing upwards. I led a group of capable boys, eliminating several monsters on the 5th floor, gathering the majority of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, then barricaded the corridor, holding our ground. Later, we heard there were survivors on the 3rd floor, so we came down. Lin Xia inquired, what about those who were uncertain if they were monsters? Fortunately, you had previously informed me that Han Ruoro was also a monster. She hadn't transformed but was mingling among the crowd. I spotted her immediately. To avoid alarming anyone, I locked her and a few boys who had interacted with her, along with several girls from the same dormitory, in a classroom under supervision. After listening, Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise the death toll would have been even higher. Li Yifei scratched his head and grinned. With such impressive performance, I should have no trouble joining the night watch. Right, not a problem, Lin Xia replied, seemingly sensing someone's gaze. Turning to meet the eyes of a bespectacled, frail-looking boy. In his eyes, Lin Xia discerned an emotion distinct from that of the others, while most gazes directed at him were filled with fear, reverenced admiration, or infatuation. This boy's look resembled that of someone observing a rare species, eager to take him back for dissection and study. Who are you? Lin Xia asked, puzzled. Zhang Qinjiu stepped forward, extending his right hand politely. Hello, my name is Zhang Qinjiu. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia grasped his hand. Lin Xia, Chapter 56, Nandu Snake Demon. Zhang Qinjiu opened his mouth as if to inquire about something, but after a brief pause, he wisely chose to remain silent. He was intrigued by Lin Xia's identity and extraordinary combat prowess, yet in the presence of so many witnesses, he doubted Lin Xia would divulge anything, fearing it might provoke disdain. Xia, this is a once-in-a-decade genius from Sangnan City, a treasure of number 2 high school. Have you heard of his name? Li Yifei introduced. I haven't heard of him. This isn't the time for such discussions, Lin Xia interjected calmly. First, let's get these students to the auditorium. It's a safer location. Li Yifei hesitated, but we can't get down. There are plenty of monsters on the 1st floor. Mid-sentence, Li Yifei realized he'd posed a foolish question. They've all been eliminated. What do you think allowed me to come up here? Lin Xia regarded Li Yifei with an expression akin to observing a simpleton. You're truly impressive, Li Yifei replied, grinning. Will you continue to ascend to rescue others? Of course. I'll accompany you, Li Yifei asserted firmly. Rest assured, I won't hold you back, and the others trust me now. I can help you manage the situation. Lin Xia hesitated briefly before nodding. Then bring your axe-wielding squad and come with me. Despite appearing unchanged on the surface, after a day of combat, Lin Xia had already dispatched nearly 20 monsters, and both his physical and mental stamina were severely depleted. He was exhausted. Having Li Yifei and his axe-wielding team would alleviate some of the pressure. I want to go too, and Qinjiu suddenly spoke. I can assist you with strategy and analyze the monster's behavioral patterns. And Qingyu gazed steadily into Lin Xia's eyes, showing no sign of retreat. Li Yifei leaned close to Lin Xia's ear and whispered, I think this kid is quite clever. Lin Xia pondered for a moment before suddenly nodding. Very well, but let me make it clear, I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he was already leading an entire axe-wielding squad. One more person wouldn't make much difference. No problem, I'm not afraid of death. And Qingyu's eyes lit up, seemingly exhilarated. After Lin Xia briefed the other students, he instructed them to head to the auditorium on their own. The auditorium was not far from the second-year teaching building, and Lin Xia had just cleared out the monsters, so they were unlikely to encounter further dangers. Li Yifei, what is it? How's the situation upstairs? It's manageable, holding back the monsters on the 4th floor shouldn't be an issue. Good. Let's rest for a moment. Lin Xia casually found a chair to sit on. The 4th floor was rife with monsters, and if he intended to fight his way through, he needed ample physical and mental energy. Honging, how's it going on your end? Lin Xia activated his earpiece. I couldn't catch it. I chased it for most of the school, but it slipped into the woods behind your school and vanished. Hong Ying's voice sounded somewhat dejected. Lin Xia's heart sank once more. As long as the main body remained unscathed, this incident would not conclude. Even if he managed to eliminate the monsters within the school one by one, it would only be a temporary solution. Where are you now? Xiao Nan is attempting to trace the monsters' tracks. We're continuing the pursuit. As long as no is active, it won't escape the school. Understood. By the way, Wu Shangnan has identified what this monster is. Lin Xia's eyes brightened. This monster is a Nandu snake demon, likely stemming from rural folklore. Wu Shangnan scoured all mythological texts but found no mention of it, finally uncovering a few fragments in a tattered ancient book. Nandu snake demon. This serpent demon possesses extraordinary camouflage abilities and intelligence comparable to that of humans. After consuming a creature, it can implant its offspring within the host's body, transforming the shell into its progeny and controlling their actions. However, there are limitations to the production of these offspring. Even the original entity can only produce one serpent seed per day, and it takes 3 days for the progeny to mature into one. Furthermore, both the original and its offspring lack formidable combat power, particularly during their juvenile phase. Lin Xia stroked his chin, contemplating this. It appears that this serpent demon has existed far longer than he had initially surmised. With such a multitude of serpent progeny, it is likely that it has resided in this school for over a month. It is exceptionally cautious and meticulous. As Lin Xia pondered, and Qingyu silently approached him. There's something you wish to ask? I have a question. If you intend to inquire whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, then perhaps you should refrain. No, what I wish to know is, do such monsters exist in places we are unaware of? And Qingyu pointed towards the dismembered creature outside. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then why are we able to live so leisurely and comfortably? Lin Xia glanced at him and spoke slowly, because there are those who watch over humanity during the dark of night. Logically, Lin Xia should not have answered this question, yet since they would inevitably have their memories clarified sooner or later, it seemed inconsequential. However, he could not divulge any more than that. I understand. And Qingyu nodded. Are you not afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? And Qingyu's lips curved into a slight smile. I merely find it intriguing, so this world harbors such wondrous creatures beyond the realm of science. And Qingyu licked his lips, his gaze fixated on the corpse of the monster outside the corridor. I truly wish to take them back for dissection and research. You were still merely a high school student, are you not? And what of it? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student is confined to learning only what high schoolers ought to learn? And Qingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years acquiring monotonous and simplistic knowledge is merely a waste of life. Then I recently completed my master's studies in biology, and I plan to pursue a doctorate in the latter half of the year, primarily focusing on genetics and mutations, with some research into clinical medicine. Lin Xia stood in stunned silence, finally managing to utter a few words. I beg your pardon. Is it possible that such prodigies truly exist in this world? Lin Xia had always considered himself reasonably clever, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the term clever felt utterly inadequate. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and stepped towards the classroom door. Let us go. It is time to save lives. The others promptly gathered their weapons, following Lin Xia with fervor. Even Qingyu retrieved a fruit knife from his drawer, smiling as he joined the fray. His expression suggested he was not preparing to combat monsters but rather to slice them into 18 pieces for further examination. Chapter 57, Wishing You Happiness. 5th floor. Lu Yuan, Ruorua. I am here. In the corner of the classroom, Han Ruorua moved closer to Lu Yuan, her eyes red-rimmed, lips pressed together. Resembling a frightened fawn. Lu Yuan, why are they keeping us locked up? Li Yifei said there may be monsters among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on a few boys outside the window. Lu Yuan, yes, I am so scared. Lu Yuan looked into her pleading eyes, feeling his heart melt. Within him, his resentment towards Lin Xia burned fiercely, uncontrollably. Why, Han Ruorua should have been mine, you, an outsider who has only been here a few days. What gives you the right to be with her? I refuse to accept this. Lu Yuan suppressed the flames of his jealousy and gently reassured Han Ruo, "Do not be afraid, I am here. Everything will be fine, Lu Yuan, you are truly wonderful." Han Ruo leaned her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze somewhat forlorn, unlike Lin Xie, who would only run away when danger approached, showing no concern for her. Lin Xie, ha, he is nothing but a scoundrel, Lu Yuan scoffed. "I have made my decision." Han Ruo lifted her head to meet Lu Yuan's gaze, a blush blooming on her cheeks. "I want to break up with him. A man like him is utterly unreliable." Lu Yuan's body trembled, joy illuminating his eyes. "Then you, I still prefer someone like you, who can provide me with a sense of security." Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. He suddenly pulled Han Ruo into an embrace and earnestly declared, "Ruo, I like you, be my girlfriend, I will undoubtedly be 100 times better than that Lin Xie." Han Ruo responded with a soft nodding slightly, and leaned back into his embrace. Lu Yuan's heart blossomed with joy. "Lu Yuan, what is it? I do not wish to remain here, I am so scared." Lu Yuan was taken aback, glancing towards the boys standing at the door, his expression conflicted. "But they will not let us leave, there may be monsters among us." "Lu Yuan, do you think I am a monster?" Han Ruo looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her expression so pitiful it seemed she might cry. Lu Yuan swallowed hard and firmly shook his head. "No, and are you a monster?" "I am not." "Then why must we stay here? Just because Li Yifei says so, must we accept it? What gives him the authority to declare that we have issues?" Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand. Sobbing softly, "Lu Yuan, I truly do not want to stay here. Please take me out." Every word Han Ruo uttered struck deep within Lu Yuan's heart, and coupled with her imploring gaze, it ignited his protective instincts. He took a deep breath, stood up and took Han Ruo's hand, and resolutely declared, "Rest assured, I will take you out of here. I will prove to you that I am a man far braver than Lin Xie." With that, he led Han Ruo to the classroom door and knocked firmly. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing?" A man outside shouted through the window, "Let us out." Lu Yuan bellowed, "You cannot go out. Li Yifei said there are monsters among you, you are talking nonsense." Lu Yuan pointed an accusatory finger at the boy. "Li Chang, open your eyes and see, I am Lu Yuan, she is Han Ruo. We are classmates, just because Li Yifei said so, you lock us in here. Do you know what this is called? It is called illegal confinement. If you do not let us out, you are breaking the law. If Li Yifei is a madman, must you all follow him into madness?" Lu Yuan's voice echoed throughout the floor, immediately capturing the attention of all the students. The expressions of the few students tasked with guarding Lu Yuan and the others shifted. And they hesitated. After all, they were still students, and they felt uneasy about the act of confining others, especially since it was their classmates they were holding. This seemed undeniably excessive. "Lu Yuan, do not slander us. This is a special situation, as you can see, so many classmates have turned into monsters. Who can guarantee that there are none among you?" Li Chang stood his ground. "Why must it be us?" Lu Yuan scoffed, pointing at everyone present. "You all have the same suspicions, do you not? How could Li Yifei know there are monsters among us? Does he possess X-ray vision? You?" As the two continued their heated exchange, a tremendous crash echoed from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts dropped as they simultaneously turned to look, their expressions filled with terror. Could it be that a monster had breached the defenses? "It is Lin Xie. Lin Xie is ruthlessly slaying the monsters, and Li Yifei and the others are following behind him." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the corridor, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. "Lin Xie, killing monsters, boom!" Another loud crash reverberated through the hallway, as desks and chairs fell like a small mountain, the clattering sound sending the surrounding students recoiling in fear, the dust cloud blinding them. Amidst the swirling dust, a blood-stained youth clad in a school uniform emerged, a knife gripped in his right hand, his eyes ablaze like a furnace. Upon catching sight of those eyes, everyone felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast, silencing them completely. The golden light in Lin Xie's eyes gradually faded, and the oppressive weight on everyone's hearts vanished. Behind him, several boys began to arrive in succession, including Li Yifei and Xingyu. "Li Yifei, how did you get up here? What about the monsters on the 4th floor?" In the crowd, someone quickly regained their composure and asked anxiously. Li Yifei grinned, brandishing the fire axe in his hand. "All dead. My brother Xia slaughtered his way through the entire 4th floor. Now the whole building is clean." All eyes turned to Lin Xie, filled with disbelief. "How can that be? So many monsters, he took them all down by himself. Is this real? Look at the knife in his hand and the blood on him, it must be true. Wow, did you see his eyes just now? So cool. What is that, superpower?" While everyone gossiped about Lin Xie, his gaze cut through the crowd and landed on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan's heart trembled, and he instinctively took a half step back. Lin Xie, wielding a knife, gazed at Lu Yuan with an impassive expression. Slowly advancing towards him, instinctively all the students in the corridor parted ways for him, their whispers dwindling to a mere hush. As Lin Xie reached Lu Yuan, the entire corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence. What What do you want? Under Lin Xia's piercing gaze, Lu Yuan found himself stammering. I'm telling you, Han Ruoro has already broken up with you. She is my girlfriend now. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. Seemingly indifferent to the status of anyone's girlfriend, I heard you intend to take her away. Beside them, Han Ruoro lowered her head, seemingly avoiding Lin Xia's gaze. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, summoning his courage. That's right, I intend to take her away. Do you wish to stop me? Lin Xia merely observed him quietly, and after a pause, let out a cold chuckle. He stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Yuan to pass. I won't stop you, you may leave now, and I wish you both happiness. Chapter 58, Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Xia to so readily allow him to leave. Could it be that he feared him? Hadn't he just exuded a particularly strong aura? With this thought, Lu Yuan unconsciously straightened his posture, casting a glance at Lin Xia and snorting disdainfully before swaggering out while holding Han Ruoro's hand. Once the pair's figures vanished from the corridor, a boy from the Axe Squad approached Lin Xia, whispering, Xia, you truly let them go just like that? He stole your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? This group had witnessed Lin Xia's prowess in battle, revering him almost as a deity. Seeing Lu Yuan's audacity as he left with Han Ruoro sparked their ire. No need, Han Ruoro is not my girlfriend. Lin Xia replied with a faint smile, casting a deep glance in the direction where the two had departed. Moreover, I am actually quite pleased right now. Truly, the boy looked at Lin Xia in astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. Goodness, could it be that Xia has such a preference? Li Yifei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Xia on the shoulder. Congratulations on getting what you wished for. Lin Xia turned to the students in the corridor, asking, is this everyone? Yes, all the survivors from the second year are here, Li Yifei confirmed, then leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear. Among them, is there anyone? No, Lin Xia's lips curled slightly, the only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Ha, that's good, take them to the auditorium. Once the Nantua snake demon is eliminated, we can leave, Lin Xia instructed Li Yifei and Xingyu. Alright, I'll inform them right away. Li Yifei stepped forward to explain to the students, while Lin Xia drifted to the edge of the railing, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Have you not yet found the main body? Lin Xia turned to see it was Xingyu speaking. Nodding slightly, he asked, have you discovered anything during your journey with me? After a moment of silence, Xingyu replied, I found some clues. She leaned in to whisper into Lin Xia's ear, causing his expression to sharpen and his brow to furrow tighter. Are you certain? Uncertain, and Xingyu shook her head. My understanding of such creatures is too limited to support an accurate judgment. I see. I have a request, and Xingyu spoke again. What is it? I want that. She pointed at Lin Xia's waistband. Lin Xia's expression shifted. I meant the gun. After a brief hesitation, Lin Xia retrieved the pistol from his pocket and handed it to Xingyu. There are only 3 bullets left. Can you use this? I've learned from television, that should suffice. Your skill is likely better than mine. Lin Xia sighed. Xingyu quietly tucked the pistol into her pocket. I hope I won't need it. After a moment, Li Yifei returned with all the students from the 5th floor. Everyone is here. Take them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should be mostly gone, so there shouldn't be any danger. I need to search for the main body of the Nantua snake demon, Lin Xia instructed. Leave it to me. Li Yifei patted his chest. Lin Xia nodded, and with a swift motion, disappeared into the corridor. As Lin Xia left, a crowd of people gathered around Li Yifei, bombarding him with questions. Li Yifei, what happened when you went down to rescue people? Yeah, how did Lin Xia suddenly show up? Did he really kill all the monsters by himself? Of course, did you not smell the stench of blood on him? It was overwhelming. How did he manage that? Who exactly is he? Li Yifei gazed at the group of girls with shining eyes, silently rolling his own. If you want to know, just ask him later. With that, he turned and walked away. Humph, you girls, once you leave here, your memories will be wiped. By then, remembering Lin Xia will be a fantasy. Li Yifei muttered to himself. With the monsters vanquished, everyone gradually relaxed, and the discussions among the girls regarding the mysterious Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. The boys of the Axe Squad, who had followed Lin Xia in battle, could not help but join in, animatedly describing just how remarkable Lin Xia was, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, teacher Wang approached them and casually remarked, no early romances allowed. The girls fell silent. Lin Xia, carrying his straight knife, hurriedly sprinted across the campus, activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, what's the update? We've discovered some traces. The Nantua snake demon seems to have headed north. Lin Xia paused, pondering the possible locations. The cafeteria? The arts building, or the playground, the teaching building? I'm not sure. Xiao Nan and I are searching the cafeteria. Alright, I'll check the arts building. Lin Xia redirected his path, heading straight towards the arts building. The arts building, a recent addition to the school, had been constructed about 5 or 6 years prior, following a national initiative promoting the combined development of student culture and arts. The school had invested significantly in its establishment. However, after its completion, students rarely attended art classes, as it seemed that teachers mysteriously fell whenever an art lesson was scheduled. The arts building was not tall, only 3 stories, but it housed a variety of rooms dedicated to different disciplines. Including sketching, sculpture, and dance practice, Lin Xia dashed through the first-floor corridor, detecting no anomalies. Upon reaching the second floor, a vivid scene suddenly manifested in his mind's eye. Ruoro, why aren't we escaping the school and hiding in the piano room instead? Lu Yuan embraced Han Ruoro, casting a furtive glance out the window as he whispered. Han Ruoro lifted her head from his chest, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied softly. What's the point of going outside? It's far quieter here. Here, I can engage in some rather interesting activities. Lu Yuan felt an electric thrill coursing through him, his whole being tingling. He swallowed hard. Asking, what activities? What do you think? Han Ruoro leaned in closer, her soft voice whispering tantalizingly in Lu Yuan's ear, igniting a fire of desire within him. But there are still monsters outside. That's not good. Is it? Lu Yuan felt a surge of temptation battling against his rational mind, which cautioned him against proceeding. What's wrong with that? Could it be? Han Ruoro wrapped her arms around him, her tongue lightly brushing against Lu Yuan's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. Just as the last vestige of Lu Yuan's sanity waned and his hands began to wander over Han Ruoro, she softly uttered the latter half of her sentence. Do you not wish to be devoured by me? Han Ruoro's smile widened into a sinister grin, revealing a grotesque bloodied head that pressed against Lu Yuan's face, its jagged teeth sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in horror. He opened his mouth and screamed desperately, frantically trying to escape Han Ruoro's grasp, but he could not break free. Ruoro, you are also— No, don't, please don't, I beg you, I'm not ready to die yet. In that moment, he recalled the scene of his arrogant departure from the 5th floor. Had he not left then, perhaps he wouldn't be in such dire straits now. Lin Xia, save me! Amid Lu Yuan's frantic cries, the crisp sound of a door opening resonated. Both Han Ruoro and Lu Yuan turned in surprise. There stood Lin Xia, calmly observing the scene with his straight knife in hand. Lin Xia, Ruoro is a monster, hurry, save me! Lu Yuan, spotting his savior, felt a surge of hope, his eyes brightening with newfound strength as he struggled violently in Han Ruoro's embrace. Lin Xia rubbed his nose, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies for the interruption, I merely came to observe. Please do continue. Bang! The door to the piano room slammed shut, followed by the sound of it being locked. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Snake Demon Ea. A chilling scream echoed from the music room as Lin Xia leisurely leaned against the railing of the corridor, stifling a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17, that should suffice. Lin Xia murmured softly to himself, stepping forward to reopen the door. Inside the music room, the serpent offspring, transformed from Han Ruoro, regarded him warily, while Lu Yuan lay quietly on the ground, his body unmarred by any wounds. Instead of tearing him apart, the choice was made to plant the serpent seed, a far better option. Lin Xia smiled and reached behind him. With a soft whisper, the straight blade was drawn from its sheath. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sat up as if resurrected, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xia, a flicker of resentment lingering within. He rose in an exceedingly peculiar manner, his head gradually splitting open, revealing a gaping maw lined with fangs, and he roared at Lin Xia. Roar, roar, roar! Before he could utter another sound, Lin Xia swiftly thrust his blade into the creature's mouth, twisting it violently. The serpent demon that Lu Yuan had become let out a wretched cry, blood gushing forth as its massive jaw was thoroughly destroyed. Lin Xia stepped aside, sheathing his blade, casting a glance at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan, and calmly remarked, Now I can strike you down without any psychological burden. With that, he turned his gaze towards Han Ruoro, who had been fidgeting nearby. Upon noticing Lin Xia's attention, Han Ruoro opened her vast maw and let out a roar, bending slightly as if preparing for battle. Do not rush. If all goes according to plan, you may very well be the last serpent offspring in this school. Lin Xia shook the straight blade in his hand, indicating his lack of murderous intent. Nanda serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this body. Why not retract that fierce demeanor of yours so we can converse amicably? After a brief pause, the serpent offspring's bloody head gradually began to close, the skin and bone reuniting, the bloodlines fading away, soon transforming back into Han Ruoro's likeness. Han Ruoro stood there expressionless, declaring, I have nothing to discuss with the night watchman. You are indeed remarkable. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, yet despite claiming there is nothing to discuss, you ultimately chose to revert back, did you not? Was that all just to utter empty words? Han Ruoro's brow furrowed slightly, bloodlines reappearing on her face, as if she might transform once more at any moment. You seem well acquainted with this society. If I am not mistaken, you must have descended upon this city long ago. Lin Xia scrutinized Han Ruoro's eyes, as if attempting to discern something within. Alas, the current Han Ruoro was but a puppet, with the true conversation occurring through the elusive Nanda serpent demon, leaving Lin Xia with no insights to glean from her visage. What of it? I do not understand. With your terrifying talent for disguise, if you had not developed offspring on such a grand scale within the school, we might not have found you even after a decade. You could easily have blended into human society using your cunning and intelligence, subtly implanting the serpent seed among the wealthy. With riches and glory at your fingertips, you possess extraordinary advantages that could allow you to live freely among humans. So why, starting from half a month to a month ago, did you suddenly choose to cultivate offspring on such a massive scale? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, voicing his perplexity. Reproduction is an instinct inherent to my race. Han Ruoro replied coolly, and when a wolf infiltrates a world of sheep, do you think it would willingly remain in obscurity? Other mysteries may be discontent, but you are different, Lin Xia asserted confidently. You possess exceptional intelligence and are incredibly cautious. All high-intelligence beings have the capacity to suppress their own instincts. How laughable your logic is, Han Ruoro scoffed. Since you enjoy reasoning so much, allow me to pose a question for you. In this sealed school, there exist 3 night watchmen: the girl with the spear, the girl who can heal, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear is Jirelm. I cannot plant the serpent seed within her. The other girl has always been by her side, making it impossible for me to act, but if I were to kill you, the only one in the Zhan realm, and implant the serpent seed within you, do you think they would discover it? The corners of Han Ruoro's mouth split into a sinister grin, her smile grotesque and terrifying. Lin Xia's pupils constricted in an instant, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the adjacent space. In the next moment, a massive black figure shattered the wall behind him, sweeping past the very spot where Lin Xia had just stood, the serpent's thick tail crashing down to create a gaping pit in the ground. Lin Xia rolled to the side, quickly springing to his feet, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his expression grave. Before him loomed a creature covered in black scales, a hybrid of human and serpent. Its eerie vertical pupils fixated on Lin Xia. Nanda Serpent Demon, you are trying to bait me into conversation, and I too am merely stalling for time, the Nanda Serpent Demon hissed, its voice emanating from within its form. Sister Hongying, the Nanda Serpent Demon has appeared in the music room of the art building. Lin Xia drew his straight blade, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed the Serpent Demon. Understood, I shall be there immediately. Hold on a moment longer. Sister Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by the sound of rushing wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda Serpent Demon swiftly slithered across the ground, its tail sweeping with a flick, demolishing the obstructive piano within the music room into splinters, its sharp claws slicing through the air with an ear-piercing sound. The moment the serpent demon swiped its claws, Lin Xia reacted, dodging swiftly to the side. The serpent's claws raked against the wall behind where Lin Xia had just been standing, leaving deep gouges as if cutting through tofu with ease. Lin Xia steadied himself, glancing at the nearly shredded wall, his expression darkening, silently cursing. You call this a weak true form, low combat power? Just as Lin Xia evaded one claw strike, a thick serpent tail lashed out from the side, and he swung his blade with lightning speed. Colliding with the tail, a resounding clang echoed as the blade scraped against the serpent's black scales, followed by a powerful force that sent Lin Xia reeling back, nearly toppling him to the ground. He managed to regain his footing, noting a shallow gash left on the serpent's tail from his strike. Its power is slightly weaker than I anticipated, and its defense is far inferior to that of the Phantom King. Lin Xia squinted, muttering to himself, aside from its stronger offensive capabilities, it seems it is not unbeatable. Chapter 60. A shot through the heart. Though it was not yet evening, and the Starry Night Dancer could not be activated, Lin Xia's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts made it seem feasible to contend with the Nanda Serpent Demon. However, the narrow confines of the music room greatly impeded his ability to evade. Thus Lin Xia decisively burst through the door, sprinting outside the art building. Just as Lin Xia dashed out, the Nanda Serpent Demon crashed through the music room wall, its elongated serpentine body slithering along the corridor walls at great speed. Reaching above Lin Xia's head in mere moments, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, the serpent demon's claws descended toward Lin Xia's neck, yet his back seemed to possess a sixth sense. He executed a forward roll just in time to narrowly evade the attack. Utilizing the momentum, he sprang back to his feet, gripping his straight blade with both hands. The blade pointed upward as he aimed it at the serpent demon's abdomen. This sequence of movements flowed as seamlessly as water, as if he had meticulously calculated each step in advance. The serpent demon's eyes narrowed, its body twisting rapidly to evade the fatal strike. Yet even so, Lin Xia's blade still found purchase, leaving a long gash in its flesh. The serpent demon let out a howl, coiling its body tightly as its fearsome maw lunged toward the now closed Lin Xia. Lin Xia quickly placed his straight blade before him, but the serpent's bite was too powerful, clamping down on the blade itself, lifting its head and violently shaking Lin Xia, flinging both him and the blade away. Lin Xia's body crashed through a window, hurtling down the corridor before plummeting from the second floor. Fortunately, the ground below was a lush expanse of greenery. As he fell, he grasped a tree branch, swinging gently to dissipate most of the force. Before landing on the grass below, he staggered to regain his balance, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, though he had not sustained any serious injuries. The pain was undeniably real. Meanwhile, the Nanda Serpent Demon had also shattered the window, leaping from the second floor, its sharp claws glinting ominously under the dark crimson sky as they lunged toward Lin Xia. Lin Xia swiftly retreated, evading the serpent demon's landing point. Then, as if foreseeing the outcome, he lunged forward once more, the straight blade aimed decisively at the serpent demon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing clashes resounded as Lin Xia's blade met the serpent demon's claws in a flurry of strikes. Just as the serpent demon prepared to retaliate, a blinding golden light erupted from Lin Xia's eyes. A surge of divine power silently filled the Nanda serpent demon's mind, a suppression stemming from the very essence of life that momentarily scattered its focus, causing its body to falter. In that fleeting instant, Lin Xia swung his straight blade in a cross pattern, striking the serpent demon's chest, leaving 2 bloody gashes in its wake. The serpent demon let out a piercing howl of pain. Swiftly retreating several meters, its serpentine eyes fixed intently on Lin Xia, seemingly astonished that this mere youth, barely at the threshold of his cultivation, could possess such formidable combat prowess. Hesitation began to creep in. Continuing the fight might prove futile, especially if the other 2 guardians arrived. Its demise would be assured. Yet, if it missed this opportunity, would it truly find a chance to turn the tide? As it grappled with its dilemma, a graceful figure shot towards it like an arrow from afar, rose-pink flames blossoming at her feet, her speed astonishing. Upon seeing her, a smile crept onto Lin Xia's lips. In an instant, the Nandu serpent demon shed all doubt and turned to flee towards the art building. Moving with remarkable speed, vanishing into the interior in the blink of an eye, its form obscured by walls and rooms, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Where is it? Hong Ying, bearing a long spear on her back, shouted from a distance of 100 meters, the classroom on the far left of the 2nd floor. It's about to escape through the window. Every movement of the Nandu serpent demon was firmly within Lin Xia's perception. He kept his gaze locked on that classroom, responding. Understood. With an explosive burst of momentum, Hong Ying bent her knees slightly, propelling herself into the air like a cannonball, the rose-colored flames surging beneath her. With that leap, she soared 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved the long spear from her back, a torrent of fiery waves erupting around her. She tossed the spear gently in front of her, twisting in the air for half a revolution, her high bun dancing in the wind, the spear spinning naturally. As the spear tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying's right foot, utilizing the momentum of her rotation, struck the spear's end with tremendous force, enveloped in raging flames. Thus the spear wreathed in fire shot through the sky like lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air as it sped toward the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, that burst of crimson light pierced through the entire art building. A massive crater, 5 meters in radius, erupted in the structure. The spear tip impaled the swiftly retreating Nandu serpent demon, nailing it firmly to the ground, creating a colossal pit. Dust and debris filled the air. Lin Xia stood beneath the art building, gazing blankly at the wreckage, utterly bewildered. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the Nandu serpent demon was deemed weak in the eyes of others. Hong Ying descended from the air, striding up to Lin Xia, circling him with a look of concern. Xia, are you hurt? And no. That's good. Hong Ying patted his shoulder, moving toward the Nandu serpent demon. Let us go take a look. If all goes well, it should be dead. The 2 made their way to the rear of the art building, discovering the Nandu serpent demon impaled in an exaggeratedly large pit by the long spear. Hong Ying approached to retrieve the spear, resting it on her shoulder, and kicked the lifeless body of the serpent demon, confirming its demise. Indeed, it's dead. Satisfied, Hong Ying nodded, stretching her limbs. Finally, it's over. I'm so exhausted. If only we could have ended it this way earlier. She climbed out of the pit leisurely, brushing off the dust from her school uniform. Xia, let us go. Sister will treat you to dinner. Suddenly, Hong Ying seemed to recall something, her expression brightening. After all, it's your first completed mission. We should celebrate, huh? Taking a few steps ahead, she noticed something amiss and turned back to find Lin Xia still standing in that large pit. What is wrong? Hong Ying approached the edge of the pit, puzzled. Lin Xia gazed down at the Nandu serpent demon's corpse, his brow furrowing deeper. Something is not right. Chapter 61. The true body, you all say. What exactly are those things? I don't know, but I suspect they'll haunt my nightmares for the next decade. A decade. Do you really think we'll last that long? What do you mean? What if these monsters don't just appear in our school, but throughout all of Daxia, like a zombie outbreak in a movie? Yes, precisely that. Come on, Lin Xia just said they only appear in our school. Once we're rescued, we'll be safe. Lin Xia, who exactly is he? The spacious auditorium was now half filled with students rescued from the 2nd year, gathered in what should be the safest place. Guarded by the Axe team at the only entrance, the hall echoed with cries, comforting voices, discussions, and arguments. Despite ongoing attempts to maintain order, the cacophony could not be quelled. Xingyu sat quietly at the back, her eyes closed, lost in thought. Tap tap tap. 3 knocks resounded in succession, 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe team at the door perked up, hurriedly moving the obstructions aside. It was Li Yifei returning. And Xingyu opened her eyes and turned to the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting as if he had just sprinted 800 meters, drenched in sweat. How did it go? The students from other areas have evacuated. Right? And Xingyu stood to inquire. All evacuated. I ran half the school without spotting another student. Damn, I'm exhausted. Li Yifei plopped down onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That's good. And Xingyu nodded. You know, when I reached the playground, I heard a huge explosion from the direction of the art building, like a collapsed. Lie face seemed to recall something, hastily telling in Xingyu. So exaggerated, they must have found the true body of the monster and are engaged in battle. Li Yifei reclined in his chair, letting out a long sigh. If I didn't have to search for survivors, I do want to sneak over and take a look. When gods clash, it's best to keep your distance. True enough, what was the name of Lin Xia's group again? And Xingyu seemed to remember something, asking Li Yifei. The Guardians. As soon as he said this, Li Yifei covered his mouth, contemplating for a moment before lowering his hand. Ah, it doesn't matter. Telling you won't change anything since everyone here will have their memories wiped? Yeah, they have something that can erase memories on a large scale. After all, so many people have seen the monsters. If any leaks out, it'll create a whole lot of trouble. What about you? Do you need to be wiped too? Not me. Li Yifei chuckled, leaning closer to Xingyu's ear, whispering, to be honest, after this incident, I should be able to join them. Xingyu nodded slightly. Are there any requirements to join? What, do you want to go too? It's not that easy, their standards for accepting people are quite high. Li Yifei waved his hand. You either have to awaken abilities like Lin Xia, or you need to showcase your value to them. You awakened abilities too? No, I just demonstrated my value to them. Li Yifei smiled. Xingyu nodded slightly, her gaze calm and deep as a tranquil pool. Indeed, your performance this time was remarkably impressive. If I were them, I would certainly take you in. While the two conversed, there came another series of knocks at the door, the rhythm irregular. The Axe team members immediately went on high alert, and Li Yifei rose, watching the door warily. Who is it? It's me, Lin Xia. Hearing Lin Xia's name, the crowd's eyes brightened, and they collectively sighed in relief. They opened the door, and Lin Xia, with a blade slung over his shoulder, stepped slowly inside. How did it go? Li Yifei hurriedly asked. We succeeded. We killed the Nandu serpent demon. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, grinning as he patted Lin Xia on the shoulder. Incredible, Xia, you really took it down. Now everyone is saved. Upon hearing Li Yifei's words, the auditorium erupted in cheers. These students, who had just brushed against death, were finally about to leave this terrifying school far from those man-eating monsters. The Axe team also joined in the jubilation, tossing their axes aside, embracing each other in excitement. Li Yifei made a series of exaggerated expressions at Lin Xia, then leaned in closer, whispering, I say, after this great achievement, joining the Guardian should be a cinch, right? I really don't want my brain to be washed. Lin Xia stood in silence for a while, before finally responding, perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. Just then, and Xingyu quietly drew a handgun from her pocket, the dark muzzle aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the stunned gaze of the Axe team members, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The three gunshots rang out like thunder, splitting the sky, silencing the joyous noise of the crowd, plunging the once vibrant auditorium back into an eerie stillness. The expressions of joy on everyone's faces froze as they stiffly turned to the exit, disbelief filling their eyes. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned around to see Xingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke curling from the dark barrel. Li Yifei stood in shock for a few seconds, then asked in confusion, and Xingyu, why did you shoot? And Xingyu stood there, silent and still. After a considerable amount of time, Li Yifei finally came to his senses. Slowly reaching back to touch the nape of his neck, click, 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 the spent shell casings clattered to the ground, producing a crisp, resonant sound. At the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were gradually healing, with only a few droplets of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace behind. As he gazed at the blood on his hand, he muttered to himself, I've been shot, why am I not dead? He lifted his gaze towards Lin Xia, extending his bloodstained hand before him. Hey, Xia, look at me, why am I still alive? His pupils trembled slightly. Could it be that I've awakened a power? Before him, Lin Xia regarded him with a complex expression. And after a moment, he shook his head slightly. You haven't awakened a power, you are merely the Nantua serpent demon. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei. Lin Xia shook his head, stepping forward and forcefully yanking at Li Yifei's collar. With a rip, the zipper of his school uniform broke, revealing his chest, where a faint gunshot wound lay like a brand. You are the Nantua serpent demon, or rather, you are a part of the Nantua serpent demon. The remnants you left behind can deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Chapter 62, 2 aberrations. No. This cannot be. Li Yifei stared down at the gunshot wound on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. I could never kill anyone, let alone be a monster. Li Yifei, Lin Xia gripped Li Yifei's collar, pulling his head close to his own, fixing his gaze upon those fearful eyes. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited in Lin Xia's eyes, the divine might of the seraphim pouring forth, flooding into Li Yifei's mental realm. In an instant, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted cleanly. Yet in the next moment, a powerful hand seized Lin Xia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes flew open. They were a pair of mesmerizing vertical pupils, calm and profoundly deep. Interesting. How did you discover this? Li Yifei's voice was deep and tranquil. With your lamp level of perception, you shouldn't have been able to see through my disguise. I indeed did not see through it. otherwise, you would have been exposed long ago in the office's basement. The flames in Lin Xia's eyes still blazed, as everything that had transpired since entering the school seemed rational yet reeked of the bizarre. You mean, you deduced it? Sort of, the flaws you left behind were simply too many. Oh, Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on, the first point of suspicion is your sick leave note, Lin Xia spoke calmly. This morning, when you entered the classroom, you came in with a sick leave note. So what? According to your account, after school last night, you realized you had forgotten your homework and returned to the school. Only to witness Lu Xian devouring someone. After that, you fled the school in a panic and found us, the night watchman. So then, when did you obtain your sick leave note? Lin Xia let out a cold laugh. Don't tell me you went to the academic office to get a sick leave note after witnessing the cannibalism last night, anticipating that you would join us today. You should know that the academic office had closed by then. Thus only two possibilities remain. The first is that you had already obtained the sick leave note, intending to skip school today for leisure, only to coincidentally encounter the scene of cannibalism last night. The second is that you already knew we would come, even preparing to join us. Li Yifei remained silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion lies in the few pieces of human skin on the girls' dormitory balcony. Logically, the Nantua serpent demon is a very cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly hang human skin on a balcony, as the risk of exposure is too high. Yet it did just that. At first, I didn't grasp the significance of this action, but later I realized it was intentionally hinting to us that it was present within this dormitory building. It wanted us to find it. Lin Xia looked into Li Yifei's eyes, then continued, and then, you appeared inexplicably, as if you were deliberately trying to divert attention from Hong Ying, inciting chaos throughout the school. Then, Li Yifei emerged as a savior, leading a group of students to successfully repel the serpent demon's offspring's attack, a textbook example of survival. At that moment, I still hadn't considered you, but what truly aroused my suspicion was Enkinjiu. Lin Xia's gaze fell on Enkinjiu behind him. Li Yifei's neck twisted oddly to observe the frail boy with glasses. Enkinjiu adjusted his glasses and spoke. The number of serpent demon offspring attacking us has always been peculiar. When the offspring first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs, while our classroom was the only one barricaded with desks and chairs. The majority of the serpent demons either went to the fourth floor, invading your hallway, or remained on the first floor, cutting off everyone's escape route. Only two remained on the third floor, attempting to breach our classroom. Generally speaking, when a group of hunters sees two types of prey, one strong and difficult to conquer, the other weak and easily attainable, they typically attack the weaker one, which was us. Initially, I thought this was due to a lack of information, that the other serpent demon offspring were drawn upstairs by you. Unaware of our presence on the third floor, however, I later discovered that these serpent demons share a common perception. Enkinjiu paused before continuing. This means they were fully aware that a piece of succulent prey lay beneath them, yet remained indifferent, as if they were deliberately leaving us alive. Later, Li Yifei descended like an avenging angel, rescuing us. After dispatching the two serpent demon offspring, he triggered an assault from 6 more below, a number that was equally delicate, providing immense pressure without directly incapacitating us. Even if one more had joined the fray, we would have been unable to withstand it, yet it did not happen. Just as Lin Xia was about to arrive, those 6 serpent demon offspring suddenly intensified their attack, cornering us into a desperate situation. Everything was too coincidental, too bizarre. And based on all this, you suspect me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No, what truly made me suspicious was the action of the serpent demon offspring cutting your rope. Enkinjiu shook his head. At the time you were descending, the two serpent demons did not witness this scene. Logically, they should not have known the rope's existence, yet the subsequent 6 serpent demon offspring precisely severed the thick rope. As if they were fully aware that this was your escape route, the serpent demon offspring cut off something they should not have seen, which can only imply one thing. Among us, there exists someone who shares their perception. Enkinjiu shrugged. Of course, I wasn't familiar with serpent demons at the time. The conclusions I reached later were only deduced after exchanging information with Lin Xia. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixed on Enkinjiu, letting out a cold chuckle. Had I known you were this clever, I should have killed you from the start. Moreover, every time the serpent demons appear, you are absent. Lin Xia continued. The first encounter with a serpent demon was in the girls' dormitory. I ask you, after confessing to Wu Shujia, where did you go in the time before you returned to the second-year classroom, just recently during the battle between Lin Xia and the serpent demon entity? You also sought to find other surviving students to escape, which further solidified my suspicions. Enkinjiu continued. Li Yifei glanced at Enkinjiu, then turned to Lin Xia, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. How did I end up running into two such aberrations? Chapter 63, The Truth. Later, I made a rather bold hypothesis based on the information I possessed, connecting all the dots. Lin Xia continued. Li Yifei sighed. Go on. The Nantua serpent demon arrived in this world earlier than we imagined. Lin Xia fixed his gaze on Li Yifei's eyes. Upon its arrival, it quickly grasped the operational laws of this society, thanks to its exceptionally high intelligence and powerful disguise abilities. Similarly, it became aware of the existence of the night watchman. and its innate wariness led it to quietly lurk within human society. Throughout this long process, in order to achieve perfect disguise, it subconsciously birthed a second personality. This personality is named Li Yifei. He forgot who he was, forgot his past, and embraced the identity the Nantua serpent demon had assigned him. Living as an ordinary high school student within this city. If nothing unexpected occurs, he would likely enjoy a carefree existence in the world. Thanks to his exceptionally long lifespan and innate abilities, until about half a month ago, when he bore witness to the tragic demise of the Ghostface King's lineage, a being of myth. Even more formidable than itself, its master felt a profound sense of dread emanating from the Night Watcher, instilling within it a burgeoning fear, a trepidation that it too might meet a fate akin to that of the Demon King. Acknowledging its own limited combat prowess, it realized victory over the Night Watcher was unattainable. Thus, it resolved to employ its talent for disguise, orchestrating a plan to infiltrate the ranks of the Night Watchers and transcend the murky waters of chaos. It subtly signaled to Li Yifei, who subsequently made a request to join the Night Watchers, only to be met with a merciless rejection, yet it remained unsatisfied. Consequently, it commenced its meticulous plotting from the outset. Its aim was not to propagate offspring nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. Its singular objective was to showcase Li Yifei's value. It staged a grand performance, instilling fear within Li Yifei, leading him subconsciously to seek out the Night Watchers, thus setting into motion events according to its design. However, an unexpected variable emerged in the form of me. Lin Xia gestured towards himself, explaining that he was a temporary member of the Night Watchers who had joined nearly a fortnight prior. Completely unbeknownst to it, and unaware of my ability to distinctly identify its progeny, fortunately, after some probing, it discovered that I could not unveil its true form, prompting it to continue with its game. Following its plan, it revealed its true self in the girls' dormitory, luring away the top combatant, Hong Ying, before reverting to the oblivious Li Yifei and returning to the lecture hall to maintain control. It deftly manipulated the movements of each progeny, ensuring that Li Yifei garnered all the attention without truly endangering itself. Yet, at this juncture, the variable, reappeared. I seized the spotlight that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei. Exterminating all the progeny within the building. Though it simmered with anger, it realized that Li Yifei had already demonstrated his worth and refrained from taking any further action. The subsequent events unfolded simply. It would reveal its true form and engage the Night Watchers in battle, then feign death, creating the illusion that the Nandu snake demon had been vanquished, allowing Li Yifei to join the Night Watchers, ensuring a future free from worry. Alas, I saw through its ruse. Lin Xia regarded Li Yifei with a tinge of regret, genuinely stating, this scheme was indeed masterfully crafted. Truly, had it not been for my interference, you would have had a 90% chance of success. Li Yifei fixed his gaze upon Lin Xia, and after a moment, smiled and began to applaud. Brilliant, simply brilliant. I never imagined I would ultimately fall prey to the machinations of you two. However, his smile swiftly faded, his vertically slit pupils brimming with malice. You have obliterated my hopes of survival. Tell me, how shall I repay you? Li Yifei's body began to expand rapidly, akin to an inflating balloon, as black scales erupted across his skin, transforming him into a monstrous creature with a human torso and serpent tail. In the next instant, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nandu snake demon at such close proximity, were rendered irrational with terror, yet the only exits were blocked by the serpent, compelling them to huddle in the farthest corner of the hall, screaming in panic. As for Xingyu, he had already sought refuge in a safe location the moment Li Yifei began his transformation. His eyes fixated on the Nandu snake demon, filled with excitement and curiosity. The Nandu snake demon seemed fixated on Lin Xia, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Lin Xia's neck. Lin Xia regarded it with a bemused smile, extending his right hand behind him. With a soft click, his straight blade was drawn. The clash echoed throughout the grand hall, causing the Nandu snake demon's slit pupils to constrict sharply. This time, Lin Xia effortlessly parried its attack with a single-handed grip on his blade. My apologies, but you can no longer overpower me. Lin Xia turned his gaze towards the dimming sky outside. As night descended, in the cover of darkness, he possessed quintuple the strength and speed of his usual self. At this moment, the Nandu snake demon was no longer his match. With a swift motion, Lin Xia's straight blade effortlessly sliced through the Nandu snake demon's claws, flicking his wrist as the blade shimmered like a shadow. In a flurry, four strikes landed upon the demon's arm, causing it to retreat in a cacophony of screams. Enraged as it snarled at Lin Xia darted forward, appearing before it, as the demon's claws swiped through the air in frantic attempts to grasp him, all of which were thwarted by Lin Xia's single-handed defense. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. You are far too slow. In the next instant, his blade flashed with newfound speed, creating afterimages in the air as a pale blue blade formed an impenetrable wall before the Nandu snake demon. As Lin Xia's speed escalated, the demon struggled to defend itself against the relentless onslaught, gory gashes appearing across its body, and within moments, the black scales were shattered, leaving it in a wretched state. Even as it tried to utilize its crawling advantage to navigate along the edges of various walls, Lin Xia followed like a specter, seamlessly in pursuit. The demon's cries grew increasingly anguished, its venomous gaze fixed upon the youth before it. Its eyes alight with seething hatred. This time, it was mercilessly overwhelmed in both intellect and combat prowess. Lin Xia, expressionless, continued his assault, striking blow after blow, as if sculpting an unfinished masterpiece. Once the Nandu snake demon was rendered nearly incapable of resistance. A golden glimmer flashed in Lin Xia's eyes as he shifted his form. The pale blue blade traced a straight line through the air, and Lin Xia's figure appeared behind the Nandu snake demon. Crack! The straight blade was sheathed. A massive serpent head tumbled to the ground, rolling ominously. Its furious, unblinking eyes remained fixed upon Lin Xia, as if wishing to drag him into the depths of the underworld. Lin Xia turned away, addressing the lifeless body at his feet, murmuring, "Forgive me, Li Yifei, let us meet again in the hospital." Chapter 64. Calming the storm creak, the Grand Hall's door swung open once more. As Lin Xia emerged, carrying a black box, Hong Ying, seated on the staircase, smiled and waved. "Did you take care of it?" "Yes. That's good." Hong Ying nodded, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "By the way, why didn't you let me intervene?" "He was my classmate. Killing him myself is a form of closure," Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. Hong Ying stared blankly. "Killing him yourself constitutes closure? What kind of logic is that?" Xiaonan shot him a sidelong glance. Muttering, "Pervert," Lin Xia was merely fabricating excuses. He feared that should Hong Ying intervene, she would simply shoot the demon dead, preventing him from delivering the finishing blow, and ensuring Li Yifei could not be resurrected within the hospital of the gods. "Nonetheless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Without you, I might have fallen victim to that thing's deception. When we return, I'll be sure to credit you with a first-class merit." Hong Ying raised her thumb. Grinning, "What about the students inside?" Lin Xia gestured towards the auditorium behind him. "Let them remain there for now. Soon someone will arrive to utilize Dream Whisper to erase all memories of the snake demon and you. And craft a new dream for them. And how will we explain the deceased students?" Lin Xia couldn't help but ask. "Moreover, you demolished a building. That falls outside our purview. A specialized department will handle it." Providing a reasonable explanation, such as a laboratory explosion, a major fire, terrorist bombings, or an alien invasion. "Are you certain the last one is reasonable? More reasonable than a mythological descent, indeed." Hong Ying pursed her lips, lowering her head slightly. "But there were far too many students sacrificed." "It's all my fault, Sister Hong Ying. How can you blame yourself? The vast majority of the students had already been implanted with the serpent seed prior to their demise. Had it not been for you, the casualties would have been even greater." Xiaonan consoled, then glanced at Lin Xia, quietly adding, "And you, though I'm reluctant to admit it, you truly are formidable." Lin Xia, by the way, I recently encountered a remarkably intelligent individual who seems quite intrigued by mythical creatures. Might we consider recruiting him into the Night Watchers? Lin Xia recalled a conversation with Xingyu in the Grand Hall. Hong Ying hesitated, weighing her words carefully. "Xia, joining the Night Watchers is not solely based on intelligence. This profession is perilous. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Xia nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Assisting Xingyu with this request was the extent of what he could do, considering he himself was merely a temporary member of the Night Watchers. Having faced rejection, he deemed it inappropriate to persist in his pleas. "Let us go. It's time to regroup." Hong Ying rose from the stairs, slinging the black box containing the long gun over her shoulder as she headed towards the exit. Lin Xia took one last glance at the auditorium before following suit. Within the auditorium, Xingyu stood quietly at the door, his expression dimmed. Just then, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the Nandu snake demon nearby. After furrowing his brow in contemplation for a while, he seemed to make a decision, his eyes once again gleaming with determination. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the door, silently observing the tranquil campus. One of them received a call through his earpiece. Chen Mai's eyebrows slightly raised. "It's over. They are about to emerge." Beside him, Wu Shangnan's expression darkened. "Why did she only inform you and not me? I am the captain, and I'm just the deputy." "That's because you always oppose Hong Ying. I am merely adhering to protocol." "You are rather inflexible." Chen Mai shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. "So it seems that Hong Ying is closer to me." "This isn't about whether a child is closer to their father or mother. Why does your tone sound so peculiar?" Wu Shangnan rolled her eyes. "The meaning is quite similar." The two fell into a brief silence before Chen Mai spoke again. "I heard that Lin Xia performed exceptionally well this time. Indeed. Do you think, since it's his first completed mission, we should show some appreciation? Perhaps, like what? Should we hang a banner or bake him a cake when we return?" Wu Shangnan sighed. "What's wrong? You seem just like a parent picking up their top-performing child from school, practically wearing pride on your face." "Really, I think I'm doing quite well." At that moment, when Chima, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but roll down the window and interject, "I must say, you two are quite something, completing a task and giving them a ride. Why the theatrics? Where's Ling Shen?" "No idea, he always vanishes, just as they were bickering." Three figures slowly emerged from the school gates. From a distance, Hong Ying spotted the two by the car and joyfully leaped up to wave at them. Sai Shan'an thought for a moment, then stealthily wiped the blood off Lin Xia and smeared it on her face. Resembling a painted cat, she held her head high, her expression seemingly proclaiming, "I did not slack off." Lin Xia, bearing the black box, was drenched in blood, his school uniform barely recognizable. He squinted slightly at the front, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you injured?" Chen Mai asked as Lin Xia approached. "No," Lin Xia shook his head. "How do you feel?" "It feels easier than I imagined," Lin Xia replied after a moment's reflection. Chen Mai chuckled and nodded slightly. "All right, let's get in the car. It's time to head back, Captain." "Why don't you ask me?" Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. Wu Shang'an shot her a glance. "You're lucky you didn't demolish the school." "Why should I ask you?" Hong Ying glared at Wu Shang'an, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Did I ask you? You're not even the captain." "I am the captain, even if I'm the vice doesn't count." "Of course it does. It doesn't." Click. The sharp sound of a camera shutter echoed as a photograph emerged from the bottom of a telescope, carefully retrieved by a hand, not far away, on the rooftop of a tall building. Lang Xian sat at the edge, gently swaying the photo in his hand, the image becoming increasingly clearer. A breeze tousled his bangs as he gazed down at the photograph, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "This is quite well taken." He treasured the photo, stowing it away safely, then leisurely rose from the rooftop edge, slinging the sniper rifle over his shoulder, and walked into the night. Chapter 65, Awakening. "Hello, is this Captain Chen Mai?" "Yes, it is. While cleaning up the battlefield at No. 2 Middle School, we encountered a problem." "What problem?" "We discovered that the head of the Nantua serpent demon is missing. In the passenger seat of the van." Chen Mai's brow furrowed slightly. "Missing?" "Yes, we searched the entire scene and found no sign of it." "Could it be that the students hid it?" "That seems unlikely. We already searched their bodies and found nothing. We suspect someone may have taken its head and escaped the auditorium before we arrived. Currently, the Wujie Kongyu should still be enveloping the school. It cannot escape," Chen Mai said calmly. "Play the dream whisper throughout the campus to erase its memory. Once it loses its memory, it will walk right into our trap." "Understood." After hanging up, Hong Ying curiously inquired, "Captain, what happened?" "The head of the Nantua serpent demon is missing. It seems someone may have stolen it." Chen Mai replied, "However, it's not a significant issue. We should be able to retrieve it." Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? Suddenly, bang, and Xingyu, attempting to scale the wall, collided with an invisible barrier and fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he got back up, adjusted his backpack, and stared at the void before him. The invisible barrier still stood. They likely realized the serpent demon's head was missing, he muttered to himself, for his eyes sparkled with determination, and after a moment of contemplation, he sprinted toward the playground. Since he couldn't escape, he would hide. He didn't believe the barrier could remain open for long. As long as he concealed himself until they left, he could flee, and Xingyu dashed to a secluded spot at the edge of the playground, where he unearthed a manhole cover from the weeds and forcefully lifted it. Almost immediately, a foul stench wafted from the sewer, suppressing the urge to gag, and Xingyu forced himself to adjust his mindset, shouldering his backpack as he jumped down and replaced the manhole cover. In the dark, damp sewer, the stench invaded in Xingyu's nostrils from all directions, nearly suffocating him. He gritted his teeth, clutching his backpack, enduring the discomfort. In the darkness, his eyes remained as bright as stars. Suddenly, a melodious tune drifted from outside, causing Xingyu's pupils to constrict. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone whispering in his ear, and he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him, as if he were about to slip into a deep sleep. At that moment, a peculiar force surged from his heart, as if a clear spring flowed into his brain, washing away all dreams and whispers, and Xingyu abruptly opened his eyes, the murkiness vanishing, replaced by absolute clarity. In his gaze, an imperceptible layer of gray had settled, and now, he felt more awake than ever. He stared blankly ahead, then looked down at his palm. His body appeared to transform into an extraordinarily precise machine. He could see each part's operation, clearly understanding their functioning principles. He comprehended how every blink, every breath was achieved, akin to a highly experienced watchmaker scrutinizing the workings of each component with a magnifying glass. He had never understood his body so well. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly unzipped his backpack and retrieved a head, the head of the Nantua serpent demon. Beneath those eyes, this mythical creature, entirely outside the realm of modern scientific research, seemed to be dismantled into countless gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet now, he could not fully comprehend it. Thus, Xingyu pulled out a sharp fruit knife from the compartment of his backpack. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixated on the head before him, then plunged the knife into it. With great effort, he cut through the skull. He was dissecting, yearning to see what lay inside the head. His cutting speed quickened, his eyes grew increasingly excited, and his entire body began to tremble with exhilaration. In the dark, foul-smelling sewer, a frail youth wielded a knife, a smile gracing his face, slowly dissecting the fearsome head. His voice echoed in the dim environment. So this is how it works, so this is how it operates. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Where is this? In the dimly lit cell, Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he scanned his surroundings, and just as he prepared to stand, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tide. He cried out in anguish, stumbling back to the ground. Yu fired. He was knocked unconscious by Lin Xie. The Nantua serpent demon lurking within him emerged. A fierce battle ensued, and then Lin Xie severed its head. He stared in shock at his hands, his voice trembling. I truly am the Nantua serpent demon. How could this be? I killed them. Images of the students slaughtered by the serpent demon's offspring flooded his mind. The blood-soaked ground etched in his consciousness, gradually becoming his nightmare. No. He half knelt on the ground. His expression twisted in pain. In the next instant, his eyes transformed into eerie vertical pupils, as if he had become a different person, standing up expressionlessly, cowardly waist. One arm of the Nantua serpent demon sprouted scales. Violently grasping the railing before it, attempting to twist it apart, immediately obscure runes materialized on the surface of the cell. A terrifying repulsive force launched the Nantua serpent demon backward, crashing heavily against the opposite wall before collapsing to the ground. The Nantua serpent demon glared at the railing, its forked tongue flicking, its eyes chillingly cold. Upon first contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its mind. It did not know where this was, but it understood. Its fate was entirely in the hands of one person. That person was the master of this place. As the Nantua serpent demon pondered, steady footsteps echoed from the corridor beyond. Its vertical pupils narrowed as it quickly crawled to the railing, peering towards that direction. In the dim corridor, a figure gradually became clearer. It was a youth clad in a white lab coat, hands tucked into his pockets. The moment the Nantua serpent demon caught sight of his face, its body shuddered. You? Lin Xie approached it with an impassive expression, raising an eyebrow. Surprised or not, Chapter 66. The first caregiver. The Nantua serpent demon loomed behind the railing. Silently observing him, Lin Xie narrowed his eyes, standing outside the enclosure, equally fixated on the eyes of the Nantua serpent demon. Before him, a familiar panel unfolded. Criminal, Nantua serpent demon choice. As the mythical being you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1, eradicate its soul entirely, causing it to vanish from existence. Option 2, allow its loyalty value to reach 60, enabling its employment as a caregiver at the hospital, or it will attend to the patients and provide a measure of protection for you. Current loyalty value, 0.85. After perusing this information, Lin Xie's brow slightly arched. This task differed from the previous one. If his memory served him correctly, the last caregiver's standard was based on fear value, while this time it revolved around loyalty value. This implied that the caregiver criteria varied for different mythical beings. Furthermore, this loyalty value was divided into two parts. One was 0, and the other was 85. If Lin Xie's conjecture was correct, this was attributable to the Nantua serpent demon's essence being segmented into two distinct consciousnesses. I believe you are already aware of your fate. After a brief pause, Lin Xie slowly spoke. If you kill me, Li Yifei will also perish. The Nantua serpent demon fixed its gaze on Lin Xie's eyes. Oh, Lin Xie smiled faintly. Do you think I would be particularly concerned about his existence? Indeed, if he were to die, I might feel troubled for a time, but that would be the extent of it. My relationship with him is not of such depth. As you should know, the Nantua serpent demon fell into silence. As an entity that had been observing everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of Li Yifei's every action. The two had only known each other for a little over half a month, and to claim their relationship was particularly close would be ludicrous. Moreover, Li Yifei had even abandoned him once to flee. Utilizing their emotional bond as the sole bargaining chip, the Nantua serpent demon was not so foolish. What do you desire? I believe you have misunderstood something, Lin Xie calmly replied. At present, it is you who must demonstrate your value to me. If your value fails to meet my expectations, I'm afraid my hospital does not accommodate idlers. The Nantua serpent demon paused for a moment before slowly responding. I excel in disguise, capable of planting serpent seeds. Stealth and infiltration are my specialties. Not sufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can offer you counsel. What did you say you excel at? I stated nothing. The Nantua serpent demon nearly forgot that its own scheme had been unraveled by Lin Xie. However, pooling insights was not a detrimental endeavor. One's wisdom does not always encompass every facet, and differing modes of thought and levels of understanding might provide valuable perspectives. Well, that sounds decent. What else? Though my current physical prowess is relatively low, once I reach maturity, my true form will possess formidable combat capabilities. Moreover, I can shed my skin, making me difficult to kill. Continue. That is all. Lin Xie pondered for a moment. Can you amuse the elderly? I cannot. The Nantua serpent demon was momentarily taken aback, but Li Yifei excelled in this regard. That will suffice. Lin Xie paused for a brief moment before continuing. You may remain, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? Under non-essential circumstances, allow Li Yifei to manage this body. The Nantua serpent demon grappled with its inner turmoil for a while, eventually nodding. Very well, I agree. While freedom was undoubtedly important, it certainly did not wish to face obliteration. Furthermore, Li Yifei was a part of it. Relinquishing control of the body was not too difficult to accept. Lin Xia nodded, reaching into the void to grasp a piece of parchment and a steel pen that materialized in his hand. "This is your labor contract. Take a look and sign it if there are no issues." Lin Xia assumed the air of a commanding boss, casually tossing the parchment into the air. The Nantua serpent demon took the paper and read it meticulously. Its expression shifting dramatically. Rather than a labor contract, it would be more fitting to describe it as a bond of servitude, as it meticulously enumerated a plethora of obligations the Nantua serpent demon must fulfill, including but not limited to unconditionally obeying the orders of Director Lin Xia, refraining from harming or harboring intentions to harm Director Lin Xia and his interests, not damaging public property within the hospital, maintaining the hospital's hygiene regularly, and preparing breakfast for the patients each morning. In the additional clause, there was a stipulation that under non-essential circumstances, Li Yifei must manage the body. In contrast, Lin Xia's obligations section contained only a solitary blank. This was undeniably a ruthless, one-sided contract that exploited the caregiver's interests, the kind that was shockingly immoral, yet the Nantua serpent demon had no alternative but to grit its teeth and sign its name. As the name was inscribed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually dissipated, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nantua serpent demon swiftly reverted to human form. Adorned with a blue caregiver uniform, the chest of which bore a black nameplate. Caregiver 001. Li Yifei stared blankly at the attire draped over him, scratching his head. He had overheard the exchange between the Nantua serpent demon and Lin Xia. Gaining a fundamental understanding of the current situation, he had fallen from being Lin Xia's classmate to becoming a subordinate worker under him. "How does it feel to be resurrected?" Lin Xia smiled as he approached. "Not bad," Li Yifei replied with a wry smile. "Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can't endure it. Call me Director." Lin Xia patted his shoulder, turning to lead him out of the cell. "Come along, I will introduce you to this hospital." Sighing, Li Yifei in caregiver attire hurriedly followed Lin Xia. This area comprises the patient wards. Currently, only one room is open, and there is only one patient in this hospital. Her name is Nikes, and you can review my written case notes for her condition later. That area is the activity zone. You can take her there to watch television or play chess to prevent her from merely staring blankly at a vase in the yard. If her mental illness remains untreated, she might end up with dementia. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily, 2 pills each time. As Lin Xia continued to elaborate, Li Yifei felt increasingly numb. "What on earth is this place? Mother, I have found you a companion. From now on, he will keep you company." Finally, Lin Xia brought Li Yifei before Nikes, smiling as he introduced him. Nikes gazed at Li Yifei, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, she opened her mouth wide, exclaiming joyfully, "Grandchild, Grandma has found you." Chapter 67. Stopping him, Li Yifei's smile abruptly froze on his face as he slowly turned to Lin Xia. Lin Xia offered him an affirming glance. Li Yifei, "Grandma." Li Yifei obediently opened his arms, embracing the ecstatic Nikes, his face smiling more sorrowfully than joyfully. "I missed you so much." Watching the scene unfold, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, casting a gaze of admiration at Li Yifei. "You truly are impressive. When it comes to making the elderly happy, you are indeed a professional." Lin Xia clearly observed the treatment progress above. Nikes' head jumped from 21 to 23. Of course, only he could see this progress bar. Li Yifei was unaware of it. For the past half-month, Lin Xia had been diligently visiting the hospital, administering medication to Nikes and engaging her in conversation. Under the dual treatment of medication and mental support, Nikes' condition had improved significantly. At the very least, she no longer snuck into the pharmacy to weep while clutching the medicine bottle, with Li Yifei now providing 24-hour companionship. Her recovery progress would likely accelerate, and it wouldn't be long before she reached 50. At that point, he would be able to extract Nikes' second ability. During this period, Lin Xia had also attempted to unlock the second patient room door. But alas, it remained unyielding, likely tied directly to his own cultivation level. The process of mental cultivation required a gradual approach, and one could not rush it. Fortunately, Lin Xia's training, guided by Wen Shima's teachings, had solidified his foundation, and the time to break through to the next level would not be overly lengthy. After giving Li Yifei a few more instructions, Lin Xia departed from the mental hospital. The ensuing days seemed to unfold without distinction. Even though Lin Xia had successfully completed his initial task, his daily training regimen remained unchanged, and Lin Xia even felt that Chen Mai's strikes were landing with greater intensity. However, following the life-and-death struggle, Lin Xia found his synergy with the mortal realm divine domain markedly enhanced, and the precision of his mental perception had notably improved. He was now able to flawlessly evade shooting frequencies of 50 rounds per second in the mechanism room, and he aimed to challenge 100 rounds per second next. To speak of the most significant progress, it would perhaps be Lin Xia's marksmanship from initially being unable to hit the target at 30 meters, and barely managing to strike the target at 20 meters. After extensive training, he has now reached a point where he can reliably hit targets within 30 meters. Lin Xia vividly recalls the day he first managed to hit the target at 30 meters. Perceiving with his mental strength the sight of Lang Xian standing behind him with reddened eyes, silently wiping away tears, before lifting his head to reveal a comforting smile. 10 days later, Lin Xia approached the captain's office and knocked on the door. Coming upon entering the room, he observed Chen Mai diligently reading a document. Raising his gaze to Lin Xia, he spoke. In a few days, the new recruits' training will commence. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that an entire month had elapsed since he joined the night watch, should I make any preparations? Well, based on previous years, this year's training for new recruits will likely take place in Shangjing. During this time, I will ensure your materials are ready for you to take along. By the way, during the new recruit training period, there will be a unified closed management system, although daily necessities will be provided. Their quality might be subpar. I will have Hong Ying take you shopping for some items, and I will reimburse you for the expenses. Additionally, the weather in Shangjing is significantly colder than here in Sangnan. So make sure to purchase sufficient winter clothing, and charge it to my account. Injuries are quite common during training, so remember to come see me tomorrow morning. I will give you some medicine that is far more effective than those available on the market. Chen Mai meticulously noted down each point in his little notebook, even specifying which train bedding would be the most comfortable. By the time he closed the notebook, over half an hour had passed. Did you remember everything I just mentioned? Chen Mai asked earnestly, looking at Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded emphatically. Yes, I have noted everything. Good. Chen Mai seemed to recall something else. You should purchase your train tickets to Shangjing as soon as possible. Those who arrive early can choose their dormitories. You can combine that with your shopping trip. For tomorrow, are we leaving tomorrow? Lin Xia was taken aback. The sooner, the better. I understand. Lin Xia nodded, after he exited the office. Chen Mai quietly pulled out his wallet and glanced inside, letting out a faint sigh. That afternoon, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan took Lin Xia on a whirlwind tour of Sangnan City, ensuring he visited all the streets he had never explored in his life. Wow, Xiaonan, that Peppa Pig bedsheet looks amazing. Should we buy one for Xia? Absolutely. That pink suitcase is fantastic too. Shall we get one? Of course. Xiaonan, look at this snow white backpack. Isn't it splendid? We, definitely. Wow, look at that little dress. It's so beautiful. Let's buy it. Alright. Oh no. Lin Xia quickly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth, speaking earnestly. Sister Hong Ying, I feel that wouldn't suit me. With a look of regret, Hong Ying set down the backless dress she was holding inside. Well, you are a boy, wearing a dress wouldn't be appropriate. She then picked up a nearby sexy camisole, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Xia. Then let's buy this. Lin Xia. It wasn't until evening that Lin Xia staggered back to his room laden with numerous bags. Observing the colorful array strewn about the floor, he sat down, a wry smile forming on his face, which gradually blossomed into a radiant grin. As he smiled, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes. He lifted his gaze towards the window where the hazy moonlight spilled onto the earth, pondering, is it time to depart? The next morning, at the train station entrance, Lin Xia stood before the station, dragging 2 large suitcases, with the other members of Team 136 behind him. Have you packed everything? Wu Shangnan was the first to inquire. Yes, I have everything. Xia, remember to use the sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion I bought for you, Hong Ying said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she stood at the forefront, reluctant to part. I will use them. Don't worry, Lin Xia replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Xia. Chen Mai stepped forward, his expression grave. Shangjing is not like Sangnan. It's quite far away, and there are inherent inequalities during training. If this were Sangnan, we could just storm in with knives to defend you, but in Shangjing, you will have to rely on yourself. Don't worry, I can take care of myself, Lin Xia responded earnestly. He slightly bowed to everyone. Then I shall take my leave. He stood and waved goodbye to the group as he dragged his suitcases into the station. The onlookers felt a heavy weight in their hearts as they watched him depart. At that moment, Chen Mai's phone suddenly rang. Hello, what? Chen Mai abruptly raised his head, pointing towards Lin Xia. Damn it, stop that kid. The group turned back, puzzled. What on earth is going on? The higher-ups have decided to hold the new recruit training in Sangnan. Quick, stop him. Once he enters the station, that ticket cannot be refunded. Chapter 68, The Winds of Change in Shangjing. At the Night Watch training office. What? The new recruit training is set in Sangnan. Where is Sangnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed, bewildered, as he looked at the document in his hands. Before him, a man with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead lazily stretched from his reclined position behind the desk, squinting as he sat up. He was Xiaopingde, the captain of the Night Watch team stationed in Shangjing, Team 006. A small city in the southeastern region, near Huaihai City, Xiaopingde recalled, responding after a moment's thought. But, haven't the trainings been held in Shangjing in previous years? Why suddenly change to Sangnan this year? Yuan Gang frowned. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? Xiaopingde stood up, filled a cup with hot water, and leisurely returned to his reclined position. Oh no. You just need to follow orders. You are the vice captain of our Team 006 and the chief instructor for the new recruit training, having led many batches of recruits. Can't you adapt to a different environment? Of course not, Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I just don't understand why the sudden change of location. The facilities and equipment here are readily available. Moving everything to Cangnan seems unnecessary. The higher-ups must have their reasons for doing so. We just need to follow orders and not question what we shouldn't know. Fine, Yuan Gang sighed. The logistics department's efficiency should allow them to set up a complete training base in Cangnan before dawn tomorrow. You should prepare your team to depart. Xiaoping sipped his tea. Understood. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before continuing. While I'm away from Shanjing, can you ensure that nothing goes awry? With a swift motion, a slipper flew from behind the desk. Yuan Gang narrowly dodged it, and Xiaoping's voice of reprimand followed. Hey, Yuan Gang, who do you look down upon? I'm the captain stationed in Shanjing. Do you think I'm just loafing around? Yuan Gang chuckled, tossing Xiaoping's slipper out the window before swaggering out the door. Xiaoping continued to curse. In Guangshan City, at a luxurious club, Cangnan. Where is Cangnan? A chubby young man in a bathrobe lay sprawled on a sofa. Astonished as he perused the notification in his hand, turning to inquire, he saw 5 burly bodyguards standing expressionless by the door of the VIP room. In front of them, a bespectacled butler slightly bowed and said gently, Young master, Cangnan is a small city in the southeast, weren't we always in Shanjing before? This year, it seems the policy has changed, and your travel plans will also need to be adjusted. I will arrange it immediately. The chubby young man pondered for a moment, returning the grapes he held to the bowl, and waved his hand. Book a flight for tomorrow. I'm leaving tomorrow. The butler was taken aback. Young master, isn't too rushed to go tomorrow? You needn't worry about accommodation. We've arranged the best lodging with the night watch. They will treat us well. Guangshan is too dull. I want to meet new friends. Young master, once you arrive, please try to speak Mandarin, or they may not understand you. Mandarin, the young man contemplated. That makes sense. If communication is an issue, I certainly won't make any true friends. With that, he patted the young woman who was massaging his feet. All right, you can go rest now. I've enjoyed myself enough these past years. It's time for a change of pace. He stood up, stretched, his ample flesh quivering slightly at Cangnan. Here I come. On Mount Johua, amidst the ethereal sounds of Buddha chanting and the fragrant waft of sandalwood, an elderly monk clad in a robe strolled across a wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently rotating in his hand, his eyes calm as water. Finally, he paused at the entrance of a meditation room. He extended his hand, lightly knocking twice on the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. In the tranquil confines of the Zen room, there lay but a single bed, a table, and a meditation cushion. Upon the largest wall, 2 grand characters, Calm the Heart, were inscribed with a black brush, the strokes graceful and seemingly gentle. Yet they concealed a hidden ferocity. The black-haired youth on the cushion slightly opened his eyes. Chao Yuan, your letter has arrived. The old monk intoned, performing a respectful gesture before retrieving an envelope from his sleeve. The youth rose slowly, accepting the envelope, which he meticulously opened, studying its contents for a considerable time. Cangnan, he murmured to himself, then raised his gaze to the old monk, respectfully inquiring, Master, do you think I should go? My disciple, you have meditated in this temple for 5 years. The demons within your heart have been suppressed. I believe it is time for you to depart. Hesitation flickered in the youth's eyes. But the sins I carry. To take a life is a sin, to save a life is a merit. When merits and sins balance, one finds freedom, the old monk replied, his gaze profound. With hands clasped together, he stated calmly, remaining in this temple, even for decades, will not absolve your sins. My disciple, it is time to let go. The youth fell into a long silence, then, mirroring the monk's gesture, he bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chao Yuan, there is one more thing I must remind you. The monk continued. As you journey to Cangnan, you may encounter a benefactor. If you seize this opportunity, not only can you cleanse your sins in this lifetime, but you might also attain enlightenment. A benefactor? Chao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. What characteristics might this benefactor possess? 2 trees stand tall, 1 god departs. For 10 years they traverse the night, guiding us mortals. The old monk closed his eyes, hands together, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. But Chao Yuan's eyes brimmed with uncertainty, yet he diligently committed these words to memory and bowed in gratitude. If that is the case, he lifted his gaze towards the cloud-laden peaks beyond the Zen room. Hands clasped, he spoke serenely, I shall go. Within the vehicle, Lin Xia glanced at the silent companions, instinctively withdrawing slightly. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Ahem. When Shima cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Xia, the train ticket cannot be refunded anymore. That's not your concern, do not dwell on it, Chen Mai in the passenger seat replied, his face slightly pale. Well, we ought to think positively, right? For instance, during the training in Cangnan, being so close, we can visit you anytime. The training is closed off, we cannot enter. The driver, Wu Shangnan, interjected softly when Shima paused. At least we bought everything we need, like down jackets, thick blankets, heating pads, and large scarves. Shima, those won't be necessary for winter in Cangnan. Hongning whispered. Be quiet. Chen Mai shot when Shima a glare, feeling his heart bleed. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Lin Xia with hopeful eyes. Xia, why don't you check if those can still be refunded? Chapter 69, the first new recruit buzzing. Beneath the azure sky, several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly, the winds from their blades stirring the dust and sand below. On the opposite side of the helipad, several uniformed men stood resolutely against the gale, resembling unyielding statues. As the helicopter doors opened, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, stepped down. Clap. The soldiers awaiting him saluted in unison, their voices booming. "Good day, Commander." Yuan Gang strode forward, his expression stern as the winds whipped around him, causing his clothing to flutter violently. "Is the training camp ready?" "Report. The training camp is fully prepared." "Good." Yuan Gang nodded. "By the way, please provide me with the list of new recruits for this session." "Yes, sir." As Yuan Gang and the instructors toured the training camp, a soldier hurriedly approached, presenting the list to him. Upon glancing at it, Yuan Gang froze in place, the instructors halting in their tracks as well. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the list twice, muttering, "What in the world is this lineup this year? What's wrong?" "Commander," one of the instructors inquired, intrigued, "the young master from the Guangshan Bailey group is it that Bailey group?" Another instructor, catching sight of the first line, stood dumbfounded. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, the second largest sponsor behind the government's night watchers, colloquially known as the Forbidden Objects Museum, the Bailey family, is the young master of our night watchers coming on board. Another instructor couldn't help but exclaim, "Why abandon a life of comfort to join the night watchers? Is he seeking to experience life? Perhaps. The thoughts of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. What will we do during training? What if we accidentally provoke him? Do they dare?" Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchers are a national organization. While the Bailey family may have contributed substantial funds, the Night Watchers are not their private garden. Once they step into our training camp, all are equal, and I expect rigorous training for everyone. If anything goes awry, I will take responsibility. "Understood." The instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand, surprised to find yet another divine agent among this cohort. "Divine agent? Which deity?" Yuan Gang looked skyward, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Codename 003, the Seraphim. Michael, Seraphim? When did the Seraphim acquire an agent? Fortunately, it's one of ours. It has been many years since a divine agent appeared. This young man's future is boundless." The last divine agent to emerge from new recruit training, was that one from the special squad, Masquerade? Indeed. Yuan Gang surveyed the names in hand, circling a few with a red pen. Exhaling a weary sigh. "One young master from the Bailey group, one Seraphim agent is already enough trouble for us. This time, 3 high-risk Forbidden Realm bearers have emerged simultaneously, one of whom ranks within the top 50. Additionally, we have a practitioner of the 8 trigrams palm from Xinjiang, a descendant of the Mo family in Hebei, and serving special forces." Observing the densely circled names in Yuan Gang's hand, the instructors felt a twinge of anxiety. "Commander, can we manage all these formidable recruits?" Yuan Gang remained silent for a long moment, then put away the list, speaking calmly. "Contact the Masquerade squad. I need them to stabilize the situation. Only prodigies contain prodigies." Outside the training camp, within the military blockade, a special forces soldier, holding binoculars, frowned as he peered into the distance for an extended period before lowering them and retrieving a walkie-talkie. "Report. We have detected an individual approaching. Relay their details." A young male, appearing to be a high school student, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. "It is unclear whether he is carrying any weapons." A high school student? The voice on the walkie-talkie paused. Could it be a new recruit reporting? "The notification was only issued this morning, and he arrives by noon." "What speed?" "He is still approaching. Please advise, stand by. I will meet him." Before long, a military jeep emerged from behind the blockade, heading toward the direction of the approaching youth. Under the blazing sun, Lin Xia was hauling 2 suitcases along a rugged, muddy path, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. "Is there really a training camp here?" he mused, glancing around. "Could the captain be playing a trick on me for not returning the items, having just received the specific address for the new recruit training camp that morning?" Chen Mai urged him to come without delay. Following the somewhat awkward farewell ceremony the day before, the atmosphere today was less grandiose, with Wen Qima driving him to the vicinity and allowing him to walk the rest of the way. Once everyone learned that Lin Xia was in Sangnan for training, their worries seemed to dissipate. Perhaps, as Chen Mai had suggested, if anything were to happen to Lin Xia, they could rush over with weapons in hand. Unlike the constant anxiety felt while in Xinjiang, after all, Sangnan City was their own territory. Buzz, just as Lin Xia trudged forward with his suitcases, the roar of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. Squinting, he paused. A camouflage military jeep skidded to a halt beside him, raising a cloud of dust. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Xia closely. "What brings you here? Training? A new recruit?" "Yes, arrived so soon. I'm local to Sangnan." "Show me your identification." Lin Xia handed over the documentation prepared by Chen Mai, which the officer examined thoroughly before returning it to him and gesturing toward the rear. "Get in." Lin Xia placed his baggage in the trunk and boarded the off-road vehicle. The officer drove Lin Xia directly through all the checkpoints, ultimately halting at the entrance of the training camp. You're here. Go in by yourself, he indicated with a nod toward the imposing gate ahead. Lin Xia jumped out of the vehicle, dragging 2 pink suitcases, and stood before the massive iron gate, gazing upward at 039 new recruit training base. This was the place where he would spend the next year. He was the first recruit here. Before long, an instructor emerged from behind the gate, casting a surprised glance in his direction. A new recruit. Yes. What's your name? Lin Xia. The instructor's demeanor shifted, as he scrutinized Lin Xia with the intensity one might reserve for a rare treasure. You are Lin Xia? Lin Xia felt a shiver under the instructor's gaze. Yes. Is there a problem? None. The instructor shook his head, opening the camp's gate. You're the first to arrive this year. Come in, not be by the way. My name is Hong Hao. I will be your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong, Lin Xia politely responded as he entered the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You arrived early. Consider yourself fortunate. I will personally guide you through the camp. Instructor Hong led Lin Xia on a tour of the expansive training facility, which was far larger than he had anticipated. The structures here were not makeshift tents or prefabricated buildings. They were solid edifices crafted from unknown materials. Seamlessly integrated with the ground as if they had sprouted from it, the ground was meticulously marked with lines designating pedestrian and vehicular paths, complete with landmarks indicating the locations of the dining hall and dormitories. The varying thicknesses and colors of the lines were aesthetically pleasing, a veritable boon for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Had Lin Xia not known that this was once a barren expanse, he might have believed it was a newly completed base that had taken years to construct. Military vehicles sped along the main road laden with crates of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Lin Xia even spotted a truck brimming with explosives. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly felt a twinge of concern regarding the safety of the space. To date, Lin Xia had not undergone any proper collective training, as he had lost his sight since elementary school and had never participated in military training during middle or high school. He had scarcely engaged in physical education classes. Were it not for his commitment to personal fitness, he might have been in a much worse state now. Over there is the training ground, where most physical training will take place. Instructor Hong gestured toward a vast area that resembled an airport. Physical fitness is our primary focus. Your physique appears average. You may find it quite challenging. That area is the dining hall, a place you will both love and loathe over the next year. There is the classroom, designated for theoretical instruction. The series of dilapidated buildings over there is for tactical training, including urban warfare, rappelling, and ziplining, and over there is the shooting range. As Lin Xia observed the seemingly endless training facilities, he mentally noted their functions, feeling a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. What is that? A convenience store, Lin Xia inquired, pointing at a small shop not far away. That is a supply station, Instructor Hong replied with a glance. The training camp is entirely enclosed. Here, money is unnecessary. If any of your personal items are damaged, you can acquire replacements here. Additionally, there are provisions like bread, water, and cigarettes, with each person receiving a fixed monthly quota, which should be more than sufficient. As they passed by, the instructors inside the supply station seemed to notice something, and they all turned to look at Lin Xia, whispering among themselves. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Why are they all looking at me? The agent of the Seraph is quite a rarity. It is only natural they are curious about you. Instructor Hong explained. Were there no agents participating in the recruit training before me? Of course there were. Instructor Hong nodded. The last agent who left this training camp has already become the captain of the mask squad. Mask? Lin Xia was taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shimo had previously mentioned the exploits of this special squad, which deity's agent is he, that, you will find out in a couple of days. Instructor Hong replied with a slight smile. Withholding an answer, Instructor Hong then led Lin Xia to a cluster of buildings, saying, This is the dormitory area. All rooms are double occupancy. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose. Lin Xia nodded and wandered around the vicinity of the dormitory building, selecting a room that faced south, ensuring the best light and comfort. Good choice. I will register you now. Instructor Hong noted Lin Xia's room number. The training officially begins in 3 days. Make sure to rest well during these 2 days, as you 1T have the luxury of rest for the next year. After a brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and left, leaving Lin Xia alone in the dormitory. The environment was cleaner than he had anticipated, though the facilities were quite rudimentary. The low, hard bed felt uncomfortable even to sit on. There was no air conditioning, and not even a fan was present. Fortunately, Lin Xia was accustomed to hardship. This environment posed no challenge for him. He skillfully organized his belongings, made his bed, and lay down. With no signal or mobile phone, he found it impossible to pass the time. If left alone for 3 days, he would surely feel stifled. Thankfully, he had a mental hospital to visit. When boredom struck, he could engage in tea drinking sessions with Nikes, or play chess and chat with Li Yifei in the activity room, never feeling the slightest bit dull. The next morning, Lin Xia ventured to the supply station to collect some provisions. As the dining hall had yet to open, upon his return to the dormitory, he discovered several individuals standing at his door. "Young master, I have shown you so many places, and this room has the best environment, warm in winter, cool in summer, and abundant sunlight." A man with an obsequious grin stood before a chubby boy, chattering incessantly. To be fair, Saigon truly pales in comparison to Guangshan. The economy is poor, and the environment is lacking. Look at how poorly constructed this building is. The walls are peeling. Just look at the facilities in these dormitories. Can anyone sleep on this bed? Young master, why don't we just go back? We don't need to endure this hardship. The chubby boy stood tall, casting a disdainful glance at him. Nonsense. I came here to endure hardship. I'm not going back. Stop whining and open the door. I am staying here today. The man reluctantly unlocked the door, but upon seeing the interior, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, who was so inconsiderate as to occupy your room? Quickly, what are you all standing around for? Get rid of all this junk, it's filthy. The bodyguards behind the chubby boy hurried forward to assist in disposing of the items. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Ah, the cliché scenario of a spoiled rich kid bullying a commoner, a tale I relish. Just as Lin Xia was about to take action, the chubby boy suddenly kicked the man in the rear and began to curse. How dare you? This is a double room, my roommate lives here. You dare touch my roommate's belongings, you filthy scoundrel. Get as far away from me as possible. The man was sent sprawling to the ground, hastily slapping himself a few times in panic before scrambling out the door. You all, bring over the gifts young master prepared for his roommate. I will wait here today. I must ensure my roommate sees what it means to be like old friends, with bonds stronger than gold. Lin Xia stood to the side, bemused. Chapter 71. By Li Pangpang. The bodyguards quickly placed stacks of gift boxes neatly beside Lin Xia's bed, then lined up behind their master. "TSK, what are you all doing standing around? This is a new recruit training camp, not your home," the chubby boy exclaimed impatiently, waving his hands. "Go on, get out of here. I don't want my roommate to think I am the sort who bullies others." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately retreating with resignation, leaving the chubby boy alone beside a mountain of gifts. Glancing down at his attire, he cleared his throat and sat upright at the door. Lin Xia scratched his head, finding the unfolding situation rather perplexing. After pondering for a moment, he slowly made his way back to his dormitory. As Lin Xia's silhouette appeared in the empty corridor, the chubby boy's eyes lit up. He sprang to his feet, adjusting his appearance once more, flashing a bright smile at Lin Xia, who approached in slippers. Lin Xia's expression grew awkward. Under the chubby boy's peculiar gaze, he felt as if he could barely walk. Finally, Lin Xia reached the door of the dormitory. Hello, my name is Bailey Tumming. I understand that this name might be somewhat difficult to pronounce. You may simply call me Tumming, or even Fatty. Before Lin Xia could react, the rotund figure abruptly bowed, startling Lin Xia into retreating 2 steps. "I hope we can become friends, and I look forward to your guidance in the coming year." This sudden display left Lin Xia utterly perplexed. Ahem, that is Bailey. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, seemingly forgetting the last 2 characters of his name, only recalling something about Fatty. Bailey. Fatty, there is no need to be so courteous. The glimmer returned to Fatty's eyes, as if he found the moniker of Bailey Fatty quite endearing. "I haven't yet inquired about your name." "Oh, I am Lin Xia, brother Xia. I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown. They are in tea particularly valuable, so I hope you won't disdain them." He smiled as he handed over the various gift boxes from behind him to Lin Xia. Lin Xia merely swept his mental energy over them, and his expression instantly transformed. A box of Rolexes. Lin Xia was taken aback. Within the gift boxes held by Fatty lay 12 meticulously arranged Rolex watches, Submariner, Explorer, GMT Master, each style distinct. Had it not been for Lin Xia's frequent perusal of magazines, he might not have recognized many of them. The sight of 12 Rolex watches in a single box evoked the image of a gift set of Fuji apples. "What, brother Xia doesn't fancy Rolex?" Fatty was momentarily stunned, placing the Rolex gift box aside to pick up another one. "And what about Patek Philippe, Cartier, Baume Mercier also, brother Xia? I initially intended to present something else, but most items in this training camp are impractical, so watches seemed the most suitable." The pile of gift boxes in Lin Xia's arms continued to grow, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Bailey Fatty, does your family engage in the watch business?" "No, our family dabbles in various trades." Bailey Fatty chuckled heartily, "but do not misconstrue. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, not a scion from a prestigious lineage. I am quite down to earth. Rather, I am very relatable." "I find that hard to believe." Lin Xia secretly rolled his eyes, placing the gift boxes aside. "I do not wish to accept these gifts." "Why not?" Bailey Fatty grew anxious. "Please accept them. They are indeed valuable. Merely a token of our meeting." "I do not enjoy receiving gifts, then. What should I?" Bailey Fatty glanced at Lin Xia and then at the gift boxes in his hands, perspiration forming due to his urgency. Lin Xia cast him a glance, sighed. "Just hold on to them for now. When I desire them, you may give them to me then." "Well, very well." Bailey Fatty solemnly tucked the gift boxes away, then slowly opened his suitcase. tossing everything, including sheets and pillowcases, haphazardly onto the bed. Before sprawling out on it, Lin Xia twitched his lips. "What on earth are you doing?" "Sleeping, of course." Bailey Fatty patted the crumpled fabric he had formed into a makeshift bed and remarked that it was surprisingly comfortable. Lin Xia was not one to meddle in others' affairs, and considering how suspicious this chubby fellow appeared, he preferred to avoid complications. Thus, he closed his eyes and feigned sleep. After a while, Bailey Fatty quietly climbed up, softly calling, "Brother Xia." Lin Xia lay still, not moving an inch. Bailey Fatty cautiously stood up, tiptoeing to the cupboard and rummaging through it. What does this rotund fellow intend to do? Lin Xia continued to feign sleep while using his mental perception to monitor Bailey Fatty's every action. Moments later, Bailey Fatty emerged with the gift box he had previously stuffed away. Shifting it to the side of Lin Xia's bed, quietly tucking each box underneath. Lin Xia, this little chub, so persistent? Lin Xia felt a surge of annoyance and suddenly opened his eyes. Directing his gaze towards Bailey Fatty, "What are you doing?" Bailey Fatty jumped in surprise, plopping down on the floor, gazing up at Lin Xia with wide, fearful eyes, his not-so-bright mind racing. He awkwardly inched closer to Lin Xia's feet. Sniffing. "Xia, your feet smell wonderful." Lin Xia was utterly dumbfounded, and even his quick wit failed him as he struggled to find a response to such a statement. What manner of being is this? Seeing Lin Xia frozen in place, Bailey Fatty hesitated for a moment before extending his own foot towards Lin Xia, cautiously asking, "How about you give mine a sniff?" Lin Xia's murderous intent began to rise. In the distance, atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently set down his binoculars, his expression utterly priceless. He turned to Instructor Hong and pointed towards the two individuals across the way who were sniffing each other's feet. Speaking in a tone laced with sarcasm, "Is this what you meant by two dangerous individuals, Instructor Hong?" "No." Instructor Hong rubbed his temples, clearly flustered. "This doesn't seem right. One is a proud agent of the Seraph, and the other is a pampered heir of the Bailey Group. How could these two reside under the same roof and not appear dangerous? Yet, how did they?" After hearing Yuan Gang's words, he patted Hong's shoulder with a grave expression. "Hong, how? To truly understand a person, one must not solely focus on their identity or background. Countless individuals may share similar familial circumstances, yet their character and personality can vary immensely." Upon concluding this statement, Yuan Gang turned to leave. Once out of Instructor Hong's sight, he could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into laughter. How amusing. Chapter 72. The training begins. Starting from the second day after Lin Xia's arrival at the training camp, new recruits gradually began to fill the once desolate dormitory building, which was now nearly at full capacity. By the third day's morning, Lin Xia was awakened by the raucous noise outside his door. He sat up, rubbing his drowsy eyes. The rotund fellow is up this early. Lin Xia noted the absence of the pigsty-like bed beside him and raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It seems this wealthy young man is indeed somewhat different." Through their interactions over the past 2 days, Lin Xia had come to form a preliminary understanding of Bailey Fatty. He was certainly not the typical arrogant rich kid. Instead, he seemed to labor to conceal his privileged background. Masquerading as someone from a common family, albeit with rather poor acting skills, his nature was not malevolent, merely somewhat dim-witted, which was Lin Xia's initial assessment of Bailey Fatty. Lin Xia was unperturbed by trivial matters. In fact, in some ways, he looked forward to having a roommate who was haughty and prone to picking fights with him, as it would grant him a legitimate reason to thrash the fellow and claim the entire room as his own. But alas, he was merely a harmless, bumbling fool. This bumbling fool interacted cheerfully with him daily, frequently presenting gifts and speaking politely, leaving Lin Xia feeling as though he was punching into cotton. Should I hit him? My conscience would not permit it, yet when he covertly placed his foot near my face in the middle of the night, I could hardly resist. The most infuriating part was that after Lin Xia woke up to the stench, Bailey Fatty would earnestly gaze into his eyes, 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts shyness, to utter, "Xia, you still haven't answered me. Do my feet smell good?" Thankfully, Lin Xia had no knives at hand. Otherwise, this rotund fellow would certainly not see the light of the next day. Lin Xia stretched his body, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, dragging an empty hot water bottle as he prepared to wash up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Among the crowd, a plump figure radiating opulence was bellowing, "Fellow comrades, I have brought you some local specialties from my hometown, and I hope you won't find them unworthy. I look forward to your camaraderie in the coming year. Hey, you over there, no shoving. There is plenty for everyone." Bailey Fatty raised his rounded arms, which were swathed in numerous luxury watches, resembling a mummy, exuding an air of extravagance. The surrounding new recruits erupted into chaos. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not a wealthy young master. I am simply a child from an ordinary family, and I wish to get along well with all of you." Thud. Observing the tumultuous scene in the opposite dormitory, Lin Xia's jaw dropped in shock, his toothbrush falling to the floor. "What on earth is this fellow?" He murmured to himself, "Surely even those affluent young masters do not possess such wealth." Distributing a luxury watch to every one of the 200 new recruits in the camp, is this a display of throwing money around? Nevertheless, even amidst the uproar, there were some who remained unperturbed. Lin Xia noticed a youth leaning against the wall in the corridor of the same floor, coldly observing the commotion. He stood there, as if in an entirely different realm, exuding an aura of detachment as though an invisible wall separated him from the cacophony surrounding him, his gaze tranquil as water. Meanwhile, in the adjacent girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl stood on the balcony. Squinting at the commotion, her eyes filled with disdain. The more Lin Xia observed, the more he discerned that numerous individuals lurked in the shadows, keenly watching the farce unfold. Some wore expressions of indifference. Others reveled in mockery, some gazed with disdain, while a few appeared restless and eager to act. Li Pingpong's antics not only ignited the atmosphere in the new recruits' dormitory but also discreetly unveiled a hidden tableau before Lin Xia's eyes. Similarly, as Lin Xia became aware of their presence, they too took note of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, casting a fierce glance at the raucous dormitory building, unleashing a torrent of curses. What the hell is going on? Are we holding a market here? Do you want me to invite a few strippers to dance for your amusement? His thunderous shouts echoed through the dormitory corridor, causing the new recruits gathered nearby Li Pangpang to scatter in a panic. Only Li Pangpang remained, clutching a handful of watches, furtively glancing down, and quietly murmuring, "Can't see me, can't see me. Can't see me." The corners of Instructor Hong's mouth twitched slightly as he maintained a stern countenance, continuing to bark, "Don't think that just because the training hasn't officially begun, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you step through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must adhere to discipline. This is your first warning. I'm letting you off this time. If I catch anyone causing trouble again, I'll make sure to drill you into the ground." Instructor Hong bellowed, "Do you understand?" "Understood." The response echoed from 3 dormitory buildings. With a gaze sharp as a blade, Instructor Hong swept across the 3 dormitory buildings before slowly announcing, "This afternoon at 2 o'clock, all personnel assemble at the training ground." Having said this, he turned and strode away with the other instructors. Li Pangpang peered cautiously from the corridor, hastily stood up, and rushed to Lin Xia's side. "You scared me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly, otherwise, I would have been discovered." Li Pangpang patted his racing heart. Still trembling, Lin Xia remarked, "Alas, it seems the remaining gifts cannot be delivered." Li Pangpang lowered his gaze to the watches in his hands and sighed. "Why are you so fixated on giving gifts?" Lin Xia couldn't help but inquire. "If I don't give gifts, how can I build good relationships with others?" Li Pangpang replied, "Matter-of-factly. My dad always said that the most important thing in this world is the art of human relationships." Lin Xia rolled his eyes. If human relationships were all that mattered in this world, society would have already perished. Without waiting to see if Li Pangpang understood, he bent down to pick up his toothbrush and continued toward the hot water room, leaving Li Pangpang standing there, scratching his head in confusion. In the afternoon, Lin Xia donned the military uniform he received from the supply station and headed straight to the training ground. Li Pangpang hurriedly attempted to fit his backside into his pants while rushing to catch up with Lin Xia, intermittently calling out, "Xia, wait for me." Upon their arrival at the training ground, most recruits were already assembled, albeit without any formal formation. They stood haphazardly, a motley crew of varying heights and builds. On the demonstration platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their postures reminiscent of towering pines. At the forefront, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang surveyed the chaotic crowd below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73. "We are the masked ones. Everyone, stand at attention." An instructor behind Yuan Gang bellowed. Instantly, all the new recruits fell silent. Although their formation remained crooked, the semblance of order was evident. Lin Xia and Li Pangpang arrived somewhat late, positioning themselves at the rear of the line, yet even from that distance, they could feel the palpable pressure emanating from the instructors on the platform. Without employing any forbidden techniques or weaponry, their mere presence exuded an imposing aura akin to a majestic mountain, pressing down on the hearts of the recruits. This formidable presence could only stem from the trials of life and death battles, a crucible of experience that these novices lacked. Yuan Gang observed the throng below in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking, his voice deep and resonant. "I know that you are all geniuses hailing from across the vast realm of Daxia, possessing either coveted forbidden techniques or extraordinary skills, perhaps even remarkable backgrounds. However, from the moment you step through that door, you have but one identity, that of a new recruit, a novice. No, you are not even novices. You are waste, you are trash. In the face of true power, you are nothing but liabilities, risking your lives and those of your comrades. If you wish to truly become night watchers, you have a long way to go." Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, reverberating like thunder across the open training ground, and Lin Xia could keenly sense that most new recruits' expressions had turned cold. Some held their heads high with pride, others chuckled derisively, some scoffed in disdain, while others bowed their heads deep in thought. "What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied?" Yuan Gang scrutinized their expressions, raising an eyebrow. No one responded, yet their faces spoke volumes. "Yes, we are defiant. Do you think that because you possess formidable forbidden techniques or extraordinary abilities, your future is limitless? Do you believe that the reason I stand here reprimanding you is merely due to having been born a few years earlier and possessing a higher realm? Do you think it is acceptable for me to call you weak, to belittle your realms, but not to label you as waste or trash? Yuan Gang scoffed derisively. I am not mistaken in the slightest. At your current state, even if you reach the Klein realm, you will still be merely a slightly stronger version of waste. Against those truly powerful beings, you wouldn't last a single move. Do you believe me? Many recruits began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixed intently on Yuan Gang, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. I don't believe it. Just then, a young man with his military uniform open and his cap worn backward languidly raised his hand. Chewing gum, his face adorned with a mocking grin. A new recruit. What is your name? Shinjuqing. Good. Who else is dissatisfied? I am not satisfied. Me too. With Shin Xinju leading the charge, more recruits raised their hands in defiance until nearly half the assembly stood in protest. In the back row, by Li Pangpang nudged Lin Xia. Xia, what about you? Me? I submit. Why? Because he is not wrong. Lin Xia's mind drifted back to that torrential downpour that washed everything away, to the ghost-face king that rampaged through the rain. And to the cunning serpent demon lurking in the shadows, orchestrating events. They had not encountered the mysteries and were unaware of the true nature of those existences. Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. He could guarantee that if they were to confront the two mysteries he had encountered, no more than 10 of the 200 recruits would survive. Moreover, in this world there surely existed even stronger and more grotesque mysteries. If I were to encounter them now, I fear I would not even know how I met my demise. You've encountered mysteries? Are they formidable? Extremely. Alright, if you submit, then so do I. Bai Li Pangpang remarked without principles. On the platform, Yuan Gang's lips curled slightly, and he nodded, continuing, very well, since so many of you are dissatisfied, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly. Next, come down. Beep. The sound from the walkie-talkie ceased, and Yuan Gang looked up at the azure sky. Seemingly awaiting something, the crowd below also gazed upward, but saw nothing, and after a moment, began to whisper among themselves. Suddenly someone cried out from the crowd, look, someone's falling from the clouds. The crowd collectively looked up. Lin Xia squinted at the sky above. 7 small black dots were rapidly enlarging, and after a few seconds, the crowd realized those were 7 individuals. 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes on their backs. Adorned with various masks, they plummeted from the clouded heights, unencumbered by any protective gear, free-falling at great speed toward the training ground, the wind billowing their cloaks with a resonant snap. What the hell? Are they parachuting down, without parachutes? Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed beside Lin Xia. The astonishment was not limited to Bai Li Pangpang, the others were equally dumbfounded, the clamor escalating. On the platform, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose, muttering under his breath, well, I just mentioned it casually, and they truly jumped. How dedicated. Above in the sky, the 7 figures descended rapidly, their anguished screams echoing through the air. One of them, wearing a swirling mask, flailed their limbs wildly. Ah! Help me! Ah! Swirl, can you be quiet for a moment? My ears are about to burst. A woman donned in a rose mask scolded. I'm acrophobic. Rose, don't just stand there complaining. The swirling figure shouted hoarsely, Captain, did that Yuan Gang guy really say to jump? We're actually jumping? Why should we? At the very bottom, a man wearing a king mask spoke coolly. I heard this batch of new recruits is hard to intimidate. Instructor Yuan probably had no choice but to enlist our help. We must assist. Ah. What if we crash and die? With me around, you won't be harmed. The man beside me, adorned with a scale mask, rolled his eyes. Is your skill up to par? I've recently gained a couple of pounds. Can you support me? Captain, can I let this guy fall to his death? No. Alright, quiet down. Wang Mian glanced below and continued. We are about to land, shouting too loudly may alert them, which would be quite embarrassing then. I'll try to keep my voice down. Su N.W. covered his mouth, as they drew closer to the ground. The new recruits finally beheld their attire. Is that mask, one of the 4 special squads, mask, hiss, amidst the astonished gasps, as the 7 were about to crash to the ground. The man with the scale mask extended 2 fingers and gave a gentle flick. The gravity on the 7 vanished instantaneously, allowing them to float down like feathers. Their toes touched the ground lightly, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind, while under the sunlight, the 7 distinctly different masks shimmered brilliantly. Wang Mian's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, and he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Greetings, we are the mask squad. Before Wang Mian could finish, Su N.W.'s legs went weak. With a thud, he knelt before the new recruits. Su N.W., mask members. New recruits? Chapter 74, 239 verses 5. The scene fell into a sudden silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask, while Chang Wei's fists clenched tightly, and the expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of extraordinary. Only the new recruits stood there. Bewildered and confused, I asked this kneeling, really, what is he doing? They might have an inkling of what transpired, yet they dared not contemplate it further, desperately seeking a rational explanation for the absurdity before their eyes. Please, this is, mask, how could they commit such a blunder? All gazes converged on Su NW. Kneeling there, Su NW took a moment to grasp the reality, hesitated briefly, then slowly raised his hands. He bowed to the new recruits, the mask squad, as Su NW wishes everyone a happy new year in advance. Upon finishing, he sprang up, standing proudly, feigning that nothing had occurred to Lin Xia. Bai Li Pangpang pondered for a moment, then leaned in earnestly to Lin Xia's ear. Xia, do you think this instructor is operating on a budget, unable to hire the real mask squad, so he settled for a cheap imitation? That should not be the case. Lin Xia's gaze settled on Wang Mian, whose expression grew increasingly solemn. Lin Xia could sense that the man on stage exuded a subtle yet formidable aura. Others might not perceive it, but Lin Xia could, because they were all agents of the divine. At the same moment, it seemed Wang Mian also sensed Lin Xia's presence, and their eyes met. After a moment, Wang Mian averted his gaze and slowly continued his earlier speech. We are the mask special squad. A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile. His voice resonating once more across the training ground. Since you refuse to submit, I will provide you with an opportunity, a chance to recognize your true selves, a chance to encounter genuine top-tier talents. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, and before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of you new recruits must, by any means necessary, unmask any member of the mask squad to win. If you succeed, it will prove your prowess, and the training for this year will be deemed unnecessary. I shall apply for your graduation tomorrow. However, if by 9 o'clock, no one accomplishes this, you must cast aside your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. Regardless of the demands we make during the training, you shall comply. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yuan Gang's proclamation, the new recruits erupted in an uproar. Soon voices of dissent arose. This is unfair. They are primarily from the Chuan or High Realms, while we are all from the Zhan realm. How can we fight? In this confrontation, the entire mask squad will suppress their realms to the Zhan level. In a fair match, 239 against 7, you dare not. The crowd was in an uproar. With everyone on the same level, the fundamental distinctions of strength vanished, leaving only tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency, even if the members of the mask squad were renowned veterans. They still numbered only 7, surely they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers? The new recruits' breaths quickened. Just the sheer disparity in numbers made defeat seem illogical. If they won, not only would they eliminate a year of training, but they would also greatly boost their own prestige. All right. I agree, it's a deal. The atmosphere among the new recruits ignited, their eyes intent on the 7 figures in gray atop the stage. Burning with determination, sensing their fervent spirit, Wang Mian narrowed his eyes and calmly spoke. To deal with you, we don't need all 7, we only require 5 to defeat all of you. As this declaration echoed, the emotions of the new recruits surged once more, fiercely responding to Wang Mian's provocation, causing the entire scene to descend into chaos. Are they that arrogant? Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed in astonishment. They are not arrogant, quite the opposite, they are seeking safety. Lin Xia shook his head. Bai Li Pangpang was taken aback. Only 5 can take us down, and that is not arrogance. The rules of this confrontation state that unmasking any member counts as a victory. So the more members they send into the fray, the greater the risk of losing. Seeing Bai Li Pangpang's confusion, Lin Xia continued, a squad of 7 will inevitably have strengths and weaknesses. Once a weakness is exposed, the likelihood of it being exploited under a collective attack from 239 individuals is high. However, if they leave all weaknesses off the field from the outset, that issue is entirely mitigated. So you're saying, they fear our abilities, we have a decent chance of winning? Not necessarily. Lin Xia cast a glance at the agitated crowd, speaking in a measured tone. Although we hold a numerical advantage, we are merely a disorganized mob lacking coordination. In such circumstances, numbers may become our liability. The 5 members of mask are akin to a sharp blade, while we, the 239, are merely a scattered heap of sand. Alright, Bai Li Pangpang sighed, our chances of defeating mask do not hinge on our numbers, but rather on our intelligence. Lin Xia's gaze swept over the new recruits surrounding him. As Yuan Gang observed the crowd's momentum reaching its peak, he spoke, the weapons you require can be found in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with how many facilities you damage or how much property is destroyed. Regardless of the havoc you wreak, we can restore everything. Now let me witness your capabilities. After delivering his final words, Yuan Gang turned and departed with the instructors. Let us proceed as planned. I, Su NW, Changwei Tianping, and Yu Gui will go up. You all head back and rest. Wang Mian instructed the other 2 members before they followed the instructors away. Ultimately, the training ground was left with only the 239 new recruits and the 5 members of mask. The atmosphere grew tense. All new recruits cast malevolent glances at the 5 masked figures on stage, and from the crowd, someone raised a hand to inquire, "Excuse me, when can we begin?" Tianping smiled slightly, extending a finger towards the crowd eye, and the next moment, the questioner felt as though struck by an invisible hammer, violently spewing blood and flying backward. Amidst the chaos, Wang Mian's voice echoed, "Wasn't the instructor's statement clear enough? From 2 o'clock until 9 o'clock, which means, it has already begun." Chapter 75, The battle. As Wang Mian's words fell, dozens of new recruits surged forward. Flames, ice, gales, lasers, a myriad of attacks cascaded toward them. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Li Pangpang shouted a couple of times, stepping forward to charge upward. Lin Xia seized him, turning and sprinting toward the training ground's exit. "Xia, what are you doing? We need to fight it. Charging in now would be suicide," Lin Xia yelled while running. "Do you have a weapon?" "Our weapons were confiscated upon entering the training camp, but the 5 members of the mask squad are fully armed." "You plan to fight them with your head?" Li Pangpang hesitated, instinctively checking his pockets. "Actually, furthermore, the reason special squads are termed as such is due to their combat prowess far exceeding that of others. Without knowledge of their abilities and preferred combat styles, recklessly charging in would be tantamount to seeking death." As Lin Xia looked back, it seemed to validate his thoughts, for an unexpected change erupted on the demonstration platform. A deep purple vortex suddenly blossomed mid-air, stretching across the front of the masked figures, forcefully siphoning away all attacks. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer materialized out of thin air, towering as high as 2 stories, whipping up a howling gale that violently sent all the new recruits soaring through the air. At this juncture, most of the recruits had already sensed the gravity of the situation. Turning to flee was far too late. With a delicate flick of its finger, the vortex reappeared above their heads. "Now you wish to escape." Too late. The vortex sneered contemptuously. The flames and frost that had been drawn in by the purple vortex erupted forth, raining down like droplets of rain, triggering a series of explosions on the training platform. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upwards as Li Pangpang, trailing behind Lin Xi, swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. This is the combat prowess expected at the Zhan level. If they unleashed their full potential, how formidable would they be? Otherwise, how could they be deemed a special team? Lin Xi sighed. In less than a minute since the commencement, nearly half of their numbers had been lost. This was troubling. Lin Xi was not the only astute individual. As he and Li Pangpang dashed forward, many others reacted swiftly, similarly fleeing to safety, thereby escaping disaster. Had it not been for Lin Xi leading the charge, the number of casualties would have been even greater. Amidst the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in grey slowly emerged. The vortex glanced down at the unconscious recruits surrounding it and smirked. "A bunch of fools. It seems winning this farce is virtually guaranteed. One should not jump to conclusions too early." Wang Mian observed the gradually vanishing recruits in the distance with a calm demeanor, then turned to the man with the crescent moon mask and said, "Their next target will undoubtedly be the warehouse. You go block the door. We will encircle from the perimeter." "Understood." With a flicker, you vanished from sight. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. Over 90 recruits had been eliminated in a single encounter. It seemed we had overestimated them. Ultimately, the mask was simply too powerful. Another instructor sighed, noting that sending a top-tier team, which had previously slain beings of the Wuliang level, to maintain order constituted a severe disparity in strength for the recruits. One cannot say it that way. They also suppressed their power to the Zhan level. It isn't outright unfair, is it? However, their experience and synergy far surpassed that of these fledgling recruits, and among them were 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden realms, along with the agent of a deity. That is true. Don't be overly pessimistic. As the instructors deliberated, Yuan Gang spoke slowly. Although the recruits appeared to have suffered heavy losses, the few who truly held the potential to contend with the Yi mask had managed to escape. Clearing out some of the disruptive elements might actually be beneficial for them. One of the instructors paused. "Chief, are you suggesting you genuinely hope the recruits will win?" "No, with that individual present, they cannot win." Yuan Gang shook his head. "I merely anticipate witnessing an extraordinary battle." "Shi, slow down, I can't keep up." Li Pangpang, being dragged along by Lin Xi, was panting heavily, nearly out of breath. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow and released his grip, declaring, "Then you may leave your fate to chance. I shall proceed ahead." Seeing Lin Xi so decisively abandon him, Li Pangpang was momentarily taken aback, then mustered all his strength to chase after him. "No. This isn't good. If I'm left alone, I'll surely be caught." Xi, brother, wait for me." Eventually, Li Pangpang, rolling and scrambling, reached the warehouse entrance alongside Lin Xi, only to be taken aback by the tightly shut door. "Why is this door closed? Aren't we supposed to retrieve our weapons ourselves?" Lin Xi furrowed his brow, stating that while we were told to retrieve them, it was never mentioned that the door would be open for us to enter. Do we need to break it down then? Bai Li Pang Pang approached and knocked, pondering the material. It seems quite sturdy. Lin Shi circled the warehouse, his expression darkening. He turned to Bai Li Pang Pang, asking, "What is your forbidden realm?" "Me? I don't have a forbidden realm," Bai Li Pang Pang replied confidently. Lin Shi, how on earth did this glutton get into the night watch? This is troublesome. Lin Shi sighed, "My forbidden realm lacks large-scale destructive capabilities. I cannot open this door." Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head. "Oh, is that the issue? Actually, step aside," just as Bai Li Pang Pang was about to say something. A cool female voice emanated from behind. Bai Li Pang Pang was startled and turned around. A tall woman stood behind him, her long hair as red as fire cascading down to her waist. Even her plain recruit uniform could not conceal her exquisite figure. She cast a glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, snorted coldly, and walked straight to the warehouse's grand entrance. "Who are you?" Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. He remembered this woman. Earlier that morning, when Bai Li Pang Pang was causing a ruckus at the opposite dormitory building, she stood on the girls' dormitory corridor, disdainfully observing everything, and they had exchanged a glance. Lin Shi still recalled that aggressive gaze. Moli, she replied nonchalantly, extending her fair hand to gently press against the surface of the warehouse's grand door. In the next moment, the entire warehouse began to tremble violently. Chapter 76, Yugoi Kakaka. The instant Moli's palm made contact with the metal door, it began to vibrate at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum from within. In the next moment, terrifying fissures appeared on the surface of the door. Emily withdrew her hand and executed a swift kick against the door, causing the battered entrance to shatter into several pieces, collapsing with a resounding crash. Amidst the dust and debris, Emily brushed off the dust from her hands and walked expressionlessly into the warehouse. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the scattered metal fragments. Stroking his chin in contemplation, outside, Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes were glued to Emily's retreating figure, swallowing hard. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Shi noticed his strange expression and inquired with curiosity. "Shi," Bai Li Pang Pang leaned closer to Lin Shi's ear, whispering, "Don't you think she is quite stunning?" Lin Shi rolled his eyes, utterly disinterested in continuing the discussion with Bai Li Pang Pang, and walked straight to the weapon rack within the warehouse, casually selecting a standard combat knife. Before arriving at the training camp, Chen Muyi had explicitly stated that no weapons were to be brought into the camp unless absolutely necessary. So he had left Zhao Kongcheng's knife at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, the night watch utilized a standardized set of equipment, and there was an abundance of weapons in the warehouse. As Lin Shi picked up the knife, he kept his mental focus on Emily's actions. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't even glance at the swords and spears on the weapon racks but headed directly to the farthest corner of the warehouse, retrieving a massive katana and slinging it across her back before turning to exit the warehouse. A katana is quite an uncommon weapon. As she passed by Lin Shi, he calmly remarked. Emily paused, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Shi. "I like this one. Is there a problem?" Lin Shi turned to face Emily, extending his right hand. "I am Lin Shi." Emily replied indifferently, showing no intention of shaking hands. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. An ultra-high-risk forbidden realm. Why should I tell you? You don't wish to win. Revealing it will secure victory. Who do you think you are? Among the 5 individuals of the mask, at least 3 possess ultra-high-risk forbidden realms, and their coordination is exceedingly tight. If the ultra-high-risk individuals here do not unite, we stand no chance of victory, Lin Shi stated calmly. Emily furrowed her brow, looking at Lin Shi in disbelief. "You're also ultra-high-risk?" No. Lin Shi shook his head, just as Emily was about to turn to leave. He spoke again. "I am the agent of the Radiant Angel." Emily's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. "You are a deity's agent, indeed." Emily scrutinized Lin Shi intently. After a brief moment of hesitation, she slowly spoke. "Forbidden Realm Sequence 076, Universal Resonance, capable of controlling the vibration frequency of all objects that directly or indirectly contact me within the Forbidden Realm." Lin Shi's eyebrows raised, quickly recalling her effortless breach of the door moments ago, nodding slightly. "Very impressive. No wonder you opted for a katana." Just as the two were conversing, Bai Li Pang Pang hurried over, clearing his throat to interrupt them, and earnestly extended his hand to Emily. "Hello, Miss Emily. I am Bai Li Tu Ming, born into an ordinary family in Guangshan City." Emily's brow suddenly furrowed. She cast a disdainful glance at Bai Li Pang Pang, snorted coldly, and turned to walk out of the warehouse. "I despise individuals like you, the privileged. I warn you, keep your distance." Bai Li Pang Pang was momentarily stunned, quickly retorting, "No, I'm not a privileged individual. I truly come from an ordinary family. What about your weapon?" Lin Shi noticed Bai Li Pang Pang's empty hands and inquired curiously. "I don't know how to use any weapons. So I didn't take one." Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, patting his shoulder. "How about this? I shall offer you a piece of advice. Find a secluded spot to hide, and emerge only after the battle concludes. To spare yourself from a beating." Bai Li Pang Pang resolutely shook his head. "No way. I refuse to be a coward. I shall fight." Lin Shi sighed, shaking his head as he strode toward the warehouse exit. Suit yourself, as long as you are happy. At that moment more and more recruits arrived at the warehouse to collect their gear. As Lin Xia and Bai Li Pangpang stepped out through the large door, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, her great sword resting on her back, seemingly waiting for something. What are you waiting for? Lin Xia approached her and inquired. Waiting for you, Molly replied calmly. If I am not mistaken, there is another individual who poses a high level of danger. Who? The man who stood up to oppose the chief instructor earlier, she said. Do you remember him? You mean the one with the backward military cap? His uniform unbuttoned, chewing gum and looking rather arrogant, Bai Li Pangpang interjected after a moment of recollection. I remember him. Lin Xia nodded in agreement. If we could just, clang. Before Molly could finish her sentence, Lin Xia's pupils suddenly constricted as he swiftly drew his straight sword, aiming a strike at Molly's back. Clang! A sharp clash resounded as Molly reacted with remarkable speed, flipping forward and rising to her feet. Her right hand gripping the hilt of her great sword. In the void, a short sword flickered ominously, while Lin Xia's straight sword pressed firmly against its blade. Lin Xia's gaze remained fixed on the void ahead, his expression growing increasingly grave. From within the emptiness, a man adorned with a crescent moon mask quietly emerged. He held the short sword in reverse grip, gazing at Lin Xia in astonishment. Can you see me? By sheer luck, I can, Lin Xia replied coolly. The moon demon studied Lin Xia's eyes, and after a moment of realization, he said, I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraphim. Your aura bears a striking resemblance to the captain's. Behind Lin Xia, Molly's expression turned furious. Had it not been for Lin Xia intervening to thwart the assassination, she would likely have been eliminated without knowing why. Anger surged within her, and she drew her great sword with a fierce motion. The blade trembling with terrifying intensity, Lin Xia deflected the moon demon's short sword with his straight sword and, without hesitation, leaped backward to in the next moment, Molly swung her great sword down. Boom! The air before the sword quivered violently, and an overwhelming shockwave surged forth, cleaving through the earth's surface before crashing into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a ghastly scar. Billowing clouds of dust surged forth as the moon demon stood quietly amidst the cracks. His right arm now vanished. Indeed, this is a perilous forbidden domain, the moon demon spoke softly as hazy moonlight swirled in the air, quickly coalescing into an arm. Chapter 77, breaking through. Molly, wielding her great sword, gazed at the moon demon with astonishment. How is this possible? Is this regeneration? No. At the moment the blade made contact with his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight. Evading your attack, Lin Xia replied, his mental acuity allowing him to comprehend everything that had transpired. A troublesome forbidden domain. It seems he is the only one who has arrived. Lin Xia's gaze swept around, his eyes brightening. This is an opportunity. If we can unmask him, we shall prevail. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Molly's eyes ignited with fervor, and several dozen recruits, who had just retrieved their weapons from the warehouse, turned their attention toward the isolated moon demon. He is a solitary member of the mask. Sensing the hostile glances directed at him, the moon demon felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was not what he had envisioned. According to his original plan, he should have been lurking in the warehouse, like a specter in the darkness, quietly harvesting recruits. How had he revealed himself so easily? Just then, Bai Li Pangpang raised his hand, pointing at the moon demon, shouting, "Brothers, let's take him down." As his words fell, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing various weapons and forbidden techniques, their momentum formidable. The moon demon cursed under his breath as his form suddenly blurred, dissipating into the air. The recruits, having lost their target, stood bewildered, searching aimlessly. Lin Xia sprang into action. He dashed toward a patch of void with lightning speed, his eyes ablaze, as his straight sword swiftly slashed through the air. In the next moment a short sword materialized, blocking his strike. The moon demon was forced to reveal himself, looking at Lin Xia with a mix of resignation. "Brother, must you go to such lengths against me?" Lin Xia offered a slight smile, his eyes suddenly bursting forth with blinding golden radiance, an overwhelming divine might erupting from him, surging toward the moon demon's psyche. However, although the moon demon had suppressed his realm to the Zhan stage, he was still fundamentally a being of the Tuan realm, rendering the Seraphim's divine pressure less effective against him. Divine might to the Zhan stage wields such power. Is this the Seraphim? The moon demon momentarily lost focus but quickly regained himself as the short sword in his hand began to dance with rapidity, clashing with Lin Xia's straight sword. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks erupted as the blade and sword clashed at a staggering pace, yet mere seconds later Lin Xia felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him. The moon demon, being a member of Mask, wielded swordsmanship that was no trifling matter, while Lin Xia had only recently begun his sword training. In this exchange, Lin Xia found himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle. As Lin Xia occupied the moon demon for these few seconds, the recruits once again surrounded him, completely cutting off the moon demon's escape routes and commencing a no-holds-barred assault, amidst the torrential barrage of attacks. The moon demon could only rely on his moonlight transformation ability and extensive combat experience to barely hold his ground. Thankfully, he was also able to transform his mask into moonlight, otherwise it would have been shattered by the continuous explosions long ago. Where are those 4 guys? Weren't we supposed to fight as a team? Why is it just me against a crowd? Among the throng, the moon demon dodged the onslaught, cursing aloud. Just then, a figure silently appeared atop a building to the east. It was a man wearing a balance mask. Almost the moment he appeared, Lin Xia took notice, his expression growing grave. On the rooftop, the balance silently observed the chaotic battlefield below, gently clapping his hands and murmuring. Force field conversion. Immediately, the metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered on the ground began to levitate, as if a giant bowl were inverted above their heads, poised to strike at any moment. Gravity doubled. The balance clapped his hands again. And the recruits, now surrounded by various fragments, suddenly felt an overwhelming weight, nearly toppling to the ground. Under this heavy pressure, their movement speed drastically slowed. Among the crowd, the moon demon finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they had come a few minutes later, I would have been done for. What a pathetic moon demon, how weak. On the southern road, Vortex strolled over leisurely, speaking flippantly. Just then, Rose appeared from the western path, lightly swinging a small hammer in her hand, which rapidly enlarged to 3 stories high. With such a blow, she could practically obliterate the warehouse. To the north, Wang Mian stood with his hands in his pockets. Having appeared there unnoticed, his gaze swept over the dozens of recruits present, calmly stating, "Regrettably, you are surrounded." 4 people surrounding nearly 40. Though it sounded absurd, none of the recruits present found it a joke. They truly were surrounded. Amidst the crowd, Lin Xia's expression grew increasingly serious. "What do we do now?" Molly, hefting her great sword, wore a similarly grim expression. "Shall we fight them? With our numbers, we cannot win." Lin Xia shook his head, his mind racing out. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing upon Vortex by the southern warehouse. "Soon, watch for my signal," Lin Xia whispered. Molly and Bai Li Pang exchanged glances, nodding slightly. They were but 4 individuals, sealing off 4 directions. If they coordinated their efforts to break through in one direction, their chances of success were considerable. Lin Xia raised his voice slightly, ensuring all recruits could hear him. "When that balance makes his move, we shall charge collectively towards the woman on the west." The recruits' eyes flickered, though they remained silent. They were already aware of the plan. Perched atop the rooftop, the balance waved his fingers lightly. Fall. In an instant, the metallic fragments and debris suspended above the heads of the recruits plummeted down, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the recruits, burdened with double gravity, sprinted towards Rose, while Molly's gaze flashed with cold intent, her great sword trembling once more. With a fierce roar, she swung her sword skyward. An immense, invisible shockwave emanated from the blade, crashing against the descending sharp objects, shattering them into fragments that scattered down from the other side. Meanwhile, Rose, wielding the 3-story-tall hammer, raised her eyebrows, looking at the surging horde of recruits with a cold smile. "Seeking death?" Boom. The size of the hammer surged yet again, nearly expanding to the size of an entire residential building. A terrifying scale that she effortlessly lifted, stirring the wind as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits. A shadow loomed over them. Chapter 78, Explosion. The hammer of the Rose was truly terrifying. Yet the new recruits were not to be underestimated. And the very moment when the hammer was about to descend upon them, several beams of light suddenly erupted, colliding with the massive hammer and firmly resisting its descent. A resounding explosion reverberated from the point of impact, and a tempest swept through. The 2 forces were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. At that moment, the 4 masked team members sprang into action, dashing westward as the encirclement rapidly closed in a run. Lin Xia, standing at the back, suddenly roared, disregarding the chaotic battlefield ahead, and turned to sprint southward. Meanwhile, Molly and Bai Li Pang, still engrossed in the fierce battle, were initially taken aback by Lin Xia's shout before quickly regaining their composure and following him in a southward breakout. "Captain, several people have turned back to run south." Tianping observed the scene. Momentarily stunned, Wang Mian hesitated briefly before speaking. "First, let's eliminate these dozens of new recruits in front of us. We'll deal with the vortex in the south afterward." "Understood." The vortex abruptly changed direction, pursuing the 3 who were making their escape southward. At this point, other new recruits also reacted, attempting to break away in various directions like Lin Xia, but unfortunately, the encirclement had already solidified, and those who had just run halfway were swiftly eliminated by the other masked team members. Lin Xia pressed on without a moment's pause, charging into the warehouse that had partially collapsed. With Bai Li Pang and Molly closely following, the vortex flickered and soon arrived at the entrance of the warehouse, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as the vortex entered the warehouse, a cart suddenly slid toward him. The vortex was momentarily taken aback, instinctively dodging the oncoming cart, but the next moment, a round object gently fell from above, precisely landing into the cart. The vortex looked up to see Lin Xia standing atop a beam, offering a faint smile. He then turned and leaped onto a nearby weapons rack, swiftly making his escape. The vortex glanced down, and with the faint light from outside, he discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged explosives. On top of the explosives was a bomb with only 2 seconds remaining on the countdown. The vortex's pupils contracted sharply. Boom! A blinding flash of fire mingled with billowing smoke, obliterating the remaining half of the warehouse, the deafening explosion echoing throughout the training base, accompanied by the detonation of the entire cart of explosives. Other grenades, detonators, and gunpowder in the warehouse also erupted, resulting in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The masked team members, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, all changed their expressions simultaneously. Flames soared like pillars, and thick smoke billowed. The 4 members of the masked team rushed to the wreckage of the warehouse, their faces grave. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out from the debris, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. The battered vortex coughed violently several times before sitting on the ground, cursing. Damn it, this kid has a wicked heart. If I hadn't reacted quickly and opened the devouring vortex in time, I'd be toast by now. He touched his face mask, which had been scorched beyond recognition, with fine cracks threatening to split it apart if any more force was applied. Fortunately, the mask is still intact. No disaster this time. Vortex, you were too careless. Tianping sighed. Can you really blame me? Vortex weakly retorted. Beside them, Yuegue shrugged and said, I wanted to remind you earlier, the agent of the Seraphim is not to be trifled with. I didn't expect our meticulously laid trap to be breached so easily. Wang Mian silently gazed in the direction Lin Xia and the others had departed, his eyes flickering, indeed, as expected of an agent. He is extraordinary. Vortex scratched his head. Captain, are you praising yourself? Lin Xia glanced back at the blazing warehouse, calmly stating, we're safe. They didn't follow us. Bai Li Pangpang was panting heavily. Xia, you were so ruthless. He won't be blown to bits, will he? If he were gone, he couldn't possibly enter the special squad. Lin Xia shook his head, expressing some regret. It's a pity. It seems this time we still couldn't destroy his mask. Otherwise, we would have already won. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to abandon the others like this? Emily questioned, adjusting her katana. They were never going to escape. Lin Xia replied calmly, their target was too large. The reason we managed to break out is that there are only 3 of us, while the masked individuals had to choose to surround the majority. If we had a few more people attempting to break out, they would undoubtedly redirect their main force to intercept us, and at that point, we would have no chance of leaving. Ultimately, we simply exploited the disparity in our respective values, forcing the masked team to make a choice. If we had stubbornly tried to break out with the others, none of us would have escaped. Emily fell silent. What shall we do next? Bai Li Pangpang inquired. At this stage, the foolish individuals among the new recruits should have already been eliminated, and the remaining recruits had likely divided into small groups, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked team. Lin Xia crouched down, drawing in the dirt with a nearby twig. As of now, there are roughly around 100 new recruits still present, excluding those who have lost their will to fight and are hiding in corners waiting for the battle to end. The actual combat strength should be about 90. Whether from the front or in ambush, to take down the masked team, at least 10 individuals must act simultaneously. Assuming these 90 individuals have been divided into 4 to 8 groups, distributed in various corners of the school, Lin Xia sketched a simple map of the training camp in the dirt, marking several locations. If I were the masked team, I would take advantage of the time to eliminate these small groups one by one. If I'm not mistaken, the next phase should involve a time-consuming battle over strongholds, as well as a war of attrition. For a stronghold battle, there aren't many places to ambush in the training camp: the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, tactical research rooms. I suspect the masked team will target the dormitory building next. He marked the dormitory location with a star. Why? Bai Li Pangpang was perplexed. Among all these locations, the dormitory building has the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest concealment. I suspect there must be more than one new recruit group lying in wait there. Moreover, considering that prolonged engagement will drain their mental energy due to the war of attrition, they will undoubtedly choose to tackle the toughest challenge at the outset. Therefore, they are very likely to directly assault the dormitory building. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with intensity as he abruptly lifted his head, only to find Bai Li Pangpang and Emily looking at him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? Is there something flawed in my reasoning? Lin Xia questioned, bewildered. Bai Li Pangpang and Emily exchanged glances, then slowly spoke. Freak. Chapter 79, Suffocation. The dormitory building. Why go there first? The vortex paused, rubbing his stomach. I was hoping to head to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria is not serving food at the moment. Tianping rolled his eyes. I've made it abundantly clear, our numbers are our disadvantage, and with our realms suppressed to the Zhan level, we lack the capability to handle a war of attrition. Therefore, we must eliminate the greatest threat from the outset. Oh, so after we finish with the dormitory building, can we go to the cafeteria for a meal? Let's follow Tianping's plan and first assault the dormitory building. Wang Mian spoke slowly, but we must be cautious. It has likely become their stronghold by now. We must not stumble in the gutter. Understood. Underground base. This Lin Xia is impressive. He managed to break out and almost blew up the vortex's mask. One instructor remarked, "After all, one cannot become an agent without considerable skill. His close combat ability is formidable, yet he has yet to reveal the characteristics of the Seraphim. After all, he possesses the sequence 003's mortal realm, and if he had deployed it earlier, he could have escaped without needing to detonate explosives, right?" Intelligence indicates that his divine realm seems incomplete. However, just based on his terrifying reasoning ability and close combat prowess, he ranks among the most promising individuals in the new recruit camp. I am quite curious about what the scene will look like when he faces Wang Mian. Yuan Gang gazed at the screen, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the table as if deep in thought. "Sir, what are you watching?" Yuan Gang extended his hand, pointing to a young boy sitting in the corner, calmly resting with his eyes closed. "Look at him." That instructor scratched his head, recalling that he had been sitting there since the battle commenced. "Does he have anything special?" Yuan Gang tossed the documents on the table. "You all take a look." The nearby instructors picked up the documents, their eyes widening in disbelief, eventually gasping in shock. "That's Xiao Yuan, why have you been sitting here? Come join us for a chat about tactics." A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary boy in the corner with a sigh. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and spoke calmly. "You all can talk. No need to include me." "Wait, Xiao Yuan, don't you want to defeat the masked team and end the training session? Just sitting here seems too passive, doesn't it?" The young man wore an expression of frustration, as if he were lamenting the unyielding nature of iron. "Are you truly going to sit idly by while the masked squad arrives, awaiting your elimination?" Indeed, the youth, realizing that communication was futile, decisively shut the door and turned to walk down the corridor. "Shingu, he still refuses to come over." In the stairwell, a group of over a dozen recruits had gathered, with the central figure being another high-risk owner of a forbidden zone, sporting a reversed military cap and chewing gum. Shin Qingzhu waved his hand dismissively and scoffed, "Then let him be, he is merely a coward. Afraid of trouble. Even if he were to join us, it would likely be of little consequence." "Shingu, what shall we do next?" "We lie in ambush. When the masked squad arrives, let the group across the way exhaust themselves first. Then we will catch them off guard and decisively crush the masked squad." "Excellent, right, agreed, fools, brilliant." Amidst the chorus of agreement, a peculiar sound seemed to intermingle. The crowd paused, turning to find a man wielding a short sword and adorned with a crescent mask standing behind them. Unbeknownst to them until that moment, a faint smile graced the lips beneath the moonlit mask. "You." Bang, bang. The moon ghost struck with blinding speed, using the hilt of his short sword to knock out two recruits, marking them out of the game. Only then did the others finally react, drawing their blades to strike, yet, before their weapons could reach the moon ghost, he vanished from their sight in a blur. "He can turn invisible, be cautious," the recruits shouted in alarm. Shin Qingzhu's expression darkened as he swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was siphoned away, creating a vacuum. The surrounding recruits suddenly found their eyes constricting, desperately clutching their throats, their expressions contorted in agony. They writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl away, but upon reaching the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier thwarted their escape. Shin Qingzhu remained indifferent to his companion's suffering, his gaze sweeping across the vicinity. "I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum, humans do not die instantly. The absence of external pressure causes the gases within the body to expand, exiting through the mouth, nose, and rectum, slowly being squeezed out simultaneously. Microbubbles in the blood vessels will expand, creating foam-like blood clots that can lead to internal bleeding. Humans can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds, and 7 seconds have already elapsed. You would do well to remove your mask of your own accord, or I would not hesitate to end your life alongside theirs." The murderous intent in Shin Qingzhu's eyes flared, just as a beam of sword light suddenly appeared before his neck. Shin Qingzhu's pupils constricted, instinctively drawing his sword to block, yet at that moment, the moon ghost materialized, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying. Shin Qingzhu crashed to the ground outside the forbidden zone. As the air within the space returned, and the recruits, previously hunched over, gasped for breath, coughing violently. "Cough, cough, cough, you madman." The moon ghost, short sword in hand, fixed a cold glare on Shin Qingzhu, his voice chilling. "In a single encounter, you resort to such ruthless measures?" Shin Qingzhu chuckled darkly as he rose from the ground. "How else could I provoke you? Now matters are much simpler." With a swift motion, Shin Qingzhu reached out, causing the surrounding air to compress rapidly towards the moon ghost, forming a high-pressure cage that locked him in while exerting constant pressure upon him. The moon ghost's eyes blazed with cold fury as half his body transformed into moonlight, forcefully breaking through the air prison. His short sword lunging towards Shin Qingzhu clapped his hands together, creating a wall of air that appeared before him, while he quickly retreated, pulling several recruits by their collars and throwing them into the dormitory corridor behind him. Meanwhile, the moon ghost's short sword was nearly through the air wall, and Shin Qingzhu took a deep breath. He blew a bubble from the chewing gum in his mouth towards the moon ghost, and in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted. Chapter 80, General, an explosion? In another dormitory building, several recruits abruptly stood gazing towards the direction of the explosion, their expressions shifting. "Should we go lend a hand since they were the first to encounter trouble?" One asked, frowning, better for you to take care of yourselves first. A voice floated in from afar, and shortly thereafter a purple vortex rapidly formed below. Boom. The remnants of the explosion that had just been absorbed by the vortex surged forth, carrying terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly reducing half the dormitory building to rubble. Amidst the shattered ruins, a concrete sphere slowly burst open, and dozens of recruits shot out from within, were being counterattacked. Charge, the leading recruit bellowed, his long knife shimmering with red light as he charged towards the vortex, followed closely by a barrage of colorful attacks. The force field reversed. A crisp sound of applause echoed from afar as the balance floated in mid-air, pointing towards the crowd. Instantly, the gravity upon them flipped, and they felt themselves becoming weightless, pulled upwards by an unseen force, causing their formation to collapse in an instant. At that moment, a massive hammer swooped down from the sky. Xinxingzhu's pupils dilated as he abruptly halted, raising his hands in a futile attempt to block the hammer descending upon him. The air within a 10-meter radius was swiftly compressed, forming a wall of air above him. Clang! The hammer struck down, causing the ground around Xinxingzhu to sink slightly, and fissures rapidly spread beneath his feet. Xinxingzhu grunted, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he staggered and fell to the ground. The air wall shattered inch by inch, and the massive hammer above him shrank rapidly, ultimately returning to the grasp of the Rose, who toyed with it as if it were a mere trinket. Prohibited Ruins Sequence 068, Qimin, yet another exceedingly perilous forbidden area. Tianping strolled languidly beside the vortex, his voice barely above a whisper. No wonder Instructor Yuan urged us to take action. This is indeed quite a predicament. It is said that among the new recruits, aside from the agent, there are 3 other high-risk individuals. That woman wielding the katana, the man manipulating the air, and where is the last one? The vortex began to survey the surroundings. They must be lurking nearby. Everyone exercise caution, Wang Mian remarked calmly. No sooner had Wang Mian's words left his lips than the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side shattered explosively, revealing the ominous muzzles of firearms, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridor stood over 20 new recruits, their fingertips emanating various hues of light, casting malevolent glances at the masked individuals. Simultaneously, 4 figures emerged unexpectedly behind the 2 buildings, reaching out towards the ground. Earthen walls, barriers, vines, steel spikes, walls of diverse forms erupted from the ground, sealing off the entrance the trio had arrived through, effectively cutting off all escape routes for the masked team. Complemented by the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation amidst the ruins, Xinxingzhu staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5. It's time for the generals to act. Mask, Chapter 81, Yuan.do. You think I have been entangled with that assassin wearing the moon mask for so long for no reason? Xinxingzhu narrowed his eyes at the masked team before him and continued. I concede that in direct combat, we new recruits cannot best you, but we have now laid a net in this place. We can wear you down. In an instant, Xinxingzhu's figure darted swiftly backward into the dormitory, followed by a heavy wall of air materializing in front of the building, preventing the masked team from advancing. This is troublesome, the vortex muttered, observing the recruits lying in ambush from all directions. Scratching his head, over 50 of them. It seems there are indeed more than 2 teams concealed here. Roughly half of the recruits present have gathered, creating quite an impressive formation, Tianping lamented. Upon finishing, he turned to Wang Mian. Captain, it's time for you to make your move. Wang Mian stood silently, uttering not a word. Within the dormitory, Xinxingzhu gazed down at the 5 below, lightly waving his hand. Commence. Tat 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 tat. The firearms positioned at the surrounding windows erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, the dark muzzles spewing forth blinding flames of bullets cascading like a torrential downpour towards the 5 in the center. Alongside grenades and bullets, the new recruits capable of attacking the forbidden area unleashed a maelstrom of chaotic elemental assaults, raining down in torrents. The vortex inhaled deeply, conjuring a massive purple whirlpool above the heads of the crowd, devouring all incoming attacks. He can only maintain on level for so long, Xinxingzhu remarked, observing the scene below. Sure enough, mere seconds later, the purple whirlpool began to convulse violently overhead. Captain, I can't hold on much longer. The vortex's complexion turned ashen as he turned to Wang Mian. The myriad of attacks intertwined, casting a dazzling glow that illuminated Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, a glimmer of light flickered in Wang Mian's calm eyes. His palm gently rested on the hilt of his blade, and with a swift motion he exerted force. Clang! The blade slid from its sheath by half an inch. In that instant, the deluge of attacks seemed to be pressed on pause, suspended in midair, moving sluggishly toward the masked individuals. Not only that, but the other members of the masked team and the recruits lying in ambush atop the 3 dormitory buildings appeared as if they had been plunged into a quagmire, their movements painfully slowed. In this still realm, Wang Mian calmly drew the black blade from his waist. With his movement, the surface of the black blade gleamed ever brighter, a terrifying pressure radiating from its body. Wang Mian stepped forward, and in a flash, he swung his blade. The intertwining light of the blade converged before him, forming a net of blades, yet it too remained in a state of extreme sluggishness. Enveloping him within, snap, the black blade was sheathed. Instantly, everything around returned to normal. In the next moment, gory slashes erupted from Wang Mian, radiating outward and shattering the 3 surrounding dormitory buildings into countless fragments. Yet miraculously avoiding harm to every recruit, sparing their lives. A boom. The 3 dormitory buildings, now reduced to dozens of segments, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The billowing clouds of dust engulfed the 5 members of the central masked team, accompanied by waves of gasps, as the entire dormitory area was transformed into a wasteland. In the distance, Lin Xia and his companions, poised to encircle the masked team, stood in stunned silence. Is this Shun level? Molly gazed ahead, murmuring to herself. To slow down time while executing such outrageous blade strikes. What exactly is his divine ruin? Lin Xia's brow furrowed, confusion filling his eyes. Perhaps it was because they had been at a considerable distance from the dormitory building earlier that they had not been ensnared in that bizarre temporal stasis, allowing them to witness Wang Mian's blade technique in its entirety. But the issue remains, a being at the Zhan level, even if he is a divine agent, should not be capable of simultaneously displaying 2 entirely unrelated abilities. Right, actually, his divine ruin is merely the manipulation of time. Li Pangpang scratched his head. As for those strikingly powerful blade arcs, you could say he is cheating. Cheating? The black blade in his hand is a forbidden object capable of unleashing the Forbidden Area Sequence 301. EU1, which condenses his speed into blade pressure. The faster the speed, the stronger the blade pressure. Although this forbidden object is not inherently of high danger, in the hands of that individual, it possesses lethality on par with high-risk levels. Moreover, Wang Mian can unleash blade pressure comparable to Chuan level merely by utilizing the acceleration of Zhan level. So, even if he suppresses his own realm to Zhan level, he still wields Chuan level lethality. That's utterly absurd. Lin Xia couldn't help but scoff. Furthermore, if Wang Mian can unleash such outrageous attacks merely at Zhan level, what would happen if he unleashed his full power? How formidable would he be? Is this the caliber of a special team's captain? Truly a prodigy among prodigies. Suddenly Lin Xia recalled something. The divine being behind him is divine being code 017, the god of time, Kronos. Molly murmured, gazing at the distant ruins, because he is the captain of the mask team. Wearing a mask inscribed with Wang, and also the agent of the god of time, he is sometimes referred to as the masked time king. Lin Xia's expression grew solemn. Previously, while researching the goddess of night, Nyx, he had also delved into other deities of Greek mythology, and Kronos, as the second-generation king of the gods in Greek myth, certainly possessed divine powers that ranked among the very top. Accordingly, as his agent, Wang Mian's strength must be extraordinarily formidable. However, while Kronos is indeed powerful, Nyx from the hospital is considered a creator deity, making her technically Kronos' elder, were Nyx's abilities to be fully bestowed upon him, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against Lin Xia. By the way, how do you know so much about Wang Mian? Lin Xia seemed to recall something, turning to Li Pangpang. Li Pangpang cleared his throat. Because the EU1 in my hand was a gift from our family to win him over. I often used the blade to swat mosquitoes when I was young. Lin Xia. Your family? Molly's brows furrowed slightly as if recalling something, a hint of shock crossing her features. What did you say your name was? Li Pangpang was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up, looking earnestly into Molly's eyes as he extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Li Tumming. Li. Molly murmured, realization dawning upon her, the family known for their collection of forbidden objects. The Li clan. Li Pangpang coughed a couple of times, lowering his voice and waving his hand lightly. Don't make a fuss, keep it low-key. I'm just an ordinary kid from a regular family. Molly gazed into his eyes, her disdain growing more pronounced. With a cold snort, she turned her gaze elsewhere, directly ignoring Li Pangpang's outstretched hand. I detest wealthy young masters the most. The richer, the more I loathe them. Li Pangpang's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 82. Cut me quickly with his divine ruin and that forbidden object. His combat prowess has far exceeded Zhan level. Perhaps he could single-handedly take on all 239 of us new recruits without issue. Molly's expression grew grim. In this battle, we have no chance of winning. Not necessarily. Li Pangpang rubbed his belly and grinned. Lin Xia asked, do you have a plan? The EU1 was a gift from our family, so naturally, I possess means to restrain it. Li Pangpang rummaged in his pocket and produced a roll of tape. This is the forbidden object, sealing scroll, sequence 343. As long as we affix a segment of it to the blade, we can completely isolate the weapon from its environment, thus rendering Wang Mian's time manipulation ineffective, and its power would revert to that of an ordinary blade. Lin Xia took the tape, casting a surprised glance at Li Pangpang's pocket. You carry this with you? Did you know Wang Mian was coming? Li Pangpang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing that he did not wish to elaborate, Lin Xia focused on the tape in his hand, his gaze flickering. As long as we can seal that blade, there remains hope. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated through the ruins as a throng of figures surged towards the masked squad from all directions. Blinding flashes of fire erupting in quick succession, the dormitory building had collapsed, yet not all the new recruits were forced out of the fray. The majority of those who had managed to endure until now were prodigies hailing from all corners of the world. Adept at preserving their own safety amidst chaos. Brother Shen, are you alright? A new recruit stumbled to his feet from the debris, calling out beside him. Die. In the next moment, a heavy wall panel beside him exploded into fragments. And Shin Qingzhu, covered in dust and with a grim expression, emerged, coughing twice. I'm fine. What on earth was that? Is such an attack even possible from the Zhan realm? Shin Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the masked squad engaged in a chaotic melee with the other recruits. His expression grave. Brother Shin, there are still about 30 of us who can fight. Should we advance or advance? Shin Qingzhu spat, tossing aside his military cap. A fierce determination etched across his face. The ambush is gone. We'll confront them head on. I refuse to believe that after fighting for so long they have much spirit left. With that, a whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him rapidly towards the tumultuous battlefield. Vortex, that troublesome fellow has arrived. Yuague struck two new recruits unconscious with the pommel of his short sword, catching a glimpse of the rushing Shin Qingzhu, and called out to Vortex, "Why are you calling me? My forbidden ruin is not suited for a fight with him." "You go, TCH, always ordering others around," Vortex muttered, turning to clash with the speeding Shin Qingzhu. The two figures rapidly drew near, and in an instant, a violent explosion of air erupted, dazzling purple whirlpools blossoming as they violently collided. Tianping clapped his hands, and the rubble surrounding him suddenly lifted, shooting towards the charging recruits like projectiles, quickly engulfing them. Just as he prepared to continue his role as a long-range artillery, a head suddenly emerged from the debris beneath him. Tianping's expression shifted, and without a word, he swiftly retreated a few steps. With a flick of his fingers, sharp shards of stone encircled the individual. Completely interesting. Attempting to ambush me here? Tianping squinted slightly. The person slowly crawled out from the ruins, brushing off the dust from his youthful, overly handsome face. Clutching a knife, he calmly shook his head. "I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. I just crawled out and saw you." Tianping. Zhao Yuan glanced around, lightly tapping his finger against the rubble nearby, nodding. "Not bad. Eliminate me." Tianping was taken aback. "What did you say? Eliminate me? You don't want to resist at all." "It's pointless," Zhao Yuan shrugged, still holding his knife. "And I'm afraid that if I resist, you won't be able to handle it." After a moment's thought, he added, "None of you would withstand it." "Are you looking down on me?" Tianping chuckled in anger. "You're just a new recruit, but your tone is quite audacious. Do you truly think you can kill me?" Zhao Yuan stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment, then nodded earnestly. "Perhaps I could." "Oh," Tianping's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "Then come and try it." "I won't." Zhao Yuan decisively shook his head. "Once I draw my knife, I won't be able to control myself. I no longer wish to commit further acts of slaughter." With that, Zhao Yuan dropped the knife onto the ground, clasped his hands together, and humbly bowed his head, uttering a prayer of But no, you must try." Tianping's curiosity was thoroughly piqued by this scene. "I won't try. What harm could it do? I assure you, you won't hurt me. I can't take that risk." "Don't hurry and draw your knife. Come and strike me, But." Just as Tianping was about to say something, his expression shifted slightly, and he floated back several meters. A terrifying shockwave roared past, fracturing the ground beneath him, and as the flying debris began to rise, it was ensnared in a peculiar force field, suspended in mid-air. Tianping frowned and glanced to the right. With a flick of his fingers, the floating bricks shot forth like sharp arrows. Not far away, Molly gripped her great sword, stomping down hard, unleashing an invisible shockwave that shattered all the bricks in the air around her. "Oh, it's that alluring woman." Beside her, Rose, wielding a massive hammer, caught sight of Molly, her eyes brightening. She abandoned the recruits before her, hefted her hammer, and charged towards Molly. "Tianping, leave that alluring woman to me." Rose's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at Molly as if she were a rare treasure, her hammer swelling as she summoned a whirlwind to strike at Molly. Molly's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she gripped her great sword, colliding directly with the hammer. Bang! Simultaneously, Lin Xia appeared suddenly, rushing straight to Zhao Yuan's back, grabbing his collar and swiftly pulling him away from Tianping. Zhao Yuan snapped back to reality, gripping Lin Xia's wrist, and they came to a halt. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yuan frowned and asked. "Of course, I'm taking you away," Lin Xia replied calmly. "Do you think you can win against him?" "I don't intend to win. I merely wish to be eliminated sooner." Lin Xia rolled his eyes, exasperated at having finally entered the fray, only to save the first person he encountered, who turned out to be a passive oddball seeking elimination. "Oh, then suit yourself," Lin Xia coldly remarked, unwilling to waste more time on such a slacker, turning to head to another battlefield. Xie. "There's someone here I can't pull out," Bai Li shouted, tugging at a new recruit half buried in the rubble. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan's body trembled. Xie. He lowered his head, murmuring to himself. Chapter 83. "Are you confident in surviving?" "Wait," Zhao Yuan suddenly called out, stopping Lin Xia from leaving. Lin Xia frowned and turned back. "What is your surname?" Lin of the Lin family. Lin Xia looked at Chao Yuan, puzzled. Is there a problem? Standing tall with two trees, the 8 gods go as one. 10 years into the night, ferrying the world. Chao Yuan stared blankly at Lin Xia. Murmuring to himself, Lin Xia couldn't catch what he was saying, merely rolling his eyes at his eccentricity. Crazy. Lin Xia chose not to engage further, turning to dash towards another battlefield. Chao Yuan silently watched his departing figure. Lost in thought, suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found Tianping looking at him with eager eyes. Come strike me, I'm quite curious. Chao Yuan regarded him, then glanced at Lin Xia, who was fighting on the battlefield. Hesitating for a moment before slowly bending down and picking up the knife from the ground. Tianping's eyes lit up. It seemed that now he viewed me as a coward. I must turn this negative impression around. As Chao Yuan grasped the knife, he murmured to himself, what did you say? Tianping barely heard him. Are you certain you can survive? Chao Yuan held the sheath of the knife in one hand while his other slowly reached for the hilt. Gazing earnestly at Tianping as he spoke, if you're not confident, I can go find that man wearing the Wang mask over there. Tianping shook his head firmly. Don't worry, this small matter doesn't require the captain to step in. Oh, then I will draw my knife. Chao Yuan inhaled deeply, placing his hand on the hilt. The moment his fingertips touched the handle, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within Tianping's heart. Simultaneously, the masked figure, Wang Mian, who had been quietly observing the battle, suddenly turned his head, fixating intently on the distant Chao Yuan, his eyes flashing with shock. The blade was drawn, the black malevolent energy surged like a raging inferno, soaring into the sky. Dark flames erupted from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his upper garment, revealing a sturdy body marred with scars, as the black malevolent flames intertwined around him, gradually solidifying into a bizarre humanoid exterior. It resembled a human, yet also a demon. With a sharp hiss, his lips curled into a grin, wisps of white smoke wafting from within him as he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, bewitching orbs. In his gaze, there was no trace of reason or calm. He had transformed into a beast. Tianping's pupils constricted sharply, and the unease in his heart intensified, prompting him to float back, seeking to distance himself from Chao Yuan. Just as his feet left the ground, Chao Yuan vanished in a flash, appearing before him like a specter. With a sinister grin, he swung the knife towards Tianping's neck. The black flames danced around the blade, easily slicing through Tianping's defensive force field aimed directly at his head. Tianping's heart lurched. In that instant, he recalled the serious look in the young man's eyes as he had asked him, "Are you certain you can survive?" Confident? What nonsense! This strike vividly made Tianping acutely aware of the peril of life and death, but if he did not unleash his realm, relying solely on the Zhan realm, he would undoubtedly perish under this blow. Just as Tianping prepared to unleash his realm, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, as a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. It was a man wearing a Wang mask, wielding a black blade. Clang! The sharp sound of collision rang out, and blinding sparks erupted under the twilight as Wang Mian's blade clashed with Chao Yuan's, a tempest exploding around the two. Immediately following, a terrifying blade aura was unleashed by Yuan, slicing through Chao Yuan along with his weapon, sending him hurtling away and crashing into the distant ruins. Wang Mian sheathed his sword, turning to Tianping with a hint of exasperation in his voice. Tianping? You are underestimating your opponent. Not. Tianping rubbed the corner of his eyes, still unable to comprehend the situation. What exactly is that? Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Black King Annihilation. It is my first encounter with a human possessing such a high-ranking Forbidden Ruin. Indeed, the top 30 of the Forbidden Ruin sequences are referred to as the Divine Realm, implying not only that the majority of these 30 ruins belong to deities but also that beings who possess them have already stepped into the domain of the divine. Sequence 031's, Black King Annihilation, stands as a true entity above all sentient beings yet beneath the divine. Wang Mian observed Chao Yuan rising from the rubble in the distance and remarked coolly, this power is overwhelmingly potent. While he is exceedingly weak, to the extent that using the Forbidden Ruin causes him to completely lose consciousness, relying solely on his combat instincts to drive his body, this is indiscriminate chaos. In his frenzy, he might even harm his own allies. I understand now. Tianping's body began to rise slowly, his gaze fixed on the frenzied Chao Yuan. He spoke earnestly, I was careless just now. Now, I must go all out to confront this madman. His fingers interlocked, and the weapons and debris scattered around him began to levitate, forming a vast array in the air, targeting the grounded Chao Yuan. Gripping his sword, Chao Yuan's blood-red eyes locked onto Tianping above as dark malevolent flames swirled around him, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. And the next instant, his form flickered, ghost-like, darting through the ruins. Go! Tianping's finger flicked lightly, the myriad stones and weapons pivoted in unison, launching towards Chao Yuan like a barrage of bullets, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted, and beneath the gleaming blade light, Chao Yuan effortlessly cleaved through the falling debris with astonishing speed, reaching directly beneath Tianping in an instant. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt high, just as his blade was about to make contact with Tianping's body. Tianping wobbled and ascended several dozen meters higher. Thus, in his frenzied state, Qiao Yuan encountered a grave dilemma. He could not reach him. Tianping, while soaring, chuckled down at the bewildered Qiao Yuan below. "You can't fly, isn't that frustrating, Qiao Yuan? Damn, that guy is utterly shameless." Bai Li Pang, observing the battle from a distance, couldn't help but curse. That fellow was too powerful, if it came down to a one-on-one on the ground. Apart from Wang Mian, none could contend with him, thus, the only option is to stall him. Lin Qi stroked his chin, murmuring, "That guy just now was surprisingly strong." After a brief hesitation, his gaze shifted to Wang Mian far away. His eyes narrowing slightly. "Take care of yourself." Lin Qi patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder, his form flickering as he departed the scene, just as Bai Li Pang was about to say something. Lin Qi had already vanished into the distance. He scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily approached him from behind. The hilt of a short sword was raised high, striking fiercely towards the back of Bai Li Pang's head. Bang! A dazzling golden shield suddenly appeared around Bai Li Pang, deflecting the short sword from the hands of the moon ghost. Bai Li Pang paused, slowly turning to face the awkward moon ghost, tilting his head. "Were you trying to sneak attack me just now?" Chapter 84. The Great Era. The moon ghost, undeterred, drew another short sword and swung it at the golden shield again. This time, he aimed with the sword's tip. A crack, a sharp sound resonated as the sword's tip broke a small notch, while the golden shield remained unscathed. "Moon ghost, my apologies, but with this, Yao Guang, protecting me, such things cannot harm me." Bai Li Pang cheerfully pointed at the necklace adorning his chest, then added, "By the way, its sequence is 171, ranking among high-risk forbidden ruins, you know." In the next moment, the golden shield surrounding Bai Li Pang converged, transforming into two rapidly spinning light rings, hurtling towards the moon ghost. The moon ghost swiftly retreated, his body flickering, vanishing into thin air. Invisibility. Bai Li Pang raised an eyebrow and pulled out an old monocle from his pocket. Placing it on his nose, the lens gleamed with a faint blue light, and as Bai Li Pang tilted his head and waved his hand, the two light rings shot forth. Clang, clang, two short swords emerged from the void, blocking the light rings, causing the moon ghost to stumble, astonished as he gazed at Bai Li Pang. "You can see me too. I have true sight." Sequence 315, specifically designed to pierce illusions. Bai Li Pang adjusted his monocle with a grin. The moon ghost seemed to have a realization. "You are the young master of the Bai Li family. Please refrain from calling me young master. I am merely a child from an ordinary family." Bai Li Pang replied earnestly. Moon ghost, cough cough, seeing them all fighting so vigorously, I should also contribute a bit." Bai Li Pang reached into his pocket, eliciting a look of disbelief from the moon ghost as he pulled out a broom, not just any regular broom used for household chores, but a large broom made of thin branches, typically used for sweeping the streets. Gripping the broom, Bai Li Pang swung it fiercely at the moon ghost not far away. A whirlwind surged, crackling with fine arcs of electricity, directly blasting the nearby bricks and debris into smithereens. Despite this, the whirlwind showed no signs of weakening, instead intensifying as it charged towards the moon ghost. Moon ghost, damn! With no time to think, the moon ghost dissipated into moonlight, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the tempest continued, barreling straight towards the chaos where Emoli and Chang Wei were engaged in battle. The hammer and blade clashed repeatedly, and both combatants turned to see the fierce gale approaching. With a startled exclamation, they immediately sprinted in opposite directions. "Fatty, can you aim before you shoot?" Emoli shouted at Bai Li Pang. "Cough cough cough, I'm sorry. Bai Li Pang bowed repeatedly in apology, quickly stowing the broom back into his pocket. He rummaged around, pulling out a large sword. "Moon ghost? Are you some sort of Doraemon?" "Thunderstorm cannot be used, so this will have to do." Bai Li Pang mimicked Doraemon's stance, raising the large sword high, transform into 3,000, swish, the large sword in Bai Li Pang's hand suddenly multiplied into countless shadowy figures, densely suspended in the air, their tips aimed at the moon ghost below, radiating a chilling gleam. The moon ghost swallowed hard at the sight. "This is the foundation of the Forbidden Object Museum, isn't this cheating?" Bai Li Pang gently lowered the sword in his hand, taking a deep breath. Attack. 3,000 sword beams rained down like droplets, converging into a dragon of blades, roaring toward the moon ghost. The moon ghost inhaled deeply as well, yelling, "Vortex, save me!" Amidst a fierce struggle with Shinqingzhu, the vortex's lips twitched wildly. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward the moon ghost's direction. Shinqingzhu narrowed her eyes and followed closely behind. Just as the sword dragon was about to engulf the moon ghost, a violet vortex erupted, swallowing most of the sword shadows, allowing the moon ghost to escape, but in the next moment a blade engulfed in black flames whizzed past his scalp. Turning around, the moon ghost discovered the demonic figure of Qiao Yuan standing behind him, a sinister grin on his face. "Tianping, save me." Underground, the instructors gazed at the dormitory ruins, resembling a celestial battle. Enveloped in a profound silence, Vortex, Chang Wei, Tianping, Moon Ghost, Bai Li Pang, Emoli, Shinqingzhu, and Qiao Yuan were embroiled in complete chaos, a cacophony of roaring attacks causing the screen signals to tremble intermittently. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed from above, and dust cascaded down from the ceiling, dimming the lights in the monitoring room. The instructors, should we perhaps relocate? They won't bring the whole place down, will they? Should not, right? This is 10 meters underground. How could a group of Genre beings possibly? Do you believe that a battle of this caliber could be produced by mere Genre individuals? One instructor pointed at the screen. Plunging everyone into silence once more. I suddenly feel that sending the mask squad to maintain order was indeed a sagacious decision. The instructors nodded fervently. Had they followed the old approach of organizing a battle between instructors and new recruits, it would have been a spectacle indeed. During a new recruit training session, so many prodigies had emerged. Yuan Gang slowly leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Who knows, perhaps in a few years, the vacant 5th Special Squad will finally emerge. Sir, do you believe they will become the 5th Special Squad in the future? An instructor exclaimed in astonishment. Do you hold them in such high regard? In these past 2 years, the mysteries surrounding the Great Xia have multiplied and grown stronger. Besides the night watchmen stationed in various cities, the 4 special squads have gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Now, the higher-ups among the night watchmen have begun planning to reassemble the 5th Special Squad. Yuan Gang's knuckles rested against the table as he continued. After the annihilation of the Blue Rain team, the 5th Special Squad remained vacant due to a lack of candidates. However, now I see hope in these children. Fate is an unpredictable force. Some may perish on the battlefield, while others may retreat to safety, yet there will undoubtedly be a few who can grow to become the true pillars of the nation and establish the 5th Special Squad. Upon finishing his words, Yuan Gang's gaze fell upon a particular screen. Perhaps a great era is about to dawn. As twilight deepened and darkness enveloped the sky, Wang Mian stood as an outsider at the edge of the ruins. Gazing into the distance, there a young man approached, wielding a blade. Upon seeing the newcomer, a faint smile graced Wang Mian's lips. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 85. The Battle of Agents. Lin Xia halted his steps, locking eyes with Wang Mian, and slowly spoke. To abandon the siege of a certain team member in favor of a one-on-one duel with you, the captain, is the most foolish decision I've made in this battle. Yet, indulging in such recklessness occasionally isn't so bad. The key to winning this battle lies in unmasking a particular false face, rather than eliminating every opponent. Lin Xia understood this well, however, rather than solely focusing on victory. He yearned to uncover more about the divine agents. A decade ago, the Seraph had inexplicably cast a glance in his direction, leaving him without a word, marking him as an agent, while his own divine realm remained incomplete. These questions weighed heavily on Lin Xia's mind. With no one to provide answers, Wang Mian was the first divine agent to appear before him, and he did not wish to miss this opportunity. I know you have many questions in your heart. Wang Mian placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, speaking calmly. Once this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, you may come to me for a discussion. Thank you, Lin Xia replied sincerely, also resting his hand on the hilt of his blade. Are you certain you still wish to use that aid of yours for our duel? Lin Xia's gaze fell upon the black blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. How can it be considered cheating if I use my own weapon? Unprincipled. Thank you for the compliment. Clang. Lin Xia made the first move with his blade drawn. He moved with astonishing speed, resembling a wraith weaving through the ruins. Half a day had passed since the battle commenced, and night had settled in, enhanced by Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia's velocity was breathtaking. Noticing Lin Xia's remarkable speed, Wang Mian let out a soft sound of surprise. Moments later, the blade of Yuan was slowly drawn from his waist. Whoosh! The invisible divine realm unfurled. To Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's draw was so swift it blurred, and without his mental perception, he might not even have seen Wang Mian strike. Almost immediately, an exaggerated blade aura sliced through the air, hurtling toward Lin Xia. At the moment Wang Mian drew his blade, Lin Xia's exceptional dynamic vision had already predicted the trajectory of the strike, allowing him to evade just in time. Although the blade aura was incredibly swift, Lin Xia managed to narrowly escape. The aura grazed the tips of Lin Xia's hair, severing a strand, and after an exemplary dodge, he charged straight toward Wang Mian. Wang Mian seemed surprised by Lin Xia's agility, pausing for a moment before continuing with a flurry of strikes. Second, third, and fourth, a dense web of blade auras wove before Wang Mian, and Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, urging his dynamic vision to its limits. In his perception, Wang Mian's movements appeared to slow down incrementally, and he seemed to barely discern the gaps between the blades. Yet, in mere moments, his eyes began to ache. Lin Xia blinked forcefully, and the next instant, that intricate web of blade auras was upon him. Without hesitation, he leaned back sharply as if about to fall, simultaneously stabbing his blade into the ground to stabilize his backward momentum, narrowly avoiding the blade aura that swept just past his nose, sending a chill through him. Having evaded the web of blade auras, Lin Xia exerted strength in his hand, propelling himself upward from the ground and rapidly closing in on Wang Mian. After the blade aura brushed past him, he distinctly felt his body lighten, and Wang Mian's speed visibly decreased. The time divine realm had dissipated. In Lin Xia's eyes, a spark ignited, for as he had surmised, Wang Mian, at his current level, could not maintain the time divine realm for long. From the outset, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, relying on the other 4 team members in combat until cornered by Shen Qingzhu and others, at which point he was compelled to strike once. That time, the time divine realm lasted barely 3 seconds. If Lin Xia's guess was correct, Wang Mian's current duration for the time divine realm should not exceed 5 seconds, and each usage would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of mental energy. Hence he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. The time divine realm was immensely powerful, and given Wang Mian's current level, sustaining it for that long was already commendable, although both possessed divine realms. Lin Xia's mortal realm appeared to be imperfect. He could maintain mental perception and dynamic vision for a full 24 hours without fatigue, demonstrating that imperfections could have their advantages, otherwise, he would be forced to operate like Wang Mian. Being a real man for only 5 seconds each time he struck, seizing the opportunity provided by the lapse in the time divine realm, Lin Xia dashed forward, his straight blade suddenly swinging out. Clang! Wang Mian's Yuan intercepted Lin Xia's strike, a slight shockwave traveling through the blade into Lin Xia's hand, but that was the extent of it. Lacking any speed enhancement, the Yuan was merely an ordinary blade capable of merely numbing an opponent's fingers. Mortal realm possesses acceleration abilities. How are you so fast? Wang Mian inquired, perplexed, as the blades clashed. He had initially believed that his strikes would be sufficient to force Lin Xia out of the match, only to find Lin Xia keeping pace with him even within the confines of the time divine realm. After all, I'm 003, it's only natural to be a bit stronger, Lin Xia replied ambiguously. Indeed, Wang Mian accepted this without suspicion, and the next moment, the time divine realm activated once more, though the duration of the time divine realm was brief, as long as a certain interval passed. Consecutive activations posed no significant issue. Now the cooldown period for Wang Mian's time divine realm had elapsed. In Lin Xia's eyes, Wang Mian's speed surged once more, leaving afterimages in his wake. Wang Mian deflected Lin Xia's straight blade, raising his Yuan, then, with a light, effortless slash, "This time, you cannot evade," Wang Mian stated calmly, looking at Lin Xia, who was now within arm's reach. A clang, Lin Xia's straight blade effortlessly blocked the Yuan. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where was the blade aura? What had happened to that great blade aura? He glanced down at his Yuan, only to find a strip of tape affixed to the blade, a sealing scroll. Wang Mian's expression shifted. In Wang Mian's gaze, Lin Xia's lips curled into a slow smile. "Now, your aid is rendered useless. Let us engage in a proper duel." In the next instant, the edge of Lin Xia's straight blade pivoted, lunging toward Wang Mian. Chapter 86, Reinforcements within the time divine realm. Wang Mian moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging Lin Xia's straight blade. I understand now. This is what that chubby boy from the Bailey family provided you. Within the span of mere moments, Wang Mian grasped the situation, letting out a resigned sigh. However, his eyes held no hint of regret. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. "Very well, then I shall fight you, fair and square." He abandoned the strategy of unleashing blade auras, opting instead to engage Lin Xia up close with the Yuan. The black blade clashed against the pale blue blade in a dazzling display of sparks. Under the influence of the time divine realm, Wang Mian's focus on offense propelled his speed beyond human capability. If anyone else had stood in Lin Xia's place, they might not even have seen his hands, let alone the trajectory of his strikes. Even Lin Xia had to concentrate fully on utilizing dynamic vision, coupled with his extraordinary reflexes, to barely fend off Wang Mian's onslaught. Now, Lin Xia was immensely grateful for the supplementary lessons provided by Chen Mai and others prior to this encounter. Had he not endured the wooden sword's punishment from Chen Mai, or undergone training to dodge bullets, he might not have been able to last even 5 seconds against Wang Mian, amidst a dazzling flurry of blade lights. Lin Xia felt his body lighten, the flow of time around him returning to normal. Correspondingly, Wang Mian's speed appeared to decelerate in Lin Xia's perception. "It's my turn now," Lin Xia chuckled, raising his straight blade and launching a relentless assault on Wang Mian, who was no longer bolstered by the time divine realm. In the time divine realm, Lin Xia could not best Wang Mian, but now empowered by Starry Night Dancer, he could dominate the fight. The tide shifted dramatically, with Lin Xia's onslaught resembling a tempest, forcing Wang Mian to retreat in rapid succession. Were it not for Wang Mian's exceptional swordsmanship, he would have been overwhelmed in no time. As a few seconds passed, Wang Mian once again activated the time divine realm, countering Lin Xia's assault. They engaged in a fierce exchange, alternating dominance, and fiercely clashed for over 3 minutes. Were they not weary? The ceasefire has been established. And Bai Li Pang Pang is seated upon a stone, wiping the sweat from his brow, expressing his sentiments. Beside him, Yu Gue lets out a sigh. Whether they are tired, he cannot ascertain, but after enduring a day of combat, he is truly exhausted. Bai Li Pang Pang pats his shoulder in a gesture of consolation, saying, "It's all right, brother. It's quite pleasant to rest here. Let them fight it out. In the future, you can come visit my home." Yu Gue responds with a silent pause. Suddenly, a resounding blast from an air cannon strikes the ground before them, sending a wave of force that leaves Bai Li Pang Pang momentarily dazed. "Hey, those fighting over there, Could you possibly move to a more distant location? Please avoid harming innocents, he shouts towards the distant figures of Xinqingzhu and Xuanhua, who are engaged in a fierce battle. After this, he turns back, expressing genuine concern. How are you, brother Yugui? Are you alright? Coughing lightly, Yugui replies, I'm fine. In the distance, Xuanhua, witnessing these two carefree individuals resting nearby, smirks in envy and suggests, how about we also call a truce and take a break? After a moment's reflection, Xinqingzhu agrees. Shall we go? Let us go. On the other side, the celestial scales float lazily in the air. Casting a glance at the frenzied Qiao Yuan below, with a sigh, he remarks, is it really necessary to be this relentless? Aren't you tired after all that shouting? Roar, roar, cough, cough, cough. Qiao Yuan, whose voice has grown hoarse from his exertions, coughs a few times as the black flames engulfing him begin to dissipate, and his blood-red eyes gradually regain clarity. Cough, cough, cough. Let us go, but I'm utterly exhausted. He can only weakly call out a couple of phrases, giving the celestial scales a knowing look as he stumbles off to the side. Before long, Rose and Molly, hand in hand and laughing, approach from the other side. Hey, why aren't you two fighting anymore? I was looking forward to an enjoyable spectacle, Xuanhua comments, a hint of disappointment in his voice. What, are we only allowed to be lazy? Rose retorts, shooting him a glance while tightening her grip on Molly's arm. Reluctant to part with such a dashing elder sister, Rose, your demeanor makes it easy for others to misconstrue our masked identities as perverse, the celestial scales lament, covering his forehead. How is pursuing true love perverse? Rose huffs, declaring, upon our return I shall change my codename. Change your codename, no longer Rose, from now on I shall be called Lily. Instantly, the gazes of those around the two turn peculiar, causing by Li Pang to fumble his precious sword slipping from his grasp. Molly quietly withdraws her hand from Rose's arm, moving beside by Li Pang and unexpectedly stating, excuse me, make some room for me, huh? Oh, alright. Thus, the 8 of them crowded together on a stone, enjoying the sight of the two engaged in battle. Go a captain, the captain is the most handsome. Xuanhua shouts at the top of his lungs. By Li Pang, unwilling to be overshadowed, cries, Qi, give it your all. Defeat him. Captain, strike him down. Rose joins in the fray. By Li Pang cheers, Qi is magnificent. The captain is incredible. Yugui follows suit. Qi, cough, cough, cough. By Li Pang clears his throat, turning to the silent Molly, Xinqingzhu, and Qiao Yuan, saying, you should join in the shouting. I can't compete with them alone. Xinqingzhu simply turns away, ignoring by Li Pang, while Molly scratches her nose, finally managing to utter, I'm not familiar with him. It is Qiao Yuan, however, who hesitates for a moment before hoarsely shouting, Lin Qi, cough, cough, awesome, cough, 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 amazing. Brothers, never mind, let me handle this, By Li Pang says, feeling a pang of sympathy. No, let go of me, cough, cough, cough. Qi is amazing. What, do you really have to be this intense, brother? Qi, amazing, clang, 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 clang. Sparks fly as the two, engrossed in their duel, feel a tremor from the distance. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian lifts his chin, proclaiming arrogantly, you hear that? My supporters are more fervent than yours. Lin Qi counters, with so many consecutive uses of the time domain, your mental fortitude must be nearing its limits. Yes, your body is also nearing exhaustion, is it not? Wang Mian raises an eyebrow. After battling for so long, my physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, and yet you are merely an average high school student. It is quite surprising that you have lasted this long. I can still fight. Does winning this battle hold such significance for you? I am indifferent to the outcome of this clash. Lin Qi shakes his head, speaking calmly, I merely wish to give my all. Chapter 87, Playing Dirty Sir, who do you think will emerge victorious? Is below. Over 20 instructors gather before a screen, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Before Yuan Gang can respond, another instructor chimes in, isn't it obvious? Although Lin Qi is also a divine agent, he is a newcomer and cannot win. That is not necessarily the case. Frankly, while Wang Mian's time domain is exceedingly powerful, its effectiveness is severely limited at the Zhen stage. With the Yuan sealed, Lin Qi's chances of winning are truly 50-50. Agreed. If Wang Mian were replaced by Athena's agent from Team Phoenix, Lin Qi would likely not withstand even 5 moves. After all, that is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, and the disparity in strength cannot be compensated by speed. Given this, what if Lin Qi actually wins? One instructor murmurs, are we truly to follow the commander's orders and end the training session immediately? If that happens, the higher-ups would likely have our heads. Yuan Gang silently observes the battlefield, gradually stating, let us watch closely. It would be premature to draw conclusions before a victor emerges. To give it your all, you say. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, a flicker of admiration appears in Wang Mian's eyes as he nods slightly. Very well, clang, the clashing blades resonate, and simultaneously, the time domain reopens. Lin Qi inhales deeply, adjusting his mental state to its peak. If all goes as anticipated, the battle's result shall soon be determined. Yuan's blade slices through the air, emitting a soft hum as Lin Qi instinctively raises his sword to counter Yuan's strike. At that moment, an unseen ripple emanates from Wang Mian's eyes. A formidable divine pressure surging forth and crashing into Lin Shiyi's mind. While Lin Shiyi has commanded the awe of many with the power of the seraph, this is the first time he has been overwhelmed by another's divine might. Almost instantaneously, as the time god's pressure erupts, Lin Shiyi's eyes narrow. Within his gaze, two blinding golden beams surge forth, akin to twin blazing furnaces radiating an aura of terrifying divinity, in the air. Their gazes collide. A violent gust of wind erupts at the center of their stares, the raging divine power radiating from the two, dominating the arena. Whoa, just a glance between them, and the wind picks up. Bai Li Pang Pang exclaims in astonishment. The celestial scales fixate on the two in the distance, murmuring, at this moment, it is the divine beings behind them that are clashing. The divine might of the seraph and the time god fiercely collide for several seconds. Both combatants' eyes becoming bloodshot, they are no longer testing their own strength but rather the divine power contained within them. Boom, a soft sound resonates as Wang Mian suddenly grunts, taking a step back. Simultaneously, the time domain surrounding him begins to shatter. Lin Shiyi's eyes shine with brilliance as he strides forward. With a sudden swing of his blade, this time, Wang Mian has no chance to block. The pale blue blade slices through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character in two. Crack. Wang Mian's mask shatters. Beneath the mask, a handsome yet composed face reveals itself, looking helplessly at Lin Shiyi before him. The onlookers collectively rise, gasping in shock. Even the instructors seated before the screen feel a jolt of alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Apologies. Wang Mian gazes into Lin Shiyi's eyes, softly uttering a phrase. Immediately after, the ripples in his gaze begin to swell once more. Time domain, activate. The shattered fragments of the mask whirl back towards Wang Mian's face, his reclined form gradually returning to its original position. The surrounding onlookers, who had stood in astonishment, revert to their seats, their expressions clouded with confusion. Lin Shiyi's body involuntarily rewinds, his blade tracing back, the cracks on the mask beginning to mend. As he returns to the position just before his swing, Lin Shiyi's eyes widen, filled with disbelief. Time has rolled back 3 seconds. At that moment, the outcome of their divine might confrontation had yet to be determined. He had not yet swung his blade, and Wang Mian's mask had not yet shattered. The surrounding spectators seem to have forgotten the preceding events, still cheering for the two, while only Lin Shiyi retains the memory of what transpired. No, aside from Lin Shiyi, the instructors intently observing the screen also recall the incident. He had struck Wang Mian's mask? Goodness, thankfully Wang Mian reversed time, otherwise, we would have truly been in trouble. However, is such a thing as time reversal within the capabilities of the Zhan realm? No. Just moments ago, Wang Mian had unsealed his realm, and in that fleeting instant, he had at least reached the Tuan realm. Does that not imply our defeat? Ahem, as of now Lin Xia has yet to sever Wang Mian's false mask, so we have not lost, yet he has unlocked his realm. Is this not sheer trickery? The matters of scholars cannot be deemed as trickery. Can they? Are we truly to let this training session conclude, and you find joy in that? The instructors immediately erupted into a cacophony, and at that moment, Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. The battle had concluded. Chief, regarding the outcome, Yuan Gang cast a sidelong glance at him and calmly stated, the training must continue. This is not merely for our pride. It is for the future of these children indeed. On the ground, Lin Xia looked down at the knife in his hand, then at Wang Mian before him. After a long pause, he finally grasped the situation. You are resorting to trickery, Shu. Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips, leaning in closer to Lin Xia's ear, whispering, Lin Xia, I admit, I just lost to you, but this new recruit training must proceed. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Xia's expression became peculiar. You want me to pretend I didn't win, as if nothing had just transpired? That is indeed the case. Wang Mian nodded and added, but rest assured. Your performance has been observed by all the instructors. After this battle concludes, you may present yourself as the victor and request some compensation. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow. I am a person of principles. I estimate that they should have no issue granting you a red envelope of 500,000. My principles, perhaps they might even gift you a forbidden item for self-defense. Very well, I owe you another favor. Wang Mian gazed into Lin Xia's eyes, stating, as the captain of the masked team, I owe you a favor. Deal. Chapter 88. The youth is fearsome. Time's up. The battle is concluded. Instructor Yuan Gang's voice resonated clearly from the loudspeakers within the base. Echoing in every corner, the members of the masked team, who had been anxiously sitting nearby, finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I almost thought the captain was going to lose, Vortex remarked. Patting his chest in a state of mild panic, Moonghost remained silent for a moment. I can't shake the feeling that something feels off. I share that sentiment, Rose replied with a strange expression. It feels as if the captain's time. Ahem. The scales coughed violently several times, casting a warning glance at the others. The members of the masked team promptly closed their mouths, a hint of understanding flashing across their faces. Their expression somewhat awkward. Bai Li Pang Pang scratched his head, confused. What, didn't Xia win? No, time ran out. he failed to sever Wang Mian's mask. Molly shook her head. Bai Li Pangpang blinked in bewilderment, pointing at his monocle. But I clearly saw Xia slice. What? Out of nowhere Lin Xia clamped a hand over Bai Li Pangpang's mouth, dragging him expressionlessly to a corner. Bai Li Pangpang resembled a flower maiden abducted by a villain. Wanting to speak yet unable to utter a word, did you see everything? In the corner Lin Xia looked at Bai Li Pangpang helplessly. Indeed, let us pretend we didn't see it. Bai Li Pangpang looked taken aback. But, Bai Li Pangpang, what do you think of these new recruits? After some thought, Bai Li Pangpang replied, aside from a few, the others are quite lacking. Then do you believe it would be wise to cancel this training session and let them face those mysterious threats directly? That seems unwise. Precisely. Lin Xia patted his shoulder, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes deep and filled with compassion. Even if I won, I must pretend as if I did not. I am not doing this for myself, I am doing it for the future of these 200 individuals. This is the vision. Bai Li Pangpang trembled, staring at Lin Xia in awe. And after a considerable time, he finally came to his senses. I see now, Brother Xia, I never imagined you to be not only intelligent and capable in battle but also possessing such a lofty mindset. I have been too narrow-minded. Lin Xia nodded slightly. This matter must not be disclosed, you can rest assured. I understand. Bai Li Pangpang thumped his chest decisively, his gaze filled with determination. Let us go. The battle has concluded. It's time to assemble. Half an hour later, on the training platform, over 20 instructors stood tall, flanked by all members of the masked team. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront. Looking down at the new recruits who were bowing their heads in silence, a fleeting smile crossing his lips. I am quite disappointed in you all, he began slowly, his deep voice reverberating beneath the night sky. Upon hearing these words, the members of the masked team standing nearby shuddered slightly, lowering their heads in silence. 239 individuals battled against 5, aside from a few, the vast majority didn't even graze the edge of the masked team's attire. Actions were sluggish, thoughts were chaotic, completely without method. I was right in everything I previously stated, you are nothing but waste. By acting this way, you will only bring harm to your comrades. Yuan Gang shouted for quite some time. Seemingly feeling a pang of conscience, he added, of course, with the exception of a few, since you have lost, then as I previously mentioned, abandon all your pride and dignity, forget your past, and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the training. This training will last for a year, divided into 2 parts. The first part is the purest physical training. For the next 6 months, we will employ a forbidden item to suppress the forbidden ruins within you. And you will lose the special powers you take pride in, becoming utterly ordinary. During this time, we will employ various methods to torment you, exhausting you both physically and mentally, keeping you on the brink of collapse. You will experience despair, pain, and even contemplate death, but regrettably here, you will not even be able to seek death. As for the second part, it will involve practical applications of forbidden ruins and tactical theories. Once you endure this half-year, I will gradually explain to you. Yuan Gang's gaze swept over the new recruits, and after a moment, he turned to leave. Enjoy this last moment of peace, rookies, for starting tomorrow. It will be your nightmare. The instructors followed Yuan Gang's lead and departed, while the members of the masked team adopted a cold demeanor, vanishing into the night. The new recruits immediately began to murmur among themselves. Physical training, I think I might regret coming here, Bai Li Pangpang said, patting his belly with a mournful expression. Instead of this, I believe you should be more concerned about another issue. Lin Xia spoke slowly. What is it? The dormitory building has already been demolished. Where are we staying tonight? Not only Lin Xia but the other recruits quickly realized this problem as well. They rushed back to the dormitory area, only to stand there in shock. The dormitory building, which had just been reduced to rubble, had returned to its original state. There were no cracks on the walls, not even a scrap of debris on the ground. And all of their belongings and bedding were intact, showing no signs of a recent battle. How is this possible? The new recruits were completely astonished by this scene. It had only been half an hour since they left. How could this have happened? Meanwhile, Lin Xia stroked his chin thoughtfully, turning to gaze into the distant darkness. Ahem, please help me up. Wang Mian had already removed his mask, staggering as he walked, nearly falling to the ground. Vortex and Ping Ping supported him on either side, sighing heavily. Captain, why go through all this? The logistics team could have repaired the dormitory. Why resort to time reversal to restore it? Vortex frowned. One cannot say that. Those 3 buildings were brought down by me, and one should take responsibility for one's actions. The fair-featured Wang Mian shook his head, his lips slightly pale, although there were no living beings inside. Reversing time by over half an hour placed a tremendous burden on my mental strength. Ping Ping also wore a furrowed brow. It's nothing. I'll just have Kai Kai make me a bowl of soup when we return. By the way, Captain, did we lose today? Rose couldn't help but ask. Ping Ping shot her a look, signaling her to refrain from discussing that topic. Wang Mian paused for a moment, then slowly straightened his posture. Turning to look at the bustling dormitory building behind him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, we lost, and have incurred a debt of gratitude. The youth is fearsome. Chapter 89. Hell ding ding ding. The sharp whistle echoed through the pitch-black night sky, shattering the silence of the dormitory area. Lin Xia jolted awake from his dreams, glancing at the Rolex that served as a table corner prop. His brow furrowing slightly. 3 in the morning, how ruthless. He hastily got out of bed, changed into his military uniform, and slapped his slippers onto the sleeping by Li Pangpang's face. The latter grunted a couple of times, licked his lips, and lazily flipped over to continue sleeping. Lin Xia, feeling indifferent, continued to arrange his attire as he pushed the door open to leave, just as the door was about to close. He spoke softly. I heard that Molly has a preference for women. Li Pangpang shot up from his bed like he had just awakened from a nightmare. He glanced at the empty bed across from him and finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Had they lost their minds? I've only slept for 4 hours. Xia brother. Wait for me. While hastily putting on his pants, Li Pangpang flung open the door and discovered that a multitude of individuals had already begun sprinting towards the training ground. Frustrated, he scratched his head and hurriedly followed suit. Under the cloak of night, Lin Xia exhibited astonishing speed, and by the time he arrived at the training ground, the only figures present were 3 instructors standing at attention. With no other recruits in sight, Instructor Hong regarded the first to arrive, Lin Xia, with a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Following Lin Xia's arrival, the remaining recruits gradually made their way in, with Instructor Hong holding a stopwatch, seemingly awaiting something. When the last few recruits finally arrived, Instructor Hong surveyed the drowsy crowd before him and spoke in a deep voice. Today marks the first day of your formal training. I shall teach you what discipline is, what execution is. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of what you are doing, you must gather at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept across the recruits, his eyes narrowing slightly. And now, anyone who took longer than 3 minutes, stepped forward. Among the new recruits, only a few stepped forward voluntarily, while the majority murmured amongst themselves, what if the instructor didn't keep track of the time and doesn't know how long it took? One recruit raised his hand to inquire. Instructor Hong shot him a glance. You go run 10 laps, recruit? I was just asking. I told you to run 10 laps. Do you not understand? Yes. The brows of the remaining recruits furrowed in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Instructor Hong's behavior. Just then, a solemn-looking middle-aged man among the recruits suddenly spoke up loudly. Report. Instructor Hong's eyes brightened slightly. Speak. What if we don't know how long we took? Then go by your instincts. Just take a gamble. I have records of all your arrival times. You can wager that you arrived within 3 minutes. If you're correct, nothing happens. If you're wrong, double punishment. Yes. Have you served in the military? Former Special Forces of the Army Combat Brigade. Zhengzhong. Lin Xia cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man, his expression somewhat complex. So he too was a Special Forces soldier turned night watchman. When old Zhao first entered the recruit training, was it not similar? Instructor Hong nodded slightly, his gaze shifting away from Zhengzhong. I will reiterate, anyone who has exceeded the time, step forward. Upon the conclusion of his statement, a significant portion of the new recruits stepped forward, including by Li Pangpang, who wore a grim expression, realizing he had likely surpassed 3 minutes. As for Lin Xia, he remained motionless in line, confident that his time did not exceed 2 minutes. Once everyone was in position, Instructor Hong pointed at several recruits in the original lineup. You step forward and stand at the back. The recruits who were called out turned pale, reluctantly moving to the rear. Those who had stepped forward automatically would carry a weight pack and run 10 laps around the training ground, while those I pointed out will carry a weight pack and run 20 laps. If you can't finish, no resting. Those who arrived within 3 minutes, stand and rest. A chorus of lament filled the air as they begrudgingly moved to the side of the training platform, each shouldering a weight pack and commencing their laps around the silent training ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xia sat leisurely, observing them as they ran. I can't sense my forbidden abyss anymore. Suddenly, a recruit beside Lin Xia exclaimed. Me neither. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. What is going on? It must be the forbidden object that Instructor Yuan mentioned, which can suppress the forbidden abyss. Right? I can't feel anything at all. This sensation is so uncomfortable. Lin Xia was taken aback. What? You can't sense the forbidden abyss? I just ran over here with the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer. Lin Xia concentrated his perception for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. Unlike the others, Lin Xia could still sense his forbidden abyss. Both Mortal Realm and Starry Night Dancer remained within him, however, their effects seemed significantly diminished. The range of his mental perception had shrunk from a radius of 20 meters to merely 2 meters, and his dynamic vision had also been considerably weakened. The enhancement from Starry Night Dancer appeared to be the least affected. As Lin Xia hardly sensed any notable difference, he speculated that while the forbidden object within the training camp could suppress the forbidden abyss, its impact on the divine abyss was not as pronounced, merely diminishing its potency. Unlike Mortal Realm, which relied on his own mental energy, the power of Starry Night Dancer derived from the night itself, hence the suppression on it was minimal. This meant that Lin Xia might currently be the only recruit in the training camp capable of utilizing the forbidden abyss. Of course, Lin Xia understood the importance of balance and would not recklessly exploit the divine abyss to lighten his physical burden. His purpose in coming to the training camp was to hone himself. If he relied on the divine abyss to cheat, what would be the point of being here? In the distance, he could vaguely see a plump figure lagging at the back, struggling to move forward. Not far ahead of him was Shen Xingzhu. Unlike the others who were panting, Shen Xingzhu appeared lethargic. If not for the occasional long stride, Lin Xia would have thought he was merely strolling in his backyard. As they ran, Shen Xingzhu yawned again. "Hey, are you taking a stroll? Run!" Instructor Hong glared at Shen Xingzhu, scolding him harshly. Shen Xingzhu jogged a couple of steps symbolically, then resumed his leisurely pace, seemingly indifferent to the instructor's words. Wearing a nonchalant expression, "Like to stroll, do you? Add 10 more laps, you better finish today, or you'll run until you drop on this training ground." Instructor Hong appeared genuinely angry. "Completed within 2 hours. Otherwise, another 10 laps, until you faint from exhaustion." Shen Xingzhu furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Instructor Hong on the platform, spat to the side, and then began to run seriously. 30 laps took him a total of an hour and a half. Bai Li Pangpang, who had to run 10 laps, also took a full hour and a half. However, Instructor Hong could see that Bai Li Pangpang was indeed trying his best, with the rebellious Shen Xingzhu in front. Instructor Hong found Bai Li Pangpang much more agreeable and did not urge him further. By the time Bai Li Pangpang collapsed on the ground, the dawn had already begun to break. And apart from him, most others had completed their laps. Lin Xia assisted the nearly lifeless Bai Li Pangpang back to the dormitory. The latter, upon hitting the bed, collapsed onto it like a puddle of mud, sweat soaking the sheets, looking utterly exhausted. "Damn it, I've run more steps in this one night than in my whole life. I'm dead tired. I need to sleep for a bit." Just as Bai Li Pangpang finished speaking, a sharp whistle echoed from outside once more. Chapter 90, White Steamed Bun and Raw Meat. "Are you playing with me?" Bai Li Pangpang lamented, his face a picture of despair as he raced towards the training ground. Somehow finding energy from who knows where, transforming from a pile of mud on the bed to a sprightly figure dashing forward. As the night faded, Lin Xia also had to rely on his speed to make his way to the training ground. Fortunately, he was not slow, and once again arrived within 3 minutes. This time, noticeably more recruits had made it on time. However, a few who had just completed 20 laps either lagged at the back or collapsed upon reaching the training ground, their eyes rolling back in exhaustion. As one recruit fainted, a group of medics rushed over carrying stretchers, effortlessly lifting the unconscious individuals like they were sacks of sand, cheerfully oblivious to where they were being taken. Their proficiency almost alarming. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch, nodding with satisfaction. "Good, this time the vast majority have arrived on time, showing improvement." He then continued, "The next 20 minutes will be your meal time. Anyone who does not return here within 20 minutes knows what the consequences will be." With that, he turned his back and left with the other 2 instructors. The new recruits exchanged glances and then, in unison, sprinted towards the cafeteria. Even Bai Li Pangpang, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly perked up, his eyes gleaming as he dashed to the front, his expression as if he intended to devour the entire cafeteria. As the new recruits stormed into the cafeteria like hungry tigers, they froze at the sight before them. The spacious cafeteria was filled with square tables, each bearing 2 large bowls, one brimming with white steamed buns, and the other containing raw meat, still bearing traces of blood. The recruits walked into the cafeteria, standing by the tables, looking around in bewilderment. "Where's the food? Where are the dishes? I don't know. What is this? Raw beef? How do we eat this? Perhaps they serve hot pot at the table and we can cook it." "I don't think so." Lin Xia and Bai Li Pangpang stood at a table, the latter frowning as he lifted 2 large basins, seemingly searching for food at the bottom. "Xia, what do you think they mean by this?" "It means nothing much, just that they want us to eat." "How on earth are we supposed to eat this? The white bread buns don't even offer a drop of water, and this raw meat looks repulsive. Even a can of Lao Gan Ma would suffice." Lin Xia remained silent, merely gesturing towards the adjacent table. Over there, the ex-Special Forces soldier Zhang Zhong was expressionlessly tearing into the raw meat, one hand clutching a white bun, wiping the blood from the meat onto it before stuffing it into his mouth. Bai Li Pangpang stared at the scene in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. "Where are the people? Someone come out!" Shen Xingzhu hurled the bun back into the basin, calling out in a low voice. Shortly after, an elderly man holding a spoon emerged from the kitchen with a grim expression. "Who the hell is making such a racket? Are these things meant for human consumption? Who do you look down on?" Shen Xingzhu narrowed his eyes at the old man, coldly retorting, "Eat if you want, if you don't then get lost." The old man glared back with irritation. "Oh," Shen Xingzhu raised an eyebrow, about to say something more when a few others entered the cafeteria. Draped in grey cloaks and holding masks, they strode directly through the center of the hall to the round table at the back. That moment, silence enveloped the room. This time, they were not wearing masks, but everyone knew who they were. "Well, look who it is, you little rascals." The old man chuckled upon seeing the 7 individuals. "Old son, after all these years, you're still cooking for the new recruits in the cafeteria?" The handsome Wang Mian stood up respectfully as the old man arrived. The other members of the masked team also stood, slightly bowing to old Sunday. "At my age, I can't hit the battlefield anymore. So I can only make the most of my remaining energy in this shabby kitchen. Old Sun waved his hand dismissively. Having been away for so long, I truly miss your culinary skills. It seems I must trouble you again. Oh, don't worry about that, just wait here, I'll whip up a few dishes for you. Old Sun took his spoon and turned back towards the kitchen. Completely ignoring the new recruits, with the masked team present, the other recruits dared not stop Old Sun, merely frowning at the white buns and raw meat in the basin frozen in place. Let's eat. Lin Xia reached into the basin and pulled out a piece of the white bun. Taking a bite, the bun was hard and devoid of any flavor. Chewing it was akin to gnawing on wax. I can't eat this. Bailey Pang Pang felt queasy at the sight of the raw meat. If you don't eat, you won't survive today's training. Lin Xia chewed on the bun and spoke nonchalantly, and once we hit the battlefield, no one can guarantee there will always be food available. If you don't want to starve, you must learn to adapt early. With that, Lin Xia pulled out a piece of raw meat, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and bit into it. Bailey Pang Pang gritted his teeth and also retrieved a bun from the basin to munch on. Meanwhile, Molly, who had been watching, struggled for a long time before finally making up her mind to gnaw on the raw meat in her bowl. While Chao Yuan across from her finished an entire piece of meat without batting an eye, stunning the surrounding recruits. Xin Qingzhu's expression darkened as he snorted coldly before beginning to eat as well. Gradually more and more recruits began to eat, yet the majority still stood there in defiance, preferring to starve than consume what lay before them. In a room on the second floor, Instructor Han looked down at the cafeteria, nodding slightly. Indeed, more recruits are able to eat than last year, and there are a few good prospects among them. That Zhang Zhong truly lives up to his special forces background, eating without a hint of hesitation. Lin Xia is not bad either, but what surprises me is that Xin Qingzhu is also eating. He's just a military ruffian. Old Han, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. I believe he is just a bit abrasive, but fundamentally not a bad person. You have quite the faith in him. People change. After all of this year's training will alter many things. Who knows what they will be like by the time they leave here? Instructor Hong shrugged, non-committal. By the way, is it really necessary to be so strict in this day and age? The newly appointed instructor hesitantly inquired. Even if it's tough, it shouldn't come to eating raw meat. Right, Instructor Hong slowly closed his eyes, as if reminiscing. Over 80 years ago, when the Night Watch was first established, we faced great disasters, and food was scarce everywhere. Those years, our predecessors gnawed on tree bark and chewed on roots, wielding knives and battling the mysterious. Even now that the economy is prosperous, some things cannot be forgotten. Every batch of recruits must eat raw meat for their first meal. Not serving them tree bark and roots is already quite generous. This is a tradition of the Night Watch, past, present, and future. It shall remain so. Instructor Hong paused, opening his eyes to gaze out the window as he slowly continued, until the day comes when this country no longer requires the Night Watch. These ancient traditions will be buried forever along with those unknown secrets in the annals of history. Chapter 91. The Agents of Time. Just as Lin Xia and the others were pinching their noses to consume the raw meat, a tantalizing aroma suddenly wafted through the cafeteria, invigorating everyone as they turned in unison to look. Old Sun appeared dragging a large tray laden with a pile of dishes, swiftly making his way to the masked team. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, steamed base. Wow, is this for real? Xuanhua's eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard, mesmerized by the spread. Hee, you little rascals are back after such a long time. Of course, I must prepare something special for you. Old Sun grinned, his calloused hands wiping on his apron. Thank you, Old Sunday. Thank you, Old Sun. The other members expressed their gratitude, eagerly picking up their chopsticks and laughing as they dug in. Gulp. In the quiet hall, the sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Even the new recruits who had barely managed to eat the white buns found themselves unable to continue at the enticing aroma. Over 200 pairs of starving eyes fixated on the masked team's round table, as if ready to rush forward for a taste. Wang Mian glanced at them, silently placing the concealed weapon at his waist onto the table. I refuse to accept this. Why do they get to enjoy delicious food while we are left gnawing on buns and eating raw meat? One new recruit couldn't help but voice his discontent. Old Sun's expression soured as he retorted grumpily, once you little rascals leave this camp and come back again, I'll prepare a grand feast just for you. Just then, Wang Mian seemed to recall something. Waving at Lin Xia, come join us for some food. A swish. All the new recruits abruptly turned their heads, fixated on Lin Xia, who was gnawing on raw meat. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, hesitating for a moment before carrying his basin to sit beside the masked team. Come, have some chicken. Wang Mian took a clean bowl and began to serve Lin Xia some dishes. Xuanhua, grab a few pieces of fish for Xia from over there. Sure, and some of that meat broth. It's quite delicious. I'll get him a pair of chopsticks. What about rice? Is there enough? If not, I have some here. Rose stood up to serve Lin Xia rice. The masked team treated Lin Xia with utmost courtesy, so much so that Lin Xia felt a bit embarrassed, repeatedly waving his hands. No, you all eat. I just came to ask a few questions. I'm fine with what I'm having. Yuagui was taken aback. You have such good dishes before you and yet you choose to eat raw meat? Indeed. Look at your comrades behind you. Their eyes are practically glowing. Are you sure you don't want to join in? I am a new recruit, I will eat what new recruits should eat. Lin Xia resolutely shook his head, seeing that Lin Xia had spoken, so the members of the masked team could only sit back down. Wang Mian looked at Lin Xia with approval and said, "Are you looking to inquire about the agents? Yes, ask away. As long as I know, I'll tell you everything." Lin Xia pondered for a moment. What is the relationship between the agents and the gods? That's a rather profound question. Wang Mian contemplated for a long time before slowly speaking. Essentially, the relationship between agents and gods can be summed up in two words: contract. Contract. Due to certain reasons, gods generally do not appear directly in human society. If they wish to accomplish something, they must find a suitable individual to assist them, at which point a mysterious contract is formed between humans and gods. The essence of a contract is exchange. The gods grant a portion of their divine power to the agent, and in return, the agent must assist the gods in fulfilling certain tasks. Of course, not everyone can become an agent. Only those recognized by the gods themselves are qualified to become agents and fulfill this contract. Contract. Lin Xia murmured the word, a look of confusion crossing his brow. If it were indeed a signed contract, it would make no sense for him to know nothing. The seraph had granted him a portion of divine power yet never mentioned what he was supposed to do. Rather than a contract, Lin Xia felt it resembled more of a bestowal. What are you supposed to assist the god of time with? Lin Xia turned to Wang Mian and then realized that the question he had posed was somewhat impolite. He quickly added, "If it cannot be disclosed, then please disregard my inquiry." "There is nothing that cannot be said," Wang Mian replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps around 8 or 9 years ago, when I was still an ordinary person, I was wandering aimlessly down the street when suddenly a drunk driver in a large truck came barreling towards me. I had no time to react, and just as I was about to be struck, time around me seemed to come to a halt. Subsequently, the god of time emerged from the void, signed a contract with me, and bestowed upon me his divine ruins. In exchange, I am to enter Takamagara in the future and retrieve an item for him." Takamagara. Lin Xia was taken aback. The land of the gods in Japanese mythology. Indeed, Wang Mian confirmed. Does it truly exist? If the god of time claims it exists, then it certainly does. However, I have yet to find it. Wang Mian sighed helplessly. Lin Xia nodded. "So your decision to join the Night Watchman was your own?" "Yes," Wang Mian said calmly. In fact, before I joined the Night Watchman, agents of the evil gods from the ancient god cult approached me, urging me to join their ranks, and you declined?" Lin Xia inquired. "Indeed," Wang Mian replied. "The goal set by the god of time has no bearing on which faction I align with, so they believed they could recruit me." "Correct. Some within the ancient god cult have even discovered clues regarding Takamagara, yet I am unwilling to associate with them, hence I ultimately refused, and then they simply gave up." "It is not that simple. The members of the ancient god cult are a mad bunch. Should they fail to recruit you, they will resort to any means to eliminate you. When I first joined the Night Watchman, I was ambushed by them 3 or 4 times. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I doubt I would be here now." Wang Mian shrugged. "However, they no longer dare to approach me. Why is that?" "Because they are uncertain if they can defeat me, and," Wang Mian's gaze shifted to the other teammates at the table, a smile creeping onto his lips, "I have a group of reliable comrades. Whether in a one-on-one or a group confrontation, they would not dare to lay a finger on me." "Ahem, Captain, it's best not to get all sentimental during meals. It can be quite nauseating." Xuanzhu's expression was somewhat peculiar, "But I am merely stating the truth." "Even so, you could wait until no one is around to say it. Bringing it up now is rather awkward." Zhang Wei shot a glare at Wang Mian. I shall be more mindful next time." Lin Xia sat there in a daze, observing the 7 individuals before him engaging in playful banter. After a long while, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 92. The power of currency. Outside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle rang out once more. Zing. Before Lin Xia could react, the 7 members of the masked team sprang to their feet and dashed outside. Just as Shenju took 2 steps, he suddenly came to his senses. "Wait, we are not new recruits. Why are we running?" "It's a reflex." Wang Mian scratched his head, glancing around the hall, only to find all the new recruits staring at them. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. "Let us continue eating." The members of the masked team resumed their seats, pretending to ignore the commotion, and continued their meal. The new recruits redirected their gazes, instinctively glancing at the clock on the wall. Only 10 minutes had passed since they began their meal, and they still had time before the 20-minute limit. Why did the whistle blow again? However, they laid down their buns and hurriedly made their way to the training field, as no one wished to run laps for being late. Bailey Pang Pang, nearly choking on a steamed bun, waved to Lin Xia and turned to dash outside. "I'll head out first. You all continue eating." Lin Xia turned to say, "Alright, go ahead." Wang Mian smiled slightly. "Next time we meet, it will be outside the training camp." "You all are leaving?" "Yes, there has been a mysterious occurrence in the Northern Sea region. We'll head there right after finishing our meal." "Good, may you return victorious." Lin Xia waved at them and quickly exited the cafeteria. Once the cafeteria was empty, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Without the envious gazes of the new recruits, this meal has lost its flavor. Shenju put down his chopsticks and sighed deeply. "Such a morbid pleasure." Tianping rolled his eyes, "Since everyone has eaten their fill, We should also take our leave. Wang Mian observed that no one was moving their chopsticks, picked up the black box beside him, and slowly stood up. Alright, let us go, we shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Yuegue wiped his mouth, the others also rose, donned their cloaks, picked up their black boxes, and strode towards the cafeteria exit. The gentle sunlight streamed through the clean windows, illuminating the now empty cafeteria. The seven of them walked side by side. A light breeze wafting in through the entrance, lifting the corner of their grey cloaks. On the immaculate tiled floor, their reflections were clearly visible. They slung the black boxes over their backs, bowed their heads, and donned their respective masks. Stepping out, the entire cafeteria plunged into utter silence. In the cramped kitchen, an elderly man with a slightly hunched back, Sun Lao, stood by the small window, silently watching their departing figures. His eyes were slightly reddened, yet filled with determination. After a moment, he aligned his feet, straightened his chest, and rendered them a standard military salute in the direction they had departed. The training field. The mysterious beings born from myth, legend, and rural gossip are the primary adversaries of us night watchmen. Their abilities are bizarre and varied, and their characteristics differ immensely, but there is no doubt that they are far more formidable than mere mortal humans. And what do we rely on to combat such entities? In the center of the training platform, an unfamiliar instructor stood, scanning the new recruits with a piercing gaze. Shin Qingzhu lazily raised a hand, reporting. We rely on the powerful Forbidden Ruins. The instructor coldly chuckled a couple of times. The Forbidden Ruins, indeed, represent humanity's most crucial tool in the battle against the mysterious, but it does not imply it is everything. Unless your Forbidden Ruins are extraordinarily powerful, strong enough to slay the mysterious with a mere flick of your finger. Can you do that? Shin Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. I can. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Sequence 068, Shimin, the instructor, feigning ignorance. The instructor stood upright. Does anyone have a different answer? From the crowd, a chubby recruit suddenly raised his hand, reporting. We rely on money. The instructor? Money? Tell me, how does one combat the mysterious with money? Do you intend to exchange money for coins and bludgeon it to death? The instructor was so exasperated that he chuckled. He turned to face all the new recruits and spoke earnestly. In the battle against the mysterious? Besides the Forbidden Ruins, we also require strong physiques and combat skills. Combat skills are further divided into cold weapons and hot weapons. Hot weapons may prove useful against lower tier mysteries, but when it comes to higher tier, melee combat with cold weapons is the true path. Today, let me teach you about close combat with cold weapons. On the other side of the training field, Instructor Hong and two other instructors stood together, watching the scene from afar. Instructor Hong, what is the background of the new instructor Han? One of the instructors inquired with curiosity. He is a close combat expert dispatched from headquarters. He arrived by plane this morning. Although it's his first time leading new recruits, I have high hopes for him, Instructor Hong replied, his eyes filled with admiration. Just arrived today and leading new recruits for the first time? I hope there won't be any mishaps. Another instructor frowned slightly. Impossible. Instructor Han's close combat skills are top-notch in the country. We can rest easy and go back to playing cards, Instructor Hong assured. Oh, very well. The three of them quietly departed without disturbing anyone. Meanwhile, on the training platform, Instructor Han continued to enthusiastically explain cold weapon techniques. Among the night watchmen, with few exceptions, the vast majority wield standardized weapons, namely the Starry Blade. Instructor Han held a straight sword, drew it from its sheath, and stated the straight sword has numerous advantages. I won't elaborate on them now. Today, I will focus on teaching you the techniques for utilizing the straight sword. The first principle of effectively wielding a straight sword is reaction speed. Instructor Han demonstrated several attack and retraction methods with the straight sword on the platform, captivating the new recruits below. Lin Xia, however, felt somewhat drowsy, not due to Instructor Han's teaching being inadequate, but because these techniques had already been taught to him by Chenmai, and he had imprinted them in his mind through countless painful experiences. At that moment, the benefits of private tutoring became apparent. Now, I will invite a few individuals to demonstrate. Instructor Han concluded his explanation on swordplay, tossing aside the straight sword and retrieving two wooden swords from a nearby rack. Who was it that claimed to defeat the mysterious with money? You, come up and demonstrate for everyone. Instructor Han spotted Bailey Pang Pang among the recruits and beckoned him. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, awkwardly climbing onto the platform and accepting the wooden swords from Instructor Han. Did you remember what I just explained? Bailey Pang Pang hesitated for a moment. No, I didn't remember, just use your currency ability. Instructor Han chuckled. Let me see how you intend to win against the mysterious with money. This time, I will be the attacker, and you will defend using the methods I just outlined. If you haven't memorized them, then rely on your own skills. Oh, Instructor Han, wielding a wooden sword, struck down before Bailey Pang Pang, his eyes narrowing slightly, while Bailey Pang Pang stood stiffly gripping his sword, his body riddled with flaws. Instructor Han let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward, swinging the wooden sword with lightning speed. Just as the sword was about to make contact with Bailey Pang Pang, a blinding golden barrier suddenly sprang forth. Protecting him at its center, crack, a soft sound echoed as the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Han, by Li Pang. Chapter 93, The Frustrated Instructor Han. The atmosphere on the scene instantly froze. Enveloped in golden light, resembling a large light bulb, by Li Pang scratched his head and hurriedly deactivated the Yao Guang, causing the golden glow to dissipate without a trace. That item, capable of suppressing the forbidden ruins, seemed only effective against the forbidden ruins within the human body. It had no effect on other special items. Embarrassed, he spoke up, Instructor Han, I apologize, I forgot to turn off the automatic emergency mode just now. Instructor Han glanced at the remnants of his wooden sword, his gaze toward Bai Li Pang growing increasingly unfriendly. Bai Li Pang removed his necklace and placed it back into his pocket. His face earnest as he said, I'm sorry, Instructor Han, shall we try again? Instructor Han took a deep breath, discarded the half of the wooden sword he held, and picked up a new one. Alright, let us do it again. Swish. Slice. This time, the wooden sword was not blocked by any peculiar golden barrier, but just as the sword was about to touch Bai Li Pang, it spontaneously ignited. In just half a second, the wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand was reduced to nothing but a handle. Instructor Han, I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall. I'm sorry, Instructor Han. Bai Li Pang suddenly realized. Hastily removing a string of beads from his wrist, how about we try again? Get lost. Alright. Instructor Han tossed aside the burning stick, rubbing his eyes, seemingly weary. After a pause, he sighed, his gaze sweeping over the new recruits. Pointing to Lin Shi, who stood beside Bai Li Pang, you come up. Lin Shi effortlessly leaped onto the martial arts platform, standing before him and reaching out to take the wooden sword. You don't have any forbidden items on you, right? Instructor Han eyed Lin Shi suspiciously. No good. Do you remember what I just taught? I remember. Next I will introduce a new offensive technique. You might not be able to block it, but that is alright. I won't hit too hard. Seeing a normal person finally come forth, Instructor Han seemed to be in a much better mood. He addressed all the new recruits, explaining, earlier I demonstrated several basic sword techniques. Now I will showcase a more advanced slicing maneuver. This move cleverly utilizes the visual blind spots of a person while maximizing the sword's rapid execution, making it highly practical with considerable power. Now allow me to demonstrate. Instructor Han turned to face Lin Shi, stepping forward slightly, and with a sudden motion, the wooden sword sliced toward Lin Shi at an unusually tricky angle. Crack, a soft sound rang out as Lin Shi effortlessly blocked the rapid strike with one hand. Instructor Han, Lin Shi, impressive, good swordsmanship. The two stood close, their gazes locked. Instructor Han opened his mouth, his expression seemingly asking, how did you block that? Lin Shi, was it difficult? Cough. That was just a simple demonstration. It's evident that this recruit has a solid foundation in swordplay and quick reflexes. Now, allow me to officially demonstrate for everyone. Instructor Han attempted to dissolve the awkwardness. Stepping back a few paces, and swung the wooden sword once more. Crack, Lin Shi blocked again. Instructor Han, undeterred, continued to strike with increasing speed. Crack, a series of wooden sword collisions echoed. As Lin Shi's sword almost left an afterimage, steadily parrying each of Instructor Han's attacks, after several seconds, Instructor Han silently lowered his sword. He looked at Lin Shi, whose expression was innocent. Wearing a look of disbelief, have you studied swordsmanship? A little. Who taught you? Captain Chen Mui of Team 136. Instructor Han slowly closed his eyes, feeling somewhat despondent. You may step down. Lin Shi expressionlessly returned to the ranks. Acutely aware of the peculiar looks directed at him by those around, Instructor Han quietly turned away, muttering under his breath. Go for it, Han Li, you can do it, they are merely a bunch of new recruits. A group of novices, it's impossible for there to be so many freaks, keep going, I cannot give up, this time I will surely succeed. He took a deep breath, turning back to scrutinize the new recruits. Soon his gaze landed on an utterly average boy, whose expression resembled that of a deadpan, and whose physique was not particularly robust. This one will do, you, come up, Instructor Han said blandly. Chao Yuan was taken aback. Hesitating for a moment before stepping onto the martial arts platform. Do you have any forbidden items on you? No. Has anyone taught you swordplay? No. Well then, Instructor Han sighed in relief. Finally he encountered a normal person. He tossed the wooden sword to Chao Yuan. Come on, let us practice a bit. You can defend, never mind this time you attack, and I'll demonstrate defense. Thud. Chao Yuan did not reach out to receive the sword. Allowing it to fall at his feet, Instructor Han's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone turning unfriendly. What does this mean? Pick up the sword. Chao Yuan shook his head. I cannot touch the sword. Why not? I fear I cannot control myself. This is just a wooden sword. A wooden sword is still a sword. As long as it resembles a sword, I cannot indiscriminately touch it. Instructor Han frowned, bewildered by such peculiar behavior. I am commanding you to pick it up. You must comply. I truly cannot pick it up. That's an order. Chao Yuan let out a helpless sigh. Then, very well. He bent down to retrieve the sword. At that moment, Lin Qiyi and the others' expressions changed, simultaneously retreating several dozen meters, their eyes filled with sympathy as they looked toward Instructor Han. Instructor Han was momentarily stunned, sensing an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to say something, Chao Yuan's hand had already touched the sword's hilt. Boom! Black malevolent energy erupted explosively from Chao Yuan's center, a pillar of dark flames shot into the sky. A terrifying pressure radiating throughout the entire training ground. Simultaneously, the three instructors, who were resting and playing cards in the lounge, changed expressions and jumped to their feet. Damn, something's wrong? Let us go check it out. The eruption of this malevolent energy was so sudden that it alerted all the instructors in the training camp, their brows furrowed as they simultaneously turned their gazes toward the training ground. On the training ground, swirling black malevolent flames enveloped Chao Yuan, who stood bare-chested, the flaming wooden sword resting on his shoulder, grinning menacingly at Instructor Han. Instructor Han? What in the world is this? He merely touched the sword's hilt, and how did it turn into this monstrous appearance? All I wanted was to teach them how to use a sword. Can't there be any normal people in this recruit camp? Ah! Heaven help me! Instructor Han stared at the imposing Chao Yuan before him, then glanced at the wooden sword in his hand. Falling silent for a moment, he tossed it aside. To hell with it. Chapter 94, severing white. Frenzied Chao Yuan roared, his figure darting forward like lightning, the wooden sword in his hand suddenly slashing toward Instructor Han, the black flames resembling a crescent moon. Empty-handed, Instructor Han's eyes narrowed as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the crescent, while simultaneously grabbing a straight sword that lay on the ground. With a soft hum, the straight sword was drawn. In his hand, Instructor Han's demeanor transformed entirely. His deep gaze seemed capable of discerning frenzied Chao Yuan's movements. As frenzied Chao Yuan dashed before him, Instructor Han swiftly retreated a half-step, sidestepping to slash out. Clang! The wooden sword, wreathed in black flames, collided with Instructor Han's straight sword, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Frenzied Chao Yuan let out a sinister laugh, suddenly exerting force. Instructor Han's straight sword was deflected by the wooden sword, but he remained unperturbed, accurately predicting the trajectory of frenzied Chao Yuan's next strike. Effortlessly dodging, and then retreating several steps, his expression grave. Qi, hasn't the forbidden ruins been suppressed? How can Chao Yuan still utilize it? Li Pangpang leaned toward Lin Qiyi, questioning with confusion. The higher the sequence of the forbidden ruins, the weaker the suppression effect of that item. It can suppress the forbidden ruins of others fairly well, but Chao Yuan's sequence is too high to be fully restrained. Moreover, his forbidden ruins are quite unique. In a berserk state, he cannot even control himself, making the item's effectiveness even less. Lin Qiyi shared his conjecture. Does that mean the instructor's forbidden ruins have also been suppressed? Li Pangpang seemed to grasp something, meaning that currently only Chao Yuan can utilize the forbidden ruins, while Instructor Han is solely relying on combat skills to fight against the frenzied Chao Yuan? That is an exceedingly perilous situation. Lin Qiyi did not respond, merely watching the two battling on the platform. Lost in thought, everyone evacuate the training ground immediately. Instructor Han and frenzied Chao Yuan exchanged blows continuously. Being forced back by Chao Yuan's immense strength, and solemnly addressed the new recruits below. With his keen perception, he naturally recognized the forbidden realm before him, a realm he understood to be perilous in its current state. Regardless of the circumstances, Chao Yuan was exceedingly dangerous at this moment. The newly suppressed recruits within the Forbidden Realm were merely ordinary individuals, and remaining any longer would inevitably lead to unforeseen calamities. Damn it, I cannot sense my own Forbidden Realm. Instructor Han gritted his teeth, repeatedly attempting to manifest his Forbidden Realm, yet met with no response whatsoever. In his frenzied state, Chao Yuan was a formidable adversary even to Wang Mian. And without the luxury of time or the assistance of Yuan, Instructor Han was left to rely solely on his combat experience and skills to contend with him. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Qiyi and others witnessed the true prowess of this beleaguered instructor. No matter how swift the frenzied Chao Yuan may be, Instructor Han consistently predicted his movements. The blade in his hand seemed to possess a will of its own, fluttering like a butterfly as it deftly parried each of Chao Yuan's strikes. Alas, while he could ward off the attacks, he could not withstand the monstrous force and the overwhelming aura of malice emanating from Chao Yuan. This battle was fundamentally unequal, amidst the maniacal laughter of the frenzied Chao Yuan. Instructor Han could only barely defend himself, retreating step by step. Yaoguang Bailey Pangpang donned a necklace and extended his chubby hand, pointing towards the practice arena. A blinding beam of golden light converged and shot forth like an arrow, striking heavily against the wooden blade. Immediately thereafter, its form transformed into a golden rope, ensnaring the frenzied Chao Yuan. With a series of furious roars, Chao Yuan's black flames intensified, and within mere seconds, he incinerated the rope formed by Yaoguang. Breaking free, he then turned his gaze towards Bailey Pangpang below, revealing a grotesque expression. Bailey Pangpang shuddered, taking a half step back, swallowing hard. Brother Xia, save me, Lin Qiyi replied with resignation. Hand me the knife. Alright. Bailey Pangpang quickly rummaged through his pocket. At this moment, the frenzied Chao Yuan had abandoned Instructor Han, completely shifting his target and charging towards Bailey Pangpang and Lin Xia. Instructor Han's complexion changed dramatically. Run. He propelled himself towards the two. Chasing after the frenzied Chao Yuan, Lin Xia furrowed his brow, standing firm as a faint golden glow flickered in his eyes, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Found it. Bailey Pangpang retrieved a knife from his pocket, its length comparable to the star blade, and handed it to Lin Xia. At that moment, the black flames of the frenzied Chao Yuan were already upon Lin Xia, the wooden blade enveloped in malice sliced through the air, aiming directly for Bailey Pangpang's neck. Just then, a flash of white blade light appeared. Swish, the wooden blade clashed with the blade light, effectively blocking the encroaching flames of malice, and Lin Xia swiftly countered, deflecting Chao Yuan's wooden blade. Trembling in fear, Bailey Pangpang stood behind Lin Xia, clutching his wildly beating heart. Damn, that scared the life out of me. Lin Xia gave a light exclamation, looking down at the knife in his hand with an expression of confusion. I clearly didn't touch the wooden blade just now. Why, this knife, known as Xiao Zhanbai, was an artificial forbidden item, a replica of the legendary weapon, Zhanbai, from sequence 061, capable of ignoring a distance of 5 meters, hardly an impressive forbidden object. Bailey Pangpang patted his belly. The genuine Zhanbai is one of our family's treasures. It is said to be able to ignore distances of up to a kilometer, with a single swing. All things submit within that range. So exaggerated, Lin Xia said in astonishment as he toyed with Xiao Zhanbai. Indeed, there are only a few forbidden items that my family takes seriously. My father guards them like precious treasures. I can't even take a look. It's quite good to use. Lin Xia weighed Xiao Zhanbai in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The frenzied Chao Yuan let out a low growl, fixating his gaze on Lin Xia, the malice flames surging fervently around his body. Lin Xia sensed his gaze, snorted coldly, and stared back fiercely. Two golden infernos erupting from his eyes, an overwhelming divine might surged directly into the mind of the frenzied Chao Yuan. He emitted a muffled groan, staggering back a half step, his body swaying as if intoxicated. It seems the divine might has surprisingly effective results on this guy, Lin Xia muttered to himself, turning to Bailey Pangpang. That sealing scroll, from last time, give it to me again. Sure. Bailey Pangpang produced some tape from his pocket and placed it into Lin Xia's hand, gripping Xiao Zhanbai with his right hand. Lin Xia gently tore a segment from the left side of the sealing scroll with his teeth, his eyes shining like the blazing sun as he swiftly charged towards the frenzied Chao Yuan. With 5 meters remaining between them, Lin Xia swung Xiao Zhanbai multiple times, directly knocking aside the wooden blade from Chao Yuan's grasp. Chao Yuan roared in fury, his other hand curling into a claw, enveloped in malice flames, striking towards Lin Xia's body with lightning speed. Lin Xia seemed to effortlessly see through his movements, crouching slightly to evade the claw, and then swung Xiao Zhanbai once more. Delivering a powerful blow to his elbow, Chao Yuan's wooden blade flew from his hand. Lin Xia quickly pivoted, wrapping the protruding segment of the sealing scroll around Chao Yuan's neck, looping it several times, effectively blocking the black flames, and then yanked it downwards with force. The frenzied Chao Yuan fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 95, Fearsome Foes. The black flames gradually receded, revealing his original skin. Chao Yuan clutched the sealing scroll around his neck with both hands, the blood-red hue in his eyes fading away as he began to cough violently. Lin Xia released the tape in his hand, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the frenzied state of Chao Yuan was extraordinarily powerful. Had it not been for Lin Xia possessing 2 forbidden items this time, coupled with the divine might's restraining effect on Black King Annihilation, this victory would not have been so easily attained. Lying on the ground bare-chested, Chao Yuan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xia, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed you. What, there are not many in this world capable of subduing Black King Annihilation. Is that so? If I am not mistaken, the captain of the masked team could also. Not the same. You can cleanse my sins. What are you talking about? Lin Xia furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to comprehend Chao Yuan's meaning. Chao Yuan merely shook his head, rising from the ground without further elaboration. The instructor Han approached, scrutinizing Lin Xia for a while. You're not injured, are you? No. Instructor Han paused, giving Lin Xia a thumbs up. That move just now was splendid. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Instructor Han extended his hand to help Chao Yuan up, just as Chao Yuan was about to speak. Instructor Han shook his head to silence him. You need not say anything. I bear full responsibility for this incident. It was my insistence that you draw your blade. It is not your fault. Chao Yuan, who had intended to apologize, found his words completely stifled, letting out a helpless sigh, his hands clasped together in front of his chest as he slightly bowed. Before long, a group of fully armed instructors hurried over, and upon seeing the disheveled practice arena, their brows furrowed slightly. Instructor Han stepped forward, briefly explaining the situation to several instructors, who then relaxed. Instructor Hong, I think I am still not suited for teaching. Instructor Han pulled Instructor Hong aside, letting out a long sigh, speaking softly. This is only your first day on the job, and you already want to give up. Instructor Hong raised an eyebrow. I've realized that teaching students and engaging in battle myself are entirely different matters. During field missions, I can fight through hordes of enemies with a single blade, undeterred by any danger. I wouldn't even furrow my brow, yet here I am, just a few minutes into teaching, and I end up in such a mess. Nearly causing a teaching accident, Instructor Han, observing Instructor Han's gloomy expression, couldn't help but chuckle. I actually think you have a particular talent for teaching. You drew 3 individuals, one from the Bailey family, one an agent of the Seraph, and one from the highest risk category. This isn't just a random selection. Out of a full 239 recruits, you picked 3 of the most troublesome characters. Your luck is truly remarkable, Instructor Han. Please don't mock me. Instructor Han sheepishly rubbed his nose. To be honest, in terms of close combat, there might be instructors among us who are stronger than you, but they excel only in certain aspects, unlike you, who is proficient in all disciplines, swords, spears, and every weapon under the sun. At this stage, what these rookie recruits need is not specialization in one form of close combat but rather guidance to find the fighting style that best suits them from all available weapons. We cannot provide that, and among all the night watchmen of Dacia, it seems only you, Hanli, possess that capability, but among these recruits, there are only a few who are truly troublesome. Having the chance to witness the growth of these prodigies is a fortunate opportunity for both you and me. Wouldn't you agree? Instructor Han's gaze drifted into the distance, a slight smile gracing his lips. Aren't you curious what sort of figures these prodigies will become when they leave this training camp? Instructor Han paused momentarily, instinctively turning to look at the new recruits, the image of a young boy wielding a knife with one hand and bandaged on the other resurfacing in his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, I shall give it another try. Instructor Han smiled, patting Instructor Han's shoulder twice. Go on, those fledgling recruits are waiting for your training. Instructor Han nodded, took a deep breath, and strode towards the training ground. Upon the return of Instructor Han, the previously restless recruits fell silent, and the training ground was enveloped in tranquility. Instructor Han's gaze swept over the assembly, and he retrieved a wooden sword from a nearby rack. Proceeding to the half-demolished demonstration platform to continue his explanations, the sword technique we just discussed, while swift and fierce, still lacks sufficient power. The entire morning was devoted to close combat training. After succinctly imparting several sword techniques, Instructor Han proceeded to elaborate on two-handed swordsmanship, fencing, spear techniques, and even the usage of certain concealed weapons. As this was their first exposure to cold weapon training, the session primarily revolved around Instructor Han's teachings. His benevolence allowed all recruits to sit and listen, granting them a much-needed respite after a grueling morning. When Instructor Han's voice grew hoarse, it was time for lunch. As the recruits eagerly arrived at the dining hall, they were disheartened to find lunch consisting once again of plain steamed buns accompanied by raw meat, prompting some to retch in despair. However, keen-eyed individuals noticed that, in addition to the buns and meat, each person had a small pile of pickled vegetables. This revelation sent waves of joy through the despondent recruits. Xia, do you think that old man in the canteen has had a change of heart? He actually prepared pickles. Bailey, with a touch of sentimentality, stuffed the pickles into the bun and took a hearty bite. I don't know, I just know that this tiny dish of pickles isn't enough for even a few bites, Lin Xia remarked, counting the pickles with a frown. At that moment, a figure quietly approached their table. Xiao Yuan silently offered his pickles to Lin Xia, munching on raw meat as he spoke. These are for you. Lin Xia paused in surprise, while Bai Li's eyes widened. Brother, these are pickles. Aren't you going to eat them? Lin Xia wants them, so I'm giving them to him. Upon hearing this, Bai Li's jaw dropped. Do you know what that makes you? What? A simp? I'm willing. Lin Xia remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. If this is about what happened this morning, you really needn't go to such lengths. I wasn't injured. No, Lin Xia. Xiao Yuan shook his head earnestly, locking eyes with Lin Xia. I simply want to adore you, Lin Xia. Bai Li's eyes widened in shock, his gaze towards Xiao Yuan shifting instantly. Damn, this is a formidable rival. Chapter 96, Extreme Training. Is this person unwell? Lin Xia regarded Xiao Yuan with an odd expression. His tendency to assume the worst of others made it hard for him not to ponder the motives behind such unsolicited kindness. I don't understand. Lin Xia shook his head. Is it because I can restrain the madness within you? You could also help me cleanse my sins and achieve atonement. Xiao Yuan pressed his palms together, softly chanting a Buddhist incantation. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. What are you talking about? Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I bear the lives of 333 innocent souls who perished tragically. Their blood cries out for vengeance, and the weight of their deaths is like an ocean. Only you can absolve me of this sin and spare me from the inferno of retribution. You killed 333 people, Bailey gasped, his eyes wide. Were you a bandit? No, then what did you do? Xiao Yuan kept his gaze downward, silent. Lin Xia spoke slowly. I'm sorry, I possess no power to absolve others' sins. You should seek a monk. If Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Xia. I spent 7 years on Jiuhua Mountain reciting scriptures and meditating, yet the bloodshed within me has not lessened in the slightest. Master Jinchai said that only one person can help me achieve atonement. Did he provide my ID number? Lin Xia queried oddly. No, but it amounts to the same thing, Xiao Yuan replied calmly. With two trees standing 8 deities depart, and for 10 nights I shall ferry the world. Isn't that precisely the name Lin Xia? Lin Xia's expression grew serious upon hearing the latter part. For 10 nights, does that mean you were blind for a decade? Or does it refer to the pact with Zhao Kongqing to serve as a night watchman for 10 years? If it's the former, it suggests that Chao Yuan has thoroughly investigated me. However, if it's the latter, when I made that vow no one was around, how could Master Jinchai have known? As I've stated, I cannot bear the burdens of others. Lin Xia shook his head. Perhaps not now, but I believe you will be able to in the future. You have such faith in me. I trust Master Jinchai. Lin Xia gazed at Chao Yuan for a long time, then sighed in resignation. Do as you wish, but I make no guarantees. A faint smile crept across Chao Yuan's lips, seemingly recalling something as he offered the pickles to Lin Xia. Eat the pickles. Lin Xia hesitated, then reached for a small portion, stuffing it into the bun and taking a large bite. A satisfied smile blossomed on Chao Yuan's face. That smile looks increasingly like a simp, Bailey muttered, shamelessly moving closer to Chao Yuan, attempting to grab some pickles for himself. For Chao Yuan's expression shifted suddenly as he swiftly covered the dish of pickles with his hand. Get lost, let me have a bite. If Xia can eat, why can't I? So stingy. Bailey pouted. Those are all Lin Xia's. Chao Yuan replied expressionlessly. Bailey leaned closer to Lin Xia. Xia, tell me, do I Bailey deserve to eat your pickles? No. My Rolex. Well, eating a little is fine. Seeing Lin Xia relent, Chao Yuan, under Bailey's gleeful grin, had no choice but to release his grip and silently resume gnawing on the raw meat. Bailey, one hand clutching a bun and the other grasping pickles, stood defiantly before Chao Yuan, munching away and grinning foolishly, reminiscent of a favored concubine in a harem. Attention, everyone. Just as everyone was focused on their meals, Instructor Hong strode into the dining hall, flanked by 2 other instructors, his voice echoing throughout. All recruits simultaneously set down their buns, except for Bailey, who stuffed a mouthful of bun into his cheeks. Puffing out his cheeks defiantly, Instructor Hong's sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he slowly announced, "This afternoon marks your first extreme training. After you finish eating, assemble behind the dining hall, understood?" Understood, the recruits chorused. Instructor Hong nodded. Here's a piece of advice. This afternoon's extreme training will be arduous. You'd best finish all the food on your table. With that, the 3 instructors turned and departed, and the clamor in the dining hall resumed. Extreme training? What on earth is that? Bailey queried, chewing on his bun. I don't know. Chao Yuan shook his head. Let us finish our food first. Lin Xia gazed toward the direction the instructors had departed, sighing deeply. This afternoon would surely be a true purgatory. Once Lin Xia and his companions finished their meal, they headed straight to the back of the dining hall, where several black buses were parked, their destination unknown. Out of the camp, Bailey's eyes brightened, his expression tinged with anticipation. Exiting the camp isn't necessarily a good thing. Lin Xia furrowed his brow. Why? This indicates that the facilities in the training camp can no longer accommodate the conditions of extreme. Zheng Zhong, a veteran of special forces, suddenly appeared behind them, speaking bluntly. Have you trained before? I'm unsure if the night watchman training differs from that in the military, but regardless, this afternoon's training will not be as leisurely as the morning's. Conserve your energy, Zheng Zhong remarked as he passed Lin Xia. The doors of the black buses opened slowly, and he leaped inside, vanishing from sight. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, still unable to decipher the nature of this extreme training. Resolving to think no more on it, he boarded the bus behind Zheng Zhong, followed closely by Bailey and Chao Yuan. Once everyone was aboard, the vehicles began to move, the 5 black buses rolling out of the training camp gates and speeding toward the wilderness. After about half an hour, the vehicles came to a halt. Lin Xie, who had been resting, opened his eyes and looked out the window, momentarily taken aback. Jinan Mountain. Being a local of Songnan, Lin Xie easily recognized the lush mountain range before him. Songnan City is situated in the southeastern plains of the Great Xia, devoid of notable high peaks. Jinan Mountain, at a mere 4,000 meters, hardly qualifies as a towering mountain, yet it is encircled by a series of smaller peaks, forming a modest mountain range. While not grand, it is not insignificant either. Furthermore, Jinan Mountain has not been extensively developed, remaining a wild mountain on the outskirts of Songnan, with only a small cable car at its summit for visitors, attracting few tourists each year, rendering it an exceedingly obscure attraction. Upon the vehicle's stop, Instructor Hong stood up, turned to face the recruits, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All personnel, disembark. Chapter 97. Entering the mountain soon after, the recruits gathered at the foot of Jinan Mountain. Instructor Hong stood before them with hands clasped behind his back, surveying the group before slowly announcing, "Next, we shall commence extreme training. Do you see the mountain range behind you?" Zheng Zhong exclaimed. In a moment, I will equip each of you with a 35-kilogram load, and your task is to traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Report, is it just a regular weighted cross-country run? Someone asked. Not quite so simple, Instructor Hong replied with a slight smile, waving his hand as suddenly a swarm of drones burst forth from the last bus, each equipped with a miniature gun barrel beneath it. The weight you carry comes with a built-in tracking feature. Once the training begins, these drones will penetrate the mountains, pursuing all of you if you are struck by the paintball guns they carry. It signifies failure, and the consequences of failure will be exceedingly harsh, very, very harsh. Instructor Hong's lips curled into an uncontrollable grin, as if recalling something amusing, repeatedly emphasizing the word harsh, sending shivers down the spines of the new recruits. There are a few rules I must emphasize. Instructor Hong raised 3 fingers. First, you may exchange the weights you carry. If one of you can no longer continue, you can transfer some of your load to another. And you may reclaim it at any time. However, be warned, you cannot discard any weight without permission. Failure to comply will result in immediate failure. Second, you are prohibited from attacking or even touching the drones in any manner. You cannot carry any objects that would obstruct the paintball gunshots, nor can you hide motionless in any terrain's blind spots. Your only option in the face of the drones is to run. Third, you may group together, but you cannot attack one another or interfere with each other's actions. Having stated these 3 points, Instructor Hong shouted, "Do you understand?" "Understood," everyone replied, and then, laden with weight, they set off into the mountains. Following the command, the new recruits began to take turns donning their burdens, each receiving a tactical knife. This knife is for navigating the terrain, not for infighting, remember, Instructor Han Li advised earnestly when the knife reached Qiao Yuan. Instructor Han quietly set down the small blade in his hand and pulled out a spoon from behind him. "Instructor, this..." Qiao Yuan was taken aback. "You can't use bladed weapons, since we can't find any other arms now." "Make do with this for the time being." Instructor Han patted his shoulder. Qiao Yuan replied, "People can use knives to cut through underbrush, but what can I do with this spoon? Dig a hole for myself." "By the way, that chubby one over there," Instructor Hong suddenly called out to Bai Li Pang Pang, who was preparing to enter the mountains. "Take off all your free space items and those necklaces and bracelets you're wearing. Hand them over to me." Instructor Hong extended his hand. Bai Li Pang Pang's sturdy frame trembled as he crossed his arms protectively over his chest. "Instructor, these items are very valuable. I'm not keeping them. Just holding them temporarily. Understand, if you go in and scatter prohibited items everywhere, what good is the training?" "Fine," Bai Li Pang Pang lamented as he pulled out another small white pouch from his pocket and handed it to Instructor Hong. Relinquishing all his scattered trinkets as well. "All right, go ahead." Instructor Hong solemnly placed the items away and waved Bai Li Pang Pang off. Once all the new recruits had entered the mountains, Instructor Hong leisurely settled into the recently erected tactical tent and yawned. "Instructor Hong, is it really necessary to complicate a mere weighted cross-country run so much?" Instructor Han Li queried, perplexed, as he sat beside him. This is no ordinary weighted cross-country run." Instructor Hong chuckled. "Do you really think they can escape this mountain range?" "Huh?" Instructor Han Li paused, seemingly not grasping his meaning. "We have utilized prohibited items to seal off this entire mountain range. Within this area, the original terrain has been entirely altered." "Are you saying?" Instructor Hong gazed in the direction of the departing recruits. A cunning smile spreading across his face. "The entire mountain has transformed into an insurmountable labyrinth. No matter how they run, they cannot escape. Thus, they will be relentlessly pursued by the drones within this intricate maze until their stamina is utterly depleted. The effectiveness of this training far surpasses that of a typical weighted run." Instructor Han Li pondered for a moment. "You intend to create a desperate environment while allowing them to exchange loads, testing their mentality while draining their physical strength and fostering trust among them. Indeed, you see the situation clearly." Instructor Hong praised, giving a thumbs up. "But can the drones and the paintball guns truly exert that much pressure on them?" Instructor Han Li could not help but ask. A mysterious smile spread across Instructor Hong's face. "You'll understand soon enough. The punishment for failure is far more terrifying than you can imagine." In Jinnan Mountain, Lin Qiyi and Qiao Yuan traversed the forest with their burdens, nimbly weaving through the ancient and towering trees, the dappled sunlight casting shadows on the ground, as if they were in a primeval jungle. "Wait for me." Bai Li Pang Pang, round in stature, struggled to progress through the dense foliage. "Why is this so heavy? Could you both help me carry a bit?" Bai Li Pang Pang looked up, his face filled with hope. "No." Lin Qiyi decisively refused to get lost. Qiao Yuan coldly retorted, then turned to Lin Qiyi, pleadingly asking, "Qiyi, how about I help you carry a bit?" "No needs." Bai Li Pang Pang sighed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of numerous drones whirring filled the air behind them, causing Lin Qiyi's expression to shift. "The drones have arrived. We need to speed up or we'll definitely be caught." Qiao Yuan urged. Glancing around, the new recruits who had entered Jinnan Mountain together began to scatter, realizing that clustering together would only increase the likelihood of being struck by the drones. "Ugh, this is too heavy. You two go ahead. I feel like I can't outrun the drones." Bai Li Pang Pang despaired, hearing the buzzing grow closer. "Are you not afraid of getting hit and facing punishment?" "Well, punishment is punishment. It shouldn't be too terrifying, right?" Bai Li Pang Pang said uncertainly. Chapter 98, A Major Social Death Scene. Thud. Just as Bai Li Pang Pang finished speaking, a drone emerged from the trees behind them, shooting a paintball that struck a fellow recruit behind him. The recruit froze, stumbled a few steps, then collapsed to the ground. Dazed. Two instructors soon emerged from the thicket, grinning wickedly as they dragged the incapacitated recruit into the woods. Bai Li Pang Pang witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "What the hell? Wasn't that a paintball gun? Why did being hit cause him to faint? And what was up with those two instructors, given their expressions? I feel like that brother's virtue is in jeopardy." Bai Li Pang Pang rushed to catch up with Lin Qi and Xiao Yuan. Unable to contain his frustration, Xiao Yuan remained silent for a moment. Could the punishment for failure be the loss of virtue? I don't think it would go that far. Lin Qi's lips twitched. There are quite a few girls among us. True, so what are they doing in the woods right now? Bai Li Pang Pang glanced back at the thicket, a puzzled expression filling his small eyes. The two instructors hoisted the unconscious recruit onto a nearby stretcher, carrying him back down the mountain to the starting point. "Is this the first recruit to be eliminated from extreme training this year?" one instructor remarked, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Put the truth ring on him, then turn on the microphone and connect it to the Bluetooth speakers in everyone's load." Instructor Hong commanded, orchestrating the event smoothly. Soon, the downed recruit was awakened by the instructors and bound to a chair, unable to move. "Hey, can you hear me?" The instructor's voice suddenly emanated from the burdens they all carried. Startling them, Lin Qi and the others halted simultaneously. They even equipped speakers. Lin Qi exclaimed, bewildered, "What are they planning?" Just as he finished speaking, the speaker crackled to life again. "If you can hear me. That's good, ahem. Now let the punishment begin. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most shameful thing you've ever done in your life?" "I once peeked at the neighbor's big sister taking a shower." "Oh, was she beautiful?" "Yes, I often dream about her." "Have you ever been caught?" "Once she told my mom, and that night I got beaten up badly. Oh, do you like that big sister?" "Yes, I often dream about her at night. And sometimes I even..." Wang Liang's cheeks flushed crimson as he strained to control his mouth, his hands firmly bound to the chair, unable to move across from him. Instructor Hong posed various mortifying questions. The other instructors outside listened to the exchange, desperately stifling their laughter, but soon broke into uncontrollable giggles, gradually succumbing to a collective uproar. Within Jinan Mountain, all 238 members, excluding Wang Liang, came to a halt and began to laugh heartily. Wang Liang, that rascal, has such embarrassing tales. Scoundrel, how dare he spy on the big sister while she bathes? And he didn't even take me along? I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha." As the laughter subsided, their expressions shifted dramatically. An unprecedented chill surged within their hearts, their faces resembling that of frostbitten eggplants. Bai Li Pang Pang swallowed hard, his face ashen, and hoarsely remarked, "Is this the punishment for being hit? It must involve some sort of forbidden object that compels one to speak the truth. This tactic is truly ruthless." Lin Qi couldn't help but chime in. The three of them exchanged a brief glance before sprinting deep into Jinan Mountain. Bai Li Pang Pang, seemingly fueled by an unknown source of energy, surprisingly dashed ahead of the others, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. It felt as if he was about to breathe fire. Is this still a punishment? This is nothing short of a grand social death scene. These shameless instructors dare to ask any question. Under the influence of that forbidden object, even one's dimensions were blurted out. If it were me in Wang Liang's position, the outcome would be unimaginable. At that moment, everyone surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, their eyes gleaming with determination. At the foot of the mountain, within a hastily erected tactical tent, Instructor Hong observed the rapidly moving red dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. "How about that? The effect is quite satisfactory, isn't it?" Instructor Han chuckled, clutching his stomach in laughter, giving him a hearty thumbs up. "Impressive." Suddenly, a series of missiles whistled through the jungle, followed by horrified screams, soon accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground. Lin Qi furrowed his brow, glancing towards the adjacent woods, and in the next moment, swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding two missiles. "The drones are flanking us from the left," he stated solemnly. "We must proceed to the right." Xiao Yuan looked to the other side, his expression darkening. The terrain there was far more rugged and would consume even more energy. "I always feel that this group of instructors is doing this on purpose," Bai Li Pang Pang gasped. "They want to drive us into those hellish places. We have no choice," Xiao Yuan replied calmly. Lin Qi was the first to plunge into the dense thicket of rocks and ancient trees. Running, leaping, dodging, twisting, and turning, with his small knife, he continuously severed the branches ensnaring him, struggling to advance. Before long, his military uniform was riddled with scars, and his hands bore small cuts from the sharp branches surrounding him. After all, he was merely a high school student. Although he had undergone a month of tutoring, his physical abilities were limited, and the vigorous exertion was rapidly depleting his stamina. Gradually, his movements began to slow. In contrast, Xiao Yuan appeared remarkably resilient. Even after such a prolonged run, he was merely slightly out of breath, showing no signs of exhaustion. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, he looked as if he were on the brink of collapse, yet somehow managed to muster the strength to push forward step by step. One couldn't help but wonder what secret this fellow was hiding to be so terrified of that punishment. Lin Qi sliced through the vines blocking his path, ready to pass through, when a rustling sound and a faint buzzing emerged from the opposite direction. At that moment, Shin Qingzhu also cut through an obstacle nearby and unexpectedly appeared before Lin Qi. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Instantly, two waves of drones surrounded them from front and back. "Damn it, this is bad," they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 99, The Follower. "Damn, how did you suddenly appear in front of us?" Bai Li Pang was equally stunned. "Now is not the time to dwell on that," Shen Shengzhu shouted, swiftly changing direction to leap to the left. Coincidentally, Lin Shi had also chosen the same direction. Originally blocked by two waves of drones, both groups surged to the left, followed by a series of missile launch sounds. Among Shen Shengzhu's three subordinates, two were struck by bullets, falling to the ground after a desperate wail. Their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness, Lin Shi's knife was almost a blur as he swiftly carved a path through the jungle, while Chao Yuan, clutching a practically useless spoon, desperately chased after him. Bai Li Pang gasped, darting behind a large tree to evade a barrage of missiles, then rolling and crawling to catch up with Lin Shi and the others. They ran for their lives. Successfully traversing the entire rugged old forest, reaching a relatively spacious clearing where a small stream babbled pleasantly, producing a delightful tinkling sound, Lin Shi took a few steps, bent down by the stream. Scooping up some water to drink and splashing his face, letting out a long sigh of relief, Bai Li Pang plopped down on the ground, utterly exhausted. "Qi, how far do we have left to cross the mountain?" "Still a long way to go," Lin Shi replied slowly. "From the very beginning, the drones have been charging at us from different directions, causing us to change our course multiple times. We've only covered a straight distance of about 4 or 5 kilometers from the starting point. Are the instructors toying with us? We have to be chased by drones and can't fight back." Shen Shengzhu stood up and kicked a stone into the stream, expressing his frustration. "At this rate, we won't make it across the mountains." Chao Yuan frowned. "To be honest, I felt something off from the very beginning." Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Off, haven't you noticed? No matter which direction we run, the position of the sun in the sky hasn't changed." He pointed to the sun overhead. "Moreover, the mountain paths I see often shift." Everyone was taken aback, simultaneously looking up, their expressions darkening. "What is going on? It seems the instructors have used forbidden objects to cover this area. From the start, they never intended for us to get through. What do they want to achieve? To thoroughly drain our stamina here." Bai Li Pang's face went pale. "So are we all destined to face that punishment?" "Not necessarily," Chao Yuan suddenly interjected. "Those who faint from exhaustion did not appear during the punishment." Bai Li Pang sank down onto the ground, letting out a long sigh. The drones seemed to sense that they were nearing their limits and did not pursue them directly, granting them a rare moment to catch their breath. After such a prolonged chase, everyone was nearly spent, each person sitting on the ground, and the clearing by the stream fell into a profound silence. Only the relentless soul-searching questions emerging from their burdens echoed through the mountain gorge, causing them to chuckle intermittently. "Hey, you over there with the spoon?" Shen Shengzhu's gaze landed on Chao Yuan. "You're clearly so strong. Why didn't you exert yourself during the battle against the masked one last night?" "I do not draw my sword unless absolutely necessary. This is a vow I made before the Buddha," Chao Yuan replied coolly. "But you eventually did strike." "That was because it reached a point where I had no choice but to act." Chao Yuan's peripheral vision glanced at Lin Shi. Shen Shengzhu frowned. "What do you mean? You act when he tells you to, but when I tell you, you just sit there. Do you look down on me?" "Indeed, you." Shen Shengzhu's eyes narrowed. "Those who cannot even control their emotions will forever remain weak." Chao Yuan calmly toyed with the spoon in his hands. Shen Shengzhu glared at Chao Yuan, fists clenched tightly, as if he wanted to rush over and give him a beating, but after a moment, he released his hands. He stood up, casting a cold glance at him. "We'll see who is strong and who is weak." With that, he turned and walked in another direction. Following closely behind him was the remaining new recruit, who hurriedly stood and followed suit. "Damn it, those two have been eliminated. Why are you still following?" Shen Shengzhu, already irate, turned and scolded. "Because you're my Shingu." A dark-skinned recruit grinned foolishly. "If it weren't for you helping my mom pay off her debts, I'd still be begging on the streets. Let alone being a night guard. Are you kidding? I almost used Jimin to take you and that moon ghost out yesterday, and you still consider me your Shingu? You did that to force him out." The follower said earnestly. "Besides, if you really didn't care about us, why did you have to toss us into the dormitory building before using the air explosion?" "You," Shen Shengzhu, frustrated, kicked a stone away. "Damn it, I won't bother anymore. Since you fools insist on following me, do as you wish. Just remember, don't add to my troubles." With that, Shen Shengzhu turned and strode away, while the follower trailed closely behind. "Shingu, is your load heavy? Want me to help carry some weight? Get lost. My burden is mine to bear." "Oh." As Shen Shengzhu and his companion walked away, Bai Li Pang shrugged. "How strange. That Shen Shengzhu has such a bad temper, is so arrogant, and loves to curse, yet there are really people willing to follow him. Could they truly be blind?" "That boy's name is Deng Wei. His father ran off with someone else when he was young, and his mother has a gambling addiction, accumulating a mountain of debt. When the creditors came knocking with knives, he had no choice but to borrow money from everywhere. Later, by a stroke of coincidence, he encountered Shen Shengzhu. This fellow, for reasons unknown, had sold several plots of his family's land and lent the money to Deng Wei. Subsequently, these two awakened the forbidden ruins together and caught the eye of the night watchers, leading them here." Chao Yuan briefly recounted the events. "You seem to be quite well informed. that Deng Wei is my roommate. Chao Yuan shrugged, mentioning two other accompanying individuals who were identical twin brothers, one named Li Jia and the other Li Liang. For reasons unknown, they were equally devoted to Shen Qingzhu. He is quite the enigmatic man, isn't he? By Li, plump and cheerful, raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the droning sound of drones echoed once more from the forest. Lin Xia's expression shifted slightly as he rose from the ground. Here they come again. Chapter 100, Brother Shen buzzing. Several drones emerged from the forest to the right. Shen Qingzhu's expression changed dramatically. Run! After saying this, he turned and swiftly leapt onto the rocks exposed by the stream, racing in the opposite direction. Deng Wei adjusted the weight on his back, gritting his teeth as he followed Shen Qingzhu's lead. Stepping cautiously at just then, the drones behind them had already soared to a distance, their mounted guns aimed at the two men, unleashing a series of missiles. Deng Wei's gaze was drawn to the missiles. Panic overtook him as he hurriedly bent down to evade them, but the stone beneath his feet suddenly slipped, causing him to tumble directly into the stream. Splash! Shen Qingzhu turned abruptly, his face paling. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and grasped Deng Wei's shoulder, helping him to his feet. Damn it, I told you not to follow, now you're just causing me trouble, Shen Qingzhu cursed as he supported Deng Wei. Moving swiftly, while Deng Wei seemed to have injured his right foot, making his movements exceedingly cumbersome. Rat-a-tat-tat, two drones continued to tail them closely, almost as if intentionally, firing sporadically, yet miraculously, none of the bullets found their mark. Shen Qingzhu's brows were tightly furrowed, his gaze fixed on the thicket not far ahead, his pace quickening even further as he practically carried Deng Wei along. Amidst the drone's precise gunfire, Shen Qingzhu and Deng Wei plunged into the thicket. Where the drones circled outside, not daring to follow, the two men hunched over, struggling through the underbrush. At last, Shen Qingzhu, exhausted, stumbled and fell to the ground with Deng Wei still on his shoulder. Deng Wei clutched his right ankle. His face contorted in pain. How's your foot? Shen Qingzhu, drenched in sweat, reached for Deng Wei's ankle. It's nothing, just a sprain, I think. As Shen Qingzhu felt a significant swelling at the ankle, his expression darkened. You can't run anymore. Deng Wei gasped heavily, looking at Shen Qingzhu with a grin. Damn it, what are you smiling about? Brother Shen, you turned back to save me. Shut up, I just happened to reach you. Brother Shen, you should go. Take the weight off me, I can't move anyway. I'll just wait here for the instructor to eliminate me. My burden is mine to bear. Brother Shen, you are destined for greatness, as a strong person. You must survive until the end. Deng Wei reached out, grabbing Shen Qingzhu's burden. Since I'm going to be eliminated anyway, helping you lighten your load is a way to contribute. Shen Qingzhu gazed at Deng Wei's dark, mischievous smile, falling into silence. Give it to me, don't snatch it. Shen Qingzhu yanked the burden back, contemplating before saying, alright, I'll give you 25 pounds, and I'll keep 10. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Shen Qingzhu removed 25 pounds from his load and placed them on Deng Wei. Feeling significantly lighter and more relaxed, Brother Shen, you should leave, the drones will be back soon. Alright, take care of yourself. Shen Qingzhu, carrying only 10 pounds, slowly stood up, casting one last glance at the incapacitated Deng Wei before disappearing into the underbrush. He used his knife to carve a narrow path, struggling through the dense foliage, entirely alone in the vast forest, with only the rustling branches to break the silence. After a lengthy trek, he looked up at the sky. Noticing the sun's position had not changed, his brow furrowing once more. Are the instructors truly toying with us? Trapping us like lab rats just to watch us fail? Damn it! As he cursed, he gradually halted his steps. He glanced back in Deng Wei's direction, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, but he quickly shook his head. No, Shen Qingzhu, you were meant to become strong. A strong person must be ruthless, you must survive until the end. You must show those who look down on you just how strong you are. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath and pressed forward. At that moment, a familiar voice emanated from the burdened speaker. Your name is Li Liang, right? Yes, well then, tell me about the person you admired. I don't have anyone I admire. Oh, still a cold and unfeeling boy. What about someone you look up to? Surely there is someone. There is. Who is it? It's Brother Shen. Shen Qingzhu. The instructor's voice seemed genuinely surprised. Why, in our first year of high school, my brother Li Jia was deceived and got into trouble with a group of local thugs. Every day after school, we would be cornered at the school gate, bullied and extorted. Eventually, Shen Qingzhu, a senior, couldn't stand by and stepped in to help us, taking on 10 thugs alone and sending 4 to the hospital. Because of that incident, he was expelled from school, couldn't take the college entrance exams, and had to return home to farm. Ever since that day, my brother and I vowed to follow him. Even though he has a terrible temper and often curses us, over time, one realizes, he is actually the gentlest person in the world. Shen Qingzhu froze mid-motion, as if he had become a statue. Rooted in the underbrush after a long pause, he murmured, damn it, what is this guy rambling about? He is the one being punished, so why am I the one dying socially? He slowly turned his head. Looking back at the path he had come, gradually tightening his grip on his knife, in the underbrush Deng Wei, resting with his eyes closed, bore a slight smile. Li Liang is quite perceptive. I wonder what expression Brother Shen will have upon hearing that. Buzzing, the sound of approaching drones filled the air. Deng Wei opened his eyes, watching the drones descend from above, a grin spreading across his face. Come on, come and eliminate me. Several drones pivoted, their mounted guns now aimed at the incapacitated Deng Wei. He took a deep breath, murmuring, just don't ask me any strange questions, otherwise if they hear, they'll laugh at me. He slowly closed his eyes. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of missiles firing echoed, and Deng Wei felt for quite some time without being hit. Opening his eyes, he saw Shen Qingzhu holding a knife in one hand and using the other to shield Deng Wei with the burden across his chest, deflecting all the missiles. Deng Wei was momentarily stunned. Brother Shen, the rules say we can't use our packs to block bullets. Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow, tossing the burden aside, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Rules? When have I, Shen Qingzhu, ever followed the rules? With that, he leapt into action, his knife flying through the air, directly puncturing a drone in front of Deng Wei's astonished gaze. The rules say we can't attack drones. Well, I'm going to. Shen Qingzhu landed and looked back at the incapacitated Deng Wei, boldly declaring, useless, your brother Shen is here to save you. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a missile struck Shen Qingzhu squarely in the back, causing him to grunt and lose consciousness.